74, 71. The battle ends, and the Pirates of 10,000 Worlds exits. 10 more subscriptions required. Manipulating them is none other than Uchiha Madara's universal pull. Uchiha Madara used this ability at a critical moment, manipulating their bodies so they couldn't get close to Cuomo. It was at this moment that the black and blue wings behind Cuomo were completely inflamed, moving away from the five elders. Chasing. He's running out of energy now. Kill him. Seeing that Cuomo was about to fly away, the blonde old man yelled. He exploded to the limit, using Shaved's teleportation power to forcibly break free from the shackles of Uchiha Madara universal pull. And the same is true for several other old men, using the power of Marine 6 styles to forcibly break free from Vientiane Sky, heading toward Cuomo at breakneck speed. Today, they don't want Cuomo alive anyway. He's on the 5 Elders Must Die list. If you want to kill Cuomo, you guys that go past me first. Holding Zanpakuto in his hand, Uno Hanaretsu stomped on the ground and rushed towards the 5 old stars at the fastest speed. This is not good. Gojo Satoru flew up from the ground and headed towards the location of the 5 elders. If Cuomo is caught up by the 5 elders, it will be troublesome. The wings on Cuomo's back are flapping, and he is flying fast in the sky, while the 4-5 elders behind him are chasing him with razors. Cuomo, come my way. Uchiha Madara yelled as she steered Susanoo towards the 5 elders. His universal pull, although has a strong gravitational force, but 5 elders kept using Shave teleport at high altitude. His universal pull couldn't find the target, so it had little pull against the 5 elders. Cuomo glanced at Uchiha Madara, and then the breath on his body changed dramatically. But in an instant, he changed from a human to an extremely huge black dragon. The black dragon has a mixed color of black and blue, exuding a domineering aura all over its body. This ability comes from the world of fairy tale, the calendar area of Ekunologia. Ekunologia is known as the king of dragons, the black feather of the end, and the origin of evil. In the original fairy tale, Ekunologia's black dragon form has the power to destroy the world. But the current Cuomo can't play to his peak combat power. If it can really play out Ekunologia's peak combat power in the form of a black dragon, then the world will be destroyed by him. The appearance of the black dragon shocked the audience again. Whether it is Kong or 5 elders, when they saw this black dragon, their hearts were full of shock. The last time Cuomo used the black dragon form, it was in the Sabaody archipelago, spitting energy waves out of his mouth, wounding Marine Admiral with one blow. Black dragon. The blonde-haired old man was startled with cold sweat on his forehead and stared at Cuomo in surprise. He suddenly remembered a year ago the News King. Cuomo wounded Marine Admiral with a single hit in his black dragon form before fleeing. At the time, they didn't take Cuomo's black dragon form too seriously. Now, when they see Cuomo in black dragon form for themselves, they realize the danger of the problem. The man in front of him was simply a monster. Although they have lived for a long time and have seen many geniuses, they have also seen many terrifying monsters. But after seeing Cuomo today, they know what a real monster is. Cuomo is a living monster. Whether it is the Senju Buddha statue or the black dragon form released by Cuomo, it has given the 5 elders a strong visual impact. This aura is really scary, the old man with long straight hair gasped inside. They are not far from the black dragon, so they can clearly feel the terrifying power zone emanating from Kamai's black dragon form. We can't let him go. The scarred old man suddenly reacted and shouted. After his reminder, the other elders realized that they were here to kill Cuomo. Instead of judging Cuomo's momentum, the current Cuomo is full of momentum, but they know very well that Cuomo is very weak at this time. Physical strength is running out. Barely get another hit. Cuomo, unleashing his black dragon form, felt Ultimate's weakness, but he can still use his last physical strength to strike the last blow. Whoosh! Cuomo in black dragon form turned around, wagging his tail, and slammed straight at the 5 elders. Be careful of his attack, the old man in the suit quickly reminded. But it was too late for him. They were too close to Cuomo. It was difficult for them to use their abilities to dodge at this distance, so they had to fight hard. Boom! The black dragon's tail collided with the attacks of the 4-5 elders, and there was a loud noise in the air. The air seemed to explode. With just one blow, Cuomo's black dragon form returned to its original form. Good chance. The scarred old man was overjoyed to see the scene in front of him and rushed towards Cuomo directly. Your opponent is me. Unohana Retsu suddenly appeared in the air, holding Zanpakuto in his hand and slashing at the scarred old man. Damn it! It's only a little bit closer. Seeing this, the old man with the scar shrank his pupils and quickly punched Unohana Retsu to compete. At this time, he was only a little away from Cuomo, but Unohana Retsu was in front of him. He also can't get close to Cuomo. Bang, bang, bang. There was a loud vibration on the ground, and Uchiha Madara had already arrived at the steering wheel of Susanoo. Susanoo directly pulled out 2 large knives and slashed at several 5 elders. Ji, Guiwan, and Gojo, who also joined the battle one after another. Keep the 5 elders from getting close to Cuomo. At this time, Cuomo almost lost consciousness, but still barely maintained the flight, and finally fell to the ground, where he lay directly in the ruins. He was so weak now that he almost fell asleep lying on the ruins. I don't know how long it took, but Cuomo slowed down and regained some strength. He stood up and shouted, Madara, Yuani, Gojo, Saru, Halai. Don't be in love with the fight. It's time for us to retreat. This battle has gone on long enough. It's time to end it. This time I climbed to the top of the Holy Land Mariewa. Originally, I just wanted to cross, but I didn't expect it to develop into this. Good. Uchiha Madara yelled back. He also knew that this battle had lasted for a long time, and it would not be good for them to continue fighting, because Marine must have provided support. If you don't leave now, it will be difficult to leave. In midair, a huge circle, like a black hole, slowly dissipated. This ability is Gojo Wu's strongest spell ability. The field expands. His boundless space domain doesn't have any offensive power, but it has a strong control power. The brains of the strong people involved by him will be input with too much information. Causes the body to be paralyzed and unable to move, even the 5 elders. Seeing the black hole-like thing completely dissipate, Gojo Wu pinched the blonde old man's neck and said calmly, It's over. Crack. The blonde old man's neck was cut off and he was completely lifeless. Zero. Asked for flowers. In this battle, 2 5 elders were killed. In this battle, the 10,000 Realms pirates were considered a complete victory. After Gojo Satoru killed the 5 elders, he turned around and retreated directly, and all members of the Wankai pirates exited. This long-running battle is finally over. In this battle, the Holy Land of Mariewa, countless buildings were destroyed. The world government needs a lot of money just to repair these buildings piled up in ruins. Not to mention the battle, they also lost 2 5 elders. And the pirates broke into the Holy Land of Mariewa, fought with the 5 elders and escaped safely, if the news is released. The influence on their shrine Mariewa was enormous. It may even cause many franchise countries to lose trust in their world government, resulting in the loss of heavenly gold. Several 5 elders landed on the ground and did not chase after them. Looking at the backs of Cuomo and others, they lost their minds for a while and glanced at the 2 dead old friends. They had mixed feelings in their hearts. Depression to the extreme. This time, we lost completely. The scarred old man looked at the surrounding ruins, sat on a stone, and looked at the god of medicine. In the end, they still didn't kill Cuomo, the scourge, but killed 2 5 elders. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, a lot of Marines came running from afar, and each one was an elite powerhouse from naval headquarters. And the leader is none other than the Marshal of Naval Headquarters. He slowed down when he saw the distraught looks of several 5 elders. Although he didn't ask, he only needed to look at the expressions of the 5 elders and the surrounding ruins. What the hell happened here? Looking around, there are endless ruins. There is no complete ground, and there are pits and uneven ground everywhere. That's the body of the 5 elders. Looking at the corpse of the blonde old man lying on the ground in the distance, the senior Marine broke out in a cold sweat. Although he knew that a tragic battle had taken place here, he couldn't help but blurt out and express his shock when he saw the scene in front of him. None of the Marine powerhouses around him, as well as the Marine Marshal, were shocked by the scene in front of them. 5 elders are dead. Marshal, Kong walked over and said with a serious face, When Cuomo regains his strength, he can kill Cuomo with his strength. But the fighting Uchiha Madara and others took turns using their abilities to stop him from approaching. So even though Cuomo was extremely weak, he still failed to kill Cuomo. Alas, we underestimated the pirates of 10,000 worlds. Marshal Marine felt mixed feelings at this time, shocked, frightened, and blamed himself. His deeds that shocked the pirates of 10,000 worlds destroyed a large area of the Holy Land Mariewa with only 5 people. It even fought bloody with 5 elders, and killed 5 elders to escape. He was terrified that the pirates of 10,000 realms would develop after they arrived in New World, and he knew that Cuomo and others had terrifying potential. Once the potential was fully tapped, the world will be in chaos. He blamed himself for not knowing that when the 10,000 Worlds pirates invaded the Holy Land Mariewa, he sent more troops. As long as he arrives in person or send a Marine Admiral over, will the situation here change? But it's all useless because the 10,000 Worlds pirates have left. Updates are sent. Please subscribe widely. 7572 rocks. I want to order to the pirates of 10,000 realms. One more for subscription. The Battle of the Holy Land Mariewa has come to an end. None of the pirates of 10,000 realms died, and they successfully crossed the Holy Land of Mariewa and arrived at New World. As for the Holy Land of Mariewa, it suffered heavy losses. 0.25 elders and countless celestial dragons were killed, and of course world government officials were killed. On the second day, the news that shocked the entire New World was released. Because the content of this news was so shocking, the news agencies of the entire New World released it immediately. However, in just one day, people in most of the sea areas of New World knew the news. New World, a certain sea area. There is a huge pirate ship sailing here. This pirate ship is the ship of Rock's Pirate. At this time, the members of Rock's Pirate are eating in a certain room. Ka. Golden Lion pushed the door in with a cigar in his mouth and shouted, "Captain Rock's today's news." Holding the newspaper in his hand, Golden Lion quickly walked in front of Rock's. He had had a full meal and went out to smoke a cigar, and then he saw a few newspapers dropped by the newspaper pigeon. "It's just a newspaper, Shiki," asked the captain, talking about something insignificant when he was eating. Silent Linlin sneered. "Shut up, Linlin." Golden Lion glanced at her indifferently and said coldly, "I don't watch the boring news, Shiki." Rox took a sip of his fine wine, glanced at him, and said indifferently, "No, this is not boring news, Captain Rox." Golden Lion responded with a solemn expression and shook his head. Rox didn't speak when he heard the words, but glanced at him and then took the newspaper from Golden Lion. He just unfolded the newspaper and glanced at it. His pupils shrank slightly, as if he had seen something unbelievable. The pirates of 10,000 Worlds crossed the Holy Land of Mariewa, fought for a long time, destroyed a large number of buildings, killed 2 top leaders of the world government, and escaped safely. Rox unconsciously read out the contents of the newspaper. Is the Wanjia pirates so strong? Can they cross the Holy Land Mariewa? And it can kill the supreme leader of the world government. He glanced at the sign on the newspaper that the New World was famously authentic. So even though Rox didn't believe it, it was true because he knew it was impossible for the newspaper to publish false news. What? The other Rox pirate members were taken aback when they heard Rox read out the contents of the newspaper. They seemed to have heard a shocking news. 5 elders got killed. Pirates of 10,000 realms? Whitebeard was obviously taken aback when he heard the name. The captain of the 10,000 Worlds pirates is Cuomo. He had fought against Cuomo a year ago and knew his strength. But he didn't expect that the strength of the 10,000 Realms pirates was so strong that they dared to cross the Holy Land of Mariewa. They even killed the 5 elders. Is it Cuomo's 10,000 Worlds pirates? Charlotte Linlin frowned slightly upon hearing this. The 10,000 Realms pirates did such a deed, which he did not expect. Even the 5 elders are dead? John was shocked. 5 elders are just a group of old men standing at the top of power. Although they hold the core power of the world government, it doesn't mean they have great strength. Achaku responded calmly. He has never fought against Cuomo's myriad realms pirates, so he doesn't know how scary this pirate group is, and he only thinks that the 5 elders are too weak. Cuomo fought against multiple 5 elders? Rox frowned slightly and continued to look down. Not only is there this content, but there is also a picture of Cuomo standing on top of the Senju Buddha statue with his hands folded on his chest. Manipulate the giant arm of the Senju Buddha statue to shoot pictures of the 5 elders. These photos were taken by Moquin. At that time, he was caught by the people of the world government, and later, because of the arrival of Cuomo, he also fled. But he did not flee directly, but observed secretly, and finally took these pictures. World government caught him, but in the end not only did not cooperate with a news agency like Moquin, but he took such a photo instead. Senju Buddha statue? Rox stared at the photo in the newspaper and was also slightly absent-minded. Just from the photos, He can vaguely feel the haki conveyed by the Senju Buddha statue. Black Dragon. Rox turned a page and saw the black dragon in the newspaper. The picture of the black dragon photographed in the newspaper is that the black dragon swept the 4 or 5 elders with its tail. Is this man Cuomo's crew? Rox turned another page of the newspaper and muttered to himself, staring at Gojo Satoru on the newspaper. The photo in the newspaper was that Gojo Satoru was floating in mid-air, holding the jean publisher's neck. According to the content on the news, they knew that the blonde old man was killed. And this one, Captain Rox. Golden Lion handed Rox another newspaper. This newspaper shot a picture of Uchiha Madara and Unohana Retsu standing in front of the Great Rift Valley. It was marked in the news that the 2 of them killed the 5 elders. Rox's face changed slightly, and he carefully observed the newspaper in his hand. They have come to New World, Captain Rox. Golden Lion snuffed out the cigar in his mouth, sat in his seat, and reminded solemnly. After the battle in the Holy Land of Merihua, the pirates of 10,000 Worlds undoubtedly went to New World. Golden Lion guessed they should be in the New World by now. The pirates of 10,000 Worlds, about to make a deal. Rox finished reading the newspaper in his hand, slowly closed it, and suddenly grinned and said, "He's becoming more and more interested in the Myriad Realms pirates, and he must get this pirates." "What if they refuse that? What to do, Captain Rox?" An officer interrupted suddenly. "If they dare to refuse, I will beat them to surrender. There is nothing I can't get from the crew I want," Rox said confidently. "What about the pirates of 10,000 Worlds crossing the Holy Land Merihua? Couldn't they, Rox, pirate, do it?" Rox also dared to lead the crew across the Holy Land of Merihua, but he didn't want to do it. Because there is no need. In his opinion, Cuomo's crossing of the Holy Land Merihua does not represent anything, because the Holy Land Merihua is the headquarters of the world government. But the Supreme Leader 5 Elders is just a few old men. How strong can they be? "Captain Rox, we don't even know where they are in New World now," Achika said. "Don't worry, in the New World that we will always find him." Rox smiled slightly. "It seems that the battle between our Rox pirate and the pirates of 10,000 Worlds is inevitable, Captain Rox Zero." Whitebeard took a sip of wine and said, "Of course not. If they directly submit to me, we naturally don't have to fight. But if they don't submit, then I can only fight until they surrender." Rox said calmly Road. Sanctuary Merihua, one of the highest council halls. The Marine executives and the leaders of the world government are discussing something. "Damn, why did you release such detailed news?" A world government leader looked at the photos on the table, the Senju Buddha statue fighting 5 elders, and the death of 5 elders with an angry look on his face. They knew that news of the Holy Land of Merihua was bound to spread. Because of the Battle of the Holy Land Merihua, Sabaody Archipelago can feel it. And when Cuomo's pirates of 10,000 Worlds went through Sabaody Archipelago, they must have been seen. It was inevitable that the news of the Holy Land Merihua get out. But 5 elders never expected that the news would be released in such detail. Someone hid in the ruins of the Holy Land Merihua and took this picture clearly. If it is a normal news agency release, it's only possible that it will be released that the strongmen of the Holy Land of Merihua are at war with the pirates of the 10,000 Realms. At this time, they can choose to modify this news, such as the heavy losses of the Wanjia pirates. This way they can also save a little face. But how should they revise the news in this situation? Photos of 5 elders' death are taken. Could it be Moken? A world government executive suddenly thought of something and said, "Moken, that famous news agency president of New World?" Another world government executive asked doubtfully. They have a lot of high-level world government, and everyone has their own tasks. So not all high-level officials knew about Moken's abduction to the Holy Land of Merihua. Mokwine is a well-known news agency in the New World. We wanted to cooperate with them, but they kept refusing, so we wanted to kidnap him 1.2 to the Holy Land of Merihua. Now it seems that he should have escaped and took these photos. A senior official involved in the kidnapping of Moken explained aloud. It was said that the entire meeting room was silent for a while. They were still angry at first, but when they heard the news, they couldn't help sighing. Isn't this shooting yourself in the foot? Forget it, the news has already been released. Try to avoid losing more face, contact New World's news agency, and pay a big price for them to cancel it. A world government executive said helplessly. The news has already been released, and they are unable to change it. Although 5 elders died, they are very sad, but the most important thing now is to reduce the loss. Contact Marine Admiral of New World and ask them to find the pirates of 10,000 Worlds. They are not in good condition now. If they find them, they will be beheaded for public display? Okay. Marshal Marine nodded. Cuomo's pirates of 10,000 realms fought the five elders in the holy land of Mariewa for a long time, and they must have been wounded. This time is their chance. 76. 7318 Innergates and Senju Hashirama. 2 more for subscription. New World, a certain island. The people of Wanjie pirates stayed on this island. Bring the boat back to Gojo Satoru, Cuomo ordered. When they invaded the holy land of Mariewa, they did not take their ships with them. Because it might be destroyed if you take it up, so I stayed in Sabaody Archipelago. Gojo Satoru's spell power can travel through 2 dimensions. Now that they are in New World, Gojo Love can return to Sabaody Archipelago to retrieve the ship. However, these 2 space points cannot last for too long. That is when they did not return for the first half of the Grand Line for a long time. Gojo Satoru's ability couldn't take them directly through the black hole to the first half of the Grand Line. At that time, they also need to spin from the Holy Land Mariewa. Okay. Gojo Gobi gave an okay gesture and then disappeared, but only for a moment. The ship appeared on the sea level in front of their eyes. Finally, you can rest. Looking at the big boat in front of him, Cuomo couldn't help sighing. He had been fighting in the Holy Land Mariewa for a long time. Even he forgot how long he had been fighting, and almost forgot their real purpose of crossing the Holy Land Mariewa. Not to fight the five elders, but to the New World. Cuomo returned to the cabin and came to his own house. He doesn't think about other things now because he is too tired, and in this case, he just wants to sleep. After a long time, Cuomo slept for a long time before waking up. Ding! Congratulations to 07 host. The prestige value has increased by 60. Ding! Congratulations host. Your reputation has increased by 80. Ding! Congratulations host. The reputation point has increased by 100. The sound of the system kept reverberating in Cuomo's mind. He gave a daze and then opened his own property panel. He knew that after going through the Holy Land Mariewa battle, his reputation must have increased a lot. Host Cuomo. Summons, Gojo Satoru, 40%. Uchiha Madara, 40.5%. Unohana Retsu, 38%. Ji Guiyuan, 34%. 190000/80,000. Abilities, Armament Hockey, 1100/2000. Observation Hockey, 1200/2000. Conqueror's Hockey, 1000/3000. Advanced Swordsmanship, 950/2000. Special Abilities, Black Dragon Form, with Style, Sage Mode. Warehouse, none. The story of the Holy Land Mariewa spread throughout half of the New World, shocking countless people, so his reputation has now reached an astonishing 19,000. However, his prestige value is very high, but the prestige value required for his summoning is also very high. Ding! Does the host want to exchange the reputation points for the summoning card of the Heavens and Worlds? The sound of the system enters the brain. Sure. Ding! Congratulations, host. You got a reward card from the Heavens and Worlds. After redeeming one, Cuomo glanced at his reputation on his stats panel. Good guy, the prestige points required for summoning have reached a full 100,000, but fortunately he still has 110,000 prestige points, which can be exchanged for another one. Ding! Does the host want to exchange the reputation points for reward cards from the Heavens and Myriad Realms? Okay. Cuomo chose okay without the slightest hesitation. Now he already has 2 reward cards from the Heavens and Worlds. Ding! Does host want to use reward cards from the Heavens and Worlds? Sure. I don't know what good things will come out. Cuomo muttered. Ding! Congratulations to host for getting 8 Inner Gates. This ability comes from the Hokage Ninja World. 8 Inner Gates temporarily gain great power by unlocking the channels that bind chakra in the human body. When the 8 gates are fully opened, it is also called 8 Inner Gates Formation, which can instantly gain dozens of times the power over the 5 Kages. But the power of the 8 Inner Gates depends on the caster itself, and the power of the caster itself is multiplied. So different people have different powers after opening the 8 Inner Gates. After opening the 8th gate, the Gate of Death, it will also die because its own vitality is exhausted. 8 Inner Gates, this is a good ability, but I don't know if I will die after opening the 8 gates. Cuomo looked at the system's rewards and whispered. 8 Inner Gates is a powerful physical move. In the original Hokage Ninja, it is the channel to open the chakra that binds the human body. In One Piece world, it is the potential to explode in advance. In the original Hokage ninja, opening the 8th gate will consume vitality and eventually lead to death. He didn't know if he would die if he opened it. System prompt: after the host activates the 8th gate, it will not die, but the maintenance time will be very short. By increasing the progress, the maintenance time of the 8th gate can be increased. The notification sound of the system came to his mind, and in the next second, his attribute panel popped up again automatically. Host Cuomo. Summon Gojo Satoru, 43%. Uchiha Madara, 44%. Unohana Retsu, 40%. G. Kunieniki, 69%. 110000/100000. Abilities: Armament Haki, 1100/2000. Observation Haki, 1200/2000. Conqueror's Haki, 1000/3000. Advanced Swordsmanship, 950/2000. Special Abilities: Black Dragon Form, 27%. With Style, 22%. Sage Mode, 23%. 8 Inner Gates, 20%. Warehouse, none. This time, progress appears behind the special ability on the property panel that pops up. Currently, the highest progress is the Black Dragon Form, and the lowest is the newly obtained 8 Inner Gates. Is the maintenance time short? But it's fine, as long as you don't die, everything is fine. What he was afraid of was dying after opening the 8th gate, but the words of the system gave him a reassurance. Since the system says that you won't die after opening the 8th gate, then you really won't die. After all, it is impossible for the system to lie to him. With the 8 Inner Gates, Cuomo has more confidence in New World. At present, he has mastered a lot of abilities, but with 8 Inner Gates, his strongest is physical skills and physical body. After all, 8 Inner Gates, with the power of the Black Dragon, believe that not many people are his opponents. Cuomo carefully considered his abilities for a while, and then used another reward card from the Heavens and Worlds. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully using it and getting Senju Hashirama from the Hokage Ninja World. Hearing the system prompt, Cuomo was slightly taken aback and whispered, "Senju Hashirama?" Senju Hashirama is the leader of the Senju family, one of the founders of Konoha Village, and enjoys the title of Ninja God. He has a bold and upright personality, is good using wood-style secret technique, and has the ability to control tailed beasts. It once defeated Uchiha Madara in the Valley of the End and temporarily guarded the peace of Konoha. His strength in the original book is extremely terrifying, and he can even be called the strongest ninja. How strong his ability is, Cuomo has experienced it. After all, he just fought the 5 elders with wood-style true, several thousand hands in the holy land of Mariewa not long ago. He now sincerely laments the power of the Senju Buddha statue. In the original book, his strength is also above Uchiha Madara because he has defeated Uchiha Madara many times. He and Uchiha Madara are not only old enemies, but also friends. While Cuomo was thinking about Senju Hashirama's deeds, a cloud of white light particles appeared in front of him. This group of light particles slowly gathered into a group and finally formed the appearance of a person. After that, the light particles dissipated and Senju Hashirama appeared in front of him. He has long black hair and is wearing a tight black combat uniform with red layered armor on the outside. There are red iron bracers on the wrists of both ants. His personality is bold and forthright, and he is capable enough to serve as Hokage, although he usually has a gentle personality. But once you get serious, you can frighten the people around you with just your sharp eyes. Welcome, Senju Hashirama. Cuomo stood up with a smile and greeted him. Isn't this my original world? Senju Hashirama looked around and asked curiously. No, this is not your previous world. This world is a whole new world. Cuomo explained. Huh? Really? I thought I was resurrected by the younger generation. Senju Hashirama laughed out loud. Because of his terrifying strength, he was once resurrected by Orochimaru in the form of impure world reincarnation after his death. Although the system had already told him about this world when it sent him to this world. But he was still a little worried, and it was his younger generation who resurrected him. But he was relieved to get Cuomo's answer. It seems that in your original world, many people are thinking about your strength. Cuomo also smiled when he heard this. It's all about the past. Now that I have come to this world, presumably, there will be no younger generation to resurrect me from that world. Exactly. Cuomo nodded. Now Senju's home has been sent to this world by him using the system. No matter how the people of Hokage Ninja World use the power of impure world reincarnation, it is impossible to bring him back to that world again. Because Senju Hashirama has gained new life. You have the ability to resurrect me, which means there should be other people you resurrected here. Senju Hashirama said suddenly. You guessed it, right? I did resurrect other people, and that there is another person you are familiar with. At the end, Cuomo showed a meaningful smile. Oh, familiar people. Senju Hashirama suddenly became interested when he heard the words, and asked with a smile. Yeah. Cuomo nodded. 77-74 Cuomo Madara. Look what I brought. 3 more, please subscribe. Holy Land Mariewa, Panga City. Panga City is where I'm lives, and under normal circumstances no one would step into this place. But at this time, there was a sound of footsteps in the corridor outside Panga City. Thump, thump, thump. 3 old men walked along the corridor. Their faces were heavy, and they each had their own concerns. They were supposed to meet him a long time ago, but because of the death of their old friend, they were overly sad, and now they are relieved. Oh, I've got a headache now, so I can't avoid scolding, the scarred old man said with an embarrassed expression. The 10,000 Worlds pirates fought with their 5 elders, and in the end, not only did the 10,000 Worlds pirates not stay, they even killed 2 of them. He felt ashamed to see him, but they had to report the situation of the battle. Alas, the pirates of 10,000 realms, did I ask really a headache? The old man with the knife said with a deep sigh. This is the greatest shame they have suffered since they came to power. They have already rushed to New World. I believe they will soon face those strong players in New World, and no matter who wins, it will be good for us. The old man in the suit comforted himself. He can only think so, in order to comfort himself. But in New World, it will be even more difficult to get rid of the Myriad Realms pirates. And no matter how they develop, the threat will only become bigger and bigger, the blond old man said with a serious expression. The Wanjia pirates, although there are currently only 5 people. But they have fought against these 5 people, and they clearly know how terrifying the strength of these people is. What's more terrible is that the people of Wanjia pirates are still very young and have a lot of room for development. With such strength now, if they grow up, it's unimaginable. Don't think about so many other things. Let's think about how to report the situation to Lord M. The old man in the suit reminded. Everyone has come to the gate of Panga City, but none of them opened the gate at this time. They briefly discussed for a while, thought about their arguments, and then pushed open the door in front of them. Stay dumb. The door was pushed open, and what came into view was a very magnificent hall and exquisite installations. There is a void throne in the center of the hall, and M sits in the center. 5 elders, come and meet Lord M. 5 elders knelt down in unison, and the sound resounded throughout the hall. Master M. The scarred old man raised his head slightly, wanting to speak first, but M interrupted him. 5 elders? Are you sure it's 5 elders? M sat on the throne, slowly opened his eyes, and asked with a sneer. The scarred old man's face froze when he heard this. He didn't speak, but lowered his head. They really can't be called 5 elders now. Because 2 5 elders died, they can now be called the 3 elders. Being invaded by pirates, you not only failed to resist, but were even killed by 2 of you, and were even escaped by them. You are really incompetent, M coldly said. Her voice was not loud, but it made the 5 elders kneeling in the center of the hall sweat coldly on their foreheads. None of the 5 elders dared to speak at this time, but rested their foreheads on the floor and remained silent. Time passed by second, but only a few seconds passed, but 5 elders felt as if they had passed through a long time, although they hold the core rights of world government. But in front of him, they can say that they don't have much dignity, and they don't even dare to speak. Officials crushing people to death at the first level is exactly the description of the current situation. How about the loss of the Holy Land Mariewa? M said coldly with her hands on her face. Most of the area was destroyed, and the death toll of the celestial dragons is about more than 50. The long, straight-haired old man raised his head slightly against the pressure on him and reported, You guys really gave me a surprise. Hearing the answer from the old man with a knife, M sneered. You must know that the Holy Land Mariewa is the headquarters of the world government, and a pirate invasion can still cause such a large loss. It's all about standing over their heads and giving them a slap. Even him couldn't help being a little angry after causing such a big loss. Sorry, Master M, this is our negligence. The scarred old man responded respectfully. You also know that it's your dereliction of duty. This time, you have lost the face of the world government for 800 years. Coldly said. The five elders didn't dare to speak and fell silent. Your performance disappointed me, but I will give you a chance to make up for your mistakes. There was turmoil in New World. Someone found the storage place of the Pluton battleship. I don't know if it is true or not. If it is true, find a way to get it a battleship. Ordered. The Pluton battleship is one of the three ancient weapons. It is an extremely evil battleship created by the ancestors of the seven water capitals. It has the ability to destroy an island with one shot. Dare to ask the whole world today, is there any ship that can withstand a shell from the Pluton battleship? Even if Cuomo's ship is made of the treasure tree atom, it can't withstand a few guns, which is enough to prove the horror of the Pluton battleship. At this time, the blueprint of the Pluton battleship should be in Tom's hands, but the Pluton battleship is somewhere in the world. The power of this warship is too terrifying, so the ancestors of the seventh water capital hid it. Now that New World is in turmoil, it is rumored that someone has found the Pluton battleship. Knew that it was not a rumor, but that someone really found the Pluton battleship. It is precisely because of this that the two admirals who were originally in the first half of the Grand Line were transferred to New World in order to find the Pluton battleship. However, although the Pluton battleship was found by someone, that person was unable to drive the battleship out due to various reasons. As for who that person is, not many people in the whole world know now, but everyone is investigating. Pluton battleship, several five elders murmured. Obtaining the Pluton battleship can be regarded as making up for the combat power of the world government. Sitting on the throne, said coldly. Their world government lost 2 five elders, and now they have to make up for it with the help of the main battleship. Do whatever you can to get it and don't let me down. Yes, Lord M. The five elders responded in unison. Although this task is very difficult, they don't want to disappoint him. Hearing this, slowly closed his eyes and waved his hand to let them leave. The five elders got up and left the hall. New World, a certain sea area. Cuomo's boat was sailing on the sea, and Uchiha Madara was lying on a rocking chair, basking in the sun at this time. Kuni was practicing sword hard. Gojo Satoru was fishing, and Hanaretsu was cooking in the kitchen. Madara. Cuomo's voice reached Uchiha Madara's ears. Huh? Uchiha Madara heard Cuomo tell him to stretch, stood up and asked, Look who I brought. Cuomo smiled, pointing at Senju Hashirama beside him. Hashirama. Uchiha Madara saw Senju Hashirama's pupil shrunk, with a hint of surprise on his face. Long time no see. You are not so energetic, Madara. Senju Hashirama greeted Uchiha Madara with a smile, although he is ready to meet his friends. But Senju Hashirama couldn't help but smile when he learned that his friend was Uchiha Madara. The two of them haven't seen each other for a long time. Why are you here, Hashirama? Uchiha Madara asked with a deep breath. It was Cuomo who gave me a new lease on life, and so must you, Madara, Senju Hashirama responded. Next second, Uchiha Madara rushed directly to Senju Hashirama. His fist covered haki and hit Senju Hashirama. You're still alive, Madara. Senju Hashirama was not angry when he saw the scene in front of him, but unconsciously missed Uchiha Madara once, facing his fist. Senju Hashirama did not attack, but defended with his arms in front of him. Uchiha Madara's attack caused the ship to vibrate slightly. Is there an enemy? Hanaretsu, who was cooking in the kitchen, suddenly rushed out, pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist, and stared at Senju Hashirama with murderous intent. He thought Senju Hashirama was the intruder. He was about to attack Senju Hashirama, but Cuomo quickly stopped him and explained, He is not an enemy, he is our new member. New member? Hanaretsu asked, a bit puzzled. Since they are our new members, why did they fight? They are from the same world. Maybe they're using a special way to reminisce. Cuomo explained with a smile. Bang, bang, bang. Uchiha Madara kept attacking Senju Hashirama, but Senju Hashirama never counterattacked and kept defending. Counterattack Hashirama. Uchiha Madara yelled while attacking. No, I won't fight back against Madara. Senju Hashirama didn't want to attack Uchiha Madara. Because this is not the Hokage ninja world, Anu Zhao wants to let go of the past. Uchiha Madara kept attacking Senju Hashirama. He lost interest in beating him and stopped the attack in his hand. Senju Hashirama looked at the reddened arm, then at Uchiha Madara. It's really boring, Uchiha Madara said flatly. Senju Hashirama didn't counterattack at all and kept defending, so what's the point of this match? Let go of the past, Madara, Senju Hashirama said with a sigh. The moment I was reborn, the grievances between Senju and Uchiha clan had disappeared, and I'd already let go of the past, Hashirama. Now I am just Uchiha Madara, and you are just Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Madara looked at Senju Hashirama faintly Taoist. In the original world, he was already tired enough to live, but now that he was reborn in a brand new world, he should have a brand new start, and he didn't want to pick up the old grievances again. Fighting Senju Hashirama, he just vented the last remaining dissatisfaction in his heart, but he didn't expect that Senju Hashirama didn't fight back at all, so it would be boring. Are you relieved? Senju Hashirama smiled upon hearing this. Let go of the past. Let go of the grievances and grievances of the past. This is exactly what Senju Hashirama is looking forward to seeing. 78, 75 rocks, pirates' choices and actions, 1 subscription required. I will start a new life in this world, and I don't want to hold on to the past. Uchiha Madara retracted armament haki, pretending to be very casual. Yeah, this is a brand new world. We should also have a brand new life. Senju Hashirama sighed. Seeing the two reconciled, Cuomo also laughed out of relief. The two people who were supposed to be friends in the original world became old enemies due to various reasons afterwards. Now that they have traveled to this world, the two finally let go of the past, let go of all grievances and reunited. But Madara, what ninjutsu did you use on your arm just now? Senju Hashirama asked curiously. What he said was exactly the armament haki used by Uchiha Madara. A product of this world, armament haki, one of Conqueror's haki. Uchiha Madara calmly explained. Conqueror's haki? I'm quite interested. I think I can try to learn it. Senju Hashirama put his arm on Uchiha Madara's shoulder and smiled familiarly. Uchiha Madara glanced at Senju Hashirama from the corner of her eye, but she didn't push her away, and said arrogantly, It's up to you. Thank you so much. Senju Hashirama laughed. Not only the armed color, but you can also awaken the other two. Cuomo reminded. Uchiha Madara, Uno Hanaretsu, Jigyon, Gojo Saru, although they're all strong people who have traveled through time. But they all have the Conqueror's haki, because they're all born kings. Not to mention Senju Hashirama, he is a strong player at the same level as Uchiha Madara. If Uchiha Madara can awaken Conqueror's haki, surely Senju Hashirama can too. What is Conqueror's haki? Senju Hashirama asked with his hand on his chin. Conqueror's haki is a kind of Conqueror's haki. Only one person in a million people has this kind of power. 377. Gojo Satoru, who was fishing, said, Oh, it sounds like a strong force. Senju Hashirama was very interested when he heard that. Of course, it's very strong. Yuani, show him a demonstration. Cuomo looked at Ji Yuan, who was practicing sword practice, and ordered. No problem. Ji Yuan carried the Riluan saber on one shoulder, with a calm expression, and in the next second centered on him. The intense haki quickly spread around. A natural pressure covered Senju Hashirama's body, blowing his long hair. What a strong momentum! Senju Hashirama stared at Ji Yuani and praised. After Gua Yuani released Conqueror's haki, the aura on his body has changed, and he has a terrifying aura that intimidates others. This is the power of Conqueror's haki. It can deter others. It is the most suitable way to clean up miscellaneous soldiers. Cuomo reminded. Although the momentum is good, but only one Conqueror's haki will appear in every million people, it can't be only the power to shock others, Cuomo. Senju Hashirama asked solemnly. Of course, Conqueror's haki is proficient enough to master Conqueror's haki. Cuomo's arm wrapped around a cloud of red air and explained. Like this. Conqueror's winding is a power zone that can only be mastered if you have mastered Conqueror's too deeply. Kaido in the original book once said that there are only a handful of people in this world who can master Conqueror's winding. Because if you want to use Conqueror's winding, you must first have Conqueror's, and you must practice it to a deep level. Extremely difficult. Do you want to try its power? Cuomo asked with a smile. Okay. Senju Hashirama smiled, stepped forward, came to Cuomo, and said calmly. Cuomo he knew wouldn't hit him hard. Cuomo lightly punched Senju Hashirama in the abdomen, and Senju Hashirama felt dizzy in the next second. Although this dizziness is not strong, it cannot be ignored. The power of Conqueror's entanglement has high destructive power, And another point is that the shock of conquerors is driven into the enemy's body, which can easily cause a sense of dizziness. Cuomo retracted conqueror's haki explained. For example, Luffy in the original book was stunned by Kaido's thunder and ate trigrams, but he woke up with no major injuries. This is because the conquerors is entwined, and the strong sense of awe directly shakes into Luffy's body, forcibly causing dizziness. Personal guess, if there is a problem, remind, the author will change it. Then how should I learn this ability? Senju Hashirama asked with a nod of interest. Cuomo explained to him the principle of conquerors. After a bit of prodding, Senju Hashirama learned conqueror's haki. Only 6 of his crew members currently join him, but each is a natural-born slaughterer. Each one is a powerhouse with terrifying combat power in the original world. After learning conqueror's haki, Senju Hashirama began to learn armament haki and observation haki from Uchiha Madara. Coming to a brand new world, it is natural to fully experience the power and characteristics of this world. Since coming to New World, the pirates of 10,000 Realms often encountered conflicts with many pirate groups. Because the New World pirates are a bunch of arrogant guys. Knowing that they crossed the Holy Land Mariawa, they all wanted to challenge them. New World, a certain sea area. Rock's pirate's boat has been sailing on the sea for a long time. They finally got the information of the 10,000 Worlds pirates. But also, they also got information on the Pluton ship. The coordinates of the Pluton battleship were deciphered by someone in New World, so they have been investigating this person. After all, once they find this person, it means they get the Pluton battleship. The Pluton warship is one of the 3 ancient weapons, possessing the power to destroy the world. Even the Rocks are desperate for it. In the conference room on the Rocks ship, Captain Rocks, shall we go to the Pluton first, or first to the 10,000 Worlds pirates? Ochako asked. Off. After a lot of time, they finally got the whereabouts of the 10,000 Realms pirates, but at this time they also got the whereabouts of the Pluton battleship. Now they are discussing which one to go to first. I think it's better to go to the Pluton battleship first. After all, we managed to get some clues. If we get the Pluton battleship, the whole sea, which pirate group can compete with our Rocks pirate? Charlotte Linlin offered her opinion that it would be better to go to the Pluton first. I also think it's best to find the Pluton battleship first. Although New World is big, it's not easy to find the pirates of 10,000 Worlds. But Cuomo is always a New World. As long as we want to find it, we will find it sooner or later. But the Pluton battleship is different. If this thing is obtained by others, we will not only lose it, but also may be in big trouble. Golden Lion also agrees with Charlotte Linlin's proposal. It is best to go to the Pluton battleship first. If the Pluton battleship is acquired by Marine will definitely not wait to use the power of the Pluton battleship to eliminate their New World big pirates. If it is obtained by other overlord forces, the same is true. Those forces definitely do not allow the existence of Rock's pirate. Pluton battleship, only mastered by the Rock's pirate. This is the best choice. What's your opinion? Rocks was silent for a while, asking the opinions of those around him. Captain Rocks, I think that we can send someone to invite the 10,000 Realms pirates to join us.at this time. We will go to the Pluton battleship. A cadre expressed his opinion. So, who are you going to send? Rocks glanced at the many pirates present. Charlotte Linlin, Silver Axe, John, Whitebeard, and Golden Lion all frowned unconsciously at this time, afraid of being selected. Because all of them knew very well that it was impossible for the myriad world's pirates to join them. But even if they said it with the pride of the pirates present, they would definitely not believe it. So they know very well that it is useless to say it. In their opinion, whoever invites the pirates of 10,000 Realms is asking for trouble. I'll go, Captain Rocks. Ochako volunteered and stood up. He has never seen the power of the pirates of the 10,000 Realms with his own eyes, so he has no fear of the pirates of the 10,000 Realms. Okay. Rocks glanced at him and nodded. Rocks knew that Ochako wasn't an easy role to play, and he was a good fit. I will not let you down, Captain Rocks, Ochako said calmly. That's up to you. Rocks laughed. You have to come back alive, Ochako. At this moment, Golden Lion laughed with half sympathy on his face. He fought Cuomo twice, and is all too familiar with the strength Cuomo now possesses. And the Wanjia pirates are all monsters. Although Ochako is very strong, but if he dares to provoke the 10,000 Worlds pirates, he can only die. I don't love Shiki like you. Ochako sneered. What did you say? Golden Lion stood up abruptly upon hearing the words, with his hand on the blade at his waist, his face extremely gloomy. "You're afraid of the pirates of 10,000 worlds, right, Shiki?" Achaku continued to sneer after seeing Golden Lion's actions like this. Although he was imprisoned in the Grand Line prison, he followed the news when he escaped. One of them is that Golden Lion was defeated by the Myriad Realms pirates who had just sailed, and there were only 3 people on board at that time. So he only thinks that Golden Lion, that I say weakling. Just as Golden Lion was about to say something, Rox ordered, "Sit down." Golden Lion snorted coldly when he heard Rox's voice, then sat in his seat. And Achaku still had a mocking smile on his face, staring at the Golden Lion all the time. "That's the end of this discussion. The Achaku ship is ready for you. Let's set sail now. We are going to find the Pluton battleship." Rox directed to Achaku. "This matter has come to an end. There is no need to continue the discussion. Without further ado, they need to act now." "Yes, Captain Rox." 79. 76. The new bounties of the Pirates of the Thousand Worlds. 2 more subscriptions required. Rox pirate looking for the whereabouts of the Pluton battleship. Achaku is looking for the 10,000 Worlds pirates based on intelligence and prepares to win them over according to Rox's instructions. New world, a certain sea area. The ship of the Pirates of the Thousand Worlds is driving here. Since there is enough food on board, they don't have to go to the island to buy supplies. At this time, Cuomo was training on the boat, and a delivery pigeon flew across the sky. Cuomo throws 100 Baileys. Clatter. The paper pigeon dropped a few reward orders and landed on Kyuin's boat. Cuomo, who was training, reached out to catch the bounty, and then unfolded the bounty, his pupils shrinking. "Madara, Wojo Wu, Uni Hualai, our bounty is out." Cuomo shouted to several people around him. That's right, the reward in Cuomo's hand is not about others, but their 10,000 Realms pirates. Has the reward order come out? Uchiha Madara glanced at Cuomo, who was training with Senju Hashirama, and stopped. 1.8 billion Baileys. Cuomo handed him the bounty for Uchiha Madara. In the first half of the Grand Line, the reward for Uchiha Madara was only 300 million berries. After experiencing the Battle of the Holy Land Mariewa, his bounty directly soared to 1.8 billion Baileys. A full increase of 1.5 billion Baileys. The reason why it can be so high. It was entirely because of his act of killing the 5 elders, which completely annoyed the world government. At the same time, the act of killing 5 elders also made those powerhouses in world government and naval headquarters understand how terrifying his strength is. The strength of Uchiha Madara is completely worthy of the bounty of 1.8 billion. Is it 1.8 billion berries? It's not bad. Uchiha Madara accepted the bounty from Cuomo, and the corner of his mouth slightly raised. "What about me, Cuomo? What is my bounty?" Gojo Satoru asked excitedly with his arm on Cuomo's shoulder. "Like Madara, your bounty is also 1.8 billion Baileys." Cuomo flipped through the bounty order and handed him the bounty order for 5 love affairs. Gojo Satoru also killed the 5 elders in the Holy Land Mariewa, so he was also rated as a dangerous person by world government and naval headquarters. So his bounty is the same as that of Uchiha Madara, which is 1.8 billion Baileys. Madara. Our bounties are the same. Gojo Satoru accepted the bounty from Cuomo, put his arm on Uchiha Madara's shoulder with a smile, and glanced at his bounty order. "Am I offering a reward of 800 million Baileys? This doesn't fit my identity." Ji Guiyuan took the reward order from Cuomo, resting his chin on his hand, trying to figure it out careful. Road. Although 800 million Baileys is quite a lot, it is still a lot worse than Gojo Satoru Uchiha Madara. 800 million? It's not too low for Yuan-e. The reason why Uchiha Madara and Gojo Satoru offered a bounty as high as 1.8 billion Baileys. That's because they had previously offered a bounty of 300 million Baileys. After experiencing the Battle of the Holy Land Mariewa, the reason why the bounty can reach 1.8 billion Baileys is that many of the bonuses come from the fact that they killed the 5 elders. After Guiyuan experienced the Battle of Mariewa in the Holy Land, the bounty directly reached 800 million Baileys. It can be said that Ji Guiyuan started with 800 million Pele, which is higher than Cuomo's 20 million Pele. That's true. Ji Guiyuan nodded upon hearing this. "How much is your bounty, Cuomo?" Unohana Retsu asked with a smile. "Mine." Cuomo looked down at his bounty. 22 billion Baileys. Cuomo's bounty is 2.2 billion Baileys, although he didn't kill the 5 elders. but he is the captain of the Myriad Realms pirates. When using with style true several thousand hands, he restrained many five-old stars in a short time. Such a record has to be said to be very outrageous. His strength is indeed worthy of the bounty of 2.2 billion berries. 22 billion Baileys. Higher than me? Gojo hurriedly moved over to watch the bounty in Cuomo's hand. It is true that the bounty of 2.2 billion Baileys is 400 million Baileys more than him. By the way, voila, this is your bounty. Cuomo suddenly thought of something and handed the bounty in his hand to Unohana Retsu. His bounty is 1.2 billion Baileys, and such a bounty is not low. Mostly because Unohana Retsu stayed by Cuomo's side towards the end of the battle and didn't engage the five elders. If she fights five elders, she might kill the five elders, and his bounty will increase a lot by then. 2 billion Baileys. Unohana Retsu glanced at his bounty, but didn't pay much attention to the number. The bounty level does not affect her strength. This is nothing more than the world government and naval headquarters assessment of her hazard. After Achiku left the Rock's pirate, the Rock pirates also set sail to find the whereabouts of the Pluton battleship. Clatter! A flock of newspaper delivery pigeons floated down from the sky, and several reward orders were scattered. Whitebeard, who was lying on a chair drinking fine wine, noticed the bounty order falling from above. He took the reward order, took a sip of fine wine, and glanced at the reward order. His pupils constricted violently. Cough, cough. I almost coughed up the fine wine I had just imported. And I asked the wine too strong, Edward? The golden lion lying on the rail of the boat saw that Whitebeard coughed out of drinking and couldn't help laughing. Whitebeard ignored the golden lion's words, put the wine aside, and carefully watched Cuomo's reward order in his hand. Sure enough, it's 2.2 billion Baileys. Whitebeard gasped and said, "You must know that he has been in New World for so long and has done a lot of great things with the Rock's pirate. His current bounty is only 800 million Baileys. And Cuomo's bounty is as high as 2.2 billion Baileys. What 2.2 billion Baileys?" Hearing Whitebeard's self-talk, Golden Lion leaned over with some doubts. The first time he saw the reward order, his pupils contracted violently like Whitebeard, and he quickly took the newspaper in Whitebeard's hand. Count the numbers below the bounty carefully. Must. 1Z. 1 billion. 2.2 billion Baileys. Golden Lion also exclaimed, Cuomo's bounty is as high as 2.2 billion Baileys. After the Battle of the Holy Land Marihua, did Cuomo's bounty soar to such an extent? Whose bounty is 2.2 billion Baileys? Rox came over and asked not far away. He has been in New World for many years, and the current bounty is only 2.35 billion Baileys. In New World, there are only a handful of big pirates with more than 2 billion Baileys, and Rox knows that those people, generally, they will not make any big moves, and naturally they will not increase the bounty. Rox was very curious which big pirate made the move, and Xiao rewarded Jinbao with 2.2 billion Baileys that day. Captain Rox, this is Cuomo's bounty from the Pirates of 10,000 Worlds. Golden Lion handed the bounty to Rox. Cuomo. Rox's expression changed slightly. In addition to Cuomo himself offering a bounty of up to 2.2 billion berries, his crew's bounty is not low. Unohana Retsu, a bounty of 1.2 billion Baileys is on offer. Following Guoyuan, a bounty of 800 million Baileys is offered. Gojo Satoru offers a bounty, 1.8 billion Baileys. Uchiha Madara offers a bounty, 1.8 billion Baileys. One by one, Whitebeard read out the bounties for all the members of the 10,000 Worlds Pirates. Given such a high bounty, it seems that the world government attaches great importance to them. Rox stared at Cuomo's bounty in his hand and said in a deep voice, "That kid Achika seems like he's going to be in danger." Golden Lion suddenly grinned. Achiku has a slightly grumpy temper, and the 10,000 Worlds Pirates are also not good at it. But when Achiku invites the Pirates of 10,000 Worlds, he speaks rudely and provokes the other party. He must die on the spot. I hope they can join our Rox pirate. With their help, I can fulfill my dream just around the corner, Rox said solemnly. Even though he knows the chances of the 10,000 Worlds Pirates agreeing to join the Rox pirate are slim, he still thinks there's a chance. On the other side, New World, a certain marine base. He hurried to the door of a certain medical room with a reward order, and then opened the door. Lying in this medical room, it is Garp and Sengoku, while Kong is talking with them. Since Cuomo's Pirates of 10,000 Worlds came to New World, Sengoku, Garp, Crane, and Kong also applied to be transferred to New World. The reason why Garp and others were injured was because they ran into a famous big pirate when they first came to New World. In the end, Kong, Garp, and Sengoku teamed up to capture the big pirate, but they also suffered injuries. Xiao, are you here to visit us? Garp was lying on the hospital bed, although his body was wrapped in bandages, but he held snacks in his hand and laughed while eating. Injured, still eating snacks. You really are hopeless to save Garp. Seeing that Garp didn't suffer too much fatal injury and was still eating snacks leisurely, he unconsciously relaxed in one breath. Huh. Garp laughed heartlessly while eating his snack. What are you holding in your hand? Kong asked curiously when he saw a few papers in his hand. Oh, by the way, this is the reward order from the Pirates of Myriad Worlds. Crane suddenly reacted and handed the reward order to Kong. She came here this time not only to visit Garp and the others, but also because the reward order for the Pirates of 10,000 Worlds has been released. Reward order? How much is Cuomo's bounty? Sengoku, who was resting on the bed, sat up and asked impatiently when he heard Crane's words. Cuomo's bounty, 2.2 billion Baileys. Kong frowned and stared at the bounty in his hand. 22 billion Baileys. Sengoku was taken aback when he heard the words and took a deep breath. Joining New World for the first time, offering a bounty, has reached the overlord level? Garp stopped eating snacks and his face became solemn. The bounty offered by his members is also not low. Kong handed the reward order to the two of them. After Sengoku and Garp saw the bounties offered by the Pirates of the 1,000 Worlds and others, their complexions became more serious. Hey, the world government suffered heavy losses in the Battle of the Holy Land Mariewa, so it's not surprising that they have such a bounty. Kong sighed. He experienced the Battle of Mariewa in the Holy Land and saw the power of the Pirates of 10,000 Realms with his own eyes. He was not too surprised that Cuomo had such a bounty on offer. After all, in that battle, 5 elders died. Seeking flowers. Sooner or later, I will personally arrest them and put them in prison, Garp said solemnly with firm eyes. Garp, recover quickly. We have to train harder. Sengoku stared at Garp solemnly and instructed. I see. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, several days have passed. Is this the 10,000 Worlds Pirates? While Cuomo and the others were discussing, a voice came to their ears, and then a pirate jumped up and came to the ship. Is this your friend Cuomo? Hashirama glanced at Achiku suspiciously, then at Cuomo. I don't know. Cuomo responded, shaking his head. He has no friends in this pirate world except his crew. Because when he traveled to this world, he was on a deserted island, and he couldn't make friends at all. He didn't know who the pirate in front of him was. That means he is the enemy? Hashirama stared at Achiku with a terrifying aura. Are you kidding, Cuomo? You don't even know my name? Achiku said coldly. Who are you? Cuomo said flatly, shaking his head. He's not familiar with the man in front of him at all, and he doesn't know who he is at all. The original book's description of Wang Dan is. He doesn't even know what Achiku looks like. How could he know him? That's right, after that damn Marine captured me, the Grand Line's legend about me was also concealed by the world government, but I escaped in the end, and I became stronger. What is he talking about? Hashirama stared at Achiku in confusion, not knowing what he was talking about. I don't know either. Cuomo said with the same puzzled look on his face. Achiku said so much, but Cuomo still didn't know what he was talking about, and he didn't know who he was. You should have heard of the name Achiku, Achiku said proudly. Achiku, haven't heard of it. Uchiha Madara folded his hands on his chest and stared at him with a flat face. In fact, when they were in the 7 Water Capital, the people in Marine talked about this incident. But Uchiha Madara didn't care about such things at all, so he didn't remember Achika's name at all. After all, when they met at that time, Kong was nothing to him, let alone Kong's subordinates who were defeated. The name of the week is not worthy to be remembered by Uchiha Madara. Achiku seems to have some impressions, but that I can't remember. Gojo Satoru put his chin on his hand and recalled earnestly. Had you forgotten? The 7 waters have crossed the sea. Achika was defeated by Marine Kong. Who did I think Kong is Cuomo's defeated opponent, and you, the defeated opponent, dare to trouble us? Gojo sneered disdainfully. Damn it, do you want to mention this? I got much better than him now. When Achiku heard Unohana Retsu tell about how he was defeated by Kong, his face suddenly became grim. What he wants Cuomo and others to remember is the legend left by his grand line, not the fact that he was defeated. So you said so much. What is the purpose to fight? Cuomo said lightly. Why don't you just throw him into the sea? Among the crowd, the voice of Uchiha Madara sounded. Okay. Everyone nodded in agreement. Wait a minute. Seeing that Cuomo was about to attack him, Achiku hurriedly stopped him. I didn't come here today to fight with you. Captain Rox asked me to invite you to join the Rox Pirate. Achika said the main purpose of coming here. Join the Rox Pirate. Are you kidding me? Cuomo chuckled. It's just Rox Pirate, and I want to win them over. Even if Rox Pirate was asked to join their Myriad Realms Pirates, he would not agree. I'm not joking. Achika's expression darkened when he heard Cuomo's laughter. I know you're not kidding, but either Captain Rox was kidding me. Cuomo responded with a smile. So, what's your answer to join? OR.to refuse. Achiku asked coldly with murderous intent in his eyes. Are you stupid or are you pretending to be stupid? What do you think my answer is? Cuomo responded with disdain. Look at your tone. Are you going to refuse? You Rox Pirates are not worthy to invite me to join. Cuomo said calmly. But it's just crossing the holy land of rejoiced. Do you really think you are great, Cuomo? Seeing Cuomo's proud look, Achiku was very upset. He was dubbed the Great Pirate on the Grand Line. When he crossed the sea, there was no Pirates of 10,000 Worlds at all. The 10,000 Worlds Pirates was a pirate group that rose up after he was imprisoned. It's just a few short years. He didn't believe how strong a pirate group could be for a few years. The so-called crossing the holy land of Mariehwa caused the death of 5 elders. Thought it was just that 5 elders were too weak. After all, the 5 elders are just a bunch of old men, which doesn't represent Cuomo's strength. 80. 77, is this guy being funny? Ask for flowers. If you think you can do it, you can try it too. Gojo Satoru sneered disdainfully. You are the only ones who are so bored and do such meaningless things. The ambition of our Rox Pirate is to dominate the world. Achika sneered. Whether it is meaningful or meaningless, it seems that this is none of your business. Now I give you 2 choices. Shut up and leave or die here. Cuomo's eyes burst into murderous intent, giving he has 2 choices. It's a big joke. How about it? I will give you 2 choices. One is to lead your entire pirate group to join the Rox Pirate, and the other is to destroy you with our own hands, Rox Pirates. Achika didn't mind afraid of Cuomo's threat, he replied. Are you not going to leave alive? Cuomo asked suspiciously. The place where Achiku is now is not the so-called Rox Pirate, but 8 is his 10,000 Worlds Pirates. Dare to threaten them on their ship. How dare Achiku? You dare to kill me? Achiku grinned and asked with a cold snort. Although this is the ship of the Myriad Realms Pirates, he has no fear in his heart. After all, he never put the pirates of 10,000 realms in his eyes. Plus, he's a Rox Pirate crew member, so he thinks Cuomo wouldn't dare do anything to him. We dare to kill the 5 elders. Do you think your status is more noble than them? Uchiha Madara smiled contemptuously. Yes, the pirates of 10,000 worlds crossed the holy land of Mariehwa, even dared to kill the 5 elders. What is a mere Achiku? Come on our boat and dare to threaten us.d. Or you think we dare not kill you? Ji Guiyuan said indifferently as soon as he pulled out the Riluan saber. Just because you guys dare to attack me? I belong to Rox Pirate. Achiku reminded in a cold voice when he saw the murderous intent emanating from Cuomo and the others. What about the Rox Pirate? Senju Hashirama snorted coldly, covered in purple air currents. A strong sense of oppression from Senju Hashirama as the center quickly spread to the surroundings. It's a mix of conquerors and ninjutsu oppression. Damn it! Achiku felt the pressure from Senju Hashirama, and a strand of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He knew that the man in front of him wasn't easy. I'll leave this person to Cuomo, Senju Hashirama said, looking back at Cuomo. When he came to this world for the first time, he realized that he could not display his combat power at his peak, so he wanted to test his current combat power through battle. Whatever you want, get rid of him quickly. Cuomo agreed with an okay gesture. Can you do Hashirama? Uchiha Madara folded his arms across his chest and looked at Senju Hashirama with a big brother look. Although the strength is not at its peak, I think it is enough to deal with him. Yusho Hashirama turned his head and smiled calmly. Don't underestimate me, bastard. Achiku heard Senju Hashirama's defiant words, and veins popped up on his forehead. Achiku was tall, with a large sword on his shoulder and charged directly at Senju Hashirama. Boom! Seeing the attacking sword, Senju Hashirama's face changed slightly, and he directly caught Ochika's sword with his palm. He currently does not possess armament haki, so he resists with his physical body alone. Is your strength just like this? I thought it was very strong, but it turns out it's just a bluff. Ochiku was surprised for a moment when Senju Hashirama blocked his sword with his bare hands. His strength is not weak. Senju Hashirama dared to defend his big sword without using armament haki with his body, which really scared him. But in the next second, he found that the position of Senju Hashirama's palm was bleeding. That is to say, his knife slashing Senju Hashirama. Hashirama seems to have only recently started learning armament haki, but there is no haki. Rushing to play like this seems not very good. Ji Guiyuan looked at Senju Hashirama with a little worry. It looks like he needs our help. Gojo Satoru rested his chin on his hand and meditated. The next second, he wanted to rush towards Ochaku. No need to help Gojo Satoru. Uchiha Madara stopped him and warned. Although Hashirama's strength is not as strong as mine, it is not something this arrogant pirate can defeat. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama have been friends for many years, and even enemies for many years, so he knows very well how terrifying Senju Hashirama's strength is. Although it is not at its peak now, it is not something that Ochaku can defeat. Don't worry about watching it, Satoru Hashirama. But it's very strong. Cuomo sat on the chair, took a bite of the apple, and said flatly. He wasn't worried at all that Senju Hashirama was no match for Ochaku, even without armament haki. Senju Hashirama's resilience, but very pervert. Damn bastard. Ochaku glanced coldly at Cuomo and the others. Seeing the calm appearance of a few people, he was filled with anger. When was he so despised? Crack. The next second, there was a click sound from his knife, his pupil shrank slightly, and he quickly focused on Senju Hashirama. I saw cracks appearing on the blade in his hand, and the cracks were constantly spreading around. How is it possible? Ochika's face changed slightly, and he stared at Senju Hashirama in a little surprise. The knife in his hand was cracked by Senju Hashirama with brute force. You know, he is useless even armament haki. Snap! With a crisp sound, the knife in Tinyuan's hand broke completely. It seems that I underestimated you. Ochaku took a broken knife and took a few steps back with a gloomy face. Being able to break the big knife in his hand with physical strength, even he was a little surprised by such a strange power. But what surprised him even more was still behind. I saw that the wound on Senju Hashirama's palm was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. No wonder you dare to block my blade with your body. It turns out you still have this ability. Zhuzhong snorted coldly. Point 2. What a strong resilience, Ji Guiyuan said with a little surprise when he saw the scene in front of him. The wound on Senju Hashirama's palm recovered completely at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the recovery speed was even stronger than the 2.7 recovery power of the ghost in his world. Hey, get my knife! Ochaku yelled at the boat behind him. The knife in his hand is just an ordinary big knife. His real good knife is still on the boat. Yes, Captain Ochaku. A pirate on the ship rushed into the cabin, took out Ochaku's broadsword and threw it up. Ochaku took the big sword thrown by the pirate, turned to Senju Hashirama with a dark smile. Let's get on with it. Tap, tat, tat. After the words fell, he stomped his feet and rushed towards Senju Hashirama again. The big knife in his hand is of the level of a big fast knife. There are only 21 in the world. The quality is only lower than the supreme big fast knife, and its power is terrifying. 8178 Cuomo. So what if the rocks come? Please subscribe. What style would clone? Senju Hashirama clasped his hands together, and in the next second, several wood clones exactly like him appeared around his body. The breath of these wood clone is exactly the same as his. Even with observation haki, there is no flaw at all. Schwa! Ochaku swung his big knife and swept across, trying to destroy all the wood clone. But these wood clones were very flexible. As if they had self-awareness, they jumped up instantly and directly avoided Wang Dun's slash. The sword energy flew straight towards Wujo. But this sword energy became very slow when it was a distance away from Wujo Wu and finally stagnated completely and then disappeared. When Ochaku saw that his sword energy could not get close to Gojo Satoru, his face changed slightly, and he had a deeper impression of the strong man on this boat. The people on this boat are not as weak as he imagined, but not a little bit strong. After avoiding the slash, Senju Hashirama and his wood clone headed straight for Dr. Achaku. Damn, which one is real? Achaku stepped back quickly, his eyes quickly scanning several Senju Hashirama. He couldn't tell that Senju Hashirama was the real 07 at all, and the aura was so similar that he couldn't tell the difference at all. At this moment, if he slashed at a false body with a knife randomly, then the attack from Senju Hashirama's real body would hit him. Although it is a clone, but the breath is exactly the same. Although Jiguan did not participate in the battle, he was also observing Senju Hashirama's would clone at this time. The auras of these clones are so similar that even he can hardly tell which one is real. Although Senju Hashirama is a new member of their crew, Jiguan knows that he is not simple. Looking at Senju Hashirama, who was about to attack, Achaku suddenly thought of a way, grinned, took out the bomb from his body, and detonated it directly. Although he can't tell who is the real body. But he doesn't believe that every avatar has the ability to resist bombs. Boom! The bomb exploded, and as expected, Senju Hashirama's wood clone was directly destroyed by the bomb. At this time, Achaku was covered with armament haki, so he was not injured by the bomb. After all, it's just a useless ability. Achaku couldn't help laughing when he saw Senju Hashirama's wood clone was blown to pieces. Really? Senju Hashirama said calmly. The next moment, these blown wood clone quickly formed branches, entangled Achaku at an extremely fast speed. With his strength, he could easily destroy these branches, but the speed of the branches was too fast and too sudden, and he didn't react. Boom! Senju Hashirama quickly stepped forward and punched Achaku hard in the face. Although there is no bonus from armament haki, Achaku was directly sent flying by the strange power alone. Snap! Achaku's body was slammed against the rail, and blood flowed from his nose and mouth. After he resisted the bomb, he disarmed armament haki covering his whole body, and he didn't expect Senju Hashirama's offensive to be so fast. After Senju Hashirama succeeded in one blow, he continued to attack him. Although he can fight against Achaku, it will take a little time to kill Achaku. After all, he is currently unable to display his peak combat power. Anyone can go up there to play, Cuomo said from the side. Fortunately, you are still the captain, and you actually want to bully the few with more? Achaku's face suddenly became extremely gloomy when he heard this. One-on-one against Senju Hashirama, he will have a lot of pressure. If Cuomo and the others also intervene, he will definitely not be an opponent. I'd just like to bully the few with the more. Madara, Sister Hua, Yuan-E, Gojo, Wu. Let's go together? You. Hearing Cuomo's words, Achaku frowned, his face changed drastically, and he couldn't help but took a few steps back. You what you? It's my boat. Cuomo sneered. A mere cadre of the Rock's pirate dared to act arrogantly on his ship. Today, if he is not killed, his desire will be hard to appease. 6 against 1? Although it's a bit too much, but it's quite interesting. Gojo Satoru took off the blindfold and smiled unconsciously. A weak man who has not been resolved for so long. I would have killed him if I were you, Hashirama. Uchiha Madara took this opportunity to mock Senju Hashirama. There must be a sense of superiority. Senju Hashirama laughed and was not angry at Uchiha Madara's words. If you dare to kill me, Captain Rox will not let you go, because you still can't deal with Rox Pirate. Achaku threatened. Even if I don't kill you, Rox won't let me go, right? Besides, do you think I'm afraid of Rox? Cuomo said calmly. Although he didn't know much about Rox, he knew that he was a fierce and brutal person. The way he recruited the crew was to invite him to join the regiment by force. If not, his crew would not have been distracted during the Battle of Valley of the Gods 653. If the crew on his ship unites as one, in the Valley of the Gods battles, how difficult will it be for Rox to dominate the world? In the new world, the Rox will find him sooner or later, and at that time they will definitely have to fight. In this regard, Cuomo has no fear at all, and in the form of a black dragon, his physical attack is unparalleled, not to mention the attack bonuses such as 8 inner gates and Sage Mode. So what if the Rox come? You don't have no idea how scary Rox are. Achaku sneered. He ran out of the prison on the Grand Line and rushed to New World, in order to make a big difference in New World. But he met Rox, and at the beginning of the invitation of Rox, the proud Achaku was not willing to join at all. But Rox has the strength to completely crush him, but at that time, there were only 2 paths before him. Either join the group and do something big with Rox, or die in the New World. In the end, he still surrendered. After all, Hualuen is the most important thing. 82. 79 Ochika's fall. Rock's decision. Subscription required. I'm not very clear about Rock's current strength, but Rock's can't scare me yet. Cuomo responded calmly. Conceited guy, when facing Rocks, you have to surrender. Ochika growled. Surrender? Are you thinking too highly of Rocks? Is he qualified? Uchiha Madara responded dismissively. Before they arrived in New World, they heard a lot of rumors about Rocks and knew that his strength was extraordinary. I have long regarded him as an opponent, but wanting them to surrender, this kind of thing, is simply impossible. Because the Rocks are not qualified enough. Whether you are qualified or not is up to you. Let me go now, and I can pretend nothing happened. Ochika clenched his sword tightly and said in a deep voice, Whether we let you go today or not, the Rocks will trouble us, so why let you go? Cuomo said indifferently. Damn it. Ochika cursed and jumped off Cuomo's boat without hesitation. He could tell that Cuomo and the others had already intended to kill him if they continued to fight hard at this time. He will just die here. Although it is embarrassing to run away, life is indeed the most important thing. Wanna go? Cuomo sneered, held Shinyun, covered armament hockey and conquerors, and at this moment, 8 inner gates opened third gate, and his aura reached the peak. The unparalleled sharpness of the sword, tearing apart the space at high speed, rushed towards Ochika. Feeling the cold sword energy behind him, Ochika sweated coldly on his forehead and hurriedly used armament hockey to cover his whole body. Cuomo's sword chi slashed at Ochika's body, almost splitting his body in half. Puff. Ochika's body fell into the water. Is it dead? Senju Hashirama lay prone on the rail of the boat, watching the sea below him. The sea level was stained red with blood, and Ochika's body was lying on the sea level, and everyone on the pirate ship was already scared to death. Totally dead. Cuomo glanced at Ochika's body and said flatly. Ochika's body no longer had any breath. His body was broken into 2 pieces, and he couldn't die anymore. After killing Ochika, Cuomo is not worried about Rock's revenge, because it doesn't matter whether Ochika is killed or not. It is impossible for the Rocks to let them go, and there will definitely be conflicts between the 2 pirate groups. So there is no need to be afraid of anything. I thought there was a chance to make a move. Ji Guiyuan put the Riluan knife back into its sheath and stretched. Cuomo said that it would be 6 against 1, but Cuomo directly gave Ochika a second by himself, and he didn't even have a chance to make shot. There is also a small boat, which solves their fate. Cuomo lay on the chair and asked. Ochika came to them in a small boat, and since Ochika died, there was no need to keep the pirates on board. Okay. Yuani pulled out the sun-wheel knife again, beheading all the pirates on the boat. After a few days, New World, a certain sea area. Rock's pirate on board. Why hasn't Ochika come back yet? Rox glanced at everyone on board and asked with a slight frown. A few days ago, because he got the news of the Pluton battleship, he couldn't care about the pirates of 10,000 Realms. Can only send Ochika to invite Cuomo's 10,000 Worlds pirates, but now not only have no news of the whereabouts of the Pluton battleship. And Ochika disappeared and never came back. Logically speaking, no matter whether the main force is successful in inviting the 10,000 Realms pirates, he should be notified. But now there is no sound. Captain Rox, he may be dead, John said with a heavy face. Dead? Rox asked with a slightly changed face. At first, I was still surprised that Ochika's life paper has disappeared. Now that he hasn't returned for such a long time, he is probably dead. John had Ochika's paper of life, but suddenly found that the paper of life disappeared. He thought he had lost it. But now it seems that Ochika should be dead, because the life paper represents a person's life state. If the life paper disappears, it means a person's death. It should have been done by the Pirates of the Thousand Realms. A few days ago, Ochika went to the Pirates of the Thousand Realms. Now I think it should have been killed by the other party. The 10,000 Realms Sea Pirates not only rejected my invitation, but also killed the people on my ship, Rox said with a gloomy expression, coldly. Now it seems that this is indeed the case. A cadre added. Investigate where the 10,000 Realms pirates are now. May I ask you money? I will personally invite him. He will either join our Rox pirate or be buried in this sea. Rox glanced at everyone and ordered in a cold voice. Although there are not a few strong men with the strength of Ochika on his ship, But the pirates of 10,000 Worlds killed Achiku is already a slap in the face for him. He has to fight back, unless the 10,000 Realms pirates agree to join their Rocks pirate, so he can choose not to pursue it. But if they don't choose to join, Rocks is prepared for the worst, that is to fight with it, either to conquer and deal with it, or to destroy it. 83, 80 Rocks. Be my mate Cuomo, subscribe. The New World area is very large, Rocks pirate, while seriously investigating the whereabouts of the pirates of 10,000 Worlds, is also investigating the whereabouts of the Pluton battleship. A few months later, Rocks pirate finally got the news of the pirates of 10,000 Realms and can confirm their whereabouts. Rocks immediately ordered to stop investigating the whereabouts of the Pluton battleship and chose to set off directly to search for the 10,000 Realms pirates. New World, an island. A huge ship is docked here. This ship is none other than the ship of Cuomo's Pirates of the Thousand Worlds. Cuomo on board still maintains high-intensity training day after day, and he has the world's top talent. Wouldn't it be a pity if it wasn't used for training? Over the past few months, Hashirama has also mastered Conqueror's Haki proficiently. The comprehensive strength of their Wanjia pirates has once again improved a lot. Cuomo, we're back. Gojo Satoru shouted towards the boat holding the supplies. They rarely land on islands in New World, but this time because there is no food on board. They had to land on the island to buy supplies and food. Get on the boat, it's time for us to get out of here. Cuomo wiped the sweat off his body with a towel 983 and responded by lying on the railing of the boat. Gojo Satoru and Uchiha Madara jumped up holding the supplies and landed on the railing of the boat. The Wanjia pirates retracted their anchor and were about to set sail, but at this moment, a huge battleship slowly approached from the end of the sea. They didn't notice at first, but as the pirate ship kept approaching, Gojo Satoru, who has the ability of 6 eyes, was the first to notice the pirate ship approaching from afar. Is that a pirate ship? Gojo Satoru noticed a ship on the sea level, leaned on the railing of the ship and looked into the distance and asked. Because the ship was so huge, he could still see clearly even at the end of the horizon. The pirate ship in the distance was traveling very fast, and after a while the outline of the entire ship appeared in front of their eyes. This ship seems to be the ship of Rocks pirate. Cuomo's face changed slightly, carefully trying to figure out the huge pirate ship on the sea level. After they arrived in New World, they naturally knew a little about the big pirates in New World. Cuomo knows what the Rocks are doing in New World and what their ships look like, because of the newspapers photographed their boat. Rocks pirate ship? Looks like they have finally found us. Hashirama, who was sleeping on a chair, suddenly stood up and walked to Cuomo and others. Hashirama knew when they killed Achiku, the strongman of the Rocks pirate. Sooner or later, they and the Rocks pirate will collide. After a few months, Rocks pirate finally came to their door. However, he didn't have any fear in his heart, and even looked forward to it, the famous Rocks pirate. Are you here? Ji Guiyuan frowned, staring at the approaching Rocks pirate in the distance. The Rocks pirate's boat approached slowly and saw a burly man standing at the bow. He is the captain of Rocks pirate, the great pirate of New World, Rocks. And those who stood on the boat were all famous pirates from New World. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Charlotte Lin Lin, John, Silver Axe, and many other famous pirates also stared at the 10,000 Worlds pirates and others. No one who can be on the Rocks pirate is an easy role, let alone one who can become a cadre. All are famous pirates in New World. We finally met the captain of Wanjia pirates. Cuomo Losas stood on the bow and grinned. They, Rocks pirate, have been investigating the whereabouts of the 10,000 Worlds pirates for several months, and finally confirmed the news that the 10,000 Worlds pirates are wandering in the waters near here. Without hesitation, they sailed directly to Cuomo, and now he finally met Cuomo in person. Mr. Rocks, Cuomo said calmly. You killed Achiku? Rocks asked with his face turned cold suddenly, crossing his hands on his chest. Kill it. How do you want to avenge him, Mr. Rocks? Cuomo glanced at him and said calmly, point 2. Huh. Hearing this, Rocks laughed out loud. Cuomo is indeed crazy enough, and the breath on his body is also in full swing. The Myriad Realms pirates are really extraordinary. After seeing the 10,000 Worlds pirates with his own eyes, Rocks became more determined to recruit Cuomo. No, Cuomo, I'm here to invite you to join our Rocks pirate. Of course, I also welcome your crew. Join our Rocks pirate. I can let you directly be the first officer. Similarly, I don't pursue the Achiku matter. Rox invited. After seeing it with his own eyes, Rox knew that it was not easy for the pirates of 10,000 Worlds to be strong, so he didn't mention the grievances. Instead, invite them directly, which is to make a good impression on Cuomo and others. At present, there are only cadres on the Rox pirate, and there is no deputy captain, so he is sincerely wooing Cuomo. As long as Cuomo agrees, the Rox will definitely give Cuomo the position of vice captain. His words fell, which immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of many cadres. Captain Rox, Cuomo can't afford to be the mate of the Rox pirate, an officer yelled. He doesn't want anyone above him but the Rox. He has never personally experienced the horror of the pirates of Myriad Realms. The so-called newborn calf is not afraid of tigers, so he naturally despises the pirates of Myriad Realms' strength. He thinks that Cuomo, the captain of the 10,000 Worlds pirates, can't afford the position of the deputy captain of their Rox pirate. Yeah, Captain Rox. How can Cuomo be the deputy captain? His strength is not qualified to surpass us. Another cadre was also dissatisfied. They have been in New World for many years, and they are also prominent figures in New World. Even if they joined the Rox pirate, they were assigned a cadre position. And Cuomo has only been a few years since he set sail on the Grand Line. In their opinion, this level of qualifications is just a brat. I've made up my mind, so there's no need to say more. Rox glanced back at the few people and said flatly, then turned his gaze to Cuomo. What's your reply, Membrane? Being the mate of the Rox pirate. Sounds like a good option, but I decline. 84. 81 Rox pirate versus 10,000 Worlds pirates subscription required. He has formed his own pirate group, and he has a system that can obtain the abilities of the heavens and the world. It can also summon the crew. Under this premise, what reason does he have to join other people's pirates? What's more, now that Cuomo has enough strength to dare to wrestle with Rox, there is no need to join Rox pirate. Are you sure you want to refuse Cuomo? Join us Rox pirate as the deputy captain? The status. Just below me, this does not lower your status. Rox heard Cuomo's refusal, and his face became gloomy. Continued. I have formed my own pirate group, Mr. Rox. Cuomo said calmly. Or you can choose to become the affiliated pirate group of our Rox pirate. You are still the captain of the 10,000 Realms pirates. Similarly, you are also the deputy captain of the Rox pirate. How about it? Roxegio, with somewhat a mortal heart, continued. To become a subsidiary pirate group of Rox pirate, it is not necessary to follow Rox all the time. You only need to help Rox pirate when it is in danger. When Rox pirates search for treasure in New World, Cuomo also had a share. In other words, to agree to Rox's request, he only needs to make it public to the outside world. He surrendered to Rox, and then Cuomo only needs to lie down and count the money. Such conditions are indeed somewhat attractive, but Cuomo has no interest at all. I still say that I choose to refuse. Kumayun said lightly. He is the captain of the Myriad Realms pirates, not an affiliated force of any pirates. He doesn't want to bend anyone, not even Rox. Cuomo, if you refuse, we don't have only one battle. Have you thought about it? Rox took a deep breath, staring at Cuomo solemnly, and said, unless Cuomo agrees to join them Rox pirate. Otherwise, no matter what today, their lock pirates will inevitably have conflicts with Wansihai. After all, no matter how bad it was, Achaku on his ship was also killed by Cuomo and others. If he doesn't express anything, how will he manage this group of vicious pirates on the ship in the future? It is inevitable that we will have a war, Rox. I have been prepared for a long time. Cuomo responded without any fear, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Even before they came to New World, Cuomo knew that conflict with the Rox pirate was inevitable. Since it is inevitable, what is there to be afraid of? You are not my match, Cuomo. Rox sighed helplessly and said calmly, is it your opponent? It's not up to you, Mr. Rox. It's a pity, Rox sighed. He knew that Cuomo, the pirates of 10,000 Realms, would most likely reject his invitation, but he refused decisively. Next, if you want to continue recruiting Cuomo, there is only one option, and that is to defeat the 10,000 Realms pirates. Use your own strength to make Cuomo feel intimidated. Only then will Cuomo realize how terrible he is, and at this time, agree to join them in the Rox pirate. We could have gotten along well with Cuomo. Rox pulled out the famous knife from his waist, pointed at Cuomo, and said indifferently, we have completely different personalities, and it's impossible to get along, Rox. Cuomo responded with a smile and shook his head. Then let's start fighting. Rox stopped talking nonsense, jumped up and landed on Cuomo's boat. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Charlotte Linlin, Silver Axe, John, and other powerful Rocks pirates also landed on Cuomo's boat one after another. Why did you all jump on my boat? Cuomo looked gloomy as he watched a group of strong men fall on his boat. Although his ship is made of the atom treasure tree as the raw material, it can also withstand the aftermath of the battle of so many powerful people. Are you going to start? Gojo Satoru took off the blindfold, moved his limbs a little, and said a little excitedly, "Meet a familiar person." Unohana Retsu holds the Zanpakuto in her hand and sets her sights on Charlotte Linlin. Unohana Retsu fought Charlotte Linlin in the Sabaody archipelago. However, after a short fight, Charlotte Linlin decided to retreat when she found that she couldn't win. Now that the two meet again, Unohana Retsu looks calm. Charlotte Linlin's complexion was a little dignified. Seeking flowers. Are these all strong men? Senju Hashirama looked at the many strong men in front of him without any fear. It's just some turkey and dog breed. What kind of strong are you? Uchiha Madara stared at everyone, and finally set his eyes on Silver Axe and said with disdain. His opponent in the Sabaody archipelago was none other than Silver Axe, if it weren't for the sudden intervention of the powerful CPO organization. Otherwise, Silver Axe would have died in Sabaody archipelago by then. Don't fight on the boat. If the boat is destroyed, it will be a big loss. Cuomo warned several people around him. After his words fell, he rushed towards the coast quickly. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara and others also rushed directly to the coast. "Wanna run? Did you manage to run?" A cadre sneered when he saw the backs of Cuomo and others escaping. He thought it was the Myriad Realms pirates who were afraid, so he became more daring and chased after the upper layer first. But Rocks and others knew why Cuomo and others ran. "Are you afraid that your boat will be destroyed?" "That's true. It's really a good boat." Rocks glanced at the boat under his feet and then directly chased after it. "It's troublesome. We still have to clash with the 10,000 Realms pirates." Golden Lion stared at Rock's back, frowning slightly. "You really are a coward, Shiki." Hearing his words, a cadre mocked. "Heed, if you talk too much, I will let you die here right now." Golden Lion sneered and pulled out its fame and power and said in a deep voice, "The Golden Lion is obedient to the outside world, but strikes out with the ape inside. Do you not have that strength?" The cadre responded contemptuously. "You'll know if you try it." Golden Lion smiled ferociously. The next second, he was slashing straight at the officer, and the two clashed on Cuomo's boat. The reason why Golden Lion doesn't want to fight against the pirates of 10,000 Worlds is because he has fought against Cuomo twice, although he escaped with death both times. But he doesn't think that every time luck is so good, accidents will inevitably lead to death. 85-82 The battle between the captains seeking subscription. Only those who have experienced the strength of the pirates of the 10,000 Worlds will be afraid of them. And Golden Lion is very afraid of the pirates of the 10,000 Realms. What he is afraid of is the pirates of the 10,000 Realms. But what is this cadre? How dare you talk to him like that? Now, our opponent is the Myriad Realms pirates. If you have a civil war at this juncture, Captain Rocks will definitely go crazy. Charlotte Linlin prevented the two from reminding them aloud. Golden Lion swung two famous knives and slashed at the cadre continuously. He was beaten back again and again, but he did not attack too much, but warned, "Be careful with your words, you are not Cuomo." Golden Lion is not afraid of anyone except the pirates of 10,000 Realms and Rocks. "Why are you still standing there? Stay on the boat and watch. Just wait for Captain Rocks to punish you." John glanced at a few people and reminded, "Okay, sure, 973G, the battle is about to begin." Whitebeard drank all the wine in the gourd inside. He did not continue to stay on the boat, but quickly chased after Rocks and joined the battlefield. Achiku, John, Charlotte Linlin, and others did the same, quickly left the ship and joined the battlefield. Golden Lion hesitated a little and chose to join the battlefield. Near the edge of the island, Cuomo et al. Stopped. The first to catch up was a strong man from Rock's pirate, who was faster than Rocks. When Cuomo and others disembarked, he rushed down almost without any hesitation. "I don't know why Captain Rocks values you so much, is willing to give you such good treatment, and even gave you the position of captain. But in my opinion, you are totally unfit for the position of first officer." The cadre sneered and approached Cuomo and the others step by step, without a trace of fear on his face, and even with contempt. "You are so brave." Cuomo laughed unconsciously. Not even the Rocks dare to deal with so many of them alone. Fortunately for this strong man, before his Captain Rocks arrived, he zoomed in on them. The cadre sneered and rushed directly towards Cuomo and the others. He thought Cuomo was running away because of fear. So he wants to express himself. Before Captain Rocks arrives, Cuomo and others are all killed, so that he thinks that Captain Rocks will consider him as the deputy captain. This is his inner thoughts, but his thoughts are too naive. Facing the attacking Rocks pirate powerhouse, Uchiha Madara and others smiled slightly, and the 6 of them joined forces to kill the proud Kaibu in an instant. At the moment the strong man died, Rocks had already rushed to where Cuomo and others were. He looked at the corpse of the pirate on the ground. His expression was calm, and his heart was calm. Accompanied by his arrival, Whitebeard and others also rushed to this place. The battle is on the verge of breaking out. "Let me be your opponent, Cuomo," Rocks said lightly with a famous knife on his shoulder. "I'm just going to try it." Cuomo smiled and responded indifferently. "Superior." After the words fell, Lux rushed over directly, holding the famous knife. When the blades of the two collided together, the ground shook violently, and the clouds in the sky were scattered by the shock. The battle between the 10,000 Worlds pirates and the Rocks pirate has begun. Because Rocks pirate has more cadres. So Uchiha Madara and others fought in melee, with multiple cadres in 12. But this didn't put much pressure on them. On the contrary, they enjoyed the battle very much. Dang, dang, dang. Rock's sword kept colliding with Cuomo's Dao Shinyun, and every time they collided, the ground shook. Of course, the friction of the blade is naturally indispensable for electric sparks. You didn't let me down, Cuomo. You really have the strength to dare to refuse me." Rocks laughed out loud as he watched Cuomo keep defending his attacks. Cuomo's strength is strong, and Rocks is not surprised, although he doesn't know what level the group of old men in the Holy Land Mariewa is. But definitely not weak. He thinks it is at least quasi-admiral level. But he didn't know that the combat power of the Mariewa 5 elders in the Holy Land surpassed the existence of admiral. "Maybe I have the strength to beat you," Cuomo responded with a smile. "Really? Then let me see it." Rocks also smiled when he heard the words. Covered armament hockey on his arm, raised the famous knife in his hand and slashed at Cuomo. The hockey on Cuomo's body covered Shinyun and hit Rocks instantly. Boom! There was a loud bang in the air, and the air around them was a little distorted. Ripples swept around like a violent storm, and cracks appeared on the ground. Rock's swordsmanship is superb, Conqueror's hockey is proficient, and physical skills are even more outrageous. When Cuomo was still on the Grand Line, the Rocks once played against Naval Headquarters Admiral 1-on-1. Not only caused heavy damage to Admiral, but also cut off an arm of the opponent. Now that such a long time has passed, Lux's strength must have improved even more. Because Rocks, like Cuomo, has the best training talent in the world. In this chaotic new world, he's flourishing here just relying on himself. But one day, he suddenly had the ambition to rule the world. He understood that no matter how strong a person is, it is impossible to fight against the whole world, so he began to recruit crew members, working towards the goal of world domination. Otherwise, he will still choose one person and walk in this dangerous sea to become a legend. Boom! The veins in Cuomo's arm bulged, and he bounced off Rock's blade forcefully, and then slashed Rocks heavily in the abdomen, leaving a bloodstain. Rocks looked at the bloodstains on his abdomen, without frowning, and even laughed out loud. "Interesting, your swordsmanship is even more advanced than I imagined. You got more and more to my liking, Cuomo," Rocks said, gratified. The stronger Cuomo's performance, the more excited Rocks is, because he thinks Cuomo is the most suitable man to be the vice captain of his Rocks pirate. Even though he was hacked, he still didn't think Cuomo had what it took to beat him. Because he still has a lot of power that he hasn't used yet. 86. 83. Senju, Hashiramav's Lin Lin, John for subscription. "Should I be happy to be recognized by the New World Giant?" Cuomo asked with a smile while holding his hand. "Of course, from the first moment I saw you, I recognized you. But you refused to be my first officer, which made me a little disappointed," Rocks said. Finally he sighed. "Everything in life is unsatisfactory. Isn't this a normal thing, Rocks? There's nothing unsatisfactory here with me. What I want can't escape from my hands, and you same too." Rocks stretched out his palm, and then clenched his fist and said solemnly. Although he failed to invite Cuomo to join his pirate group in good faith, after conquering Cuomo with his best violence, Cuomo is still his. I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed today, Cuomo responded with a grin. The more you reject me, the more I want you. Rox laughed out loud. Rox thinks that there is nothing in this world that he can't get 07. Whether it's the Pluton battleship or Cuomo, he wants to get it. Of course, his ultimate goal is also the whole world. Don't say such misleading words, Rox. Cuomo held the godfall, covered Conquerors, and rushed towards Rox. Conqueror's entanglement. Have you mastered this power too? Rox was overwhelmed with knowledge and sensed the flow of Conquerors in Cuomo's body, and then entangled on the weapon. Conqueror's winding, but one of the most difficult things in this world to learn. Even he took a long time to learn Conqueror's winding, which surprised him. Cuomo has such an ability. As Cuomo approached step by step, Rox suddenly grinned, and the Conqueror's power also flowed from his body, wrapped around a weapon, and collided with Cuomo. Boom! The aura of the two was like wild animals colliding with each other, and the surrounding space was distorted. The aftermath of the battle between the two and the gust of wind formed. Even the surrounding cadres and strong men were unwilling to get too close. Is this GUY.SO strong? A strong cadre looked at Cuomo and Rox in the battlefield with some surprise. He is very clear about the strength of Rox. If it is not strong, he will not join Rox pirate. But Cuomo is also a bit scary, and he can compete with their Captain Rox. Sure enough, you are much stronger, Cuomo. Whitebeard held Song Yunxia, and while fighting, he aimed at Cuomo. He once fought against Cuomo, where Cuomo didn't use his abilities, but only relied on his swordsmanship to fight against Haki. He can still be evenly matched. But now he can see that Cuomo's swordsmanship and physical skills are much stronger. But now relying solely on swordsmanship and physical skills, he's still on par with Cuomo. After all, he is also much stronger. As the strongest man in the world in the original book, Whitebeard naturally has the most top talent in the world. While Cuomo is making progress, Whitebeard and others are not idle, and are also earnestly training them to enhance their own strength. Rox are much stronger than you think, Cuomo. Charlotte Linlin looked at the two on the battlefield and said with a strange smile. Like the attendees when they met for the first time, she also wanted to join. He later opted in after the Rox unleashed a powerful force. So he knows exactly how scary the Rox really are. The impact of Rox strength on her. Even beyond her time in Sabaody Archipelago, seeing Cuomo's black dragon form. Bastard Lin, what are you doing? Jean yelled at her. Because there are more strong people in Rox Pirate. So basically 2 or 3 strong players are fighting against a member of the Myriad Realms Pirates. And Charlotte Linlin and John's opponent is Senju Hashirama. Can't you defeat him alone? Charlotte Linlin stood on Bayou and Zeus, glanced at him indifferently, and asked, You can do it. John retorted with a slight frown. Although the two picked a new member of the Pirates of 10,000 Worlds, John found out only after fighting. The strength of the opponent is not weak at all. Sure enough, the Wanjia Pirates are still as rumored, and none of them are simple characters. It is impossible for a simple character to join the Pirates of 10,000 Realms. Wood-style wood dragon technique. Senju Hashirama clasped his hands together, and a giant carpenter appeared around his body. I saw that the wooden dragon's body was slowly covered with black, which was armament Haki. Wooden dragon technique increased the hardness of armament Haki. The destructive power and defense power will be greatly improved. The wooden dragon exuded a frightening aura and rushed towards John quickly. Damn it, help Lin. John shouted hurriedly, looking at the attacking wooden dragon. Wagwa. Charlotte Linlin snorted coldly, and the Napoleon hat on her head turned into a long sword. She held Napoleon with both hands and slashed towards the wooden dragon forcefully. A purple sword energy swept across the space, rushing towards the wooden dragon with overwhelming force. Wagwa is the ultimate move of the giants, possessing terrifying destructive power. Boom! The sword energy collided with the wooden dragon covering armament Haki, and the space exploded instantly. 267 sand and stones on the horizon flew across the sky, and the sky was full of yellow sand. It took several seconds for the sword energy to collide with the wooden dragon, and Charlotte Linlin's sword energy cut off half of the wooden dragon. But the wooden dragon didn't stop its momentum, and after offsetting the sword energy, it continued to rush towards John. John pulled out the blade, collided with the wooden dragon, exhausted all his strength, and finally cut the wooden dragon completely. Superior. Charlotte Linlin gave an order, and the two rushed towards Senju Hashirama together. Suddenly, Senju Hashirama's body was covered with a layer of purple steam, and a terrifying coercion centered on him and spread rapidly to all directions. Suddenly, several cracks appeared on the ground plane, and a strong momentum instantly shocked Charlotte Linlin and Achiku. Conquerors are useless for strong players of the same level, but when overlaid with the power of Senju Hashirama ninjutsu, the effect is somewhat different. Charlotte Linlin and John felt this force, and they were stunned for a second before reacting. But at this time, Senju Hashirama has come to John. Boom! Senju Hashirama covered Haki with the power of his arm and punched Senju Hashirama in the face heavily, knocking him out directly. 87. 84. The Chaos Battlefield bosses gather. Subscription required. The battlefield on the other side. It was Uchiha Madara against Whitebeard and Silver Axe. Get off, Silver Axe! Whitebeard clasped Song Yunxie tightly with both hands and ordered to Silver Axe beside him. He doesn't bother to play 1 against 2, he just wants to play 10 and 10 with Uchiha Madara. You alone are no match for him, Edward. Silver Axe responded with a giant axe on his shoulder, frowning slightly. He has fought against Uchiha Madara before and knows how terrifying his strength is. So don't think Whitebeard alone can fight Uchiha Madara. You're not his match, but IT doesn't mean I'm not his match, Silver Axe. Whitebeard responded flatly, casting a glance at him. Don't overestimate yourself, Edward. His strength is not weak. The two of us teamed up to deal with him is more than enough. But if you insist on dealing with him alone, you will definitely lose. Inyon gave Uchiha Madara a lot high rating. After all, when he was in the Sabaody archipelago, he almost died there. You two go to bed together, Uchiha Madara said indifferently. Silver Axe's strength is not weak, and he can see that Whitebeard is also a strong opponent. But the combination of the two does not intimidate him. I know Edward better than you. Let's not go together, Silver Axe warned in a cold voice towards the beard. Since this is your choice, don't blame us for being bullied by too many people. Whitebeard glanced at Silver Axe, then set his sights on Uchiha Madara and said coldly, he doesn't like many people bullying few people, but Uchiha Madara advocates for him to team up with Achiku, wanting 2 against 1. Then he naturally had no other reason to refuse. No matter how much sand and gravel there is, it will not pose any threat to me, so don't worry about it. Uchiha Madara spread his hands calmly. Both Whitebeard and Achiku are famous pirates in New World, but IT is not enough to look at him. That I in 1-on-1. Neither of us may be your opponent, but do you think you can beat us both at the same time? Silver Axe heard Uchiha Madara's arrogant words. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and he sneered. Is there any difficulty? Uchiha Madara said calmly. Go. Silver Axe held a giant axe in both hands, cover Haki, and rushed towards him first. And Whitebeard also rotated Song Yunxie's footsteps and rushed towards Uchiha Madara. Facing the pincer attack of the two, Uchiha Madara looked calm, without a trace of panic. Go to hell. Silver Axe raised his giant axe high, exuding a terrifying aura all over his body. He slashed towards Uchiha Madara vigorously, as if trying to split him in half. Too slow. Uchiha Madara observation Haki turned on, dodged sideways, and then directly grabbed Silver Axe's neck. Silver Axe was stunned on the spot. Not only did he not hit the opponent, but now he was actually strangled by the opponent. Moreover, Uchiha Madara's strange power was very strong, and he strangled his neck, making him unable to breathe. Just when Uchiha Madara tried to strangle Silver Axe, Whitebeard had rushed over. Uchiha Madara threw Silver Axe aside casually and swung his fist with a backhand to collide with Hybrid Sungyan. Boom! The ground exploded instantly. Countless smoke and dust rose up, and several cracks appeared on the ground plane. It's amazing, Whitebeard praised with a sweat on his forehead. Uchiha Madara's aura is amazing and has a strong deterrent effect. Bastard. Silver Axe sat up from the ground. His face was extremely hideous, and he felt extremely humiliated now, because he was instantly killed by Uchiha Madara and was even grabbed by the neck and thrown to the ground by the other party. How could he endure this? He was furious. Veins appeared on his arms and forehead. He held Shinyun tightly with both hands and wanted to rush towards Uchiha Madara. In the next second, he suddenly sensed the danger, and a strand of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Shwa! Ji Guiyuan suddenly appeared behind him and slashed at his armor heavily. What a tough armor! After Ji Guiyuan slashed, he quickly left the place. If it wasn't for Silver Axe's armor, the knife just now would probably have seriously injured him. The dastardly kid actually made a sneak attack. Blood oozed from Silver Axe's back. He stood up and said with a gloomy face. Ji Guiyuan's knife directly sliced through the armor on his body, but it didn't cause too much damage to him. Battlefield, there is no such thing as a sneak attack. Ji Guiyuan responded calmly while holding the Riluan saber. Here comes another one. Now it's a 2-on-2 situation. Whitebeard glanced at Ji Guiyuan, who was not far away, and frowned slightly. Originally, the situation was 2 against 1, but now there is another one, forming a 2 against 2 situation. Whitebeard loves one-on-ones, but now he can't help worrying. Because Achika's strength is too weak, it's not enough to look at Uchiha Madara. The new Ji Guiyuan can finish him off if Ji Guiyuan kills Silver Axe. Then the situation at that time will form Whitebeard 1-2, which is exactly what he is worried about and does not want to happen. Slash wave. Suddenly, there was a shout from a distance, and a sword energy was seen across the sky, tearing the space at high speed, and rushed towards Ji Guiyuan. Ji Guiyuan turned around and swung a wave. The ferocious sword energy collided with Golden Lion slash wave. The sword energy is equal in power and cancels each other out. Damn, Shiki, why did your opponent come here? Silver Axe asked, dissatisfied. As soon as Ji Guiyuan ran to their side of the battlefield, he slashed at him. All this is because Golden Lion is not optimistic about Ji Guiyuan. Otherwise, how could he leave the battlefield at will and go to other venues to help? Don't quarrel with Wang Zhao's Silver Axe. If you have the ability, you can fight him alone. Golden Lion responded by glancing at him indifferently. Ji Guiyuan's swordsmanship is superb, and his speed is very fast, and it is difficult for him to restrain him. He thinks that he is unparalleled in swordsmanship. Apart from being a little weak in the face of Cuomo, he did not expect to meet a top swordsman today. You are too weak, Shiki. You can't even restrain your opponent. Silver Axe sneered. He had the right to blame me after being hacked? Golden Lion responded with a sneer. If it wasn't for his sneak attack, how could I have been hacked? Silver Axe retorted. My knife is already cut very slowly, but you didn't dodge it. Ji Guiyuan spread his hands and said flatly. 88. 85 Golden Lion's trick, Lion Majesty. Great Earthquake, subscription required. A 2-on-3 situation. Whitebeard glanced at the men on the battlefield. Then the arm puts more pressure on Uchiha Madara, knocking him back, and he backs up. Shiki, Silver Axe, you two can deal with a new Ji Guiyuan, and leave it to me, Uchiha Madara. Whitebeard cast a glance at the two of them and instructed. Whitebeard doesn't like to bully the few with a more, and when he has the opportunity to one-on-one, he will naturally not let it go. Now there are 3 of them on the pirate side, and there are 2 members of the Myriad Realms pirates. It's up to Golden Lion and Silver Axe to fight Sukuni Geniki, who is in charge of dealing with Uchiha Madara. Although there is a lot of pressure, he only wants to win one-on-one, and he is not willing to win by quantity. Want to play 2 against 1? I have no objection. Ji Guiyuan interjected. Fighting the Golden Lion one-on-one couldn't bring him too much pressure, so he walked around the battlefield while fighting the Golden Lion. Now that he has formed a 1-2 situation, he can then fight seriously. It's not enough for you alone, Edward Newgate. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly and said lightly. Whitebeard's swordsmanship, strength, and physical skills are all good, but not enough for him. There is a gap in strength. Gulala 773. Is it enough to see you look, Uchiha Madara? Whitebeard responded with a sneer. If someone else had uttered such arrogant words, Whitebeard would have already jumped up from a cloud. But speaking of Uchiha Madara, Whitebeard needs to think about how to deal with him. Really? Then please don't make me feel bored. Try your best. I will not destroy you with my own hands. Uchiha Madara said calmly and arrogantly. Let me experience the strength of the members of the Wanjia pirates. Whitebeard's arms showed blue veins, his legs gathered strength. Song Yun cut cover hockey and rushed towards Uchiha Madara quickly. The battle between the two began. What are you still doing in a daze, 2 against 1D? Do you still need to hesitate? Ji Guiyuan asked in a cold voice as he glanced at Golden Lion and Silver Axe with a disdainful gaze, carrying the Riluan knife on his shoulder. You slashed me? It's impossible to do it today. I'll let you die here. Silver Axe roared with a hideous aura exuding terror all over his body. Silver Axe stomped his feet and rushed towards Ji Guan quickly. He was like a berserk rhinoceros. His aura was at its peak, and his strength was unmatched. Boom! Ji Guanyi's Riluan knife collided with his giant silver axe, and the air exploded instantly, making a violent noise. Silver Axe slashed at Ji Guanyi with all his strength, but was easily blocked. Asshole Shiki, do you want to continue watching? After I die, his next target is you. Seeing that the golden lion on the ground not far away was still watching, Silver Axe yelled at him. I said, Silver Axe, joining hands with you, I don't think there is any chance of winning. Golden Lion sighed and inserted the two knives back into the scabbard. Then he lighted a cigar comfortably. What do you mean? Seeing his expression like this, Silver Axe was startled with cold sweat on his forehead and suddenly had a bad feeling. The battlefield is so big, I think I should find another opponent. Golden Lion glanced at Whitebeard and then set his sights on Silver Axe. Damn, Shiki, aren't you afraid of being punished by Captain Rocks? Silver Axe's spine shivered and instantly understood what Golden Lion meant. Golden Lion felt that the two of them could not defeat Ji Guan together, so they wanted to fight with another opponent. That is to say, if Silver Axe is abandoned, if Golden Lion does not intervene in the battle here. That said, it was Whitebeard versus Uchiha Madara, and Silver Axe played against Ji Guan. Whitebeard is okay to say his talent is terrible, and he will not die when he fights Uchiha Madara for a while. But Silver Axe is a bit worse, and it is much worse than Ji Guanyi's strength. What's more, he was hacked by the opponent. If Silver Axe and Ji Guan were to be one-on-one, I believe that he would perish in a short time. Bastard Shiki, I'm going to kill you. Silver Axe shouted towards Golden Lion with bloodshot eyes. Can you do it now? Golden Lion calmly took a deep puff of his cigar, exhaled a puff of thick smoke, and laughed. The current Silver Axe is even a little weak to the opponent, Ji Guan, so there is no way to kill him. Ji Guan exerted force with his arm and sent the Silver Axe flying, and then a layer of flame wrapped around the knife. Swinging forward vigorously, a fire dragon was shot, and the fire dragon devoured the silver bird directly. However, Silver Axe has thick armor and armament haki covering his body. These flames are not enough to seriously damage him. After Guiwan sent Silver Axe flying, he released another sword aura. But this sword energy is not aimed at Silver Axe, but at Golden Lion. Shwa! A fierce flame and sword energy flew across the sky and flew towards the Golden Lion. Ah, Shiki, even if you want to leave, do you think she will let you go? Silver Axe laughed when he saw this scene. Swish, swish, swish. The Golden Lion on the ground waved golden sword energy continuously, cutting off the flame sword energy in front of him, and then avoided the engulfment of the flame with the help of floating force. Idiot, if I wanted to leave, I would have left long ago. Golden Lion stared at Silver Axe with a look like a fool. What do you mean? Silver Axe asked with a slightly changed expression. Lion Majesty Earthquake. Golden Lion didn't respond to him too much, but roared. As his words fell, the surrounding ground shook violently, as if an earthquake had occurred. A gigantic lion head made of stones and soil appeared behind the Golden Lion. Lion Majesty Earth Coiling is a lion head made of the surrounding soil. The Lion Majesty Earthquake is a larger-scale convergence of lion heads, and it is an upgraded version of Lion Majesty Earth Coiling. But this trick, the current Golden Lion can't use it in a single thought and needs to accumulate strength. So he was not in a hurry to attack Ji Guan. It's a slight accumulation of energy to gather such a huge lion's head. In the meantime, it's fun to mock and scare Silver Axe. Bury it underground, Ji Guan. Golden Lion yelled at Ji Guan. He shook his fingers, and the huge lion head rushed towards Ji Guan, causing the ground to roll and smoke along the way. Breath of the sun, red mirror of the sun. Ji Guan was unambiguous. The blade was covered with the fire of the sun, and he shot a fierce and terrifying scorching sword energy to attack the huge lion's head. Following, Guiwan won, 1-on-2 battle, officially started. 86 World's Strongest Devil Fruit, full order. On the other side, the battle between Rocks and Cuomo was fierce, and no one was present within 100 meters, because they are afraid of being affected by the aftermath of the battle. Whether it is Cuomo or Rocks, both of them have a lot of background in New World. One is the captain of the Rocks pirate, who has been alone in the New World for many years and has become famous in the sea alone. Now it has created Rocks pirate, leaping vertically and horizontally, becoming one of the dominant forces in New World. And Cuomo, although he didn't do any big things in New World, he did an amazing thing when he arrived in New World. That is to cross the Holy Land Mariawa. Both of them are well-known powerhouses in the New World, and the battle between them can be described as an immortal battlefield. 8 inner gates open first, Carpenter. 8 inner gates, second gate closes, open. 8 inner gates, third gate open. 8 inner gates, sixth gate, Jingmen, open. Cuomo didn't have too many reservations against a strong opponent like the Rocks, and he drove to the 6th gate in a dazed tone. The Jingmen is only 2 doors away from the Death's Gate. After opening the Jingmen, Cuomo's body is filled with steam, and now he can use his full combat power in an instant. And you can also use North Peacock. 8 inner gates really lives up to its reputation. Feeling the changes in his body, the corners of Cuomo's mouth twitch slightly. He now feels that the body's functions have reached the limit, and he can burst out the power to destroy everything anytime and anywhere. You have such a strong momentum, it seems that you are serious. Rocks looked at the imposing Cuomo in front of him, without the slightest fear on his face. Even eager to try, I want to know how strong Cuomo is now. Cuomo didn't say much and couldn't wait to test the power of 8 inner gates. Boom! His legs were slightly charged, and the ground suddenly showed a broken shape like a spider's web. His speed was very fast, and even a gust of wind was hung on the ground, causing a burst of sand and stones to fly horizontally. Let me feel your power, Cuomo. Rocks grinned, raised the famous knife in his hand, concentrated all his strength on the knife, and then slashed towards Cuomo with all his strength. Boom! In the area where the two were located, a cloud of dust like a mushroom cloud suddenly rose. The sea on the shore set off waves of ripples, surging to the end of the horizon. The Sea Kings in the deep sea can feel this energy fluctuation slightly. It is enough to prove how powerful the two are. The strong air current raged in all directions, and the tops of the two showed cracks, and finally they were completely broken. The attack of the two lasted for a full half a minute, and the weather at high altitude had become gloomy and cloudy at this time. The battle between the two has affected the weather. When? Cuomo bounced Rock's knife away with all his strength, and in the next second he slashed at Rocks with lightning speed. But again, the Rocks took a stab at Cuomo. After slashing each other, the two quickly backed away from each other. There was an X-shaped wound on Rock's abdomen, because he had been cut twice by Cuomo at this time. At this time, Cuomo also had a shallow wound on his abdomen, which was oozing blood. The defensive power of the Black Dragon, coupled with the hardness of armament hockey, was still cut with a shallow wound. This is enough to prove how terrible the Rock's attack is. But what surprised Cuomo the most was Rock's ability to fight back the moment he was hit. You know, the current Cuomo is in the state of opening the 6th gate, and his reaction, speed, and attack power have all been improved. But I still didn't expect that Rocks could fight back at that moment. It hurts, Cuomo. Rocks covered the wound on his abdomen and said, obviously speaking of pain, but with a smile on his face. Your physical body, that is really pervert. At this moment, even Cuomo couldn't help complaining. For the knife just now, he almost slashed with all his strength, but Rock still resisted. Even his complexion didn't change a bit. Such a terrifying physical body is really pervert. Rocks are Rocks. Now, the strength of the Rocks is close to the peak period, or is in the state of the peak period. Very good physical condition. Ha, pervert. Compared with you, it's still a lot worse. I really appreciate you more and more, Cuomo. Rocks laughed loudly after hearing this. 0. Seeking flowers. When Cuomo laments his physical strength, why doesn't he lament Cuomo's physical strength? You know, he also used all his strength to chop down that knife. But just left a shallow scar on Cuomo's abdomen. With such a defensive power, anyone who saw it would be taken aback. Appreciate me? You don't need Mr. Rocks, because I'm not very interested in you. Cuomo shook his head and said flatly. They're both big men, and Rocks keeps saying he admires him, which makes him very uncomfortable. You don't have to admire me. You just need to submit to my force, Rocks said with a smile. 0. Based on your current force, if you want to make me surrender, I'm afraid it won't work. Cuomo spread his hands in disdain. Rock's strength is indeed very strong, but judging from the current situation, he is the stronger one. After all, he still has a lot of abilities that he hasn't used, and the 8th gate is only the 6th gate. He can open both the 7th gate, the 8th gate, and the 8th gate, although the opening of the Death Gate will last for a short time. However, he can still gain power beyond the limit in a short period of time. Just by opening the 6th gate, he can already achieve a good effect in the battle with the rocks. If 8th gate is turned on, what else can rocks use to fight him? Do you know what is the strongest devil fruit in the world, Cuomo? Rox smiled slightly and asked Cuomo. The strongest devil fruit? Cuomo was slightly taken aback when he heard that, if he was forced to say it. He feels that shock fruit should be the strongest in the world. After all, it is the most destructive fruit of Paramecia. This devil fruit has the power to destroy the world, and it happens to be on Whitebeard's body. Whitebeard's own strength is terrifying, and his talent is unmatched, coupled with shock fruit sake. He became the head of the 4 emperors, the strongest man in the world, and was crowned with the power to destroy the world. 87 rocks, dark fruit, subscription required. Do you know dark fruit? Seeing Cuomo thinking, Rox asked with a grin. Dark fruit? Cuomo was slightly startled when he heard what Rox said. Dark fruit is exactly the fruit obtained by Blackbeard in the original book, and he wanted to get this fruit. No hesitating to spend many years on Whitebeard's boat to finally get this devil fruit for him. It became the fuse of the Summit War, and then killed Whitebeard in the Summit War to get the shock fruit. In another 2 years, they frantically developed their power in New World, and finally became 4 emperors in one fell swoop. It can be said that dark fruit has made Blackbeard. Blackbeard also said that if he didn't get this fruit, he would stay on the Whitebeard ship forever. But in the end, he still got it, and in one fell swoop, he reached a height unimaginable by ordinary people. You have dark fruit? 843, Cuomo questioned, staring at Rox. Dark fruit is a devil fruit belonging to Logia, but this devil fruit cannot be naturalized. But it can devour damage. When attacked, it only needs to bear double the pain to be immune to all damage. Obtained by those with great willpower, dark fruit is nearly invincible. And Rox is a person with great perseverance. Of course, I got this devil fruit with great difficulty. Rox spread out his hand, and a cloud of black mist rose from his palm. That's exactly what dark fruit is capable of. Even though Cuomo was prepared, when the rocks really released dark fruit, he was still slightly taken aback. Not only the rarity of this devil fruit, but also the fact that Rox took him twice head-on. There was no trace of pain on his face, and even a smile. What kind of terrible will is this? You must know that he suffered double damage. In the original book, Blackbeard suffered a blow from Luffy during the impel down, and rolled on the spot in pain. As for Cuomo's attack, I don't know how many times stronger than Luffy, but Rox seems to block it without any pressure. This terrifying perseverance, even Cuomo sincerely praised, Rox and dark fruit, can be said to be a perfect match. What a surprise, Cuomo exclaimed. You should know something about dark fruit that I in my hands. It is not only immune to damage, but also very restrained against demon fruit power, Rox said with a grin. After he used the power of dark fruit, thick smoke rose from his body, and the 2 wounds on his abdomen were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The next second, Rox's palm was covered with a layer of black mist, and he aimed at Cuomo, trying to suck him in. But the scene in the next second slapped him in the face. I saw Cuomo standing there motionless. His dark fruit posed no threat to Cuomo. He couldn't even move his body an inch. How is it possible? Rox frowned when he saw the scene in front of him and glanced at his dark fruit ability again. Every time he fights against demon fruit power, his ability can play a big role. Why is it useless now? Surprised, it seems that playing against me. You lost a very beneficial ability. Cuomo laughed. He is not demon fruit power, so he will not be sucked by Rox's dark fruit. Hearing this, Rox tried to use his ability to move towards Cuomo again, but it was still the same as before. Invalid. It seems that your ability is not simple. Rox laughed. Rox thinks that Cuomo is also a demon fruit power, but his ability to absorb people has no effect on Cuomo. Since this ability to attract people is useless to Cuomo, forget it, he is not the only one with this ability. Dark Cave Road. Rox slapped the ground with a palm, and a large amount of black mist suddenly rose from the ground, and the mist spread extremely fast. In an instant, it filled an area with a radius of tens of meters. Grumbling, objects covered by the black mist are all swallowed up. At this time, there was also black mist under Cuomo's feet. He wanted to get out of it, but it felt like he was stuck in a swamp. Schwa! Rox charged forward with the sword in his hand, and slashing attack struck Cuomo. To the Peacock, Cuomo said lightly. Peacock is the ability of 8 inner gates, the 6th gate. The principle is that the attack speed is so fast that it can rub against the air to create a large amount of flames. At this time, Cuomo held a knife in both hands and shot out countless sword chi in an instant. These sword chi are covered with the power of flames, devouring rocks at a speed exceeding the speed of sound. Boom, boom, boom. Countless flaming sword energy hit rocks, directly devouring him. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Cuomo jumped out of Dark Fruit's reach. It's It Hurts Ultimate. Rox was burning with flames, arms in front of him. Since Rox initiated the attack, he was too close to Cuomo to dodge all the attacks. A large number of attacks hit him. Even though he had the tenacious perseverance at the top of the world, he still couldn't help the veins on his forehead at this moment. His body was covered with black mist, which swallowed all the flames on his body and the damage caused by the sword energy to his body. Outwardly, there was no damage to his body. This devil fruit is really a perfect match with you. Looking at the scene in front of him, Cuomo couldn't help but sigh. This ability is really a good match for Rox. I think so too. This is the devil fruit I admire the most because he has great potential. Rox responded with a grin. Join me, Rox Pirate, when I defeat you, Cuomo. My ambition is the whole world, and for this purpose, I don't need your help. Rox doesn't want to be the so-called overlord of the sea area, and 1.3 is not very interested in becoming Pirate King. His ambition is the whole world, if he wants to be the master of the world. This is the dream of Rox, and he is also working hard towards this dream. Let's talk when you can defeat me, Cuomo said indifferently. The battle between the two has just begun. I will defeat your Cuomo, because this is my affirmation of my strength. It is also the recognition of your strength. There are very few strong men who can be recognized by Rox, and Cuomo is the most recognized strong man by Rox. He even went so far as to invite Cuomo on the grounds of the mate. 91. 88 Silver Axe dead. Natural disaster. Baizhang tsunami strikes. New world on an island. Rox pirate clashed with the 10,000 Worlds pirates. This battle lasted for a long time, and the area along the coast was almost completely destroyed. Most of the people on the island also tried to escape from the island for fear of being involved in the aftermath of the battle. In a certain battlefield on the island, following Guiyuan's battle against Golden Lion and Silver Axe, Shua, Ji Guiyuan swung his knife and swept towards Silver Axe. Puff! In midair, head flew up, mixed with countless blood. Silver Axe's head flew high, his face was full of fear. He really didn't expect it. Teaming up with Golden Lion to fight against Ji Guiyuan, he can still be beheaded by the opponent. Finally, one of them has been dealt with. Ji Guiyuan flicked the blood on the Riluan saber and said lightly. Silver Axe's headless body fell to the ground, spraying a lot of blood. He was too dead to die. 07, only you are left, Shiki. Ji Guiyuan set his sights on Golden Lion. Damn it, this guy isn't easy to deal with. Golden Lion met Ji Guiyuan's eyes and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Together with Silver Axe, it was difficult for him to defeat Ji Guiyuan, and he was even killed by one. Now that he is fighting against Ji Guiyuan alone, he feels a lot of pressure. Ji Guiyuan is holding a sunwheel knife in one hand, throwing it towards the gold. Boom! Suddenly the entire island shook, the ground level dropped a little, and the edge of the island was almost sunk by them. At this time, at the end of the horizon, there was a tsunami as high as hundreds of feet hitting their side. The roar of the tsunami almost attracted most of the powerful people on the island. Question mark. Golden Lion also stared at the tsunami at the end of the horizon in some surprise. No one knew how this 100-foot-high tsunami was formed. But this is an opportunity. Natural disasters strike. He has the opportunity to leave the battlefield. Without the slightest hesitation, Golden Lion quickly used the power of lion fruit to leave Ji Guiyuan. When a tsunami as high as hundreds of feet hits, the entire island will be swallowed up in an instant, and it is not easy to fight at this time. He is going to go to Rox and inform Rox to leave the island. Ji Guiyuan glanced at the fleeing Golden Lion, but did not choose to chase after it. It would take a lot of time to kill the Golden Lion. Now that the 100-meter-high tsunami at the end of the horizon is about to sweep over, they should find a way to leave. Madara, it's time to find Cuomo. Ji Guiyuan shouted at Uchiha Madara, who was fighting not far away. The island is about to sink into the sea, The tsunami is about to hit. It's time to retreat. I see. Uchiha Madara nodded. In the next second, he changed from playful to serious. Seeing the change in Uchiha Madara's momentum, Whitebeard's forehead broke out in cold sweat. She looked at him solemnly. Whitebeard knew that for so long fighting, Uchiha Madara had not used all his strength, fighting him with a mentality of playing. Even though Whitebeard felt underestimated, there was no way he could feel the power of Uchiha Madara too strong. Uchiha Madara's Sharingan spins at high speed, and he uses Susanu's second form. Behind him appeared a gigantic half-giant, covered with meridians and flesh, wrapped by chakra in the form of a coat. Are you serious? Whitebeard clasped Song Yunxie tightly with both hands, his expression extremely serious. At this moment, Whitebeard can fully feel the aura of Susanu unleashed by Uchiha Madara. The battle, it's time to end. Uchiha Madara crossed her hands on her chest and responded with a flat face. Susanu held machete in her hand and slashed at Whitebeard heavily. Bring it on. Whitebeard was also unambiguous, with blue veins appearing on his arms and forehead, and a layer of white airflow covered the cluster of clouds. This denies exactly the ability of his shock fruit. Shock fruit is called the most destructive devil fruit. Possesses terrifying power. Susanu's broadsword collided with Whitebeard's Song Yunxie, and the ground level suddenly dropped several meters. The powerful airflow shocked all directions. Whitebeard used almost all of his strength to counter the Susanu unleashed by Uchiha Madara. Ka. Cracks appeared in the space in front of Whitebeard's eyes, spreading like broken glass. The shock fruit shattered the surrounding air, and then formed a powerful shock wave. This momentum rushed towards Susanu with overwhelming momentum. But Susanu's defenses are terrible, and Whitebeard's ability can't completely destroy it. The weapons of the two collided for a long time. In the end, Susanu's strength was even better, and Whitebeard was sent flying more than 10 meters away. It turns out that you also hide your strength? Uchiha Madara stared at Whitebeard as if surprised. I thought that Susanu in the second form could defeat Whitebeard. But unexpectedly, it only knocked him back more than 10 meters away. There is no doubt that Whitebeard did not use all his strength in the course of the previous battle. Aren't you using all your strength too? Whitebeard responded with a grin. Forget it, let's go to Cuomo first. Uchiha Madara retracted Susanu, glanced at the 527 tsunami hundreds of feet high in the distance and said, It is not easy to solve Whitebeard in a short time, and the tsunami in the distance is about to hit. The most important task now is to find Cuomo. Boom. The ground under Uchiha Madara's feet began to collapse, and he jumped up and landed beside Jiguani. The edge of this island is constantly collapsing, and it won't be long before the entire island will sink into the sea. Let's go. Uchiha Madara glanced at Jiguani, and then the two left here to find Cuomo. Whitebeard looked at the backs of the two leaving and did not chase after him, put Song Yunxie behind his back, clenched his fists and said to himself, It's still not enough, my strength is still not enough. Whitebeard knew that the power Uchiha Madara used just now was still not the strongest. But when he confronted Susanu just now, he had almost used all his strength. Compared with Uchiha Madara, his strength still has a big gap. He looked at the tsunami in the distance and the collapsed ground under his feet and prepared to look for rocks. This battle will end when the tsunami arrives completely. 92. Members of the 890,000 world pirates gathered. It's time to retreat, subscribe. An area of the island where Senju Hashirama battles. Senju Hashirama played 1-on-2 against two Rocks pirate powerhouses, John and Charlotte Lin. Hashirama. Just as Senju Hashirama was fighting, there was a sound in the distance. Senju Hashirama turned his head and saw Uchiha Madara and Jiguan approaching them. Two more. Charlotte Lin, standing on Bayou Zeus, stared solemnly at the two people in the distance. Damn it, a tsunami is coming. Why don't we retreat first, Lin? John frowned, glanced at the two people supporting him from a distance, and then at the Baizhang tsunami that was about to reach the big island. The tsunami was hundreds of feet high, covering the sky and the sun, and the sea level was surging. It would not be long before the tsunami would approach the island and finally completely swallow the island. No one knows how this huge tsunami was generated, but they were not surprised when the tsunami came. Because the weather in the second half of the Grand Line is very weird, tsunamis as high as hundreds of feet are rare. But it is not unheard of in the history of the sea. Retreat, go to Captain Rock's first. Charlotte Lin agreed with John's point of view without the slightest hesitation. The two teamed up to fight Senju Hashirama, and they were still unable to win, and now the Wanjia pirates have supported two more crew members. If they continue to fight, they will definitely not be opponents, and a tsunami is coming. There is no need for them to continue to fight here. John and Charlotte Lin quickly retreated from the battlefield, preparing to go to the other side of the battlefield to inform Rocks to retreat. Why are you here too? Senju Hashirama scratched his head and asked with a smile. The tsunami is coming. We should notify Cuomo to evacuate. Ji Guiyuan reminded. Tsunami. Senju Hashirama heard the words and looked towards the sea. Sure enough, a tsunami as high as 100 meters was rushing towards the island where they were. Because he has been fighting seriously, he didn't use his knowledge to perceive the situation of the sea, and now he knows. The tsunami is coming. A tsunami of this scale is estimated to be able to swallow the entire island. It is still necessary to ask Cuomo to leave here. If it is swallowed by the tsunami, there will be some trouble. Jigwa Yuanri continued. Although the tsunami can't do them any harm, it can wash them away. Even wash their boat into the deep sea. It took several months to build their boat in 7 waters. Wouldn't it be a pity if it sank in the sea? Exactly. Senju Hashirama nodded. A tsunami of this size is unusual, and it would be very troublesome if it hit the island. Yo, you are all here. Unohana Retsu's voice came from not far away. After she eliminated several opponents, the remaining strong ones noticed the tsunami on the sea level and left. She didn't choose to chase. She was going to find Ji Guiyuan and the others, but she didn't expect that they had already gathered together. Where is Gojo Satoru? Senju Hashirama looked around and asked. Now the entire crew, except for Cuomo who fought the Rocks, only 5 are missing. Gojo Satoru? I remember that his battlefield was near Cuomo. Unohana Retsu thought about it seriously. Let's go to Cuomo first. Gojo Satoru should be on Cuomo's side. Even if he is not there with his ability, the tsunami is not a threat to him. Uchiha Madara said. They are very clear about Wujo Wu's ability, which can block any object or person from approaching. Even if the tsunami swallowed the entire island, it wouldn't touch Wujo Wu at all. Then let's go to Cuomo first. It is estimated that the Rocks pirate is also discussing retreat. The scribe Hashirama guessed. If there is no tsunami, they should still be in a state of fighting now. But now that the tsunami has struck, both they and the Rocks pirate are thinking about retreating. Walk. Several people left here quickly and rushed towards the battlefield between Cuomo and Rocks. On the other side of the island, there are large rift valleys and huge pits everywhere. Moreover, in the high altitude of this battlefield, dark clouds are abnormally dense, and they are still churning continuously. The two on this battlefield are Rocks and Cuomo. Rocks with dark fruit was evenly matched with Cuomo, who opened the gate. Rocks' perseverance and endurance, even Cuomo admired. Because Rocks seems to be immune to pain, and under the premise of bearing double the pain, he exchanged injuries with Cuomo. The blades of the two collided again and again, and the surrounding space vibrated, and there were violent roars one after another. Every time the two confront each other, the air will explode, causing shocks 100 meters away. With the power of the Black Dragon, Cuomo grows black wings on his back, covering armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki on his arms and blades. Haki, who was constantly devouring Cuomo's physical strength, became sharper and sharper, as if he could cut off the mountain with a single thought. BR. Rocks looked at Cuomo, who was climbing to the top, without a trace of fear on his face, and shouted. Rocks was covered with thick black mist, making him look like a ghost. Rock's footsteps are explosive, leaving a footprint every time he steps on the ground. The wings behind Cuomo flapped and approached Rocks at an extremely fast speed. Boom! The two clashed again, and a white round sphere, visible to the naked eye, spread around the two of them. The air seemed to be blown up. This GUI.is very strong. Gojo Satoru was standing in midair not far away, watching Cuomo fight the Rocks. After finishing his opponent, he was attracted by the battle here, so he stayed here to watch. He sincerely, Zhao feels that Rocks is very strong. After all, before Gojo Satoru met Rocks, he had never seen Shiki who could resist Cuomo's blow without getting hurt. Rocks' devil fruit is really pervert. Captain Rocks, it's time to retreat. A big tsunami is coming. an official crew member ran outside the battlefield and shouted at Rocks. In the next second, Gojo Satoru suddenly appeared in front of him, stretched out a finger to his mouth, and signaled him to shut up. A member of the 10,000 Realms pirates? The official crew took a step back and watched him warily. This is a battle between them. Why do you want to stop it? Wu Banxin took off his blindfold and gave him a cold look. 93. 90. I will definitely let you be my vice captain, seeking subscription. When the tsunami hits, you Myriad Realms pirates will also be in trouble. The Rock's pirate member responded with a cold snort. But now the tsunami but it hasn't completely approached the island before that. Just shut up and watch the battle. Gojo Satoru ordered. Shut up. Are you qualified to order me? The man responded with a sneer. He's a somewhat well-known pirate in New World and has a spot on Rock's pirate. Now a member of the Pirates of 10,000 Realms who seemed much younger than him spoke to him so arrogantly. How could he still be calm? Snap. Gojo Satoru directly grabbed his neck with one hand. With a cold light in his eyes, he said coldly, I said shut up and watch the battle obediently. Before Gojo Satoru came to this world, he possessed a strong power of spells. But now he not only has the terrifying power of spells, but also has powerful body skills. So at such a close distance, his speed was so fast that even the strong man of Rock's pirate hadn't reacted, and he was strangled by his neck. You want to die. When the man saw that he was being strangled by the neck, he was furious and attacked Gojo Satoru. But he suddenly found that his fist was very close to Gojo Satoru, but it was still difficult to move forward. 143. The Lion Thousand Slice Valley. Suddenly a figure appeared in midair. He was the Golden Lion. He quickly drew his sword and swung countless golden sword energy towards Gojo Wu. Gojo Satoru glanced at the Golden Lion, and Gojo Satoru was surrounded by countless sword chi, but it was still difficult to get close. There is no lower limit to the power to stop in this world. That's how perverted it is. Gojo Satoru exerted strength with his arm and poured the power of the spell into the man's physical strength, and the man lost his vitality after struggling for a while. Gojo moved casually through his body on the ground. In front of Gojo Satoru, except for the cadres of the Rock's pirate, the other people are not enough to look at all. Not even qualified to fight against him. This battle is coming to an end. As you can see, the tsunami has come. Golden Lion did not continue to attack, but inserted the famous knife back into the scabbard and reminded in a cold voice. The tsunami is still a short distance away. Why are you in such a hurry to retreat? Wouldn't it be nice to enjoy this battle? Gojo Satoru put his hands in his pockets and continued to watch the battle between the Rocks and Cuomo without paying attention to the Golden Lion. After a while, Charlotte Lin, John, Whitebeard, and other powerful cadres all arrived here. At the next moment of their arrival, Unohana Retsu, Ji Kenichi, Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara also rushed here. Let's stop here for today's battle. If you continue to fight, everyone will be harmed by the tsunami. Charlotte Lin stood on Bayou Zeus, staring at the warning voice of the Pirates of 10,000 Realms. Boom. After her words fell, the edge of the island began to collapse at a speed visible to the naked eye. This island has experienced a long battle with countless powerful people, and now it can't last long. I believe that it won't be long before the entire island will completely collapse and then sink into the sea. If it wasn't for the tsunami, all members of your Myriad Realms pirates would have died here today, including your captain. An official crew member snorted coldly. Let us all die here. What a big tone. Uchiha Madara laughed wildly. Cadres dare not say such things. How dare an official crew member? Even before the tsunami is approaching, we can kill you. Ji Byuan said indifferently as he pulled out the sunwheel knife from his waist. Who is afraid of whom? The official crew responded without any hesitation. At this time, all the strong men standing behind him were Rock's pirates. So many strong men stood behind him. He is naturally very tough. Stop it, keep fighting. It's not in anyone's interest. Whitebeard stopped. There are still a lot of gold, silver, and jewelry on the Rock's pirate, as well as treasure maps. If the ship was swallowed by the tsunami and lost a lot of jewels and treasure maps because of the continued conflict here, they would not be worth the candle. Let's stop the war now. In New World, we will always have a chance to fight. Charlotte Lin said. If it wasn't for the tsunami, you would all have died here today. Unohana Retsu reminded everyone with murderous intent in his eyes. What are you talking about? The official crew member wanted to say something else. Golden Lion, Charlotte Lin, John and other cadres surrounded him and beat him up. They don't want to continue fighting because it is not good for them. If this official crew member is allowed to talk too much and offend the Wanjia pirates and others, it will be troublesome. But his words have offended. Schwa. Unohana Retsu drew his sword and slashed directly at the crowd of cadres. Charlotte Lin and others quickly backed up. The sharp and cold sword aura was like a Shinigami sickle, cutting the official crew member in half. Seeing this scene, many cadres looked calm, but he was just an official crew member, and no one would care about his life or death. Is Cuomo still fighting? Uchiha Madara ignored Charlotte Lin and others, but focused on the battlefield where Cuomo and Rocks were. The two seem to be fighting crazy now. Hayuan Chi, and one of them is still fighting fiercely. The collapse of this island is inseparable from the battle between the two. After all, Uchiha Madara and others fought with a playful mood. The Rocks and Cuomo can be said to be fighting with all their strength. Captain Rocks should leave. The tsunami is coming. Golden Lion shouted, standing in the air. Tsunami. Rocks, who was fighting, was taken aback when he heard this and backed away from Cuomo. He glanced towards the sea area and noticed the huge tsunami that was about to reach the island. Damn it, why did the tsunami come? Rocks couldn't help cursing while looking at the tsunami. His battle with Cuomo was already at a fever pitch, but now that the tsunami is coming, he has to retreat. He is demon fruit power. If he is swallowed by a tsunami as high as hundreds of feet, it will be very troublesome. Fight Cuomo next time. Next time, I will conquer you or kill you. Rocks took a deep breath, staring at Cuomo, and said in a deep voice, Next time, I guess you can't do it. Cuomo shook his head calmly. Although Rocks owns dark fruit and dares to exchange injuries with him, but now he still doesn't have too many injuries. The current situation between the two is 50-50 at best, and the Cuomo 8 inner gates still have 2 gates left open. Unless Rocks has hidden strength, it is impossible for Rocks to defeat him. Haha, I'm looking forward to Cuomo. I look forward to you becoming my first officer. Rocks left such a sentence and left directly. The tsunami is already close at hand. If we don't leave now, there will be some troubles. 94. 91. The fame of the Pirates of 10,000 Realms spreads throughout the New World. Subscription required. Rocks Pirate has Golden Lion, a lion fruit-capable person. After many strong people board the boat, Golden Lion directly uses lion fruit to make the boat fly. Whitebeard glanced at Cuomo and others who were still on the island, and then at the tsunami behind him. Boom! He charged up with one arm, then slammed into the air heavily, and the surrounding air exploded instantly. Countless cracks appeared, and then these cracks turned into momentum, rushing towards the 100-foot tsunami. But the tsunami formed by the dense seawater, even his devil fruit can't push back too much, but slightly slow down the speed of the tsunami approaching the island. It has to be said that natural disasters are really terrible. Whitebeard's abilities are useless in front of this Baizhang tsunami. What are you doing, Edward? Golden Lion, who was standing on the boat, glanced at Whitebeard and questioned. Stop the tsunami from approaching us, Whitebeard said lightly. Are you kidding me? We are in the sky right now. How could the tsunami approach us? Golden Lion snorted coldly, with his arms folded on his chest. Whitebeard didn't respond to him when he heard the words, but lay down on the chair leisurely, picked up the wine next to him, and took a sip. It's hard to imagine that a person like you would choose to help them. Because of what? Golden Lion sat on the railing of the boat, glanced at the island, then turned his gaze to Whitebeard and questioned. Golden Lion is not stupid. It can be seen naturally. Whitebeard uses the power of the devil fruit to vibrate the air in order to slow the time for the tsunami to approach the island. Don't ask questions that I can't answer, Shiki. Whitebeard glanced at him indifferently and responded indifferently. The reason why Whitebeard helped the Pirates of the 10,000 Realms a little bit was because he didn't hate the Pirates of the 10,000 Realms. In addition to being in Sabaody Archipelago, Cuomo had chosen to trade with him, which made Whitebeard keep in mind. So a little help. Ja. Golden Lion laughed loudly upon hearing this. He is a sensible person, so naturally he won't ask any more questions. On the island, Cuomo inserted Shinyun back into the scabbard. The position of the tsunami moved back a little bit. What did Edward do? Cuomo said to himself, looking at the high-altitude ship. It wasn't obvious where the tsunami was receding, but Cuomo was keenly aware of it. It's time to leave, Cuomo. If we don't leave, we will be swallowed by the tsunami. Ji Guan reminded Cuomo as soon as he came to Cuomo's side. I see. Cuomo nodded. That GUI.is strong Cuomo, Uchiha Madara said suddenly. It was Rocks that he was talking about, even though he was only briefly watching Rocks fight Cuomo from the sidelines. But just by observing for such a short period of time, he concluded that Rocks is very strong. After all, he is the overlord of the New World, and his strength is naturally not much weaker. Cuomo spread his hands and smiled. Next time, let me fight him. Uchiha Madara continued with a grin. Fighting against the strong is what Uchiha Madara wants. Although Whitebeard is strong, he is still inferior to Rocks. Of course, no problem. Cuomo made an okay gesture. Uchiha Madara's strength is very strong. He naturally doesn't worry that Rocks can kill him. Although Rocks is almost at his peak now, his Conqueror's Haki and Devil Fruit have not yet been developed to Ultimate. So it's not completely in the peak period yet. Hidat will still improve. I believe that the next time they meet, the strength of Rocks will improve a lot. But no matter how far the Rocks improve, Cuomo isn't worried about Uchiha Madara fighting him. After all, Uchiha Madara is strong. Let's talk after we leave Madara Cuomo. Senju Hashirama reminded, looking at the approaching tsunami. Several people glanced at the sea level and quickly boarded the boat without the slightest hesitation. Gojo Satoru used the power of incantation to move the whole boat with him. Boom! The next second after their boat left, the waves as high as 100 feet directly swallowed the entire island. After the battle between the 10,000 Worlds pirates and the Rocks pirate, the island itself became vulnerable. Therefore, the impact of the tsunami directly destroyed the island, and it was slowly sinking. I believe that within a short time, this island would disappear from the sea. A few days later, news of the battle between the 10,000 Realms pirates and the Rocks pirates spread throughout the world. Seeking Flowers. Both are New World Overlord level pirate groups. The collision of pirate groups of this level naturally attracted the attention of countless powerful people. Among them, the most exciting thing is the many high-level officials of world government and naval headquarters. Rock's pirate and Cuomo's pirates of 10,000 Worlds are both pirates that give them a lot of headaches. Now that there is a collision between the two pirate groups, it is believed that many strong people have died. They looked forward to investigating the situation of the 10,000 Worlds pirates and the Rocks pirate. But the result they got was very disappointing. Not only did the Wanjia pirates not lose a single crew member, but a new member was added to the ship. Although many powerhouses in Rocks pirate died, almost none of the core-level powerhouses died. The casualties caused by such collisions can be said to be nothing at all. Rocks pirate is still the overlord of the sea, and Cuomo's pirates of 10,000 Worlds still dominate New World. The Wanjia pirates experienced a collision with the Rocks pirate, and even after the news spread that all members were unharmed. Cuomo is naturally indispensable for the increase in reputation. Although after the Mariehua incident in the Holy Land, the reputation of the pirates of 10,000 Realms shocked the world. But there are still a lot of pirates who don't pay much attention to the pirates of Myriad Worlds. After all, no one has crossed from the Holy Land of Mariehua, and no one knows the strength of the Five Elders. No one knows how many troops the world government has. And the Cuomo Pirates of 10,000 Worlds was formed only a few years ago. So when the news of their crossing of the Holy Land Mariehua spread, the first feeling of many great pirates is that the world government is too weak and the Five Elders are too weak. But there is a collision with Rock's pirate, and the six fight against a famous pirate group in the New World. Not only killed many strong opponents, but even achieved the point where no one was injured. These actions made the entire New World fully aware of the horror of the 10,000 Worlds pirates. No one dares to underestimate the pirates of 10,000 Realms. 92 new member REM participated. Please subscribe. New World, an isolated island. The ship of the pirates of the 1,000 Worlds is sailing on the sea. After a collision with the Rocks pirate, they had a very quiet time at sea. I met many pirates on the way, but when they saw the banner of the Wanjia pirates, they left far away. Don't dare to approach at all. Ding, congratulations host, you've gained 100 reputation points. Ding, congratulations host, you've gained 150 reputation points. Ding, congratulations host, you've gained 170 reputation points. Cuomo, who was lying on a chair to rest and bask in the sun, kept ringing the prompts from the system in his mind. When the beep stopped, Cuomo opened his panel without hesitation. I don't know 543, but how much reputation has been added this time? Cuomo whispered. Host Cuomo. Summon Gojo Satoru, 43%. Uchiha Madara, 44%. Unohana Retsu, 39%. G. Kuniiniki, 69%. Reputation value, 140,000/120,000. Abilities, Armament Hockey, 1500/2000. Observation Hockey, 1500/2000. Conqueror's Hockey, 1400/3000. Advanced Swordsmanship, 1450/2000. Special abilities, Black Dragon Form, with Style. Sage Mode, 8 Inner Gates. Warehouse, none. Cuomo's prestige value was 10,000 before, but now it has risen to 140,000. Fighting Rock's Pirate has increased his prestige value by 130,000. Not bad. However, with the increase in the number of exchanges for reward cards from the heavens and worlds, more and more reputation points are now required. Ding, does the host want to exchange the reputation points for reward cards from the heavens and myriad realms? Sure. Cuomo chose to confirm without the slightest hesitation because he couldn't wait to know. What kind of rewards can be redeemed this time? Ding, congratulations to host for obtaining the Ability Advancement Card X1. Ding, congratulations to the successful exchange of host, and you will get Rem in the Otherworld Adventure from Zero World. Ability Advancement Card with Rem. The rewards I got this time are pretty good. Ability Advancement Cards allow him to upgrade his Conqueror's Hockey and Advanced Swordsmanship by 1 level. As for Rem, Cuomo is not very familiar. Rem is the younger sister of the twin maids who single-handedly handle all chores in Roswell's mansion. When I was young, my family was killed by the witch cult, and my sister's horn was cut off, so I hated the witch cult. She looks cruel and indifferent, but in fact she is very strong and gentle. With her coming, wouldn't someone take care of the large and small sundries on board? All Cuomo had summoned before were combatants with powerful combat capabilities. Rem's combat power in this world is not too strong, but the pirates of myriad realms don't need strong combat power. What they need is a lovely maid who can take care of the boats, and now is the time. In front of Cuomo, a group of white light particles appeared, and after a while, the white light particles gathered into a group. In the next second, the white light particles dissipated, and Rem appeared in front of him. She is about 150 centimeters tall, with big eyes and pink lips, and her face is not very clear and cute. The hairstyle is neck-length short hair, but the hair parting line is different, and the front part covers her right eye. He wore a black apron and a white hat on his head. Except for the direction of bangs, hair color, and eye color, she looks almost the same as her sister, but her breasts are more plump than her sister Rem. After Rem came to this world, she was full of curiosity about everything around her, but after seeing Cuomo, she stepped back unconsciously. Although the system has already explained some things to her, but she needs a little time to get used to it. Why are you so afraid of me? I don't eat people. Cuomo smiled unconsciously when he saw her slightly panicked look. Although he was ready to face the lovely maid, when he really saw Rem, he still couldn't help being surprised. Rem is really cute. Although he had seen Rem on the screen, but when he saw it with his own eyes, he knew more clearly how cute Rem is. Are you Master Cuomo? Rem blinked and asked. It's me, but don't be so scared. I'm not a bad person. Cuomo calmed down her slightly nervous mood. I'm not scared. I'm just a little surprised. Rem slowed down a little, shook her head with a smile on her face and replied, Okay, then you're welcome, Remington. Cuomo chuckled. Are you a new member? Ji Guan walked towards the two of them and asked. Seeing Ji Guan approaching, Rem approached Cuomo nervously. Don't scare her, Yuani. Cuomo quickly stretched out his hand to signal him to stand where he was. Am I scary? Ji Guan laughed and scratched his head. You should smile. Don't scare the little girl. Gojo Wu put his arm on Ji Guan's shoulder and said with a smile. Rem hid in the chair behind Cuomo with a slightly bulging face and glanced at the few people on the boat, looking too cute. Let me introduce you. This is Ji Guan. He is from a different world just like you. The one behind him is Gojo Wu, and the same is true. Cuomo introduced the names of the two to Remington when Rem traveled to this world. The system told her only Cuomo's name. The system did not inform the names of the other members, so she needed to familiarize herself with it. My name is Unohana Retsu. Please give me your advice, new member. Unohana said softly with a smile on her face. My name is Senju Hashirama, and this is Uchiha Madara. Senju Hashirama Barim introduced the two. Uchiha Madara clasped her hands on her chest, always looking cold. You are 0.7. Hello, my name is Remington. Rem stepped out of the chair behind Cuomo, bent slightly towards several people, and introduced herself. Although Rem was a little shy, she found that the people on this boat were very polite. So they hit it off pretty quickly. Since Rem is an all-around housekeeper, after getting familiar with the crew, she began to work hard to clean the ship. It has to be said that Rem is really capable and cleaned up the sanitation of the ship very quickly. Then began to prepare dinner for Cuomo and others. With her arrival, Cuomo and the others can finally eat delicious food on board. 96-93 Roger. I'm finally bubbling, seeking full order. After everyone on board got acquainted with each other, they began to work on their own affairs. Senju Hashirama is communicating with Uchiha Madara, Jikuni is practicing sword, Unohana is watching the sea, Gojo Satoru is fishing, and Rem is cooking. Puff. Gojo Satoru, who was fishing, suddenly felt the fishing line move and pulled it up quickly, but what he caught was not a fish, but a person. How did you catch someone? Gojo Satoru took a careful look at the person who was caught. Can fishing still catch people? Cuomo also glanced at the fished person with some doubts. What to do with Cuomo? Gojo Satoru asked, grabbing the unconscious male leader. Throw it on an isolated island. Cuomo ordered lightly. They didn't need to kill innocent people indiscriminately, but they didn't need to save his life either. Okay. Gojo Satoru came to the other side of the boat rail and threw him to the isolated island. The man woke up because he fell on the isolated island. Ahem. He coughed out seawater from his mouth and said to himself, the news about the Pluton battleship is still exposed. Damn it, for the sake of money. You actually betrayed such news. The person 07 caught by Gojo Satoru is none other than one of the mystic scholars who deciphered where the Pluton warship is stored. They once had a team that joined forces to decipher the place where the Pluton warship was stored and finally succeeded in deciphering it. But one of them sold the news for money, but died unexpectedly in the end. But because of being hunted down, he accidentally encountered bad weather and fell into the deep sea. If it wasn't for meeting the pirates of 10,000 Worlds, he would have died in the sea. The man glanced at the pirate ship where Cuomo had gone and then walked towards the depths of the island. Cuomo was lying on the chair at this time and opened the property panel again. Host Cuomo. Summon Gojo Satoru, 43%. Uchiha Madara, 44%. Unohana 39%. Tsukuni Inichi, 69%. Senju Hashirama, 25%. Rem, 70%. Reputation value, 20,000/140,000. Abilities, Armament Hockey, 1500/2000. Observation Hockey, 1500/2000. Conqueror's Hockey, 1400/3000. Advanced Swordsmanship, 1450/2000. Special abilities, Black Dragon Form, with Style, Sage Mode, 8 Inner Gates. Warehouse, Ability Advanced Card. Rem's initial combat power is directly fixed at 70% of the original world, which is not surprising to Cuomo. After all, after traveling to this world, the abilities that can be used depend on the original world. Rem has 70% of her power, at least she has the power to protect her own safety. Next, Cuomo was thinking about which ability to advance with the ability advancement card he obtained. But after thinking about it for a long time, he decided to let it go. Now his Conqueror's Hockey and Advanced Swordsmanship have reached around 1500. Use this ability advancement card at this time. He feels a bit at a loss, and he is thinking about which one to use when Conqueror's Hockey reaches a new level. In a flash, several years have passed. During this period, New World has changed. Almost the powerhouses of the entire New World are looking for the whereabouts of the Pluton battleship. Because they are already 100% sure that the storage place of the Pluton battleship has really been deciphered by a group of mysterious scholars. Now people all over the world are looking for those scholars, and after all, they have found those scholars. It also proved that the Pluton battleship was found. In the past few years, the Roger pirates have already reached New World. Because the New World is in disarray, all looking for a place to store the Pluton battleship. The Roger pirates did not take this troubled water. so they develop very well in New World. And New World has changed in recent years. In addition, the senior officials of world government and naval headquarters are secretly promoting the development of all this. So New World. Many big forces were in the process of finding the Pluton warship. And were eliminated. Now in the entire New World, there are very few overlord forces left. The Pirates of 10,000 Realms and the Rocks Pirate also became New World's big two. Now in the entire New World, only these two pirate groups have the top comprehensive strength. However, the comprehensive strength of the Roger Pirates is vague, and there are signs that they can become the big three at sea. Rocks Pirate is eager to find the Pluton battleship, so it does not limit the development of the Roger Pirates. This has also led to the rapid development of the Roger Pirates in the past few years. In addition to these three top groups, New World also has a pirate group that cannot be ignored. That's the Pirates of Burndy World. He's also the overlord of the New World. He is so powerful that he even dares to wrestle with rocks. But his crew is too weak, which also prevents him from becoming a giant in the New World. Besides him, there is another lone pirate in New World. That is the Lonely Red, the Red Earl. The Red Earl is powerful, and he also dares to wrestle with a strong man like Rocks. But he didn't form his own pirate group. He just wandered alone in New World. Over time, Rocks gradually realized the danger of Roger's pirates. The Pirates of Burndy World, the Lonely Red, and the Red Earl can be ignored for the time being. Because they are only strong by themselves, they are not very threatening to Rocks. But the Roger Pirates are different. The Roger Pirates have a strong comprehensive strength. New World, a certain sea area. Here 880 is driving a huge pirate ship, and the one on this ship is Rocks Pirate. Now many cadres are discussing something in the conference room. Captain Rocks, the bounty order for the Roger Pirates has come out. A cadre put the bounty order of the Roger Pirates on the table in the conference room so that everyone could see it clearly. Roger offered a bounty of 2.5 billion Baileys. Rayleigh is offering a bounty of 2 billion Baileys. Jabba is offering a bounty of 1.7 billion Pele. A few years ago, the Roger Pirates stepped into New World. At that time, they were just a pirate group that we could easily destroy. But now that Roger's bounty has reached an astonishing 2,500 million Baileys, Jean lit a cigarette, staring at the reward on the table, and said in a low voice. A few years ago, they also paid attention to the Roger Pirates who stepped into the New World from the Grand Line. But at that time, the captain of the Roger Pirates offered a reward of only 500 million Baileys. And they had been investigating the clues of the Pluton battleship at that time, so they didn't have time to pay attention to the Roger Pirates. But when many overlords in the New World are fighting and investigating the Pluton warship, the Roger Pirates are constantly evolving. Now Roger himself has become a big pirate with a bounty of 2.5 billion Baileys. Another book by the author is on the shelves. If you're interested, you can read Q&A Honkai Garp, My Grandson Didn't Fight Celestial Dragons. 97, 94 Cuomo's Full-Level Conquerors and Top Swordsmanship. Seeking subscription. A few years ago, they also paid attention to the Roger Pirates who stepped into the New World from the Grand Line. But at that time, the captain of the Roger Pirates offered a bounty, but it was only 500 million Baileys. And they had been investigating the clues of the Pluton battleship at that time, so they didn't have time to pay attention to the Roger Pirates. But when many overlords in the New World are fighting and investigating the Pluton warship, the Roger Pirates are constantly evolving. Now Roger himself has become a great pirate with a bounty of 2.5 billion Baileys. The development of the Roger Pirates is too fast, Captain Rocks. Charlotte Lin echoed. In a few years, the Roger Pirates have developed to such a degree in New World. If he is given more time, the Roger Pirates, like the Rocks Pirate, will surely become one of the giants of New World. What are we going to do, Captain Rocks? Golden Lion folded his hands on his chest, staring solemnly at the bounty on the table about the Roger Pirates. It's time to take some action against the Roger Pirates, Rocks said in a deep voice. In the melee of New World these years, their Rocks Pirate became one of the giants of New World. Similarly, the Pirates of 10,000 Realms have also become giants. Rocks Pirate has also clashed with the Pirates of 10,000 Realms in the past few years. But he found it extremely difficult to defeat Cuomo. Simply because of the investigation of the Pluton battleship, he let the growth of the Pirates of the 10,000 Worlds go unchecked. Because even if he doesn't let the Wanjia Pirates go, They won't take any advantage if they forcefully clash with them. After several years, Rox is still very satisfied with the result of becoming a giant of the sea. Although the pirates of 10,000 worlds are giants of the sea with him, but this is also a fact that he cannot change. But Roger pirates, why can they be on an equal footing with them? Rox does not think that the Roger pirates have the capital to become one of the big three at sea. Should they all be killed? Whitebeard asked. No, although I haven't played against them, Roger's bounty can reach 2.5 billion Baileys, which shows his strength. What we have to do is win. Rox shook his head slightly and said solemnly. Rox has already made plans in his heart once he wins over Roger pirates. Then the comprehensive strength of their Rox pirate will be raised to another level. At that time, they will have enough capital to annex the 10,000 Realms pirates. Now, although Rox has great confidence in the strength of his pirate group, but he didn't want to take the risk of attacking the 10,000 Realms pirates. After all, the performance of the Wanjia pirates in the sea in recent years is not weaker than them. If it is a forceful attack, it is very likely that both sides will suffer, which is not good for anyone. Once with the help of the Roger pirates, Rox will have great confidence in annexing the 10,000 Worlds pirates. Rox pirates stopped investigating the Pluton ship and focused on investigating the whereabouts of the Roger pirates. After so many years, no one has found the Pluton battleship. Rox doesn't believe it while they are targeting the Roger pirates. Someone can find the Pluton ship, a certain sea area in New World. The ships of the pirates of the 1,000 Worlds sailed on this sea. In the past few years, the Wanjia pirates have also participated in the search for the Pluton battleship. After all, Cuomo's system is a reputation system. Only by doing great things will his reputation increase. Such a system is doomed for him to be restless. When major events happen in New World, the participation of the pirates of 10,000 Worlds is always indispensable. However, like Rox pirate, he has not received any news about the Pluton battleship. Cuomo reclined in his chair and opened the properties panel. Host Cuomo. Summon Gojo Satoru, 59%. Uchiha Madara, 60%. Unohana Retsu, 57%. Tsukuni Inichi, 79%. Senju Hashirama, 45%. Rem, 80%. Reputation value, 170, 000/200, 000. Abilities, Armament Hockey, 500/3000. Observation Hockey, 400/3000. Conqueror's Hockey, 500/4000. Top Swordsmanship, 400/4000. Special abilities, Black Dragon Form, with Style, Sage Mode, 8 Inner Gates. Warehouse, Ability Advancement Card X3. In the past few years, Cuomo has exchanged 2 reward cards from the Heavens and Worlds, but nothing good has been issued. There are only 2 reward cards from the Heavens and Myriad Realms, plus 1 from a few years ago. Now he has a total of 3 in his hand. Now, his Conqueror's Hockey has all reached the 3rd level, but it will take a lot of time to reach the 4th level. Cuomo suddenly remembered that he had 3 advanced cards in his warehouse, which could directly upgrade Conqueror's Hockey and Swordsmanship to 1 level. This is still a hairy training. Isn't it good to advance directly? However, currently there are only 3 ability advancement cards, and he is thinking about which 3 abilities to advance. Advanced Conquerors and Swordsmanship, I guess these 2 abilities that are almost at the top. Cuomo looked at the attribute panel in front of him and whispered. After a brief moment of thought, Cuomo first took 2 ability advancement cards to advance Conquerors and Sword skills. Use the ability advancement card. Please select the quantity. 2. Choose the ability to advance. Conquerors and top-notch fencing. Is host sure to advance these 2 abilities? Sure. Ding! Congratulations to host successfully advanced. In the next second, the system panel appeared in front of him again. Host Cuomo. Summon Gojo Satoru, 59%. Uchiha Madara, 60%. Unohana Retsu, 57%. Tsukuni Inichi, 79%. Senju Hashirama, 45%. Rem, 80%. Reputation value, 60,000. Zhao Nuozho/200, 000. Abilities, Armament Hockey, 500/3000. Observation Hockey, 400/3000. Conqueror's Hockey, 0/5000. Imitate Swordsmanship, 0/50100. Special abilities, Black Dragon Form, with Style, Sage Mode, 8 Inner Gates. Warehouse. Ability Advanced Card X1. Conqueror's Haki has been promoted to the 4th level, but it has not reached the full level. It is estimated that after one more level, Conquerors will be at the full level. The top swordsmanship has been advanced, and now it has become an imitation swordsmanship. What do you mean by imitating swordplay? Cuomo muttered internally. Host swordsmanship has almost reached its peak, so it is difficult to improve swordsmanship too much. Imitating swordsmanship can go through battles and imitate other people's swordsmanship and moves. 98, 95 The Roger Pirates are targeted. Full order. At present, Cuomo's swordsmanship has almost reached the pinnacle of the world. But if you want to reach the real peak, you need to have a completely different understanding of swordsmanship. In One Piece world, those who have powerful swordsmanship have different understandings of swordsmanship. The meaning of the system is to allow Cuomo to imitate the swordsmanship mastered by the top swordsmen in the pirate world. Then integrate the swordsmanship comprehended by these strong men, so that his swordsmanship can be truly different and become the top. Imitating swordsmanship can not only imitate the unique swordsmanship comprehended by those strong people, but also imitate the opponent's swordsmanship moves. For example, Roger's Divine Avoidance. If he fights Roger, not only can he comprehend all the opponent's swordsmanship understanding, Divine Avoidance, he can also learn it. All in all, this dot is a good ability. After using 2 advanced cards, he now has an ability advanced card in his hand. After thinking about it, Cuomo decided to advance the ability advancement card to Conqueror's Haki again and upgrade it to the full level. Imitating swordsmanship cannot be upgraded by relying on ability advancement cards. Cuomo wants to take swordplay to its true pinnacle. Only by fighting with those strong swordsmen and imitating their swordsmanship and moves can they reach the full level. After using 350 of the last ability advancement card, Cuomo's Conqueror's Haki has now been upgraded to the full level. Now in the entire pirate world, there should be no one else who can raise Conqueror's Haki to the full level except Cuomo. Cuomo, whose Conqueror's Haki had been upgraded to full level, clearly felt a group of strange and powerful calendar areas pouring into his body. Now he is much stronger. Rem trotted all the way to the rocking chair where Cuomo was sleeping, shook Cuomo's body, and said softly, "Master Cuomo, it's time to eat." "I see." Cuomo closed the properties panel and stretched. Rem's cooking is definitely world-class, and the taste can always change according to the ingredients. Cuomo hasn't gotten tired of eating Rem's meals for several years. While Cuomo and others were eating in the kitchen, the ship of the Roger Pirates appeared in the distance of their ship. Captain Roger, according to the information obtained by our informants, the Rocks Pirate has begun to vigorously investigate our traces. Jabba reported with a dignified expression. The Rocks Pirate have been searching for the Pluton battleship for many years without success, and now they have focused on their Roger Pirates. Although the Roger Pirates have vaguely become the big 3 at sea, there is a tendency to be on an equal footing with the Rocks Pirate and the 10,000 Worlds Pirates. But Roger is very clear that his pirate group is still far behind the 2 giants. "Oh, are you still being targeted?" Roger sighed solemnly. He doesn't want to face the lunatic Rocks Pirate. Over the past few years, the Roger Pirates have been focusing on developing their own power and improving their strength. He has never investigated the Pluton battleship because he knows that this thing does not belong to him. He is very clear that he does not have enough strength to be able to snatch food from giants such as the 10,000 Realms Pirates, Rocks Pirate, Naval Headquarters, and World Government. He originally thought that it would be able to develop steadily for a few more years, but in these years, too many hegemonic forces in the sea have been wiped out. Nowadays, there are not many pirates in New World. He is one of them. Because the world government is secretly promoting the pattern of the sea, it has praised his strength and bounty. The purpose is to get the rocks to pay attention to them. The purpose of the world government is to make them kill each other. Now the world government has successfully made Rocks Pirate. Notice they're Roger Pirates. I have to say that the world government still has a lot of smart people. No wonder it has been able to control the world for 800 years. The demise of many great maritime powers in recent years cannot do without the secret promotion of the world government Oj. "Captain Roger, there is not much food on board." A pirate suddenly pushed the door open and said worriedly, "Isn't there much food?" Hearing this, Roger frowned. "Yes, it is estimated that after eating today, it will be gone tomorrow. You go out first, we will find a way." Rayleigh pushed his glasses calmly and ordered. "Yes." The pirate responded and left the conference room. What should we do, Captain Roger? Rock's eyeliners are all over the world. Now if we land on the island to replenish supplies, there is no doubt that the Rock's pirate will know about it. Jabba's face was heavy, and his heart was full of worries. Rock's pirate is now one of the two giants at sea, and all the pirates who can board his ship are famous pirates in various regions of the New World. Although those pirates have joined the Rock's pirate, their connections have not dissipated and have even become larger. Once their Roger pirates appear on an island in New World to replenish supplies, I believe Rock's pirate will know it immediately. At that time, they will inevitably fight. Give the Roger pirates a few more years to develop, and Roger is not afraid of Rocks, but if there is a conflict now, they will definitely lose. The current situation is that once they land on the island, there is a great possibility that they will be wiped out. Knowing that going to the island is dangerous, they naturally would not choose to go to the island, but now they have to think of other ways to replenish supplies. We can't go to the island, so we can only wander in the sea, find a way to replenish supplies, or try to catch fish. Roger smiled wryly. There is only one way to do it now. Captain Roger. Another pirate rushed into the conference room hastily. What happened again? Jabba questioned, frowning. Sent to the ship of the pirates of the realm. The pirate hurriedly reported. What, pirates of 10,000 worlds? Roger's pupils contracted violently, and he stood up abruptly. The Myriad Realms pirates are the same giants of the sea as the Rock's pirate. The pirates that the Roger pirates are least willing to face on the sea are the Rock's pirate and the Myriad Realms pirates. Quick, turn around. Rayleigh hurriedly ordered. Rock's pirate is eyeing them. They already feel that they are troublesome enough. Why are they still meeting the pirates of 10,000 realms now? 96 Cuomo fights Roger for the first time, full order. No, Captain Lua Roger, the ship is too close, and the people of the Myriad Realms pirates have already noticed us. The pirate faltered with fear. While Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba were discussing important matters in the ship. These crew members are not idle either, and are thinking about how to obtain supplies. On the boat, they noticed the one-cut pirates in the distance. Due to their scarcity of supplies, when they saw the ship, all they could think about was looting the supplies of the Sea of Thousand Realms thief group. It wasn't until the two ships approached that they noticed that it turned out to be the flag of the pirates of Myriad Worlds. As their boat approached, Uchiha Madara, who had finished eating, also stood in front of the boat rail and noticed them. What? Jabba was shocked. Damn, this is troublesome. Rayleigh gasped and said in a deep voice, I hope they are not hostile to us. Roger frowned slightly. They don't know if the Wanjia pirates are hostile to them. If so, they will be in big trouble. They have heard too many legends about the pirates of the 10,000 realms in New World. Roger faced the pirates of the 10,000 realms, thinking that he had no chance of winning. On the pirate ship of Myriad Realms, Uchiha Madara was lying on the railing of the ship, staring at the pirate ship in front of him, and his gaze was aimed at the flag of the ship. Oh, Roger pirates, Uchiha Madara said to himself. The Roger pirates have a high reputation in New World, even known as the Big Three at sea. Uchiha Madara naturally knows something about this. Madara, what are you looking at here? Cuomo walked out of the kitchen after eating and asked suspiciously when he saw Uchiha Madara lying on the rail of the boat. The Roger pirates are here, Cuomo. Uchiha Madara turned to him and responded. Roger pirates? Cuomo was startled when he heard the words and walked to the railing of the ship, looking up at the ships below. Is it Cuomo, the captain of the pirates of 10,000 worlds? Roger just walked out of the conference room, and when he came to the deck, he saw Cuomo and Uchiha Madara. It really is the Roger pirates. The moment Cuomo saw Roger, he smiled unconsciously. Not long ago, he advanced his top swordsmanship to imitate swordsmanship, and he can imitate other people's swordsmanship and moves. Now that Roger is here, isn't this to give him swordsmanship experience? In the original book, the move that Roger and Odin used when they fought against Odin left a deep impression on Cuomo. Thinking of this, Cuomo jumped up and landed on the ship of Roger pirates, although Uchiha Madara didn't know what Cuomo was going to do. But he also jumped on the ship of the Roger pirates. As soon as they landed on the ship, many strong men of the Roger pirates surrounded them with solemn expressions holding weapons. Back down, strong men of this level, you are just adding to the chaos by standing here. Rayleigh commanded to the surrounding strong men with a heavy expression. Yes, those strong men who surrounded Cuomo and Uchiha Madara retreated again and again, leaving the battlefield to Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba, the three pillars of manpower. We just passed by unintentionally, without any malice, and we don't want to conflict with you. Roger responded calmly. Feeling Cuomo's aura for himself, Roger now understands how big the gap between himself and the sea giants is. It's not up to you, Cuomo responded with a meaningful smile. If you want to make your swordsmanship reach the real peak, you need to combine the swordsmanship of the world's top experts. And Roger is his first experience pack, and when he met by accident, Cuomo naturally couldn't let him go. The current situation in the sea is very complicated. If there is a conflict with our Roger pirates during this period, Yuda will not get any benefits. Rayleigh took a deep breath and responded calmly. You Roger pirates can't shake the foundation of our myriad realms pirates. Cuomo spread his hands and said calmly. Now on the 10,000 realms pirates, except for Senju Hashirama, everyone else's strength has reached more than 50%. The mere Roger pirates cannot shake their foundation at present. There is no grievance between us. There is no need to regard each other as enemies, Cuomo. Roger Pirate's Bread said solemnly. I'm interested in you, Roger. Cuomo responded with a smile. Really? Then we should sit down and have a good chat at this moment, instead of having conflicts. Roger also responded with a smile. 0. Seeking flowers. 0. The only people who can sit down with me and talk to me are people I approve of. I'm very interested in you. It doesn't mean that you'd have been approved by me, Cuomo shrugged and said lightly. So we still can't avoid fighting, Roger said with a sigh. I won't kill you, Cuomo said calmly. Then come on. Knowing that this battle is inevitable, Roger directly pulled out the western knife from his waist and said solemnly. Excellent. Cuomo laughed when he saw this scene and pulled out Shinyan. Stay away from here. Roger ordered the watching crew not far away before the battle. Exclamation point. The crew responded quickly and then retreated all the way to the other side of the railing. Schwa. Cuomo drew his knife and slashed at Roger. Haki was wrapped around Roger's arm, and he also hit him with a solemn expression. Let's go together, Uchiha Madara said calmly, staring at Jabba and Rayleigh. Rayleigh and Jabba glanced at each other before drawing their weapons, both knowing that a fight was inevitable. He simply didn't say much nonsense and directly attacked Uchiha Madara. When Cuomo, Uchiha Madara, and the Roger pirates were fighting, the members of the 10,000 Realms pirates also came to the ship rail after hearing the movement from the outside world. Huh? Is this Roger pirates? Senju Hashirama stared at the people fighting on the ship and asked. The one fighting Cuomo should be Roger, who has a bounty of 2.5 billion Baileys. Gojo Satoru said calmly while sitting on the rail of the boat. Is there a bounty of 2.5 billion Baileys? Compared with Cuomo, the bounty seems to be a lot worse. Rem whispered from the side. Of course, Cuomo's bounty but at 4 billion Baileys. Unohana Retsu chuckled. Of the pirates in the entire New World, only Cuomo has the highest bounty, and even Rock's bounty is only 3.9 billion Baileys. 197 One of Roger's fencing skills. God's Avoidance, subscribe. I remember Madara's bounty, it seems to be 0.2.9 billion. Ji Guiyuan said. They don't pay too much attention to the bounty after all, it's just a number. Madara's bounty is indeed 2.9 billion Baileys. He is 1 billion Baileys higher than me. Senju Hashirama nodded. In the Pirates of 10,000 Realms, Cuomo's bounty is 4 billion Baileys. The bounty for Uchiha Madara is 2.9 billion Bailey. Gojo Satoru's bounty is also 2.9 billion Baileys. Unohana Retsu's bounty is 2.4 billion Baileys. Senju Hashirama's bounty is 1.9 billion Baileys. Jigi Wanyi's bounty is 2.2 billion Baileys. Rem's bounty is 800 million berries. Although she hasn't fought much, she is a favorite of the group. The world government also gave her a high bounty based on the standard of 233 monsters for all members of the Pirates of 10,000 Realms. Why are they fighting? Rem asked curiously. I don't know about this. I was eating just now. Gojo Wu responded without knowing it. Do we need help? Rem asked. Help? It's not necessary, the Roger pirates, to have no strength to defeat Cuomo and Madara. Senju Hashirama responded with a smile. Senju Hashirama has a lot of trust in the strength of Cuomo and Uchiha Madara, although they are also the first encounter of the Roger pirates. But Senju Hashirama isn't worried that the duo will lose. There are so many people on board. I'm a little worried about Master Cuomo. Rem crossed her fingers on her chest and said, slightly worried. You worry too much about Rem, Cuomo, but very strong. Unohana Retsu said softly. Rem has been following them for many years. Every time Cuomo fights, Rem is very worried, but every time Cuomo can beat the opponent half to death. Although the members of the Wankai Pirates also noticed that Cuomo was fighting the Roger Pirates, they did not intervene in the battle. Because they absolutely believe in the strength of Cuomo and Uchiha Madara. Boom! Before Cuomo's knife and Roger's knife collided, a huge energy wave erupted and swept all directions. In the center of the blades of the two of them, there is a red electric ball crossed, which from time to time emits electric sparks to the surroundings. Although Roger is not at his peak now, at least he has been in New World for many years, so Conqueror's Haki, physical skills, and sword skills are not weak. But Cuomo's Conqueror's Haki, physical skills, and sword skills are much better than Roger's. Especially Cuomo's Conqueror's Haki, and reached the world's top level, has reached the full level. While fighting Roger, Cuomo began to imitate his sword skills, taking the essence and using it for himself. Although Cuomo's swordsmanship is now enough to be called the top in the world. But after imitating and mastering Roger's swordsmanship, he learned a lot and fought against a strong swordsman like Roger. Cuomo's power boost is significant. Cuomo bounced off Roger's knife with incredible force and then slashed hard at his chest. But at the critical moment, Roger pressed the Western knife to his chest and forcibly defended against Cuomo's attack, but his figure retreated more than 10 meters at this time. It's dangerous. Roger's forehead broke out in cold sweat. If Cuomo's knife fell on him just now, he would suffer a lot of injuries. After all, he doesn't have dark fruit. He can use perseverance to resist damage like rocks, and then recover. In the battles of the New World powerhouses, they are basically attacking the enemy while defending well. That's why Whitebeard and the Roger Pirates in the original book fought for a long time, but they were physically exhausted. There were no injuries on their bodies, and they could still drink wine. But to fight Cuomo, you have to break the original fighting style, because Cuomo doesn't do too much defense, but more attack. Cuomo has the form of a black dragon, and the defense of the flesh is perverted to ultimate, so what if he was slashed by Roger? But there is no one else who dares to trade injuries with Cuomo except rocks. Good response. I thought the knife was going to hit you, Cuomo praised. This was not a polite remark, but he really did not expect that Roger would be able to react in an instant to defend against his attack in such a critical situation. This kind of reaction speed is really good. Fighting with you, I really feel the great pressure that I haven't seen for a long time. Roger stared at him solemnly and said solemnly. Cuomo's daring to change his style of play really put a lot of pressure on Roger. Stress comes from fear. Let go and hit Roger. I doubt will not kill you. Cuomo responded calmly with a faint smile. God avoids. Roger's face froze when he heard the words. The Western knife was covered with Conqueror's Haki, and a red light flashed in his eyes. Holding the knife in both hands, he slashed at Cuomo with all his strength. Under normal circumstances, when he fights with the enemy, he wields a knife with one hand and uses God's dodge, but he faces a strong monster like Cuomo. The power threat of a single arm may not be great, so he directly used both arms to strike Cuomo. Boom! Cuomo charged up his arms and also struck out a knife, which collided with Roger's Western knife. Before the blades of the two collided with each other, they exploded directly on the sea level, and the waves roiled several meters high, and the ripples even shook to the end of the horizon. The whole ship shook for a while. The Conqueror's power of the two collided together, and the formed air currents swept the whole ship. About half of the crew felt the wave, and Haki fell to the ground with wide eyes. Can you take over all of this? Your strength is much stronger than I imagined. Roger watched his move being easily taken over by Cuomo, and his face became more dignified. God avoidance is currently the third strongest ability of Roger's mastered swordsmanship moves. But even this kind of terrifying swordsmanship moves were still defended by Cuomo, and they were still firmly caught by 0.1. God avoids. Cuomo grinned, the veins in his arm popped out, and he had successfully imitated Roger's divine avoidance move at this moment. Schwa! Accompanied by the movement of swinging a knife with his arm. A streak of red sword energy tore through the space, rushed towards Roger with overwhelming momentum, and directly knocked him out. Roger's body hit the railing of the ship, making a loud noise, and the huge ship shook slightly. This move really works. Cuomo felt that his sword skills had improved, and he had mastered some moves. The swordsmanship experience gained from fighting Roger is really good. 101. 98 Uchiha Madarav's Roger's left and right hands seeking flowers. How can you do this? Roger stared at Cuomo in disbelief, full of surprise in his heart. This move of God's avoidance is a move he created based on his own understanding of swordsmanship. Although Cuomo's swordsmanship is strong, the two of them have different understandings of swordsmanship. The concept of swordsmanship is different. Why can Cuomo still play the same moves as him? Everything you know, I don't know, Cuomo said calmly. This is the power of imitating swordsmanship, Roger's moves. He can learn them just by looking at them. Although you can't directly learn the essence, you only need to imitate Roger's theory of swordsmanship. He can play the strongest divine avoidance. It has to be said that Cuomo's sword skills have improved significantly when fighting Roger. Although Roger is not at his peak now, his swordsmanship can definitely be called one of the most powerful swordsmen. Hearing this, Roger's complexion became a lot heavier, and he felt a lot of pressure against Kota. He thinks he is strong enough, but 07 is still a lot worse than Cuomo. By fighting Cuomo, Roger also had an idea of what the rocks were capable of. Although Cuomo fought him this time, he would not kill him, but after the battle. He's still in trouble because the Rocks pirates have their eyes on them. Rocks pirate is notoriously tyrannical in a new world. If they match up, it is only possible a narrow escape. The more he thought about it, the greater the pressure in Roger's heart, so he simply didn't think too much. It's better to face the powerful enemy in front of you seriously. Roger took off his jacket, showing his muscular body, staring at Cuomo solemnly, and rushed over in the next second. The other side, Uchiha Madara versus Rayleigh and Jabba. Although Rayleigh and Jabba are not as strong as Roger, they are also Roger's right and left hands. The bounty is not low, and their strength is strong. But it was just such two people joining forces to fight Uchiha Madara, they couldn't gain the upper hand, and they couldn't even take advantage of it. So strong. Rayleigh was startled with a strand of cold sweat on his forehead, holding a knife and staring at Uchiha Madara with a serious face. The strength of our Roger pirates is indeed much lower than that of the Myriad Realms pirates. Jabba stood beside Rayleigh and said in a deep voice, Cuomo and Uchiha Madara alone can almost wipe out Roger pirates. You know, it's not just Uchiha Madara and Cuomo on board the Pirates of 10,000 Worlds. Although there are only 7 members of the Wanjia pirates, none of them is a simple character. And although their Roger pirates have a large number of people, but not accept their master is the main force in the battle. Others are not enough to look at in front of the members of the Myriad Worlds pirates. Show me some strength, Jabba, Rayleigh, right and left hand of the Roger pirates. Uchiha Madara said calmly with a scythe on his shoulder. You contain him head-on, and I'll find a chance to sneak up and see if I can hurt him. Rayleigh instructed Jabba. If the two join forces to attack head-on, they won't be able to take advantage of it at all, so they need to find an opportunity to see if they can sneak attack. Okay. Jabba nodded in agreement. Although sneak attacks are not part of their fighting style, Uchiha Madara is so strong that countermeasures must be used to defeat him. Go. Rayleigh's words fell. Jabba's expression became serious, and he rushed towards Uchiha Madara with 2 axes in hand. Thump, thump, thump. His footsteps were explosive, and he quickly approached Baojibo Madara. When? Uchiha Madara held a scythe with one hand and swept towards Jabba directly, and the weapons of the two collided. Make a bright electric spark. What a terrifying power. Jabba's veins bulged, and he used all his strength to resist Uchiha Madara's scythe. He is famous for his strange power in the Roger pirates, and he becomes Roger's right-hand man, but his strange power is not enough in front of Uchiha Madara. The weapons of the two collided for several seconds, and at this time Rayleigh circled to the rear of Uchiha Madara. Good chance. Rayleigh held a knife in both hands, cover haki, and slashed towards Uchiha Madara. Rayleigh's swordsmanship is famous throughout the New World, and armament haki's attainments are not low. If it hits Uchiha Madara, it will definitely hurt him. Want a sneak attack, but your speed is too slow. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly and glanced back. While Uchiha Madara was fighting Jabba, he kept his eyes on Rayleigh's movements. With force on his arm, he directly sent Jabba flying, twisting the sickle along with his body, and swung it towards Rayleigh. When? Rayleigh's knife collided with Uchiha Madara's sickle, and at the moment of the collision, Rayleigh felt a little numb. Uchiha Madara's strange force shook his entire arm. It took only a few seconds for the weapons of the two to collide, and Rayleigh was directly sent flying, hitting the railing of the boat heavily. Facing the joint attack of the two, Uchiha Madara disintegrated it without breaking a sweat. Strength, the difference is too much. Rayleigh stood up and said with a helpless wry smile. Such a gap in strength is difficult for them to bridge anyway. Did you break through the siege of the two easily? Madara's strength is a lot stronger by 140. Senju Hashirama, standing on the boat, smiled gratifiedly when he saw this scene. These two are not weak, but they're still a lot worse than Madara. Ji Guiyuan commented. Both Rayleigh and Jabba will have admiral-level strength in the future, but they haven't fully grown up yet. In front of Uchiha Madara, it is not enough to look at. After all, Uchiha Madara was able to kill a 5 elders who was slightly stronger than Admiral in the Holy Land of Mariewa a few years ago. A few years have passed. Uchiha Madara's strength must have improved a lot. How can Rayleigh and Jabba surpass such a difference in strength? Continue. Jabba did not give up and rushed towards Uchiha Madara again. With a strong right hand, he threw the axe in his hand towards Uchiha Madara, and the axe rotated at high speed in mid-air, approaching him at an extremely fast speed. When Uchiha Madara swung the sickle lightly and sent the axe flying, and the flying axe returned to Jabba's hand after turning. Seeing that Jabba had rushed towards Uchiha Madara again, Rayleigh also quickly adjusted his state and rushed towards Uchiha Madara. Their purpose is never to say defeat. How can they give up fighting because they have lost several battles? 102-99 Roger, I have a request seeking full order. The fight lasted for a long time, and Uchiha Madara fought Jabba Rayleigh completely with the mentality of playing. And Cuomo is to completely imitate the swordsmanship copied to Roger, so he didn't directly defeat Roger. Instead, slowly pull the wool. Cuomo's Shinyun and Roger's Western knife kept colliding, and Roger felt more and more weak during the battle. At the beginning of the battle with Cuomo, although he was a little weak, he could still catch Cuomo's attack and counterattack. But now, the attacks that connect Cuomo are starting to feel a little weak. And he always feels that Cuomo's attack style is slightly similar to his, but Cuomo's attack is faster than his. After a long time, when Cuomo's arm was strong, and the knife in Roger's hand flew out, and then he swung it down heavily. Oops. Roger's pupils constricted violently, and he stepped back quickly to avoid Cuomo's fatal blow. Thank you, Roger. Cuomo inserted Shinyun back into the scabbard, showing a meaningful smile. The wool is almost ready. Roger's swordsmanship theory, and the swordsmanship moves he has mastered. During the battle, Cuomo had learned as much as he could, so that there was no need to fight anymore. Roger was no match for him. Although I don't know what you mean, but I should be out of danger now. Roger took a deep breath, picked up the Western knife, and asked, Of course, I said I won't kill you, so naturally I won't kill you. Cuomo wrote lightly. It's not that there is any deep hatred, or that they are in a hostile state. Cuomo will not kill people easily. I have a request, Cuomo, and I hope you can agree. Roger also inserted the Western knife back into the scabbard and said solemnly, A request. You speak and listen first. Let me see what's going on. Cuomo said flatly. If Roger's request is too much, he will definitely not agree. But as long as it is not excessive, does not lose his interest, or even benefits him, he will still choose to help a little. Roger said with a bit of embarrassment, We have no supplies on board, and I hope to borrow some from you. The supplies on their ship are running low, and if they don't replenish them, it will be very troublesome for them to survive in the sea. No supplies. Are you kidding, Roger? Is there a shortage of New World islands? Cuomo retorted. New World is full of islands. Just go to the island to replenish some supplies. How about borrowing from them? The Rocks pirate has already been eyeing us. If we go to the nearby islands to replenish supplies, it is very likely that they will find us. Jess scratched his head and said helplessly. If they could land on the island to replenish supplies, they would have gone there long ago. How could they not be floating in the sea? All because they didn't want to face the Rocks pirate by engaging Cuomo. Roger didn't want to face the Rocks pirate even more. This is not for cowardice, but because facing the Rocks is almost a death situation. No matter how brave Roger is, he will not be stupid in the face of a situation that is almost certain to die. He can't kill you, Cuomo said calmly. Although he came to this new world and caused a slight butterfly effect, Roger is the chosen one in the pirate world. As long as Cuomo doesn't interfere too much with him, Roger will live to the day of terminal illness. Even if Rock's pirate wants to annex the Roger pirates, it will definitely fail due to various reasons. The One Piece in the original book is no joke. Who can predict such a thing? The risk of fighting the Rock's pirate is too great. Roger shook his head and said with a heavy expression, "So, Doc, can you grant me this request, Cuomo?" Roger pressed. "What good do I get by agreeing to lend you supplies?" Cuomo asked flatly. "I have a lot of treasure on board, and I can spend several times the price to buy the supplies on your ship." Roger responded. Judging from the current situation of the Roger pirates, treasure is no longer important. What matters is the supplies that allow them to survive in the sea. 10 times. And how about a favor owed to me? Cuomo said with a big mouth. Treasures are not of much use to them, but sometimes this thing Doc can still play a role. As for Roger's favor, although it is useless to him now, it does not mean that it will be useless in the future. He bought a lot of supplies on the ship. Even if he is gone, he can go to the island to purchase. For him, there will be no loss in this deal. Roger hesitated a little and said, "Yes, what Roger wants now is only the materials that can survive, and the treasure is something outside of him. If there is no treasure, they can go and grab it again." "That's a deal," Cuomo responded with a slight smile. "Madara, the battle is over." Cuomo still shouting at Janjibo Madara. Uchiha Madara grabbed Jabba's neck with one hand and Rayleigh's blade with the other, releasing both hands at Cuomo's words. Cough, cough. Jabba coughed with a flushed face. Uchiha Madara's strange strength was too strong. He strangled his neck, and it was difficult for him to breathe. "Is it over?" Rayleigh involuntarily breathed a sigh of relief. If possible, he really doesn't want to face the pirates of 10,000 Realms in the future. The two of them teamed up to fight a member of the Myriad Realms pirates, but they were suppressed and beaten the whole time. "You guys go and take out all the treasures on board," Roger shouted to the crew. "Yes, Captain Roger." The crew quickly responded. Roger took more than half of the treasure on the ship and bought some supplies on Cuomo's ship with good money. Cuomo asked Gojo Satoru to move the treasure given by the Roger pirates to the ship, and then gave half of the supplies on the ship to the Roger pirates. Every time their Myriad Realms pirates purchase supplies, it is more than half of the area. Because they have a special way to store supplies, they are not worried about food spoilage. These supplies should be enough for you to live for more than half a month, but you can't always avoid the Rocks pirate. Cuomo looked at Roger and reminded, "When these supplies are used up, the Roger pirates will inevitably go to the island to replenish supplies. Even during this half-month, they encountered several pirate ships and robbed their supplies. But how long can the Roger pirates escape?" 103. 100 new member Akinologia. Since the news of the battle between the 10,000 Realms pirates and the Roger pirates came out, Rock's pirate also got into action. New World, a certain sea area. The ships of the pirates of the 1,000 Realms are sailing in this sea area. Although Cuomo doesn't know how the news of their battle with the Roger pirates was released. But because the news was released, it also caused his reputation to increase a lot. Ding, congratulations, host. The reputation point has increased by 100. Ding, congratulations, host. Your reputation has increased by 13. Ding, congratulations, host. The reputation point has increased by 160. As the system's prompt sound continued to enter his mind, he also opened his own system panel. Host Cuomo. Summon Gojo Satoru, 59%. Uchiha Madara, 60%. Unohana Retsu, 57%. Tsukuni Inichi, 79%. Senju Hashirama, 45%. Rem, 80%. Reputation value, 270, 000/200, 000. Abilities, Armament Hockey, 500/3000, Observation Hockey, 400/3000, Conqueror's Hockey, 500/4000, Top Swordsmanship, 400/4000. Special abilities, Black Dragon Form, with Style, Sage Mode, 8 Inner Gates. Previously, he had 170,000 prestige points, and after a fight with Roger 650, his prestige points directly increased by 100,000. Although there are many, it is actually not too much. Ding, does the host want to exchange the reputation points for reward cards from the Heavens and Myriad Realms? Sure. Ding, congratulations on the successful exchange of host. Does the host want to use reward cards from the heavens and worlds? Sure. Ding, congratulations to the successful exchange of the host, and I have obtained Ichnologia from the world of Fairy Tale. Ichnologia, originally a dragon slayer wizard more than 400 years ago, is known as the king of dragons, the black feather of the end, and the origin of evil. He has extremely high intelligence, but he disdains to communicate with humans. He is the first human magister who is fully transformed into a dragon in history. He hates humans and dragons extremely, dismisses them, and even doesn't want to communicate with them. When it attacked Sirius Island, it showed its strength, facing weak creatures. It just fought with a playful attitude. Ichnologia, this guy is very strong. Cuomo was still very impressed with him. After all, when he traveled to this pirate world, the first ability he acquired was the black dragon form, Odd, from Ichnologia. Now Ichnologia himself has traveled to this world. In front of Cuomo, a group of white light particles appeared, and the light particles slowly gathered into a group and finally condensed into a human shape. Ichnologia appeared in front of him, with dark blue long hair draped around his waist, and a pair of fierce eyes. Skin color is brown. There are tattoos on the body, wearing a black cloak, bare upper body, bare feet, with a necklace around his neck. Ichnologia's aura is very strong, but his clothes are a bit tattered. Cuomo. Ichnologia slowly opened his eyes, staring at Cuomo in front of him. It's me, welcome, Ichnologia. Cuomo took a deep breath and responded with a slight smile. Traveling through the new world, it's unbelievable, but it has indeed happened to me. Ichnologia glanced around, but he was too calm. Just get used to it, Cuomo laughed. New member. Gojo Satoru, who was sleeping on a rocking chair, noticed Ichnologia talking to Cuomo. Aura of the same kind? Ichnologia turned around and noticed Gojo so. In the original fairy tale world, Ichnologia hated humans and dragons extremely. But facing Cuomo and Gojo Satoru, he didn't feel that way at all. They felt like the same kind to him. It is a worthy partner. Let me introduce to you that is Gojo Satoru, who is from another world just like you, and he is also our companion. Cuomo introduced to Ichnologia. Is there another new member? Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama walked out of the cabin, looking at Ichnologia. What a strong breath. Uchiha Madara commented with slightly squinted eyes. Ichnologia came to this world, although he can only exert 20% of his power. But that 20% is scary enough. There is indeed a strong momentum, this new member, and it's not easy, Ji Guiyuan said. Are all these people from different worlds, Cuomo? Ichnologia asked. Of course, all of them are from different worlds, Cuomo responded matter-of-factly. Everyone on his ship comes from different worlds, including him, of course. He is also someone from a different world. Interesting, it seems that you have mastered a power that even I can't imagine. Ichnologia laughed. Maybe. Cuomo spread his hands and smiled. Ichnologia at its peak is certainly powerful, and even possesses the power to destroy directly. Definitely not going to work on a boat. So Cuomo is not afraid of being killed himself. But Ichnologia only came to their world today, and his momentum and aura are indeed powerful. Cuomo is very strong, but this new member is also not easy. Who do you think will win Yuanichi? Gojo Satoru put his arm on Ji Guiyuan's shoulder and smiled asked. Now Ichnologia's combat power is not at its peak, but at 30% of its peak. Everyone who is fattening, you can give an automatic subscription so that you can fatten up, and the author can also have a subscription. In the original world, he is close to invincible, so he is naturally very interested in the strong. He has watched Cuomo fight the strong in New World many times, and probably knows what level Cuomo's strength is. But exactly how strong he is, this no one knows. But now with 30% power, he still doesn't have the power to destroy the world. Do you want to have a competition? Cuomo, let me feel your strength. Ichnologia said with great interest. Are you going to fight? Uchiha Madara looked at the two and asked with interest. The strength of the two men could tear the boat through. Since Cuomo and Ichnologia were about to fight, they sailed the boat to an isolated island in New World. I don't know the strength of this new member very well, so I can't make a specific guess. Ji Guiyuan spread his hands in response. Of course. Cuomo gave an okay gesture and readily agreed. 104, 101 Black Dragon versus Cuomo Full Order. Everyone quickly drove the boat to an isolated island in the New World. Are you ready, Akuno? Cuomo pulled out the godfall from his waist, staring at Ichnologia in front of him, and asked, I'm ready, come on. Ichnologia nodded. Then let's get started. After Cuomo's words fell, he stomped his feet and approached Ichnologia at the fastest speed. He held Shinyun with one hand, cover Haki, and slashed towards him. When? Akuno waved his fist, directly resisting Cuomo's slash. Ichnologia came to this world for the first time and did not learn Haki, but his physical body is extremely terrifying. After all, in the original world, he is called the origin of evil, the king of dragons, and the black feather of the end of. The collision of the two people's strength immediately set off boundless sand and dust, and countless trees shook, as if they were about to collapse in the next moment. Your strength really didn't disappoint me, Cuomo, Ichnologia said with a grin. Although he now knows that he will not be able to exert his peak combat power, but the power he currently possesses is still very terrifying. But Cuomo was able to take his attack now, which surprised him a little. But soon he was relieved. After all, Cuomo could teleport him to a whole new world. This also shows that he has a very mysterious power. Your physical body is really pervert, Akuno, Cuomo couldn't help but praise. The Shinyun in his hand is one of the supreme sharp knives. It is extremely sharp, and after being covered with Haki, it can deal terrible damage. Even rocks dare not resist his damage with pure physical body. Rocks also needs to cover Haki to have the confidence to resist Cuomo's attack. And Ichnologia did not use the power of this world. He relied entirely on the power he possessed to contend. You must know that now he can only exert 30% of his peak power. If he played at his peak, I can't even imagine it. Presumably even Cuomo's full blow could hardly cause him any damage. Physical body is my strong point. Ichnologia forcefully beat Cuomo backwards with his arm. This guy really is not only powerful, but his strength is as extraordinary as his physical body. Ji Guiyuan stood on a boat and watched the battle between the two, and couldn't help but praise him. Without armament Haki, relying purely on the power of the physical body to fight against Cuomo, this level of strength is really extraordinary. This battle is destined to be exciting, Gojo Satoru said with a smile. After a brief battle between Ichnologia and Cuomo, they also had some understanding of Ichnologia's strength. Ichnologia's strength is definitely not inferior to Cuomo, so this close to evenly matched battle must be very interesting. But what's his name? Unohana Retsu asked suddenly. He doesn't seem to know what Ichnologia's name is because Cuomo hasn't introduced them to them yet, and the two are going to compete. I remember it was called Ichnologia. Wojo recalled seriously, with his chin resting on his hand, because he was sleeping on a chair at the time, close to Cuomo. So when Cuomo was talking to him, he heard Ichnologia's name. Ichnologia. Uchiha Madara said to himself, if he had the chance, he would also like to compete with Ichnologia. After all, who doesn't want to compete with the strong? On the island, Ichnologia and Cuomo's attacks kept colliding. Ichnologia is not only physically strong, but his combat experience is also extremely terrifying. After all, he has been fighting for hundreds of years, and his combat experience has already reached the point where it makes people palpitate. On the way to battle, Ichnologia can always find Cuomo's weaknesses and openings. Cuomo was caught off guard many times. Boom! Ichnologia dodged Cuomo's attack, then punched Cuomo hard in the chest. His body quickly retreated tens of meters, smashing many trees along the way. It's been a long time since I met an opponent who made me feel pressured, Cuomo said slightly excitedly. Over the years on the sea, he has fought against the overlords of the New World many times. But among those strong players, there are very few who can fight him evenly, let alone make him feel the pressure. Seeking flowers. Although Ichnologia is not an enemy, but his companion, it made him feel a lot of pressure. After all, his strength is really too strong. Can you continue, Cuomo? Ichnologia asked while floating in the air. Of course, it's too early to mention the end now. Cuomo responded calmly. If you're not serious, I won't be your match. Cuomo spread his hands and smiled. In the next second, his Conqueror's Haki was fully opened, and the god meteor was covered with rich Conqueror's power. The ripples formed by the collision of the two forces swept across the sea level, forming layers of waves. The attacks of the two clashed for half a minute, and then the two backed away. Boom! His conquerors has already reached the peak level in the world, one level stronger than the red-haired Shanks in the original world. Are you serious? Ikunologia stared at Cuomo with a slightly solemn expression and asked. Cuomo arrived behind Ikunologia almost in an instant. He held up the gods and slashed down heavily. 0. Ikunologia's reaction speed was so fast, he turned around and collided with Cuomo's god meteor with a punch. Cuomo exuded a terrifying aura, and the Shinyun in his hand became sharper. The weapons of the two collided, and the ground suddenly exploded, and big cracks with bottomless bottoms appeared. Everyone who is fattening, you can give an automatic subscription so that you can grow fat, and the author can also have a subscription. The ground level under their feet has been completely broken at this time, and the ground level has dropped by several meters. The moment the two bodies separated, Ikunologia completed the dragon transformation in an instant. In the next second, his body moved at high speed in mid-air like a ghost, forming afterimages, and quickly approached Ikunologia. The entire island was shaken for a while, which is enough to prove the strength of the two, how terrible it is. The aura on Cuomo's body has changed a lot, making Ikunologia feel a little danger. 105-102 Battle of the Double Black Dragons Full Order. A huge black and blue dragon appeared in the mid-air of the island. The body of the black dragon was originally black, but blue is the mysterious pattern on his body. Isn't this Cuomo's ability? Ikunologia still uses Cuomo's power? Unohana Retsu was a little surprised to see Ikunologia transforming into a giant dragon on the island. Before Ikunologia came to this world, Cuomo used the power of the black dragon twice. The first time was at the Sabaody archipelago, and the second time was at the Holy Land of Mariehua. They were so impressed by using the black dragon form twice, which led them to think that the black dragon form was Cuomo's ability. But why is Cuomo's ability learned by Ikunologia now? No, I think Cuomo used the power of Ikunologia. 217. Uchiha Madara stared at the black dragon and said calmly. Cuomo used Ikunologia's power? Ji Guiyuan asked a little confused. Remember the open-hand Buddha statue used by Cuomo in a holy place Mariehua? That ability, I asked from Hashirama. Uchiha Madara reminded Senju Hashirama with a glance. The moment Cuomo used the Senju Buddha statue at the Battle of Mariehua in the Holy Land, Uchiha Madara thought it was Senju Hashirama who came to this world. Since Cuomo can use Senju Hashirama's ability, then it can definitely be used in the form of Ikunologia's black dragon. Oh, will Cuomo still have my with style, true, several thousand hands? Senju Hashirama was slightly taken aback when he heard this. He has been following Cuomo for several years, but he has never seen Kaso use with style Shin Su Chio. It's not Cuomo's fault, it's all because with style true several thousand hands is too strong and the opponent is too weak, so it's not worth Cuomo's ultimate move. It seems to be true. Cuomo seems to be able to use the power of many worlds. Wojo said. With Cuomo's ability, it's not surprising that he can do this. After all, he has the mysterious power to teleport me, a dead person, to this world. Ji Guiyuan reminded. He is in a state of death in the original world. But it's a miracle enough that Cuomo was able to teleport the dead into this world. And it is not surprising to be able to obtain special abilities in each world. After all, Cuomo is too mysterious. Thinking of this, they stopped discussing and continued to watch the battle. On the island, Ikunologia used the black dragon form and quickly entered the fighting state. Black dragon, I also have this form. Cuomo grinned and put Shinyun back into the scabbard. In the next second, his body also changed, and in less than an instant, his body also completely transformed into a dragon. It became a giant dragon like Ikunologia. The bodies of the two black dragons are exactly the same, and each exudes a very powerful and terrifying aura. Can you still use my ability? Ikunologia saw that Cuomo had also been transformed into a dragon, and it was exactly the same as his body. At this time, even he felt a little surprised. I have used it a few times, but this time I am looking forward to fighting the deity. Cuomo responded. He has used the black dragon form twice, and the impact caused by each use is big news that shocked the world. Black dragon form is one of Cuomo's strongest cards. Then let me see your strength. The wings behind the black dragon flapped and approached Cuomo at a very fast speed. Cuomo also waved his wings and rushed towards Ikunologia. Boom! The bodies of the two quickly collided together. The air exploded, and there was a burst of violent noise. Countless trees on the island crashed to the ground, and countless dust was stirred up in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. The huge bodies of the two kept colliding with each other. With each collision, the island below is shattered by ripples of terrifying force. The current battle between the two is completely a child of pure flesh. If this scene is seen by others, they will definitely be terrified. After all, the two giant black dragons that cover the sky and the sun are colliding nonstop. Anyone who sees this scene will be a little surprised. The wings behind Akunologia flapped and quickly approached Cuomo, then waved its claws and attacked Cuomo. Boom! Cuomo did not show any weakness and also waved his claws, attacking Akunologia. The dragon claws of the two collided together for a few seconds and then separated, looking for an opportunity to attack again. Roar! With a roar, Akunologia quickly rushed to Cuomo with the help of his superb combat experience. Akunologia grabbed Cuomo's shoulders with both claws and then pushed Cuomo's body down with all his strength. Boom! The bodies of the two quickly fell on the island, but Cuomo was on the bottom and Akuno was on the top. Cuomo quickly broke free from the suppression of Akunologia, flew into the air and said to himself, "Is there still some difference?" Although there is not much difference in the strength of the two in the form of black dragons now, Akunologia's combat experience is far above him. You can control the dragon form to such an extent. You are already very good, Akunologia said. Compared to you, it's still not enough, Cuomo said helplessly. The deity is always the deity, and there is still some gap between him and Akunologia. The last hit is Cuomo, let's do our best, Akunologia said. I will. Cuomo nodded. Roar. After Akunologia's words fell, he let out a loud roar. A white beam of energy gathered in his mouth and spit out towards Cuomo. This group of energy beams has a very terrifying power, and there are 5.6 sonic booms in the surrounding air. Cuomo, who has inherited the form of the black dragon, can naturally use this power. He also opened his mouth wide and spit out a white beam of energy to shoot at Akunologia. Boom! Two groups of incomparably powerful energy beams collided together, and a loud noise erupted. In the center of the two, a huge white circle-shaped sphere appeared, exuding a dazzling light. Of course, it exudes extremely terrifying power. The collision of the two's abilities created a wave of more than 10 feet on the sea. Even their boat was ups and downs in the turbulent sea. This scene is enough to prove how terrifying the strength of the two of them is. 106, 103 Rocks and Roger. The battle between Akunologia and Cuomo lasted for a long time, and the battle between them was not over until the island below them was completely broken. However, the two did not decide the outcome, but Akunologia had the upper hand. As for whether he's using all his power, Cuomo doesn't know. Currently, Cuomo's Pirates of 10,000 Worlds has a total of 8 members, except for Rem, who manages things on the ship. All the others are powerful and belong to the ceiling-level powerhouses in the original world. I believe that there are not many strong people in the whole world who can compete with the people on their boat. Months passed. New world on an isolated island. The ship of the Roger pirates docked on the shore, and they went to the isolated island to hunt some wild animals and supplement food. Many strong members of the Roger pirates are grilling food on a bonfire deep in the forest. At this moment, a crew member of the Roger pirates hurried in and shouted, "No, Captain Roger, the Rock's pirate is here." What? Roger stood up abruptly upon hearing this, and 07's pupils constricted violently. They spent several months in hiding at sea. Still unavoidable today. Conflict with Rock's pirate? Damn it, did they find out their whereabouts so quickly? When Rayleigh heard that the Rock's pirate was coming, he lost his appetite, put down the food in his hands, and pulled out the blade at his waist. He knew that he was close to death against the Rock's pirate today. The combat strength of their Roger pirates is not weak, but compared with giants like Rock's pirate, it is still a lot worse. How far is the Rock's pirate from this island? Is there any chance for us to run? Jabba pushed his glasses solemnly and asked. They're about to approach the island, and they can't escape. The crew responded nervously and truthfully. Damn it. Jabba's face became more serious when he heard this. On the other side, Rock stood at the bow of the boat, with his hands crossed on his chest, with a smile on his face, staring at the island not far away. After months of inquiring, he finally found the trail of the Roger pirates, and now he also saw the ship of the Roger pirates. He was already very sure that the Roger pirates were on the island in front of him. As their Rock's pirate ship arrived on the island, Roger and others also walked out of the island. Finally found you, Roger. Rox burst out laughing the moment he saw Roger. What can I do for you, Rox? Roger asked, staring at Rox solemnly. Don't worry, my idea today is not to kill you, but to make you my right and left hand. Rox responded with a grin. As long as he can successfully win over the Roger pirates, then Rox thinks that the Myriad Realms pirates are also in his pocket. Cuomo and Roger are the right-hand men in Rox's mind. Forgive me, Rox. Roger shook his head slightly and refused without the slightest hesitation. If you refuse, it will change my thinking about looking for you today. Are you sure you don't want to think about it anymore? Rox looked gloomy when he heard Roger's refusal, so straightforwardly. If Roger agrees, then Roger is his right-hand man, but if he refuses, Rox does not intend to let Roger pirates go. After all, the development of the Roger pirates has been too fast in these years. If the Roger pirates are given a little more time, the future Roger pirates will become a big problem for him. Don't give me time to think about it, Rox. No matter what conditions you ask, my answer is always the best shot. Roger said solemnly. Roger is a pirate because of freedom and doing what he wants to do. Joining the Rox pirate would defeat his original intention of creating the Roger pirates. You really have the same temper as Cuomo. Rox responded with a cold snort. Like Cuomo, Roger refused his invitation very simply, without any hesitation at all. However, I don't think you have Cuomo's level of strength, Roger. If you don't submit to me, I will destroy it, and I will let you die here today. Rox issued the famous knife on his waist soundtrack. Then come on, Roger yelled, pulling out his Western knife. The battle is inevitable, and Roger will naturally not be cowardly at this time. Go, Rox yelled. Many cadres swarmed up, rushed to the island, and started a scuffle with Roger pirates. After this all-out battle lasted for a while, Marine's people got the news. After all, Marine has been keeping an eye on the Rox pirates' whereabouts. The Rox pirate and the Roger pirates have a conflict on an island. Such information. Naturally, it reached Marine's ears immediately. Marshal Marine quickly summoned the powerful Marines far away in the New World and told them to gather together and prepare for action. New World, a certain Marine base. The battle between the Rox pirate and the Roger pirates has already begun. Sitting on the sofa, Crane said with a slightly dignified expression. The Marshal's plan has already started, and next, it's our turn to play 380. Zephyr clenched his fists and said with a grin. By the way, where did Garp go? Sengoku asked, looking around. Now in the meeting room, there are Zephyr, Sengoku, Crane, Kong for strong men, but there is no sign of Garp. It seems that he was transferred by the people of the world government, saying that he was looking for about the whereabouts of the Pluton battleship. Kong replied after a little recollection. Pluton battleship, has anyone really found a hiding place for this thing? It has been several years now, but there has never been a single useful clue. Sengoku doubted. Who knows about this kind of thing? But it's not something we should worry about. What we have to do is to destroy the pirate forces, Kong said solemnly. The Roger pirates and the Rox pirate have already clashed, and their Marine debut is next. As long as these two pirate groups take advantage of the time when both sides are hurting, then their Marine will win a big victory. At that time, in the entire New World, only the pirates of Myriad Realms will be left as a giant, and their Marine will unite with the world government to target the pirates of Myriad Realms. At that time, there will be no more hegemony in the sea. 107, 104 Marines move, Cuomo's choice, see full order. Let's go, it's time for us to act. Zephyr stood up and said. Many Marine powerhouses didn't chat here too much. Instead, he began to gather troops and prepare to go to the island where the Roger pirates clashed with the Rox pirate. New World, a certain sea area. The ships of the pirates of the Thousand Worlds sailed on this sea. Cuomo is unclear about the Roger pirates' battle with the Rox pirate, as well as Marine's actions. After all, no one informed him. Cuomo and others are still carrying out ordinary daily life as usual. Cuomo, the food on the boat is about to run out. Ikinoloja looked around the kitchen and reminded Cuomo. It seems that we need to go to the island to replenish supplies. Cuomo stopped training and responded by wiping the sweat off his body. They haven't landed on the island for several months, and the food is enough for them to eat for a year. But because it was previously given to the Roger pirates, they only ate for half a year. Now that the food is gone, they also need to land on the island again. Gojo, Satoru, turn around and go to the nearby islands. Cuomo instructed Gojo Satoru. To this day, Gojo Satoru has always been responsible for sailing the ship. But on weekdays, they basically have no fixed place and let the boat drift with the current. Only when going to a certain place is it Gojo Satoru who sails. Okay. Gojo Satoru stood up from the rocking chair and responded with a stretch. Gojo Satoru's boat skills are superb, and he drives the boat to a nearby island. I don't know how long it has been sailing. Suddenly Gojo Satoru found a marine ship on the sea. Cuomo, we found a marine ship. Gojo Satoru turned to Cuomo and reminded, Marine ship, isn't this just right? Take the supplies from their ship, and we won't be able to go to the island to replenish them. Ji Guan reminded with a smile on his face. That's right. Cuomo also smiled when he heard this. On the marine battleship, a marine also discovered the ship of the 10,000 Realms pirates, and he rushed to the cabin with a cold sweat on his forehead. Moss Vice Admiral. The marine soldiers hurriedly rushed towards the meeting room of Marine Vice Admiral. At this time, Vice Admiral is lying on a chair and sleeping. Moss Vice Admiral, Moss Vice Admiral. The marine soldier yelled several times in a row and finally woke him up. What happened? Moss Vice Admiral asked with an unkind expression after being woken up. Scent. Found the ship of the 10,000 Realms pirates. Marine soldiers quickly reported. What? Vice Admiral was terrified when he heard the words and hurriedly ordered. Quick, turn around. Yes. Marine responded quickly and then ran out, preparing to divert. Damn it, why did I meet the pirates of 10,000 worlds? Vice Admiral said to himself in shock. Kong and others are going to launch a siege to the Rocks Pirate and Roger pirates. So notify them that these Marines are in a certain Marine base collection. Unexpectedly, before arriving at the Marine base, I encountered a ship of the pirates of the 10,000 worlds on the way. After the Marine soldiers rushed out, they quickly ordered the man at the helm to change the course. But the myriad realms pirates have already set their sights on them. How could they let them go? The ship of the pirates of 10,000 realms was made by Tom, a world-renowned shipbuilder in the city of Seven Waters. The configuration is undoubtedly the top level in the world, and the sailing speed is very fast, catching up with a marine warship in a short time. What are you running for? Cuomo jumped up and landed on the marine battleship with a smile. Company Cuomo. The marine soldiers staggered and nearly fell to the ground when they saw Cuomo land on their boat. Cuomo is one of the big two in New World. The bounty was as high as 4 billion Baileys. How could he not be afraid to face such a strong person at such a close distance? Don't worry, I'm not interested in the weak. I'm only interested in the supplies on your ship, Cuomo said softly with a smile on his face. These Marines are too weak, so Cuomo has no interest in killing them. After all, bullying the weak is not what Cuomo likes to do. What are you still doing in a daze? Move out all the supplies on board. Jeet Guan also landed on Marine's boat and ordered with his cold eyes scanning the people on board. Yes. These Marines were taken aback for a moment. Although they didn't know what Cuomo and the others wanted the supplies for, they didn't dare to resist and turn around to carry the supplies. Cuomo. Marine Vice Admiral walked out of the cabin, staring at Cuomo with cold eyes. I only want supplies, and I have no interest in your lives, Cuomo said lightly. Boo. Bo. In this tense atmosphere, the phone bug on Marine Vice Admiral's waist rang. But Marine Vice Admiral didn't dare to answer because he knew who was calling. Why didn't you answer? Cuomo asked with a smile when he saw his strange expression. You are only here for the supplies, right? All the supplies on the ship can be given to you. Marine Vice Admiral responded. Of course, Cuomo responded. Although aware of the strange look of Marine Vice Admiral, he knew that the report in the phone bug might be important information. But Cuomo doesn't care at all either. After all, with the combat strength of the members on his ship, he's completely fearless of marine powerhouses. Vice Admiral was relieved to see that Cuomo was no longer entangled with the phone bug, but the next moment, the phone bug entered the message mode because no one answered. Are we going to Cuomo? Gojo Satoru asked, standing beside Cuomo. Oh, are Roger and Rox already fighting? Cuomo smiled when he heard this. Then he threatened the Marines and learned where the island where the Rox Pirate and the Roger Pirates clashed. Is the Rox Pirate fighting with the Roger Pirates? It seems that Marine wants to take advantage of the time when they are both hurt. Ji Guiyuan said. Kong's message came from the opposite side of the phone bug. This system is doomed for him not to be idle. Of course. Cuomo replied with a slight upturn of his mouth. After doing all this, they set off without hesitation. Hey, Moss, where are you now? Roger Pirates and Rock's Pirates should be in a situation where both sides are hurting now. Time is running out. We have to start action. Spread the news. And he has not fought against Kong and others for a long time. His system is a prestige system, and only by doing great things can the prestige value be increased. Cuomo moved all the supplies on the Marine ship. After getting the specific location, they sank the ship in order to prevent these people from reporting the news to Marine. Everyone who is fattening, you can give an automatic subscription so that you can fatten up, and the author can also have a subscription number. If you are far away, we will act first. Originally, he was not interested in this phone bug, but Kong actually left a message through the phone bug. I don't know what their strength is now. 108, 105 third-party forces joined the battle, full order. New World, a certain Marine base. The top Marine powerhouses from all regions of the New World have gathered here. In order to completely encircle the Rock's Pirate and Roger Heisa regiment this time, Marine dispatched most of the Marine troops in New World. The purpose is to completely defeat the Rock's Pirate and the Roger Pirates. Moss hasn't responded yet, and I don't know what happened. Kong stood on the shore of Marine base, frowning slightly. Will something unexpected happen? Sengoku had a bad feeling. Probably not. Don't forget, Moss is a famous Marine who likes to sleep, and he should still be taking a nap now. Zephyr responded with a slight shake of his head. Forget it. Don't wait for him. Time is running out. We should act. This time we will definitely be able to take down the Rock's Pirate and Roger Pirates, Kong said. This time, without waiting for Moss Vice Admiral, they will start to go. An island in the New World. This is the battlefield between Rock's Pirate and Roger Pirates. The battlefield here has been going on for a long time. However, Rock's Pirate has never won the Roger Pirates. Half a year ago, when Roger and Cuomo were fighting, Cuomo completely mastered Roger's sword skills and moves. But at the same time, Roger also benefited a lot from that battle, and his strength has improved. So this is also one of the reasons why the Roger Pirates were able to block the Rock's Pirate for a long time. Another reason is that the important cadres of Rock's Pirate have not done their best in their daily lives. Because Whitebeard has some friendship with Roger. Whitebeard naturally does not want to see the Roger Pirates perish here. On the battlefield, Rox and Roger fought extremely fiercely. Every strike has a devastating impact on the surrounding ground. As time goes by, the sky has changed due to the battles of several people. The originally cloudless sky suddenly became gloomy, and thunder and lightning roared. Boom! On the island, Rox held a famous knife and collided with Roger's western knife. When the blades collided, half of the island shook for a while, and shocking ripples agitated the end of the horizon. The two kept fighting like crazy beasts. Your swordsmanship. How can there be Cuomo's shadow? Rox stared at Roger with a gloomy face and questioned. He found that Roger's swordsmanship was somewhat similar to Cuomo's. Huh, really? Roger laughed out loud. In the previous fight, Cuomo had completely mastered Roger's sword skills. But at the same time, Roger is also in the process of fighting, seriously trying to figure out Kutsau's swordsmanship. Cuomo's sword skills are very strong, but when he fought Roger, he didn't intend to kill him. Because Cuomo still needs to completely copy Roger's sword fighting theory. During Roger's fight, although he didn't know why Cuomo had extremely strong swordsmanship, it didn't pose much threat to him. But precisely because the threat to Roger wasn't enough to kill him. So this caused Roger to be distracted to figure out Cuomo's sword pressure during the battle. In the end, it was very successful, and I figured out a little bit of fur. You and Cuomo are already friends? Rox asked sullenly. He thought Roger and Cuomo had become friends, so Cuomo taught him swordsmanship. If the two of them became friends, would Cuomo know that he was fighting Roger here today and would support him? Thinking of this, Lux felt a little bad. If the Myriad Realms pirates also rushed here to support, he would be unable to resist the combination of Cuomo and Roger. Friends, it's not just fighting once. Roger shook his head in response. He also wants to be friends with Cuomo, but with Cuomo's arrogance, he might not talk to him. Really? Rox subconsciously let out a sigh of relief when he heard the words. As long as Roger and Cuomo are not friends, then it is not a big problem. But in order to prevent accidents, Rox fought more fiercely, trying to get rid of Roger quickly in a short time. The battle continued for a long time, This time a Rock's pirate cadre, Golden Lion, sensitively noticed the surface of the sea. Several marine warships were driving. Marine. Golden Lion squinted his eyes slightly, floating in midair, carefully observing the ships on the sea. As the marine battleship kept approaching, Golden Lion's pupil shrank, and he could already be sure. That is the marine battleship, and not one, but several. Why the hell did Marine come here? How'd they get the news? Golden Lion couldn't help cursing. Watching the marine warship approaching, Golden Lion quickly killed the opponent, and then rushed to the battlefield on the Rock's side. Captain Rocks. Golden Lion came to the battlefield between Rocks and Roger to evacuate and shouted. When Rocks heard the voice of Golden Lion, his veins in his arms swelled and he knocked Roger out with force, turning his head and questioning. Marine. Why are they here? Rocks questioned suspiciously. The place they are currently in is an isolated island in the New World, and there are no countries around them. What is Shiki? The people from Marine are here, Captain Lux. Golden Lion responded truthfully. Neither of these two approaches is what Rocks wants to consider, or face the Marine and Roger pirates at the same time. I don't know how they got the news, but the people on the ship should not be simple characters. Golden Lion responded with a slight shake of his head. Notify the other cadres, hold Marine until I kill Roger. Rocks ordered after a short thought. Although they were Rock's pirate in a short time, they couldn't take down the Roger pirates. Either team up with Roger and deal with Marine. But the arrival of Marine is doomed, and the home field of this battle is no longer the Rock's pirate. It is very bad for them that Marine arrived at such a juncture. They're Rock's pirate. The current situation, there are only two ways. With the arrival of Marine, this battle is destined to become troublesome. How did Marine get the news so quickly and rush to this place? But also after such a long battle. Everyone who is fattening, you can give an automatic subscription so that you can fatten up, and the author can also have a subscription. It won't take long to take down the Roger pirates completely. 109, 106 Cuomo. Are they all there? I'm here too. Seek full order. Now it's a critical moment. Roger must be killed quickly and then face Marine. Rocks knew that it was almost impossible to subdue Roger by force and make him surrender. Because both Roger and Cuomo are hardbones, he is difficult to corrode, and the only way to kill him is to avoid future troubles. Yes, Captain Rocks. Golden Lion responded. In the next second, Golden Lion left here, and the battle between Rocks and Roger continued to break out. On the shore of the island, several marine warships docked, and the ones walking in the front were Kong, Sengoku, Crane, and Zephyr. There are 4 of them, 3 are Marine Vice Admiral, and Kong is Admiral. Sengoku, Crane, Zephyr, the 3 of them, although they are only Marine Vice Admiral, they have potential of Marine Admiral. Especially Sengoku and Zephyr, the strength of both of them is almost the same as that of Marine Admiral. The reason why I can't be promoted to Marine Admiral is because the current position of Marine Admiral 3 is full. When a Marine Admiral abdicates, one of them has the opportunity to become a Marine Admiral. Let's do it, whether it's Rock's pirate or Roger pirates. This time I will personally send them to prison. Zephyr said energetically. I hope there will be no accidents in this operation. He secretly thought. Moss Vice Admiral has not responded to any message so far, which makes Crane a little uneasy. But right now, she can't think too much because the battle belonging to their Marine is about to begin. In this operation, in addition to their high-level combat power, there are countless elite Vice Admirals. If no one else intervenes in this battle, Crane thinks that there is still a great chance to win the Rock's pirate and Roger pirates. Kong Admiral, another pirate ship is coming. Just as Kong was about to order an attack, a Marine suddenly reminded with a telescope. Huh? Someone is coming again. Is that the pirate ship? Kong asked with a slight frown. It seems to be the pirates of 10,000 worlds. Marine said in a surprised tone with cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. What, pirates of 10,000 realms? Kong heard that his pupils constricted violently, grabbed the telescope in Marine's hand, and stared at the distant sea. Damn it, it really is the 10,000 realms pirates. Kong cursed. How did the 10,000 realms pirates get this news? Could be that they also sent people to secretly observe the movements of the Rock's pirate? Sengoku wondered. No matter how they got the news, if they are here today, it will be very bad for us, Kong said with a heavy face. If there were no other forces to intervene, their marine dispatched so many troops. It has a high chance of winning Rock's Pirate and Roger Pirates. But if the Wanjia Pirates also participate in this battle, the situation may be reversed. Although the 10,000 Realms Pirates, the Rock's Pirate, and the Roger Pirates are all near-top pirate groups in the sea, they have no friendship with each other. But if they face their marine, they may join forces. This time it becomes troublesome. Today's plan to destroy the Rock's Pirate and Roger Pirates is very likely to fail. The ships of the Wanjia Pirates kept approaching the island. When Marine noticed Cuomo and others, they also noticed Marine's strongman. It's all here. Cuomo lay on the railing of the boat and greeted many Marine powerhouses. This time Marine is fully prepared. In addition to Kong, Crane, Zephyr, Sengoku, the top Marines, and countless elite vice admirals. So present, almost none of them are simple characters, and they are all strong players with rich combat experience. Do you want to join this war too, Cuomo? Kong said coldly. Can't you? Cuomo said flatly. How did you know about our marine operation? Sengoku demanded. Kong told me. Cuomo responded truthfully with his hands folded across his chest. He didn't know about Marine's actions at first. He ransacked the pirate ship that Moss Vice Admiral was on. It's just for looting supplies. Who knew that Kong would actually leave a phone message, letting him know about Marine's actions? Seeking flowers. If he knew about Marine's actions, Cuomo naturally couldn't sit idly by. The later you get the reputation, the slower you get. If you want to gain reputation quickly, you have to fight this group of strong men and release news that shocks the world. Only then can his prestige value increase rapidly. Kong was stunned when he heard his words. When did he tell Cuomo? How did he not know? The surrounding Marines also stare at Kong with strange eyes when they heard Cuomo's words. You believe a pirate's words? Kong asked. Don't believe Cuomo's words. He wants to sow discord? Sengoku asked Marine around. Kong's friend for many years, Sengoku naturally did not believe that Kong would betray them. So he doesn't believe Cuomo's nonsense at all. A person like you, would you choose to use such low-level methods, Cuomo? Zephyr sneered. He naturally didn't believe Cuomo's words at all. Kong was Marine Admiral, and he made a lot of contributions to naval headquarters. After contacting Kong, Zephyr knew that Kong was a strong man with a sense of justice. How could such a man betray naval headquarters and report such secrets to Cuomo? I'm just telling the truth, Cuomo said with a shrug. How is Vice Admiral doing now? Crane asked suddenly. He always felt that the disappearance of Vice Admiral had something to do with Cuomo. They had previously spoken to Moss Vice Admiral, but no one answered. Kong simply left a message to Moss Vice Admiral phone bug, but until now there is no response. And Cuomo said that Kong told him about Marine's actions, speculating through this. Let Crane think that the disappearance of Vice Admiral has something to do with Cuomo. After all, Crane has also dealt with Cuomo for a long time and knows that he is a person who does not like to play tricks. Is Moss Vice Admiral? It is estimated that he is already dead, Cuomo said lightly. In order to prevent Moss Vice Admiral from leaking the news to Marine, they sank the ship directly. 110-107 Kong. Cuomo, I have become stronger, full order. Cuomo didn't want Vice Admiral to leak information to Marine, not because he was afraid of Marine. What he was afraid of was Marine, who reported to the world government that he was also involved in this battle. If the powerhouse of the world government is also prepared, if they are determined to encircle and suppress Cuomo's myriad realms pirates, then trouble will arise. After all, Cuomo recalled that the memory in the original work of the previous life, the Holy Land of Mariewa, seems to have Uranus. According to the records in the original book, ancient weapons have the power to destroy the world. Because these three weapons are too powerful, they have never appeared. Even Cuomo is a little afraid of ancient weapons because he doesn't know how powerful ancient weapons are. Did he still killed? Hearing Cuomo's words, Kong's expression was extremely gloomy. He is not 937 stupid, so he naturally knows the ins and outs of the matter. Presumably because of his message to Vice Admiral, Cuomo eventually became aware of their actions. Even killed Moss Vice Admiral. Cuomo, if you want to participate in this battle, then let me be your opponent, Kong said with a ferocious expression as he took off the cloak of justice behind him. All of these developments are due to his message. If Cuomo is not killed today, he will have a hard time. I'm not interested in you. Cuomo glanced at him and said flatly, "He wants to fight against Rocks and Golden Lion, and he has another idea to participate in the battle this time. That is to completely imitate the sword skills of Golden Lion and Rocks. In this way, his sword skills will be improved a lot. And Kong is a fighter with fists, and his sword skills are not strong. Cuomo won't get anything from fighting him. It's not up to you." Kong snorted coldly and rushed towards Cuomo. Other powerhouses and naval headquarters also quickly attacked Cuomo's pirates of 10,000 worlds. On the other side, Golden Lion obeyed the order of Rocks, summoned the cadres of Rocks' pirate, and prepared to come to the shore to deal with the strongmen of naval headquarters. But when they came to the shore, Golden Lion found that the strongmen of naval headquarters had already fought with the pirates of 10,000 realms. "Is Cuomo also coming?" Golden Lion asked with a slightly surprised expression. They were ready to face the strong naval headquarters, but they didn't expect it. Cuomo's myriad realms pirates also participated in this battle, fighting against the powerful naval headquarters. Although I don't know how Cuomo got the news here, but his arrival has restrained the powerhouses of naval headquarters, which is of great help to us, Jean said. "It was originally just a campaign to encircle and suppress the Roger pirates, but I didn't expect that Marine and the 10,000 Worlds pirates also came," Charlotte Lin said in a deep voice. "Thanks to the fact that these two forces came here at the same time, otherwise neither force would be here. At that time, it will be all about their Rocks pirate." This time naval headquarters dispatched a large number of elite powerhouses, some of whom fought against the 10,000 Realms pirates. Some other elite vice admirals saw the cadres of the Rocks pirate not far away and quickly rushed towards them. "Come on, it's time to fight," a cadre reminded. The 10,000 Realms pirates shared a large number of marine powerhouses for them, and now facing the remaining elite vice admiral, several cadres have no fear at all. Rocks pirate, Roger pirates, many marine powerhouses, and 10,000 Realms pirates participated in this battle at the same time. The great melee has begun. The pirates of 10,000 Realms fight against the strong marine. Rocks pirate also fought the Roger pirates, as well as some elite vice admirals. Cuomo, a member of the 10,000 Worlds pirates, battles Kong. Cuomo didn't want to tangle with Kong, but Kong chattered after him. "Defeat you first, then go to Rocks." Cuomo held Xinyuan in his hand, with black wings growing from his back, and said coldly, "In these years, I have never forgotten the battle in the Holy Land of Mariewa. Your strength shocked me a lot, but also urged me to make progress. I got stronger, Cuomo." Kong yelled at Cuomo. "So what? The gap between us is a gap you can't bridge, Kong." Cuomo sneered disdainfully. Kong has improved over the years, so wouldn't Cuomo improve? Really think his top talent in the world is a display? Kong didn't talk nonsense. He stomped his feet, used moonwalk, and moved quickly at high altitude, instantly close to Cuomo. Boom! Kong's fist collided with Cuomo's godfall, and there was a loud roar in the air. After years of training Kong's armament haki, and reached the level of internal destruction. He learned Conqueror's haki much earlier than Cuomo, so he mastered internal destruction one step faster than Cuomo. After all, Kong has the same top talent in the world as Cuomo. After only a few moments of fighting, Cuomo relied on his superb swordsmanship. For example, the armament haki mastered by Kong in 4.9 is even higher than Garp. Can easily defuse Kong's fist attack and counterattack. Kong's fists were very fast and kept hitting Cuomo, but Cuomo's swordsmanship was extremely superb. The Xinyuan in his hand can cut everything. Even Kong's defense, he thinks he can break through it. Bang, bang, bang. A knife slashed at the position of Kong's chest, leaving a hideous scar. He is covered with a layer of rich armament haki, plus a layer of top-notch conquerors. In the next second, his whole body was covered with rich armament haki, which made him look full of strength. But facing Cuomo's slash, Kong didn't even frown. He took off his shirt directly to reveal his muscular muscles. Has reached the highest level of armament haki, both in attack and defense. "My armament haki, even your sword skills can't cut it." Kong responded with a cold snort. "All reach the top. Everyone who is fattening, you can give an automatic subscription so that you can fatten up, and the author can also have a subscription." He not only mastered top-notch swordsmanship, he also has superb armament haki, and the absolute top-notch conqueror's haki. Schwa. "It's really troublesome, but you underestimate my swordsmanship too much," Cuomo said calmly. 111. 108 Golden Lion. Cuomo's strength has improved again? Seek full order. Cuomo held a knife in one hand, covered the god's meteor with extremely domineering power, and then swung it towards Kong suddenly. A red sword light flashed across the air, and there was a violent roar. The air was shaken, and a terrifying sword energy attacked Kong in an instant. Let him have no time to hide. A strand of cold sweat broke out on Kong's forehead, and then he put his arms in front of him to resist Cuomo's sword chi. Boom! The sword energy struck Kong's arm and lasted for a few seconds. Kong's body was instantly sent flying. Kong's strength has indeed improved a lot in recent years, but Cuomo has also improved a lot. That's not enough to beat me, Cuomo. Although Kong was sent flying, he stopped his feet in the next second and rushed towards Cuomo again. In midair, he combined shave and moonwalk to form a state of extremely fast movement. In midair, only the afterimage of Kong and air that was trampled by Kong can be seen. This speed, even in Cuomo's eyes, is a bit dizzying. Cuomo observation haki is fully deployed and begins to sense Kong's movements. Although Kong's speed is fast, his moves are relatively monotonous and not flexible enough. So Cuomo is keeping an eye on Kong 07, where to go next. When he sensed Kong's next foothold, without the slightest hesitation, the wings on his back fluttered, and he quickly approached Kong. What? Kong was taken aback when he saw Cuomo reach his next step. His current speed is very fast. How did Cuomo predict his next step while he was moving fast? But it's too late to think too much now, because Cuomo's attack has already hit. Boom! The veins on Kong's arm and forehead popped out, and he hit Cuomo's god with all his strength. The air in midair was blasted, making a violent noise. The attacks of the two stalemate for a few seconds, and then Kong was sent flying again. And Cuomo just took a few steps back. Your strength, did I ask that just Kong? Cuomo stood in midair and said contemptuously, The battle between us has just begun, Cuomo. This time, I will do my best to defeat you, Kong said with a gloomy expression. Over the years, although he has not had any conflicts with the pirates of the 10,000 worlds, he has fought in New World year after year. The strength has also increased several times. I thought it would be much easier to play against Cuomo this time, but unexpectedly, it was still as weak as ever. But he won't admit defeat. Many people have said that to me, but none of them have succeeded, and neither have you, Kong, Cuomo responded with a sneer. Before Cuomo fights people, he will always be told to either kill him or beat him. But after so many years, no one has ever managed to defeat him, let alone kill him. Kong's strength is not weak, but compared with Cuomo, it is still not enough. Try it and you'll know, in this world, no one is invincible, Cuomo. Kong replied with a cold snort. I'm the only one undefeated, Cuomo said calmly. There is a system in him. How many people in this world can defeat him? Although there is an existence like him, he doesn't know the opponent's strength, so he doesn't comment. But Kong certainly couldn't beat him. No, you won't be this oddball, because I'm going to beat you today. Kong shook his head, then charged at Cuomo again. 8 inner gates, first gate. Every gate banquet. 8 inner gates, second gate. Hue is open. The 5th gate of 8 inner gates. Dew gate is open. Facing the attacking Kong, Cuomo decisively activated the power of the 8 inner gates and drove to the 5th gate in an instant. After opening the 5th gate, Cuomo's speed attack and physical body have been greatly improved. The strength has improved a lot again. At this time, Cuomo faced the high-speed moving Kong without the slightest fear. After a short observation, I noticed where Kong was going next. Once again, he took the lead and rushed towards Kong. The wings on his back fluttered, and the speed was so fast, a wind and sand was set off on the ground. God avoids. Cuomo rushed towards Kong, holding a knife in one hand, and swung his arm forward with great force. Avoiding God is one of Roger's tricks, but it has been fully learned by Cuomo now. The power of this trick is terrible, and Cuomo uses conquerors and armed colors while using this trick. Coupled with the power of opening the 5th gate of the 8 inner gates, this blow is enough to destroy everything. Shwa! A streak of red sword energy crossed the sky. The space seemed to be cut off, and there was an explosion sound. Facing the slash attack in front of him, Kong broke out in a cold sweat and quickly defended. But the attack of this sword energy is really terrifying. The moment his body came into contact with this sword energy, he was blown away and hit the sea level heavily. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud noise on the sea surface. setting off waves of more than 10 feet. Sengoku, who was in the middle of the battle, suddenly saw Kong's figure being sent flying towards the sea level. He was shocked and couldn't help crying, "Kong?" Sengoku was very clear about how strong Kong is now. 950. After all, they often act together on missions. Now, not long after their marine battled with the pirates of 10,000 Worlds, Kong was sent flying out. Now Cuomo's strength is beyond Sengoku's imagination. It stands to reason that after the strength reaches a certain level, the subsequent strength improvement is very slow. But Cuomo seems to be unconstrained and has no upper limit, and his strength can continue to improve. Thinking of this makes Sengoku feel bad, if that's the case. Then Cuomo is downright dangerous. It wasn't just Sengoku who was shocked by Cuomo's prowess. Even the pirates who were fighting Marine not far away were also surprised by Kyuin's strength. Marine Admiral, was he knocked out so easily? His strength has improved a lot. Golden Lion stared at Cuomo's figure and said to himself, Golden Lion, who has fought Cuomo twice, knows how terrible Cuomo is. Now Cuomo's strength has once again subverted his cognition. Even Admiral can be knocked into the air easily, and even the Golden Lion can't do this. 109 Uchiha Madara vs. Zephyr. Full order. Except for Captain Rocks, there must not be many people in this world who are his opponents. Charlotte Lin gave Cuomo a high evaluation. Although Cuomo is younger than them, Cuomo's strength is indeed far beyond their imagination. Their strength has also improved a lot over the years, but it is still not enough to reach the Marine Admiral level. Not to mention knocking Marine Admiral out of the way. In Charlotte Lin's view, the only one who can beat Cuomo is their Captain Rocks. Perhaps this time is our chance. This time Marine dispatched a large number of powerful people, and they are basically used to target the pirates of the 10,000 Realms, although they cannot defeat the pirates of the 10,000 Realms if they are severely injured. We may have a chance to wipe out Cuomo and others. John reminded. Although they are also fighting with Marine now, these elite Marines are not enough to see in front of them. Almost all of Marine's main force is used to deal with the Myriad Realms pirates. The idea is very good, but the actual situation may not be as we wish. Whitebeard said. What John said is right. This time we do have a chance to destroy the Myriad Realms pirates, and even we can also destroy the main force of the sea, who came this time. Charlotte Lin interjected. Charlotte Lin does not think that these Marine main forces can defeat the 10,000 Worlds pirates. But it is enough to injure the pirates of 10,000 Worlds. We, Rock's pirate, will have the last laugh in this battle, John said with his mouth slightly raised. The current situation on the battlefield is that Marine's main force is fighting against the 10,000 Realms pirates. Their cadres of the Rock's pirate fought members of the Roger pirates, and fight some Marine elite powerhouses. Defeating the members of the Roger pirates and the Marine elite will not consume a lot of their stamina. But if the Wanjia pirates want to defeat Marine's main force, they are destined to consume a lot of physical strength. Wait until Captain Rocks defeats Roger, and wait until the pirates of 10,000 Realms defeat the main force of Marine. All the powerhouses of their Rocks pirate will gather together to clean the battlefield. On the other side, Uchiha Madara engages Zephyr. Your captain, that's really scary. Zephyr couldn't help but look at Cuomo, who was standing in midair in the distance. When Zephyr was Marine, he always took Kong as his goal. But such a strong man was easily driven into the sea level by Cuomo. Although Kong fought with Cuomo again after being knocked out, Kong was easily knocked into the air, which is enough to prove Cuomo's strength. It's just gravel, less than half a point of Cuomo. A weak person can be your naval headquarters admiral. You Marine, really lonely. Uchiha Madara said coldly. Uchiha Madara didn't pay attention to Kong from the bottom of his heart and fought in the holy land of Merihua. When he fought the 5 elders, Kong was just a little vice-admiral. In a battle of that level, he was like gravel, posing no threat to their Myriad Realms pirates. And now that's not to mention. Although Kong's strength has improved a lot, the overall strength of their Myriad Realms pirates has also improved a lot. Kong is very strong. Zephyr sneered. Strong? Dust that can't stir up a little storm can be called strong by you? Uchiha Madara disdainfully said. The pirates of Myriad Realms are as crazy as the rumors say, but our Marine has dispatched a large number of troops today. Whether it's your pirates of Myriad Realms or the Rocks pirate, don't even think about retreating completely, Zephyr said coldly. Zephyr has heard many rumors about the pirates of the 10,000 Realms, and today is the first time he has fought against the pirates of the 10,000 realms. So I still slightly underestimate the Myriad Realms pirates. After all, he has flourished in New World. He hardly encountered any pirates he couldn't defeat, and it's normal to be a little swollen. Don't overestimate your strength, Marine. You can't keep us. Uchiha Madara sneered. This kind of thing, you don't have the final say. Zephyr didn't chat much with Uchiha Madara, kicked his feet, moved at high speed on the ground, and quickly approached Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara's face remained the same, and he didn't move a bit, facing the attacking Zephyr. He threw a punch suddenly. Boom! Two fists collide. This is a collision between power crystals. The instant the fists collided, the horizon beneath their feet collapsed. Zephyr is the Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters. The two-color hockey is terrible, and the armament hockey is profound. In Naval Headquarters, he is known as Black Arm Zephyr. Among the entire Naval Headquarters, his armament hockey is also first tier. Not to mention Uchiha Madara, Conqueror's Hockey Grandmaster. Armament hockey has already reached the level of outside play. Observation hockey and Conqueror's hockey have also reached a high level of attainment. And after several years of training, his Conquerors has also reached the level of winding weapons. Bang, bang, bang. But for a moment, there was no complete ground in the area of more than 10 meters around the two of them. He had heard a lot of rumors about the pirates of Myriad Realms before, but he didn't take it seriously. His body quickly retreated, leaving a gap of more than 10 meters on the ground. Transport. But now after fighting in person, he realizes the threat of the Myriad Realms pirates. And Uchiha Madara not only has special abilities, but also terrible physical skills. The earth and rocks rolled and the dust filled the air. Even if the captain's strength is terrifying, a crew member has such strength. This is his first fight with Uchiha Madara, and now he has got a little bit of the upper hand. Uchiha Madara found a flaw in Zephyr, punched out, and hit Shunfa Li Haozhao heavily. Boom! Is a member of the Pirates of 10,000 Realms that has such strength? Zephyr stared at Uchiha Madara with a slightly heavy expression. Zephyr majors in physical arts, with unparalleled strength and bottomless physical strength. At this time, he was deeply impressed by the Wanjie pirates. After all, I have never had personal contact with the Pirates of 10,000 Realms. Everyone who is fattening, you can give an automatic subscription so that you can fatten up, and the author can also have a subscription. The fists of the two were very fast, and the fists quickly wrapped around hockey, and then they collided constantly. Every time they collided, a part of the ground would collapse. In terms of combat experience, Uchiha Madara is definitely above Zephyr. 113, 110 Akuno Logia 1 vs 2 Full Order. Too weak. Uchiha Madara said flatly. I don't think I'm strong, but I'm not weak. Zephyr said coldly. He was called a genius at Naval Headquarters, and he reached the position of Marine Vice Admiral at a young age. Even Marine Admiral praised his strength. Now being ridiculed by Uchiha Madara, he's naturally a little unhappy. He took off the cloak of justice behind him, covered his arms with richer armament hockey, and rushed towards Uchiha Madara the next moment. The speed is too slow. Uchiha Madara glanced at him lightly and then took the initiative to attack. His fists are covered with the power of Conquerors, and this is the first time he has used Conquerors in combat. Boom! The fists of the two clashed again, and Zephyr only had to contend with him for a few seconds before being pushed back. This is Conqueror's winding. Zephyr noticed the strength in Uchiha Madara's arm, a little surprised. Conqueror's entanglement is a power that can only be mastered by a very small number of strong people who have trained Conqueror's hockey to a certain level. The degree of difficulty is extremely high. 037. The members of the Myriad World Pirates in front of me can actually use this kind of power. Those who have Conqueror's hockey are born kings themselves, and those who can use Conqueror's hockey. It can be said that he is the strongest among kings. This ability, that is really good. Uchiha Madara glanced at his arm and praised. Conqueror's entanglement has strong destructive power and is extremely aggressive. After using this ability, he can defeat Zephyr, a master, with physical skills alone. Uchiha Madara took advantage of the victory and pursued. His footsteps burst on the ground, and he quickly approached Zephyr. What a speed! Zephyr looked at Uchiha Madara, who was approaching extremely fast, and couldn't help but secretly thought. But he was not idle at the same time, using the shave teleportation, actively approaching Uchiha Madara. The attacks of the two collided again. Zephyr has a lot of combat experience, but not as good as Uchiha Madara. Using the power of the Conqueror's entanglement, Uchiha Madara easily knocked the Zephyr back. But Zephyr is not an existence that can be easily defeated, even if it is repulsed. But the next moment, he will throw it towards Uchiha Madara again. On the other side of the battlefield, Akunologia is 1-on-2, fighting Crane and Sengoku. Although Akunologia is not at his peak, he is strong enough to reach Cuomo's level. Even on top of Cuomo. This guy is very strong, Crane, you have to be careful. Although he is a new member of the Myriad Realms Pirates, his strength probably is not weaker than anyone in the Myriad Realms Pirates, Sengoku reminded Satoru. Sengoku was supposed to fight Akunologia 1-on-1, but there was too much pressure during the fight. So Crane also came to help. It can be seen that he is very strong. He nodded and said, Akunologia exudes a terrifying aura, like a reel. Just standing there can put a lot of pressure on people. 2-on-1, why are you still so inked? Can't you just order it together? Akunologia stared at the two in front of him indifferently and said lightly, no matter how many people come, he will not be defeated, because he is the king of dragons, the black feather of the end. Facing Sengoku and Crane at the same time, his heart was calm and he didn't feel any pressure. Be careful with the ability of that female marine, Akuno, if you are touched by him. There will be some trouble. Unohana Retsu reminded him as he fought against his opponent not far away. The ability of the Crane is to wash the fruit, which can make the objects it touches lose their shape, and can also eliminate the evil in the hearts of others. If touched by her, it is bound to be very troublesome. I see. Akunologia stretched his waist and said calmly, I'm the main attacker, you find a way to get closer, and use your ability to get closer to this guy. Sengoku whispered to the Crane. Hearing this, he nodded. His ability among the naval headquarters does have a unique effect. After ordering the tactics, Sengoku did not hesitate and rushed towards Akunologia quickly. His fist was covered with a layer of armament haki, and it hit Akunologia heavily. Snap! Akunologia simply extended his palm, not even using armament haki, and easily defended against Sengoku's attack. Sengoku's face changed slightly, and another fist was thrown out, but this fist covered more than just armament haki. There is also the ability and impact given by the Buddha form. His control over Devil Fruit has reached a very high level, even without using the Buddha form. The fist can still hit the impact. Boom! He is very dangerous, but I will always have a chance to touch him, he said calmly. It's now, Sengoku yelled. Akunologia sensed danger from behind. He has very strong insight and has also learned observation haki, so he can judge that the ability of the Crane is not a small threat to him. The physical body of the Dragon King cannot be shaken by the power of the current Sengoku. At this time, the Crane quickly used the razor, teleported behind Akunologia. Her palm was covered with a layer of ability, and then directly hit Akunologia. Although I don't know what your ability is, it seems to be a great threat to me. Akunologia watched the Crane not far away with a little vigilance. Then he used his arm to firmly hold Sengoku's fist, and then directly threw Sengoku behind him with the help of strange force. As long as she is given a chance to touch Akunologia, the battle will be reversed. But unexpectedly, Akunologia suddenly threw him away with the help of strange force. Everyone who is fattening, you can give an automatic subscription so that you can fatten up, and the author can also have a subscription. I thought Crane's attack was about to succeed, seeing that Crane's palm was about to touch Akunologia's body, but the moment he was about to get close, Sengoku's body hit her. The two flew out in an instant. The strength of the two stalemate. Damn it, did it still fail? Whether it's strength or speed, this guy is at the level of a monster. Sengoku stared at Akunologia with a slightly gloomy expression. Sengoku's fist covering the impact has a strong destructive power, but is still easily caught by Akunologia. I also remembered Unohana Retsu's reminder. Don't be bumped by the Crane's palm. 114, 111 Roger versus Rocks. If you have any ability, feel free to use it. I will defeat them one by one. Akunologia looked at the two calmly and said calmly, I don't believe it. The two of us working together can't deal with you alone. Sengoku took off the cloak of justice behind him and said coldly. Akunologia folded his hands on his chest and stared at Sengoku expressionlessly. It's still the same battle plan as before. I'll be the main attacker, and you find a way to touch him." Sengoku instructed the crane. "I see." He nodded. Hearing this, Sengoku stopped discussing too much. How to create an opportunity for Crane to touch Akinologia. Because of the value of force alone, it is very difficult to defeat Akinologia. Sengoku uses Shave to move at high speed, trying to find a way to attack Akinologia. In the past few years, Sengoku's strength has improved a lot. Whether it is Haki or Marine 6 styles, they have been trained to perfection. He was very fast and quickly circled behind Akinologia. He stretched out both palms and shot 2 extremely powerful shock waves, blasting towards Akinologia. When the 2 shock waves converged together, the destructive power they could cause increased several times. This level of strength can't excite me at all. Akinologia turned around suddenly, covered his arm and fist with a layer of Haki, and punched out with a single punch. Colliding directly with Sengoku's shockwave, the ferocious force impacted Akinologia's body. Boom! 2 terrifying forces colliding together. Sengoku's shockwave has great impact and destructive power. But this force couldn't move Akinologia at all. Akinologia stared at Sengoku as if watching an ant. "Your strength is too weak." Akinologia pushed Sengoku back with force. Great Buddha form. The moment Sengoku retreated, he instantly used the power of Devil Fruit to transform into a huge golden ancient Buddha. The Buddha form is exactly the ability given by the Devil Fruit he used. In this form, both his attack power and defense power have increased several times. At this time, Sengoku's whole body was full of terrifying aura. But Akinologia still stared at him with a flat face, and his heart was calm. He has survived for hundreds of years and has witnessed countless strong men and various dragons. A mere big Buddha can't scare him at all. No pirate can escape justice, and neither do you. Sengoku stared at Akinologia and said coldly, "I don't practice any justice. I not only do what I want to do." Akinologia responded indifferently. In the original world, he spent almost his whole life looking for and killing dragons. But there are no dragons in this world, so he no longer has the obsession with dragons. Cuomo summoned him to this world, and now he is only willing to obey Cuomo's words. Regarding the things Cuomo explained, he does not ask right or wrong, just because he feels that Cuomo is his companion. Seeing Akinologia's response in this way, Sengoku lost interest in talking and waved his golden palm. A huge shock wave appeared in his palm, and then pressed towards Akinologia. The powerful impact instantly enveloped an area with a radius of several meters, and it was inevitable for Akinologia to avoid it. The shock wave enveloped him instantly, and strong pressure enveloped him. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the ground exploded, sending up countless clouds of smoke and dust. At this time, the crane found the right time and quickly rushed towards Akinologia's position. "I want to put my ability on Akinologia." Amidst the smoke and dust, Akinologia had no other injuries except for some tattered clothes. The King of Dragons, the defense of the Black Feather of the End, can the current Sengoku break through? Snap! Looking at the oncoming crane, he grabbed the crane's shoulders, and then with his arm, he directly twisted her joints. The crane groaned in pain, but endured it. The other hand covered the power and hit Akinologia. But Akinologia had predicted it a long time ago and left the place directly. Crane! The smoke cleared, and Sengoku saw Crane's arm twisted at a strange angle. "I'm fine, Sengoku." With the other hand, Satoru wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, endured the severe pain, and restored the twisted joints. "Zero. Ask for flowers. Bastard." Seeing that the crane was injured, Sengoku was furious and hit Akinologia with both palms. Akinologia covered Haki with his arms and also rushed towards Sengoku. On the other side of the battlefield, Rox and Roger. The two have been fighting for a long time, and now Roger's physical strength is running out, and there are countless injuries on his body. "Damn it!" Rox cursed and stepped back away from the group of people. At the critical moment, Jabba and Rayleigh arrived. "Are you all right, Captain Roger?" Jabba rushed over at this moment, asking with concern. "Compared with the strength of the sea giants, I am indeed far behind." Rayleigh had a cold sweat on his forehead, thankful that Rox did not continue to attack just now. Just resisting Rox's knife, he felt a slight tremor in his arm. Rox didn't say much when he heard the words. His face became ruthless. He raised the famous knife in his hand and threw it at Roger forcefully. "Zero. You are still not as good as me, Roger, and I will ask you one last question. Join our Rocks pirate or die here. Rocks held a famous knife in his hand, pointing to Roger, who fell on the ground and questioned in a cold voice. You guys are here anyway. Roger stood up from the ground, and he, who escaped from death, laughed heartlessly. Jabba came the next second, slashing at Rocks with a double axe in hand. Rayleigh was as fast as a ghost and came directly in front of Roger, swung his knife forcefully, and defended against Rock's attack. Everyone who is fattening, you can give an automatic subscription so that you can grow fat, and the author can also have a subscription. In my opinion, freedom is better than everything, Rocks. I will not join the Rocks pirate, even if I die. Roger responded fearlessly, panting heavily. He thought he was going to die just now, but his crew arrived in time to save his life. Everyone in this world is afraid of death, and Roger is also afraid, but he will not sell his freedom just to survive. When? Then die here. 115, 112 Marine 3 Admiral gathered, seeking full order. The cadres of the Rocks pirate are fighting the Marine powerhouse, so we have to spare. Jabba responded. Really? Roger laughed. The 10,000 Worlds pirates are here too, Captain Roger. They are currently at war with Marine, but some are also at war with Rocks pirate cadres. Rayleigh reminded. There are no more than 10 people on board the pirates of 10,000 Realms, but none of them are simple characters. They are not allies with a Marine, and of course not allies with the Rocks pirate. Is Cuomo here too? There are quite a few people coming to this battle. Roger sighed. This was originally a battle between the Roger pirates and the Rocks pirate, but the Marines got the news and wanted to get involved. But Marine inadvertently told the news of this operation to the pirates of 10,000 Worlds, and 823 eventually led to the gathering of forces from all directions. The 10,000 Realms pirates and the Rocks pirate are one of the two giants at sea. The Roger pirates are also known as the Big Three in some sea areas. All in all, the three pirate groups that came this time are all top-level pirate groups in the sea, plus the overlord of the first half of the Grand Line, Marine. The four forces gathered together. None of these four forces is simple, and each has the capital to shake the New World. But now that these four forces are gathering together, it is indeed somewhat unexpected. Did that bastard Cuomo come too? What a surprise. Rocks heard Roger and others talking, and said to himself, the arrival of Marine has already complicated the situation, but now Cuomo's arrival make this situation more complicated. What the final outcome of the campaign will be now, even the Rocks are unclear. But Eyeliner, he didn't think so much. Roger didn't choose to join his pirate group. His only thought now is to kill Roger. Thinking of this, Rocks didn't hesitate, directly holding the famous knife in his hand, and rushed towards the three of Roger. Prepare to meet the enemy. Roger saw Rocks rushing. His face suddenly became serious. Although the situation on the island is very complicated now, they have a big trouble right now. The Rocks must be dealt with first. Roger took the lead in attacking, although his physical strength was exhausted, but the current situation did not allow him to fall down. Boom! The Western knife in his hand collided with Rock's famous knife, and the ground exploded immediately. How long can you support Roger? You don't think that joining forces with these two trash fishes will give you the power to defeat me? Rocks looked at Roger in front of him and sneered. Roger is exhausted now, and Rayleigh has also fought against him just now, and his arm trembled slightly just after receiving his blow. Such a strong man. What kind of threat can it pose to him? It's time for us, Jabba, Rayleigh reminded Jabba. It's been a long time since the three of us joined forces to deal with the enemy. Jabba responded with a slightly raised corner of his mouth. When the three of them first met, they were just a group of young brats with weak strength. In order to deal with the enemy, they formed a tacit cooperation in the battle. But with the growth of strength, there is no need for the three of them to join forces to deal with the enemy. Now facing a powerhouse like Rocks, the three of them will join hands to fight again. Jabba and Rayleigh stomped and approached the Rocks quickly. Rayleigh went to the left and Jabba went to the right to outflank the Rocks. Looking at the two men attacking, Rocks sneered, completely ignoring Rayleigh. Jabba. He exerted force with his arm, first knocked Roger out, and in the next second he took the initiative to attack Rayleigh. But the moment Rocks knocked Roger back, Roger attacked again. Damn it! The Rocks are now within striking distance of Rayleigh, and Roger is on his way. He then decisively attacked Roger. Schwa! Rayleigh slashed at Rocks, leaving a trail of blood on him. On the other side, Jabba was also close to rocks, and with 2 axes, he slashed at rocks, leaving 2 bloodstains. Roger, Jabba, and Rayleigh, these 3 are the strength of the Roger pirates. Rock's strength is not weak, much stronger than Roger, fighting alone. Rayleigh and Jabba were not good enough for him. But the 3 of them have been similar for a long time, and the 3 of them have fought together on the sea for many years. Therefore, a strong tacit understanding has been formed for a long time, and the 3 of them teamed up. Even in the face of rocks, they will have a battle. This injury is not enough to tickle me. A cloud of black mist appeared on Rock's body, and the original injury was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the other side, Cuomo engages Kong. Although Cuomo has repelled Kong many times, Kong is still unwilling to fall and continues to attack Cuomo. His armament hockey is truly terrifying, even Cuomo's godfall, to wreak havoc on him. Schwa! But this kind of attack hit Kong's body, but only left a bloodstain on his body. Why are you here too? Kong 4.1 turned around when he heard the voice and was stunned. This blow was enough to cut Achiku in two. In this operation, there is also the participation of the Myriad Realms pirates, because it was none other than the 2 admirals from Naval Headquarters. Your body is really hard, but it's just for me to practice the knife. Cuomo looked at Kong on the ground and said indifferently, "Heard there was an accident here, so we came here," responded a Marine Admiral. Although the 2 admirals knew about this operation, they did not choose to participate. So the 2 admirals didn't think there would be an accident, but no one thought of it. If it weren't for this, he would have died due to excessive blood loss. Cuomo held Shinyun in his hand and slashed out a sword aura forcefully. The blade rubbed against the space, making a violent sound. A sword chi like a shark's fin tore through the space at high speed, rushing towards Kong with overwhelming force. At this moment, a loud shout came from afar, and 2 strong Marines wearing justice cloaks rushed over. Everyone who is fattening, you can give an automatic subscription so that you can fatten up, and the author can also have a subscription. Kong. Even the Rock's pirate is worthy of a head-on confrontation with it heyday. Because the Marine dispatched troops this time is already enough, the Marine dispatched troops this time. Now Kong has a lot of knife wounds all over his body, but he uses Marine 6 styles, the power of returning life, to forcibly prevent the blood from flowing out of the body. 116, 113-8 Inner Gate 6th Gate, full order. With the addition of these 2 new Marine Admirals, nearly half of Naval Headquarters combat power is now here. Marine Admiral is the highest combat power of Naval Headquarters, and is also the face of Marine, but in this battle, 3 Admirals came directly. This lineup is not without prosperity. In order to completely dispose of the 10,000 Realms pirates, Rock's pirate, and Roger pirates, the current Marine has spent a lot of money. Even the other 2 admirals agreed to be transferred here. Is he the captain of the 10,000 Realms pirates, Cuomo? A Marine Admiral asked, staring at Cuomo. As the highest combat power of Naval Headquarters, he has naturally heard a lot about the deeds of the 10,000 Realms pirates. But this is also the first time he meets Cuomo, the captain of the pirates of 10,000 Realms. It's him, the unmistakable New World's Big Two. The great pirate Cuomo with a bounty of 4 billion Baileys, echoed another Marine Admiral. Looks like that you need our help, Kong. Marine Admiral said. He could naturally see that Kong was at a disadvantage in the battle with Cuomo. After all, Cuomo didn't have any injuries all over his body, but Kong had quite a few injuries. 07 No need, I want to deal with him alone. Kong shook his head slightly and refused. He just wants to fight Cuomo alone, and doesn't want other people to intervene in their battle. You alone may not be his opponent, Kong. After we join forces to kill him, the remaining remnants we mopped up, I end this battle, our Marine, I is sure to win. Another said Marine Admiral earnestly. Our Marine will definitely win this battle, so let me face him alone. Kong Zongnanwai solemnly replied. He's guilty of indirectly killing Vice Admiral, so he wants to deal with Cuomo alone, without anyone else. Okay. Seeing his expression, the other 2 admirals nodded without saying anything. Then go to support others. With the arrival of these 2 Marine admirals, the situation of the war is likely to change. But Cuomo is not worried that accidents will happen to the members of the Pirates of 10,000 Realms. After all, there is no one weaker than him except Rem on board. But this time, Rem did not participate in the battle, but stayed on the ship, guarded by Gojo Satoru. Let's continue, Cuomo, Kong said as he took off his shirt, exposing his muscular muscles. I thought you would choose to join forces with them against me, Cuomo said calmly, standing in midair. The three Marine admirals teamed up. Although he felt a little pressured, he didn't panic and even wanted to try it. Is my own strength qualified to defeat the three admirals? This is a battle that only belongs to the two of us, and I won't let anyone intervene, Kong replied with a solemn expression. But you alone are not enough to defeat me, Cuomo smiled contemptuously. You can't control the final outcome until the last moment of the battle, Kong responded with a cold snort. In the next second, Kong used the shaved air and rushed towards Cuomo quickly. Schwa! Holding the knife in one hand, Cuomo slashed directly. The sword energy tore through the space and rushed towards Kong with the force of thunder. Paper arts. In a second, Kong's body turned into a paper-like thing, and the sword energy passed by his side without causing any harm to him. After evading the attack, his body instantly reverted to its original form, and he rushed to Cuomo again. Finger pistol. All of Kong's strength and armament haki converge on one finger before stabbing Cuomo's blade. Boom! There was a loud noise in midair, and the attack and collision formed a strong air current and black-red electric sparks. Finger pistol is one of Marine 6 styles. The principle is to gather the whole body's strength on one finger, and Kong's mastery of Marine 6 styles has been superb. Even the armament haki of the whole body can be placed on the index finger to form a terrible, lethal force. His full blow has even resisted Cuomo's slash. Nice power, but compared to me, it's still a bit weaker than Kong. The veins in Cuomo's arms bulged, and he held a knife in both hands, and with all his strength, he knocked Kong back directly. As soon as Kong was repelled, he rushed forward again. Now that he's covered in top-notch armament haki, it will take a while even for Cuomo to beat him. It's really troublesome. You know you're not my opponent. Why do you charge up again and again? Cuomo looked at Kong, who was charging again, and asked, no matter how powerful the enemy is, Marine, is the Cuomo who will never back down, Kong yelled. Kong is a Marine with a strong sense of justice. He regards Marine as an honor and treats soldiers equally. For his indirect killing of Vice Admiral, his heart is full of guilt, and he will never back down before he falls down. Yeah. Sixth gate of 8 inner gates, Jingmen is open. Cuomo opened the 6th gate in an instant, and now he has a terrifying aura blooming all over his body. Both attack power and speed have been improved a lot. 397, he took the initiative to rush towards Kong, holding Shinyun with one hand, colliding with Kong again and again. Although Kong poured all his strength into his index finger, he could briefly resist Cuomo's attack. But even Kong felt a little weak as Cuomo's barrage of slashes came toward him. Kong's strength is not weak, it is almost at its peak now, and it can be called one of the best in New World. Let Kong face the rocks, he also has the power to fight, but this level of strength is still not enough in front of Cuomo. Bang, bang, bang. The attacks of the two kept colliding, and every time they hit each other, the air in midair would be violently roared. The sound was so loud that it almost rang through half the island. The powerhouses on half of the battlefield can all notice the battle between the two of them. They fought crazily, almost attacking desperately. Cuomo does not defend at all. Even if he is hit by Kong, he will not suffer any damage with his physical body. And Kong is covered with armament haki. Even if he is cut by Cuomo, he will not fall down immediately. 117. 114 3 ancient weapons, Pluton warships? Seek full order. New World, a certain area. While Kong and Marine are struggling to fight the pirates, Garp is carrying out a mysterious mission. Garp is on a Marine battleship. Except for him, who is a Marine, all the others are officials of the world government. The target of their action this time is precisely for the Pluton battleship. They have captured the occultist who deciphered the coordinates of the Pluton battleship and are now almost on their way to their destination. After a long voyage, it's here, the mystic scholar said in a deep voice. This mysterious scholar was exactly the one who was caught by Woodioyu fishing back then. All the scholars except him have died, and he was also destined to die. But Gojo Satoru caught him by accident and saved his life. Is this the Pluton battleship? Garp raised his head and noticed a huge warship docked in the Grand Canyon in the distance. That battleship is the legendary Pluton battleship that has the power to destroy the world and one of the 3 ancient weapons. The size of the ship can reach this level. There is nothing wrong with it to this the Pluton battleship. A world government official said with excitement. Point 2. They searched New World for several years, and their hard work paid off, and now their world government finally got this Pluton battleship. Are we going to take the Pluton away? Garp asked. No, the people above have given an order to notify them when they get the Pluton warship, and then set up a port here to study the Pluton warship. A world government official responded. The Pluton battleship is one of the ancient weapons. This battleship was made by the predecessors of the 7 water capitals. With the power to destroy the world, it will definitely take a lot of time to master and thoroughly study the Pluton battleship. Really? Garp nodded and didn't say much. While Garp was staring at the Pluton battleship, in the cabin, several members of the CPO organization were also paying attention to Garp. Garp is a member of the D family, and the world government is always worried about such people. But Garp is the main force of naval headquarters, possessing terrifying strength, an integral part of naval headquarters. The reason why Garp was brought to find the Pluton battleship this time was to test Garp's sincerity. If Garp is like other D clans, he has the desire to rebel against the world government, definitely thinking about the Pluton battleship. And they are watching Garp in secret. Once Garp has a different heart, they will take it directly. Conversely, if Garp has the same intentions, he will also be reused by the world government. If Garp hadn't been a high-level executive at naval headquarters, they wouldn't have bothered to do this kind of thing at all. While finding the Pluton warship in the world government. New World on an island. The battle between the 4 forces is still going on. With the participation of the 2 Marine admirals, a large number of members of the Roger pirates were killed. Of course, members of the Rocks pirate are also treated in the same way. In the depths of the island, the 3 main players of the Roger pirates teamed up and fought back and forth with Rocks. Uchiha Madara engages Zephyr and an admiral. Ikunoloja battles Crane and Sengoku. Following the country edge a warring John with a cadre. Senju Hashirama H2, Charlotte Linlin. Unohana Retsu H2, Golden Lion. The bounty is 2.9 billion Baileys. Uchiha Madara, let us join forces to be your opponent. Marine Admiral stared at Uchiha Madara in front of him calmly. Roger pirates and Rocks pirates miscellaneous soldiers. He and another admiral have almost cleaned up. Those who are still present are almost all well-known pirates from New World. The 2 of them, Admiral, are going to unite with Marine to kill the opponents one by one. Do you want to dance too? Uchiha Madara stared at the 2 indifferently and questioned. Stop gossiping, come on. Marine Admiral was very decisive and didn't say a word of nonsense to Uchiha Madara. Directly ordered to rush towards him. Marine Admiral and Zephyr, both masters of gymnastics, rushed towards Uchiha Madara with both punches. But Uchiha Madara, who has rich combat experience, can handle the attacks of 2 people with ease. Boom! He punched, and his fist collided with Zephyr, and the ground burst open. On the other side, the Marine Admiral is close by. Fire-style fire extinguish. Uchiha Madara took a deep breath and then spit out a raging flame directly from his mouth. The flames quickly engulfed the Marine Admiral, forming a sea of flames before Uchiha Madara's eyes. This temperature can't hurt me. Marine Admiral's voice came from the sea of fire. He was covered with rich haki and rushed out directly. As a Marine Admiral, he naturally possessed extraordinary strength. Marine Admiral, is this the strength? Boom! From this point alone, it can be seen how powerful their attack power is. The second in command of the 10,000 Realms pirates? No wonder he is so strong. Marine Admiral said indifferently. Countless dust was set off, and waves of ripples were stirred up on the sea level. Then moved towards Marine Admiral. The fists of the 2 collided, just like the collision of steel refined into gold, and a violent roar erupted. But the fact is not as good as he imagined. His cooperation with Zephyr was easily resolved by Uchiha Madara. The Wanjia pirates did not announce the deputy captain to the outside world. Li Qianhao, although Uchiha Madara's bounty is as high as 2.9 billion Baileys, Marine Admiral believes that he and Zephyr can easily defeat Uchiha Madara. Everyone who is fattening, you can give an automatic subscription so that you can fatten up, and the author can also have a subscription. This guy is very strong. Marine Admiral stared at Uchiha Madara in front of him and said in a deep voice. Uchiha Madara exerted force with his arm and directly knocked Marine Admiral back. Uchiha Madara looked at the attacking Marine Admiral with his arm. He knocked Zephyr out first. He should be the second in command of the 10,000 Realms pirates. Zephyr reminded aloud. Cuomo's bounty of the pirates of 10,000 Realms tops out at 4 billion berries, while Uchiha Madara's 2.9 billion berries, like Gojo Satoru, is the second highest. However, based on Uchiha Madara's strength and performance, Zephyr identified Uchiha Madara as the second in command on the ship. 115 Uchiha Madara Rinnegan opens. The earth hinders the stars, seeking full order. Uchiha Madara has a high bounty and is powerful. It is not surprising that they are identified as the second in command of the pirates of 10,000 Realms. How long are you going to discuss? Feel free to use whatever ability you have, just treat it as a warm-up for me. Uchiha Madara glanced at the two of them and crossed his hands in front of his chest and said indifferently, "Arrogant brat, you don't think the two of us are your opponents together?" Marine Admiral responded with a sneer. In any case, he did not believe that someone could defeat both of them at the same time. Today's Zephyr, though not at its peak. Even without Admiral-level strength, there is Quasi-Admiral-level strength. Caret plus G at H+. And he has the proper strength of Admiral. The two of them teamed up. Could it be that even the second in command of a pirate group can't compete with each other? In my eyes, you are like gravel. There is no threat to me. Uchiha Madara responded contemptuously. The prison cell is not prepared for you. You arrogant brat, die here. Marine Admiral sneered. After the words fell, he stopped talking nonsense and rushed directly towards Uchiha Madara, and the Holy Law also rushed towards him when he saw this. Rinnegan. Uchiha Madara enters the Rinnegan state in an instant. Earth hinders the sky 970 stars. Uchiha Madara directly uses Rinnegan's ability to control gravity and pull a huge meteorite in outer space. Earth Obstruction Star is different from planetary devastation. The main function of planetary devastation is to seal. The Earth Obstructing Star is pure destructive force, and the huge meteorites pulled from outer space are not only larger than the ones gathered by planetary devastation. Moreover, the meteorite fell from outer space, and the powerful impact increased the destructive power it could cause. Boom! There was a loud noise in the sky, and a huge meteorite passed through the clouds and appeared in midair. The size of this meteorite is very large as half an island. The meteorite is much larger than the meteorite summoned by Fujitora in the original book. At a first glance, the meteorite has a shocking momentum. The appearance of an incomparably huge meteorite attracted the attention of the powerhouses on the entire island almost instantly. On the other side, Senju Hashirama, who was fighting Charlotte Lin, also noticed the meteorite at high altitude. A meteorite? Could it be Madara's ability? Senju Hashirama said, slightly surprised. You members of the Myriad Realms pirates are really lunatics. If such a meteorite falls, your people will also be affected. Charlotte Lin stared at the meteorite in the sky, breaking out in a cold sweat. A huge meteorite was already in the sky above their heads, and it would not be long before the meteorite fell completely. No one on the entire island will be spared. Of course, this also includes members of the Myriad Realms pirates. After all, the island is such a sky. And this meteorite is as big as half an island. The meteorite is about to hit the center, and the impact it will cause is enough to cause harm to anyone. If we could be hurt by our own abilities, we wouldn't be members of the Pirates of 10,000 Worlds. Senju Hashirama responded lightly. Although this meteorite is terrifying, which of the members of the Pirates of Myriad Worlds is a simple character? How could it be possible to be hurt by such an attack? Wood-style wood dragon technique. Senju Hashirama clasped his hands together and directly summoned a huge wooden dragon. When the meteorite landed, he had his own way to deal with it. But the meteorite has not landed yet. He needs to deal with Charlotte Lin in front of him first. The wooden dragon exuded a terrifying aura and rushed towards Charlotte Lin in the next second. Zeus! Charlotte Lin yelled, and the white cloud Zeus under his feet turned gray, and then his whole body emitted terrifying thunder and lightning. Boom! Huge thunderbolts shot out from Thundercloud Zeus, attacking the rushing wooden dragon. Lightning has terrible penetrating and destructive power. If it is an ordinary tree, it would have been penetrated by lightning long ago. But the wooden dragon released by Senju Hashirama is not ordinary. It is made of chakra. Has a strong defense. The force of thunder and lightning hit the wooden dragon, although it shattered the wooden dragon's body a bit. But not completely broken. The wooden dragon rushed straight to Charlotte Lin. Damn it, can it be destroyed? Charlotte Lin's complexion changed slightly, and then she looked at the meteorite high in the sky, her brows furrowed. In the next second, she left the spot directly and chose to flee. On the other side, Jiguan fought against John and Iraq's pirate cadre. Schwa! Holding the sunwheel knife in both hands, he swept across with all his strength, and the terrifying sword energy formed a shape like a shark's fin, tearing the ground at high speed and rushed toward a cadre. The sword energy was extremely fast and terrifying. It directly split Shi's body in half and killed him. Damn it! Jean couldn't help cursing when he saw the cadre dead. The two of them teamed up and couldn't help Ji Guanyi. Now he is the only one left. How can we fight? After Gua Yuanyi killed the cadre, he stomped on his feet and quickly approached John with a sunwheel knife in his hand. It's over, Ji Guan said quietly. Breath of the Sun, Fire Kagami, music and dance round dance. The Riluan knife in Ji Guan's hand ignited a ball of flames. He chopped it off, and the fire dragon suddenly appeared, directly splitting John in half. Ji Guan, against air, ended the battle early. Boom! After killing John and a cadre, Ji Guan also noticed the meteorite at high altitude. Hey Madara, is this ability, did I ask it too much? Ji Guan shouted towards Uchiha Madara in the distance. Having been with Uchiha Madara for several years, he's naturally familiar with Uchiha Madara's abilities. So, this ability was released by Uchiha Madara. But this meteorite is really too much. They just came here to abuse food. Why did Uchiha Madara put a big move under the name? Really, these guys make me very uncomfortable, so I want to get rid of them as soon as possible. Uchiha Madara turned to look at Ji Guan and responded. He originally just wanted to play with these Marines. What this Marine Admiral said made him unhappy. Directly summon a meteorite to add to his fun. Damn it, how do we hide this ability? Marine Admiral standing beside Zephyr asked with a gloomy expression. Fighting with Uchiha Madara, the other party directly released a meteorite, which he did not expect. 119-116 Kong, you are really a bunch of lunatics. Full order, please. Haki is released. It should be able to destroy this meteorite. We need to notify other Marines to join us and deal with this meteorite together. Zephyr reminded. Haki is released. It is the third level of armament Haki. It can attack from a long distance. Kong Sengoku Crane, come to my side. Marine Admiral shouted towards several people who were fighting in the distance. Zephyr is to join other Marine powerhouses who are fighting. This meteorite is as big as half an island. Although Zephyr doesn't know what kind of power Uchiha Madara has mastered to release this level of meteorite. But now is not the time to think about these. They need to come together to destroy this meteorite. As long as they gather together and use Haki to resist the meteorite, this huge meteorite will not be able to cause any harm to them. Hearing Marine Admiral's words and Zephyr's notification, almost immediately, all the Marines gathered together again. The cadres of the Same Rocks pirate also gathered together for the first time. You really are a bunch of lunatics. Kong glanced at the meteorite high in the sky, and then at the members of the 10,000 Realms pirates, said in a deep voice. The meteorite at high altitude is not small. It is almost as big as Ultimate. You must know that this meteorite came from outer space. If it fell directly with a huge impact force, the entire island would be destroyed instantly and sink into the sea. At that time, no one will be spared. Crazy? That's not necessarily true. Meteorites are only a threat to you. You think this thing can hurt us? Cuomo glanced at Kong indifferently and sneered. When a meteorite of this level lands, it is impossible for you pirates of myriad realms to not be affected. Sengoku snorted coldly. No matter what, Sengoku would not believe that a meteorite as big as half an island had landed. All members of the Wanjie pirates have a way to avoid being affected by the meteorite. Don't compare your strength with us. We are not on the same level. Uchiha Madara stared at Sengoku calmly and said coldly, This meteorite is indeed threatening in the eyes of Marine, but in the eyes of the members of the 10,000 Worlds pirates, this meteorite is nothing at all. Human limits are limited. You haven't strengthened us too much, so don't think too highly of yourself, pirates. Crane stared at Uchiha Madara and said in a deep voice, Point 2. In this pirate world, no matter how strong a person is, it is difficult to defeat two Marine Admiral-level powerhouses. It's almost the limit of this world. Although some alternatives can surpass this limit, such as the most mysterious M in this world. However, most of the powerhouses are still limited. And Uchiha Madara and others are not from this world, although they came to this world. They will also be affected by the rules of this world, but not much. A mere gravel, are you qualified to compare with me? Uchiha Madara responded coldly. Among the Marines present, he didn't put anyone in his eyes and fought with them, and Uchiha Madara just had a playful attitude. Although I don't know what kind of power you have mastered to release meteorites of this level, but this must have consumed a lot of your physical strength. Marine Admiral asked with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. Meteorites of this size are indeed scary, but Marine Admiral believes that releasing this force zone, it must have consumed a lot of Uchiha Madara's stamina. After they defended against the meteorite, he would like to see how much physical strength Uchiha Madara can fight. Uchiha was really staring at him, and I was in the mood to answer these questions from people he thought were fish. Summoning the meteor did cost him some stamina and chakra, but wasn't too much for him. Is this your masterpiece, Cuomo? Rocks in the depths of the island saw a meteorite falling from high altitude, so he ran out to check the situation. Members of the Roger Pirates definitely do not have this ability. If they had, they would have been released long ago. And he is very familiar with his Rocks pirate. No one has the ability to land meteorites from outer space on this island. Not to mention the people in Marine, they are now on an island if a meteorite of this level is released. It's not doing them any good either. Based on the above reasons, Rocks can speculate that only the extremely mysterious 10,000 Worlds pirates can make such a magnificent feat. Long time no see, Rocks. Cuomo also noticed a smile on the corner of Rock's mouth not far away. Seeking flowers. Captain Rocks. Golden Lion and other cadres saw that Rocks had also come here and rushed directly to his position. How is the battle, Shiki? How many brothers died? Rocks asked, looking at Golden Lion. Some cadres were killed in this battle, but we also killed some Marines. Golden Lion responded truthfully. Did some cadres die? Damn Marine. If they hadn't come, Roger would have died today, and we wouldn't have lost many brothers. Rock's expression turned gloomy when he heard that some brothers had died. Their Rock's pirate was supposed to be sure of the Roger pirates, and they could get away with it. She couldn't help asking. And now that they are Rock's pirate, whether they can escape unscathed is a big question. Are you dead? Upon hearing the news, Golden Lion's expression also changed. There are also the main force of naval headquarters and all members of the 10,000 Worlds pirates. Charlotte Linlin thinks that Roger should be dead now, but now Rocks looks a little wrong. After all, it's not just their Rocks pirates and Roger pirates present here. It takes a lot of thought and time to kill Roger, plus the meteorite strikes suddenly. They have been looking for the Roger pirates for a long time and finally launch a challenge. Now they have been busy for so long. In addition to their two major forces, the ultimate goal of their fight today was to kill Roger. After all this time, is Roger dead, Captain Rocks? Charlotte Linlin asked. Although he wanted to kill Roger, but Roger, Rayleigh, Jabba, the three of them teamed up too well. Roger was still alive. But who would have thought that Marine's people would come here, and Marine's arrival completely disrupted their original battle plan. Not dead, Jabba and Rayleigh are here at the critical moment. Rocks shook his head regretfully. He didn't have time to continue fighting, so he could only come out from the depths of the island to check the situation. Everyone who is fattening, you can give an automatic subscription so that you can grow fat, and the author can also have a subscription. If you want to get out of the body, Tianfin is very difficult. 120, 117, 8 enter, gate 7th gate open. Seek full order. Wait a minute, Shiki, your ability can manipulate all non-living objects. Why don't you try to manipulate this meteorite? Whitebeard suddenly thought of reminding. Golden Lion's devil fruit is a lion fruit that can manipulate all non-living objects. Meteorites are non-living objects. Perhaps Shiki's ability can manipulate meteorites. Don't tell me, I forgot about it. Golden Lion responded with a grin when he heard Whitebeard's reminder. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly pulled out two famous knives and slashed at the meteorite high in the sky. Swish, swish, swish. He swung several knives in a row, slashing at the meteorite with sword energy, but did not cause any actual damage to the meteorite. Through this point, it is clear how terrible the meteorite's defense is. After the sword energy was shot out, the golden 043 lion's fingers shook, ready to manipulate the meteorite. But he discovered that the meteorite was out of his control. Hey, Shiki, did you do it on purpose? Why is the meteorite still falling? Charlotte Linlin looked up at the meteorite which was still falling and said coldly, No, I can't manipulate this meteorite. Golden Lion responded with a gasp. Isn't your ability to manipulate all non-living objects? Why can't meteorites be controlled? I think you want to kill us on purpose. A cadre said with a gloomy face. Shut up, I'm also within the range of the meteorite. If I could control it, I would have moved the meteorite away. How could I let him continue to descend? Golden Lion said coldly. If he could really manipulate this meteorite, he would have already stored this meteorite in midair as his own storage. It can also be used when facing a strong enemy in the future. How can it prevent him from continuing to descend? Meteorites are indeed non-living objects. However, meteorites are currently being manipulated using gravity by Uchiha Madara. How can the Golden Lion be controlled? Meet you again, Cuomo. At this time, Roger also ran out from the depths of the island. At a glance, he saw Cuomo floating in mid-air with black wings behind him. They fought a battle half a year ago, and he also bought some supplies from Cuomo. Cuomo glanced at Roger, who was floating in mid-air, and didn't respond. Did Cuomo do this? Rayleigh wiped the sweat from his brow, staring at the huge meteorite that broke through the atmosphere and was about to fall. The aura of this meteorite is in full swing, as if it has the power to destroy the world. It's unbelievable that he has such power. The strength of the sea giant is much more terrifying than we imagine. Jabba gasped and echoed. The meteorite of Uchiha Madara directly brought together all the powerhouses on the entire island. All the strong Marines gathered together, and so did the members of the Roger Pirates. Only the members of the 10,000 Realms Pirates are relatively scattered. Facing this huge and incomparable meteorite, they felt calm and at ease. Don't worry about this meteorite, what harm it will do to them. The meteorite is coming. Get ready. Kong suddenly reminded loudly at this moment. The meteorite in the sky was more than 10 meters away from the island. Hearing Kong's reminder, the powerhouses of the entire island were ready to face this huge meteorite. No matter what kind of ability you use, today you pirates of myriad worlds will surely die. A Marine admiral, whose palm was covered with hockey, sneered while looking at many members of Pirates of Myriad Worlds. Really, I want to see what ability you have to kill us. Cuomo responded by staring at the Marine admiral with a playful smile. Boom! The huge meteorite, like half an island, fell directly, and the space exploded directly. A mushroom cloud-like airflow enveloped the entire island. On the sea level, waves of tens of feet were stirred up. The clouds high in the sky were even more gloomy at this time, accompanied by the roar of thunder and lightning. A huge meteorite landed, and no one on the entire island was spared, and the entire island was covered by the impact of the meteorite. Ka. The moment the boulder, which was as huge as half a small island, fell to the island, countless cracks appeared and were constantly breaking apart. On the entire island, there are strong players who can use external hockey, and at the moment the meteorite lands, they all defend. Meteorites naturally cannot cause damage to strong people like them. However, the powerful momentum formed by the falling of the meteorite still shocked many people to death. A large number of cracks appeared in the huge meteorite, and finally it was completely broken. This time, the broken meteorite began to float up into the sky. After the meteorite landed on the island, Uchiha Madara did not continue to manipulate. So the Golden Lion now has control over these shattered meteorites. Aren't you able to manipulate Shiki? Charlotte Lin asked with a slightly changed expression as she saw the broken meteorites rising into the sky. I couldn't control it just now, but I can control it now. Golden Lion responded lightly. Countless broken meteorites lifted into the sky. The entire island is now a mess. There is no complete ground, and all the trees collapsed. Schwa. Just standing there can give people an endless sense of shock. Do you want to fight that much? Then I will help you, Cuomo said indifferently while standing in midair. The seventh gate of the 8 inner gates is the last gate before the gate of death, which can explode with power beyond the limit. It kicked up more than 10 feet of dust. Because of the huge meteorite, it gave this island an almost devastating blow. Holding Shen Yun in his hand, he slashed at it with a single knife. Marine Admiral saw that the meteorite had already floated into the air and directly issued an order, preparing to attack the members of the Myriad Realms Pirates again. His speed was extremely fast, and he raised the knife with his hand and dropped it, leaving a deep bone wound directly on Marine Admiral's chest. Boom. Whoosh. Go. Kill them. Now the island will sink into the sea soon, but before 3.2, he wants to kill this. Cuomo's body was covered with a layer of blue steam, which made him look powerful and powerful. At this time, the entire island vibrated violently, and in the next second, a large number of cracks appeared on the island, and it would not take long for the entire island to sink into the sea. Everyone who is fattening, you can give an automatic subscription so that you can fatten up, and the author can also have a subscription. Cuomo's speed was so fast that there was a sonic boom in the air, and he rushed directly towards the Marine Admiral. 8 Inner Gate's 7th gate opened. 121, the 118 campaign ends, and the Double Admiral falls full order. Following Cuomo's attack, the other members of the Wankai pirates also did not sit idle and launch an attack. The quartet forces once again launched a scuffle. After a long time, "It's over, Inca." Cuomo held Shinyuan in his hand, raised his knife and fell, and directly slashed across, beheading Marine Admiral's head. "Roger!" Kong cried out in grief when he saw Roger's head was chopped off by Cuomo and died on the spot. Rog made a lot of achievements for their naval headquarters, but died here today. This made Kong lose his mind for a while. "Damn it, Marine Admiral was killed by Cuomo," Sengoku said angrily. They never thought that in this battle, not only did their Marine not get any benefits, but Marine Admiral was even killed by Cuomo. The death of Marine Admiral is undoubtedly a huge loss to the Marine. After all, it is very difficult to cultivate a Marine Admiral-level combat power. Schwa. Not far away, Unohana Retsu killed Zanpakuto, Bankai, and also beheaded a Marine Admiral with one blow. After all, they have been fighting for such a long time, and these admirals' physical strength has been exhausted, so Unohana Retsu can take advantage of their weak stage to give him a fatal blow. Accompanied by the head of another admiral flew up. The current naval headquarters is fully aware of the seriousness of the problem. The 10,000 Realms pirates actually killed 2 Marine admirals. "Damn it, what should I do now, Kong?" Zephyr stood beside Kong, staring at Cuomo and others with a gloomy face and asked. This battle, they thought it would be the end of victory, but they fought for so long. None of the 10,000 Worlds pirates died. The 3 main forces of Roger are not dead, and the main cadres of Rock's pirate are also not dead. On the contrary, the naval headquarters directly killed 2 Marine admirals. Marine Admiral is the main force of their naval headquarters. Now 2 of them died directly. No one can afford such a loss. All the Marines present felt sad. Kong doesn't know the current situation, what to do specifically, whether to continue fighting or what. Although now he can see that the cadres of the Rock's pirate and the 3 main forces of the Roger pirates are extremely tired. If you continue to fight, you have a chance to wipe out these 2 pirate groups. But the 10,000 Realms pirates is a force that cannot be ignored at all. Kong couldn't tell that any member of the 10,000 Worlds pirates was in a state of exhaustion. Everyone is alive and well, as if they have endless physical strength. Now on this battlefield, he was the only Marine Admiral left, and he wanted to continue fighting. But he also needs to consider the consequences of this. 2 Marine Admirals have died. Now New World has no room for you Marine experts. Rock's not far away, gloated and laughed. Now in New World, the biggest forces are basically only the 10,000 Worlds pirates, Rock's pirates, Roger pirates, and Marine. But now because of this battle, Marine directly lost 2 Marine Admirals. In the future New World, is there still room for Marine to intervene? Presumably the New World in the future will be a paradise for their pirates. However, I think we have to retreat Captain Rocks. Roger can stay until the next time to kill. If we stay here, there must be dangerous workers. Charlotte Linlin glanced at the many strong men on the battlefield and reminded, with the death of the 2 Marine admirals, the battle on the field almost stopped in an instant. So the forces of all parties are now gathering together again. That's right, it's time to retreat, Rox agreed. Now his physical strength is a bit weak. After all, he has been fighting for so long. He didn't want to continue playing anymore, because he had a hunch that Cuomo's next target would be him. Now that his physical condition is playing against Cuomo, he must suffer. Shiki, Edward, do it, Rox ordered. Yes, Captain Rox. Golden Lion clapped his palm on the ground. Boom! There was a loud noise on the ground, and then a huge circular foundation split apart, and many cadres of the Rox pirates stood on the foundation and began to lift off slowly. The Golden Lion's lion fruit ability separates the ground floor, allowing the Rox pirates' hordes to float above. They can leave in the air. At this time, Whitebeard glanced at the battlefield, put Song Yunxie behind his back, and then covered Shock Fruit's ability with both fists. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by his continuous punching, marks appeared one after another in the air in front of him. Then these cracks turned into shock waves, shocking islands, and shocking sea areas. Boom! Along with Whitebeard's continuous punching, a large number of cracks appeared on the ground, which collapsed in an instant. It's time for us to leave Cuomo. Ji Guiyuan rushed over to remind him. He just happened to be able to develop his own power in New World. I originally wanted to fight with rocks, but I didn't expect to waste so much time. It seems I will save it for the next time. Cuomo looked helplessly in the air, and Rocks, who had already gone away, said helplessly, "Then exercise it, and now it can cause a large-scale tsunami." In this battle, although the Roger pirates were not killed, the 10,000 Realms pirates did kill the 2 admirals of Marine. Not only is the tsunami about to hit, but even the island has been torn apart at this time, and the seawater has begun to spread upwards. At this time, a tsunami as high as several tens of feet was set off in the distant sea area and hit here. "Goodbye, everyone." Rocks laughed while standing on the foundation. The last time the Rocks pirate fought with the pirates of 10,000 Realms, it caused a tsunami. Is it another tsunami? The members of the Wanjia pirates did not stay here and quickly left the island, came to the ship, and chose to retreat. Cuomo looked into the distance and saw large-scale tsunamis coming from all directions. "Come on, Cuomo, the island will sink soon." Unohana Retsu came to Cuomo and reminded. Whitebeard thought of his abilities from this. This is also a good ending for him, and there will be no Marine in New World in the future. Cuomo glanced at the surrounding members. All of them were here, nodded and said, "Let's go." Everyone who is fattening, you can give an automatic subscription so that you can fatten up, and the author can also have a subscription. Rock's pirate escaped so decisively that he chose to leave without even asking for a boat. 119. The discussion of the 3 old stars. "We should leave Kong too." Crane looked at the 2 fallen admiral corpses with a sad expression and reminded. This time their Marines suffered a heavy loss. In the future, it may be much more difficult for us Marine to get involved in New World, Zephyr said with a serious face. Now they directly lost 2 admirals to naval headquarters. This is undoubtedly a serious blow to their Marine foundation. "Yeah," Sengoku replied helplessly. Before, their Marines could act like overlords, freely intervening in the wars of various forces in the New World. But now the loss of 2 Marine admirals, if they act, there will be a lot of inconvenience. Let's take their corpses back first. We need to discuss the situation of the world in the future, Kong ordered. Some Marines packed up Marine Admiral's body and chose to retreat. Originally, their plan was going well. But because of the participation of the Wanjia pirates, everything has developed towards the worst. They did not continue to stay on the island and quickly drove the battleship to find a way to leave here. Another life has been recovered. Roger laughed while standing on the broken island. To be honest, he himself didn't feel that he could survive today, but God was looking after him. Just don't let him die. Now that he has regained his life, it is impossible to say that he is unhappy. "Aren't we going, Captain Roger?" Jabba asked, looking at the tsunami that had reached the island not far away. "Go. Our ship was destroyed by the rocks long ago. How should we go?" Rayleigh smiled wryly. While they were fighting the Rocks pirate, the rocks had already cut off their retreat and destroyed their ship. Although the tsunami has reached their eyes now, they have no way to go. Jabba also laughed helplessly when he heard the words. Even though they Roger pirates lost all their brothers this time. Now there are only 3 of them left, but they are still alive. It is good after all. In the future, what are our plans, Captain Roger? Knowing that he couldn't leave the island, Rayleigh simply sat on the ground and asked Roger beside him. "Are you planning? I'm going to grab some money, build ship, and recruit some new members. I haven't thought about the rest yet, but I hope that things like today won't happen again." Roger's sitting on the ground with a slightly heavy complexion. Although the 3 of them are still alive. But the other brothers who have been with them day and night for a long time are all dead now. Roger is a person who values affection, and he still feels a little uncomfortable now. But he also knows that he has no way to take revenge, and the Rocks pirate is now a force he cannot touch. If one's own strength can reach the level of Rocks in the future, he would choose to settle accounts with Rocks. After all, these brothers can't die in vain. Boom! The tsunami struck and completely swallowed the entire island, and the 3 main forces of the Roger pirates were instantly swallowed by the sea. But with their strength, the seawater does not threaten them at all. After all, they are not the so-called demon fruit power. This time the four forces participated in the war, and the island was completely swallowed by the tsunami, and it was considered to be the end. Top of the red line, Holy Land Mariwa. The 3-5 elders were discussing something in the conference room. The battleship Pluton has been found. This battleship, which claims to have the power to destroy the world, is enough to multiply the power of our world government. The old man with the knife said with a smile on his face. They searched for the world government in New World for several years, and finally lived up to Im's expectations and got the Pluton battleship. With the Pluton ships, we can also do something against New World pirates, echoed another 5 elders. The Pluton battleship is one of the 3 ancient weapons. It is rumored that a single shot can destroy an island. With a warship of this level, how many pirates in New World can compete with it? We just got the Pluton battleship. We need to study how to use it first. And this battleship has been stored for too long. The battleship will definitely be damaged, and it may not need to be repaired. Another the old man reminded. The Pluton battleship was manufactured by the predecessors of the 7th water capital, and no one knows how long it has been since it was manufactured. Ships that have been left alone for a long time, even Pluton ships, are bound to suffer some damage and need to be repaired. After we have repaired Pluton and thoroughly studied how to use Pluton warships, we need to conduct a big sweep of New World's big pirates. The 3 old men were naturally very happy to get the Pluton battleship, but they also knew it. Don't panic about this kind of thing. They knew very well that the pirates in New World would never escape the fate of being besieged and killed. After discussing the Pluton battleship, they changed the topic to discuss. However, I heard that Marine's operation was not smooth this time and lost 2 admirals. Marine. Really is a bunch of idiots, a great opportunity. Not only did they not make good use of it, they even lost 2 admirals. The scarred old man said in a deep voice. There is no way around this. The pirates of the 10,000 realms have also joined the battle. Otherwise, there will be no accidents in Marine. Another old man said helplessly. Hearing the name of the myriad realms pirates, the other 2-5 elders fell silent for a moment. They will never forget how much they lost in the battle of the Holy Land of Mariwa. Direct loss of 2-5 elders. Until now they are unwilling to recall the past. Now the position of Marine Admiral is vacant. We don't need to choose a new admiral. The old man reminded aloud. They put aside the topic about the pirates of 10,000 realms just now and began to discuss the Marine incident. New admiral, do you have any suitable candidates? Garp is a good candidate, but it's a pity he belongs to the D family, Zhao Zhao Zhao. The D clan is the natural enemy of the gods. Since they came to power, they've encountered many D clans. Every D family has brought a lot of trouble to their world government. And Garp, as a member of the D family, not only did not cause trouble for their world government, he even joined Marine and played for them. To be honest, they still can't fully trust Garp to entrust him with high positions. This time, the Pluton battleship is an opportunity to test him and see if there is any unusual behavior. If Garp doesn't behave abnormally, they will trust Garp. If there is even the slightest abnormal behavior, they will strike mercilessly. After all, in their eyes, the D family is full of dangers and cannot hold back. 123, 120 new member RAM, full order. I hope that this D family can work for our world government. If that's the case, we will also have a chance to win over the D family that will appear in the future. An old man said, as long as Garp is completely loyal to Marine, then they can completely control Garp. At that time, with the news that this D family has joined, other D family hidden in the world, maybe they will go to their world government like Garp. This is undoubtedly a great thing for them. After all, in the eyes of their world government, the most difficult thing to deal with is the clan of gods of D. I'm sure he won't let us down. After a few days, with the end of the war between the 4 forces, the world simultaneously sent out shocking news. This news shocked countless people. Because whether it is the pirates of 10,000 worlds, the Rocks Pirate, or the Roger Pirates in Marine, these 4 forces are undoubtedly the ceiling of power in the entire world today. The gathering of forces from all 4 directions to fight naturally aroused countless people's discussions. When they learned that 2 admirals had died in this battle, their shock was even stronger. 820. Due to the most outstanding behavior of the Wanjia pirates in this battle, they killed 2 Marine admirals. So the world government also released a new bounty for the pirates of 10,000 worlds. Cuomo is offering a bounty of 4.7 billion Baileys. Uchiha Madara offered a bounty of 3.5 billion Peli. Senju Hashirama offered a bounty of 2.4 billion Baileys. Unohana Retsu offers a bounty of 3 billion Bailey. Ji Guiyuan offered a bounty of 2.7 billion Baileys. Gojo Wu 3.2 billion Baileys. Rem billion Bailey. Ikunoloja 700 million Baileys. Gojo, Satoru, and Rem didn't participate in the battle, but their bounties still increased a bit. It was the first time for Ikunoloja to participate in the battle, and the bounty directly soared to 700 million Baileys. The members of the Wanjia pirates don't pay much attention to the bounty. After all, it's just some numbers. These numbers cannot affect them, nor can they represent their strength. However, when Ikunoloja saw his bounty, he complained a little dissatisfied. Why are your bounties in the billions, but mine, a hag, is only 700 million? This is the first time you have participated in a face-to-face battle, Akuno, and we don't have participated in many face-to-face battles in this world. Ji Guiyuan responded. He has been in the Wanjia pirates for several years, and the group has such a bounty. It has only been half a year since Ikunoloja joined their Myriad Realms pirates. The first bounty was fixed at 700 million Baileys, which is quite a lot. Okay. Ikunoloja didn't say much after hearing the words, threw the reward order in his hand into the sea, and then lay down on the rocking chair. He wasn't really unhappy, he just wanted to complain. I didn't even participate in the battle this time, and Marine even added a bounty to me, alas 3.2 billion Baileys. Wu Qiaoyu complained with a smile on his hands. Why do I feel that you are trying to anger me on purpose, Gojo Satoru? Ikunoloja suddenly stood up and said. He worked hard to participate in the battle and offered a reward of 700 million, but Gojo Satoru did not participate in the battle. The bounty has already reached 3.2 billion berries. I don't have one, Gojo Satoru said with a smile. Okay, everyone, it's time for us to have a new member. Cuomo interrupted suddenly. He wasn't afraid that Gojo Satoru would fight Ikunoloja. After all, the members on his ship got along happily and occasionally bickered, but they didn't fight. Is there to be a new member again? Who will it be? Ikunoloja immediately became interested when he heard the words. I don't know about that either. Cuomo shook his head and said helplessly. Summoning the crew is not something he can decide. The key is to see what the system can summon for him. Cuomo clicked on the properties panel that only he could see. Host Cuomo. Summons, Gojo Satoru, 61%. Uchiha Madara, 62%. Unohana Retsu, 59%. Tsukuni Inichi, 81%. Senju Hashirama, 47%. Rem, 81%. Ikunoloja, 32%. Reputation value, 290,000/240,000. Abilities, Armament Hockey, 700/3000. Observation Hockey, 600/3000. Conqueror's Hockey, Max, Imitates Swordsmanship, 1900/5000. Special abilities, Black Dragon Form, with Style, Sage Mode, 8 Inner Gates. Warehouse, none. Except for the full level of Conqueror's Hockey, Cuomo's ability is not full level. The imitation of swordsmanship has also reached 1900 at this time, but it is a pity that there is no battle with rocks. If he can imitate rock swordsmanship, his progress may reach nearly 3000. The progress of imitating swordsmanship is still fast. The prestige point has now reached 290,000, but the prestige point required for summoning has also reached 240,000. It has to be said that this number is still very scary. As the number of times he summoned increased, the number of summoning fingers he needed for summoning also increased. Ding, does the host want to exchange the reputation points for reward cards from the Heavens and Myriad Realms? Known as the Hornless Ghost, the name is taken from the legendary continent Mitrum. A new member and someone you know very well. Cuomo smiled and responded with a trick. Do you want to use host? Unexpectedly, Rem was summoned before, and now Ram is summoned again. Cuomo was slightly taken aback when he heard the system's notification tone. Isn't this Moo's sister? Everyone who is fattening, you can give an automatic subscription so that you can fatten up, and the author can also have a subscription. Okay. Cuomo chose okay without the slightest hesitation. He also wanted to know what kind of character he could summon this time. Ding, congratulations to host for getting an ability advancement card. A group of white light particles appeared in front of Cuomo's eyes, and this group of light particles was slowly converging. Master Cuomo, who is the new member this time? Rem asked curiously when he saw the white light particles appear. Ding, congratulations to the successful exchange of host, and you will get a reward card from the heavens and worlds. But it can still be summoned under normal circumstances. Ding, congratulations to the successful use of the host. Get the RAM from Otherworld Adventure from Zero. Wait, Ram? Sure. Ram used to be the genius and strongest existence of the Ghost Clan, but because he lost his only horn to protect his sister Rem, he couldn't fight for a long time. However, it is also possible that the character cannot be summoned. 124, 121 Observation, Haki Deshang, predicting the future, please order in full. The newly summoned member Ram, but the one who is related to Rem's own sister by blood, how could Rem not know it? Someone I know? Rem was a little taken aback, not knowing who Cuomo was talking about. The light particles in front of Cuomo's eyes slowly converged into the shape of a person, and the light particles materialized. I saw a woman who looked very similar to Rem appeared in front of everyone. She is 154 centimeters tall, with big pink eyes and pink lips, and her face is not very clear. The hairstyle is neck-length short hair, but the hair parting line is different, and the front bangs cover her left eye. A black apron. On the head is a white cap. The maid outfit has been specially modified to expose the girl's slender shoulders. With a short skirt, the curves of the body are clearly shown, even a little sensational. This is Ram. Unohana Retsu was stunned when he saw Ram for the first time. Ram and Rem look too similar, except for the color of their hair and the direction of their bangs are different. Other features are almost exactly the same. Why are there two Ram? Ji Yuan was also stunned when he saw Lam for the first time, because the two looked too similar. Sister. Rem was taken aback when she saw Ram for the first time, but then rushed towards Ram in the next second. He hugged her directly. Ram, why are you here? Ram said in surprise when he saw Rem hugging her in front of him. She knew that she had traveled to the other world, but she didn't expect that his sister Rem was also here at the same time as she traveled to the other world. Master Cuomo sent me here. Rem let go of Ram's arm and said with a smile. Master Cuomo, that's what the mysterious voice told me. Ram nodded upon hearing that. Aren't they the same person? They looked somewhat similar. Gojo Satoru interjected from the side. It's not one person, they are two sisters. One is the familiar Rem, and the other is the newly summoned Ram, who is his sister. Cuomo explained from the side. Twins. No wonder they're so similar. Senju Hashirama smiled slightly. Sister, the horn on your head. Rem suddenly found a horn on Ram's forehead. According to the original book, Ram's horn was cut off when he was young, and there is no possibility of regeneration. But now she has a horn growing on her head. On my head. Hearing what Rem said, Ram touched the top of his head curiously. Sure enough, there is a horn. Your horns have grown again, sister. Rem smiled and narrowed her eyes. Her older sister, Ram, was once the strongest genius of the nobility, and also the strongest existence, but in order to protect her, the only horn was cut off, which made it impossible to fight for a long time, and its strength was also much weaker. The reason for all this is to protect Rem, so this also caused Rem to feel guilty. Now that Ram's horns have grown back, how can Rem not be happy for her sister? Thank you, Mr. Cuomo. Ram smiled unconsciously, and then bowed slightly to Cuomo to thank him. She knew that the growth of her horn must have something to do with Cuomo. After all, it was Cuomo who sent him to this world. It's none of my business, but it's good to have your horn back. Cuomo shook his head. She doesn't have the ability to regrow Ram's horns. The only thing that can do this is the mysterious system he bound. Without you, I might never be able to see the horns on my head again. Thank you, Master Cuomo. Ram bowed slightly again and thanked. There's no need to be so polite to me. We're companions, Cuomo reminded. It's your first time in this world. Let me introduce you. This is Uchiha Madara, who is from Otherworld like you, but you are not from the same world. Cuomo gave a grand introduction to Ram, the names of the members on board, and after the introduction, they quickly became one. Next is the conversation between the members of the Wanjia Pirates, and it is time to increase the relationship. Although Ram just came to this world, Kaisho Hashirama and others do not reject her. After all, when they came to this boat, they were companions. 0. Seeking flowers. Cuomo glanced at his warehouse at this time, and there was one ability advancement card left. He thought for a while, and finally decided to use this ability advancement card as an advancement, Observation Hockey. After using the ability advancement card, his Observation Hockey has reached the 4th level, and he can predict the future for a few seconds. Occasionally, you can predict the long future. But he doesn't know exactly what kind of future he can predict, and his current Observation Hockey is at the same level as Katakuri. A few days later, after the news of the Battle of the Quartet was released, New World released an even more shocking news. With 2 Marine admirals missing, Naval Headquarters must not dare to be as aggressive in New World as before. Everyone who is fattening, you can give an automatic subscription so that you can fatten up, and the author can also be read by others. After this news was released, it caused a sensation all over the world again. Rock's pirate is in a shipyard on an island, ready to build a brand new ship. In other words, now that Rox is doing things in New World, the trouble of Marine will be less in many cases. The 3 ancient weapons, the Pluton battleship, are what the powerful New World have longed for and wanted to obtain over the years. Marine's loss of 2 admirals is undoubtedly a serious blow to Naval Headquarters Foundation. In a tavern on the island, many cadres of the Rox pirate gathered. 0. But no one ever found the Pluton battleship. That is, the world government has found the legendary Pluton warship, one of the 3 ancient weapons. In this battle, although many people died in Rock's pirate, most of them were just miscellaneous soldiers. Just when everyone thought that the Pluton battleship was impossible to find. New World, an island. But years have passed, and the power of the pirate overlord of New World has fallen. The world government has been found. Although they didn't kill Roger this time, the death of Marine's double admiral also made Rox happy. As far as the Rox are concerned, there are as many soldiers as they want. 122 little thoughts of long bread. Please order in full. Although Roger was allowed to run away in the end, but now that Marine has lost 2 admirals, they should not dare to make any big moves in New World. Then let's recruit members in New World. Rox ordered. Under normal circumstances, if they were recruiting members in New World, it would be easy for the Marines to get the news. Then they will be ambushed by Marine, and they will lose more or less each time. Therefore, Rox generally does not recruit members on the one hand because of Marine, and on the other hand because there are enough strong people on his ship. No more people are needed. But after this battle, Rox realized that there are not enough strong men on board. He must recruit more strong men. Now that Naval Headquarters has lost 150 admirals, it will be quiet for a while. During this period, he will aggressively recruit crew members to expand the power of his pirate group. Yes, Captain Rox. Many cadres responded in unison. Next, we will focus on finding Roger, recruiting the crew, and finding the Pluton battleship. Rox continued to order. He still doesn't give up and wants to continue looking for the Roger pirates. But now the task of finding the Pluton warship cannot be delayed. Rox is very clear that once he finds the Pluton battleship, there will be no one in New World to be his opponent. Whether it is 10,000 realms rewarding the pirates or the Roger pirates, he can destroy them. Pluton battleships are the basis for his world domination. Although it was difficult to find, he was not willing to give up after that battle. He has once again realized the strength of the 10,000 Worlds pirates and knows that Cuomo is very dangerous now. Captain Rox. At this moment, an official crew member suddenly broke in and shouted anxiously, "What's the matter? Marine sent pursuers?" Rox glanced at him and asked lightly, "No, it's not Marine, it's world government." The official crew member shook his head and responded quickly, "The world government sent pursuers?" Golden Lion wondered. "No, the world government did not send any pursuers." "What the hell is that?" Charlotte Lin asked coldly. "The world government has found the Pluton battleship." The official crew member handed the newspaper to Rox and responded quickly. "What?" Rox heard that his pupils constricted violently and quickly took the newspaper handed over by the pirate. Rox looked at the newspaper in his hand and began to observe carefully as the time passed by second by second. Rox frowned more and more seriously, seeing his expression. The cadres around have a bad feeling. Damn it, these bastards actually found the Pluton battleship. Rox put down the newspaper in his hand and said with a grim expression, "Did they really find it?" Whitebeard asked in disbelief. The Rock's pirates searched New World for years without a clue. How the world government found the Pluton battleship without anyone noticing. This news is infallible. They'd ought to have found the ancient weapon Pluton battleship, Rock said with a serious face. Although this news was released by world government's own studio. However, there are still pictures of the Pluton battleship in the newspaper, which alone can prove the authenticity of the news. Rox thought that after Naval Headquarters Double Admiral's death, he could make a big difference in New World. But the news that the world government released the Pluton battleship is undoubtedly a warning to the pirates at sea. The Pluton battleship, one of the 3 ancient weapons, was acquired by the people of the world government. This is not very bad for us, Golden Lion said with a heavy tone. There are many legends about the Pluton battleship, for example. It can sink an island with one shot, and its power is terrifying, and it is known as destroying the world. If the world government drives the Pluton battleship to deal with them, then IT may be very troublesome. What now, Captain Rox? An officer asked worriedly. Rox didn't respond when he heard the cadre's words. His face was also extremely heavy, and he was thinking about countermeasures, how to deal with the Pluton battleship. Maybe we can find other ancient weapons to fight against. Longbread suddenly suggested. Are you kidding, Longbread? Are ancient weapons so easy to get? A cadre said indifferently. What Longbread said was undoubtedly a joke in their ears. The Pluton battleship, one of the 3 ancient weapons, was cracked by a mystic scholar for the final route. As long as they can find the occultist, they can find the Pluton battleship. Looking for the Pluton battleship, they at least have a goal and know to find the occultist. But the other 2 ancient weapons, they don't know how to look for it at all, and they don't have any clues at all. There is a Pluton warship looking for the target. It took them years, and it still hasn't been found. If they're looking for the other 2 ancient weapons without any clues, it will take decades of their time. Don't talk nonsense at this time, Longbread. We are now discussing important matters. Another cadre echoed. Also thought Longbread was talking nonsense. Because Longbread had a very good relationship with Charlotte Lin. Otherwise, they would have killed him long ago. No, I actually have some clues. Longbread calmly listened to the discussions of the people around him and responded in a neutral manner. Clues? What clues? Rox immediately became interested when he heard the words and asked quickly. Don't be a fool at this time, Longbread. Just tell what you know. Point for Golden Lion glanced at him and said in a deep voice. According to what I have learned, the coordinates of the ancient weapons are on the historical text, and as long as we can collect all the historical texts about the ancient weapons, we can naturally get the whereabouts of the ancient weapons. Longbread didn't speak out in a slow manner. Historical text, it is rumored that these things are distributed all over the world, and some of them may have sunk in the sea. Where can we find them? A cadre said indifferently. He thought that what Longbread said was very unreliable. After all, the world is so big. Where are they going to collect all the historical texts? 126, 123 Naval Headquarters High-Level Meeting, full order. To be honest, I'd have already found 2 historical texts about ancient weapons. Longbread calmly took a sip of the wine and calmly responded. How many parts are there in the history of ancient weapons? Rox asked. The ancient weapon I was looking for cost 4 pieces in total. Longbread replied truthfully. There are 4 pieces in total, and you've already found 2 pieces? Golden Lion asked in surprise. Although Longbread was on the same boat as them, he never mentioned this kind of thing to them. Now that Longbread has said such a thing, it is impossible for them to say it or not. Strictly speaking, I didn't find it, but I have a scholar friend, Longbread said lightly. Over the years, he has not often stayed in a Rocks Pirate, but likes to travel. Because of the 2 identities of being a member of the Rocks Pirate and having a good relationship with the great pirate Charlotte Lin. Therefore, the pirates in New World generally won't be idle without 07 making a move on him. This also led to him being able to freely enter and exit various areas in New World. He accidentally met an occult scholar. The scholar had heard about the deeds of the Pluton battleship, so he also started to study the historical text. But to study this thing, you need to go to various places in the world, and you need a lot of money. So Longbread made a grant to allow him to continue his research. Originally, the long loaf wanted to be found and shared with Charlotte Lin, and then they could enjoy the ancient weapon exclusively. But now the situation of their Rocks Pirate is not very optimistic. If the world government really drives the Pluton battleship, come and trouble them with the Rocks Pirate. They will undoubtedly be wiped out. As for breaking away from Rock's pirate during this period, it is even more impossible. The Rocks put up with him traveling the world because Charlotte Lin was still on board. The two have a close relationship, and Rocks is assured that he will travel all over the world, not afraid that he will betray the Rocks pirate. But if he doesn't come back for a long time, it will arouse the suspicion of Rocks, and then he will be hunted down. After all, there are many secrets on the Rocks ship, and Rocks doesn't want the Longbread to betray the Rocks pirate. In the current situation, if he doesn't tell the whereabouts of other ancient weapons, it will be difficult for him to live in the future. You're hiding it very deeply, Longbread, a cadre said with a malicious smile. I wanted to share the results with you after I found it. Longbread responded, but no one would believe his words. Then where do we find the other two historical texts? Rocks asked. The historical texts that record ancient weapons are distributed all over the world. The two historical texts we found have the approximate location of the other two historical texts, I believe. We can find the other two historical texts. Longbread didn't hide it and responded truthfully. Call your scholar friend, we should start preparing. Rocks ordered. Yes, Captain Rocks. Longbread responded. On the other side, Naval Headquarters in Malindo. Due to the death of two Marine admirals, Admiral's position has been vacant. Therefore, many Marine high-level officials went to the Holy Land of Mariehua and began to discuss the location of Marine Admiral with the leaders of the world government. Therefore, many Marine executives are discussing in the conference room, preparing to select a new Marine Admiral. Kong, do you have any suitable candidates for Admiral? Marshal Marine asked. I recommend Garp and Sengoku to be Marine Admirals. They have captured a large number of pirates in New World over the years. Their prestige and strength in naval headquarters are qualified to sit in the position of Marine Admirals. Kong said solemnly out loud. It doesn't make sense for us to have Sengoku elected as Marine Admiral, but Garp may not be able to. A world government leader said flatly. Garp is a family of D, the natural enemy of God. Their world government is protecting the interests of celestial dragons. How can they let celestial dragons' deadly rivals stand in the important position of Marine Admiral? Garp has made a lot of contributions in Marine these years. Although he has such a layer of identity, we can all see his performance. We can't stop him just because he has that layer of identity, his way to become Admiral. Kong responded to the stiff response from the world government leader. Become the face of naval headquarters. After years of getting along with each other, Kong is sure that Garp really works for Marine. You have your stubbornness, but we don't also have our own persistence. Garp is qualified to sit in the position of Marine Admiral. The crane who had been silent all this time interjected. The D family is just a name, and she doesn't want to hinder Garp's promotion because of his status. It's not up to you to decide. We firmly disagree with Garp's election as Marine Admiral. The leader of the world government responded equally stiffly. He was also not good at making mistakes, so he had to sit down obediently. This is an internal decision of our Marine, and there is no need for your world government's consent. Kong stood up abruptly and said with a serious expression, this is a huge harm to their world government. Kong knew very well that Garp had the identity of the D clan, but that was just a title. Marine Admiral is more than just a status symbol. Although Kong was a little displeased in his heart, the leader of the world government in front of him was superior to him. Also become a Marine Admiral, you can master many secrets that ordinary people can hardly imagine. It would be inappropriate to deny his efforts just as Garp. Sengoku interjected at this time. If Garp becomes Marine Admiral, he masters many secrets of naval headquarters and finally commits a conspiracy. I also think Garp is eligible, Marshal Marine echoed. We have tolerated his promotion to Marine Vice Admiral, which is already the greatest tolerance for him. It is impossible for us to allow him to sit in the position of Marine Admiral. He and Garp have been good friends for many years, and he naturally hopes that Garp can become Marine Admiral. Pay attention to your words, Kong. Don't forget, your naval headquarters are the force that our world government supports. 053. The leader of the world government said coldly. 127, 124 Kong, the next Marshal of the Marine. No matter how you Marines discuss and decide, we still say that he can't be a Marine Admiral. The world government said flatly. They stayed true to their ideas and refused to make Garp a Marine Admiral. The meeting went on for a long time, even though many of Naval Headquarters' top brass were in favor of Garp being elected Marine Admiral. However, many leaders of the world government have always opposed Garp being elected Marine Admiral. Although the selection of Admiral is selected internally by Marine, the selection needs to be approved by the world government. They agreed to let Sengoku be elected as Marine Admiral, but they always refused to let Garp be elected as Marine Admiral. They are always on guard against the D family. I don't think it is necessary to continue this meeting. Sengoku will be elected Marine Admiral first, and the other Marine Admiral will be selected later, the leader of the world government said. Because a large number of Marine executives agree that Garp was elected Marine Admiral, although they have the right to deny it. But if the conversation continues, it will hurt the peace, so they decided to discuss it later. Put this matter aside for now. If you insist on refusing to promote Garp because of his status, this admiral, I also refuse to be promoted, Sengoku said forcefully. If Garp himself refuses to be promoted to Marine Admiral, Sengoku can't say anything. After all, that was Garp's own choice. But now this group of people has not asked Garp's opinion and insists on refusing to let him be promoted because of Garp's status. In this regard, Sengoku is a little angry. Did you choose to refuse the promotion because of Garp? World government leaders were also a little surprised when they heard Sengoku's words. Marine Admiral, but Naval Headquarters is the dream position of all Marines. This is the highest badge of honor, and no one wants to stand in the position of Marine Admiral. But now Sengoku refused to be promoted because of Garp. This choice really puzzled them. Kong was also a little surprised when he heard Sengoku's tough words. For his good friend Garp, Sengoku was willing to give up the position of Marine Admiral. This profoundness really surprised Kong. I don't think you can directly deny whether Garp can be elected as Admiral. I'll go to meet 5 elders. I'll ask about it myself. Marshal 11 Marines stood up at this moment with a serious expression on his face, said. As the supreme leader of Naval Headquarters, he's qualified to meet 5 elders. Impossible to succeed, the leader of the world government said lightly. The 5 elders were elected by the celestial dragons. How could they tolerate the JD family, the natural enemy of God, to take the position of Marine Admiral? Marshal Marine didn't speak, stood up, and walked towards the highest hall of the world government. Sanctuary Marihua, the highest temple. The 3 old stars heard that Marshal Marine was going to meet them and had been waiting for his arrival again. Ka. The gate of the highest hall opened, and Marshal Marine walked in. Is something wrong? The old man with the knife sat on the seat and asked lightly. I'm here because of Garp. Marshal Marine said bluntly, without beating around the bush. What do you want to say? Garp's performance in Marine these years, we all agree, so we can't deny his efforts because of his status. I think he's qualified elected as the Marine Admiral. The Marine Admiral said solemnly. He is indeed qualified to be elected as Marine Admiral, so let him be, 5 elders said lightly. Huh. Hearing this sentence, Marshal Marine was stunned. When he came here, he had already thought of a lot of arguments. How could the 5 elders agree so easily? What I said is that Garp is eligible to be elected as Marine Admiral, and you also agree with him? Marshal Marine asked again after being stunned for a few seconds. He has the strength to be elected, why reject him? The old man with a knife wiped the blade, glanced at him, and said calmly. After observing during this period, they can be sure that Garp has no bad intentions for the Pluton battleship. And they also focused on investigating Garp's past history. Although he is a Marine, he doesn't have the idea of reversing the world like other D-clans. And they also found Garp's relatives, if Garp has any action. They also dare to start. After all these reasons, they also agree that Garp was elected Marine Admiral. If Garp is elected to the Marine Admiral, it is likely to change the minds of Ds around the world. In the future, they will also save some trouble. This is a surefire plan. Is there anything else you want to say? The old man with the scar sat on the sofa and asked when he saw Marshal Marine still staying where he was. Go to the first half of the Grand Line 7 water capitals and build another ship. Besides this matter, I actually have another matter to say. Marshal Marine took a deep breath and said solemnly. Roger and Rayleigh were sitting on the shore of the 7th water city, drinking fine wine, when Jabba ran over with a stack of reward orders not far away. Captain Roger, the reward order for members of the Pirates of 10,000 Worlds has been released. Jabba handed the reward order to Roger and Futura. Ooh, then I'll take my leave first. Marshal Marine bent slightly and said, Kong. Marshal Marine solemnly said, they robbed a ship in New World and then dug up the treasure that had been buried all these years. Wang Zhao, the old man with a knife, waved his hand slightly. Marshal Marine left the highest hall and returned to the conference room again. This is my personal reason, and it is not convenient to disclose, but I already have a suitable candidate for the next Marine Marshal. I want to abdicate. Marshal Marine said. What's up? After experiencing the battle where the forces gathered from all directions, only the three of them were left in the entire Roger pirates. On the other side, the Roger pirates. Huh? Why did you abdicate when you are so good? The old man with the knife asked, puzzled. Everyone who is fattening, you can give an automatic subscription so that you can fatten up, and the author can also have a subscription. Kong has made countless contributions in naval headquarters over the years. I think it is very appropriate for him to be the Marine Marshal. Since this is your choice, then we will not say anything more. The scarred old man said with a sigh. Work. 125 Cuomo's $4.7 billion bounty. 4.7 billion Baileys. This is really an astonishing number. Roger looked at the newspaper in his hand and said in horror. In the entire New World, only Cuomo has the highest bounty, reaching 4.7 billion Baileys. Captain Roger, his crew has more bounties than you. Jabba reminded Roger, handing Uchiha Madara's bounty. 3.5 billion Baileys. This number is indeed terrifying enough. Roger sighed. The current Roger's bounty is only 3 billion Baileys, and Uchiha Madara's bounty has reached 3.5 billion Baileys. This number is quite astonishing. In addition to him, the members of Cuomo, one is equal to you, and the bounty of one person is also more than you. Jabba reminded. Hearing this, Roger took a serious look at the reward orders for all members of the 10,000 Worlds Pirates. Uchiha Madara's bounty is 500 million berries higher than him, and Gojo Satoru's bounty is 300 million berries higher than him. Uno Hanaretsu's bounty is equal to his. Is this guy a new member recruited by Cuomo? The initial bounty reached 700 million Baileys. Roger stared at Akinologi's bounty order 077 in a daze. It was the first time he saw Akinologi's reward order, and the first time he showed up in the battle, the reward reached 700 million Bailey. This level of bounty is enough to prove that Marine and world government recognize Akinologi's strength. I don't know, where did Cuomo find the members of this group of monsters? Why can't we find them? Rayleigh complained helplessly. Cuomo's members have not exceeded 10 so far, and these people were before joining the Pirates of 10,000 Worlds. He doesn't have any reputation at all, but after joining the Myriad Realms Pirates, his reputation has gradually increased. The most terrible thing is that all the members he recruited are at the level of big pirates. Even Dot on top of them. If you have a chance, ask Cuomo about it. If our Roger Pirates can also recruit crew members of the same level as Cuomo's ship, we don't have to be afraid of Rock's pirate. Roger took a sip of wine and laughed. If you want to say that the pirate group in Dahai is the most mysterious, it should belong to the pirate group of 10,000 Realms. Because the Pirates of 10,000 Worlds can always recruit monster crews. And if a careful person investigates the life experience of Cuomo's crew, they will find nothing. It was as if this person had not been born in this world, and the investigation could not find any clues, so it was extremely mysterious. Even Cuomo, the captain of the 10,000 Worlds Pirates, they couldn't find any clues. On the other side, in the Holy Land Mariewa meeting room, seeing Marshal Marine return, Kong couldn't wait to ask, "How is it? What did they say?" They agreed to let Garp be elected Marine Admiral. The Marine Admiral sat in his seat and responded with a grin. Really? Sengoku smiled when he heard the news. How is it possible? How could the five elders make Garp elected Marine Admiral? Are you kidding me? World government was full of disbelief when they heard the news. The five elders know better than anyone the dangers of the D-clan. How could they, who are as shrewd as the five elders, be so foolish as to let Garp be elected Marine Admiral? This matter is a fact. I don't need to deceive you. If you can't believe it, you can ask them yourself. Marshal Marine said flatly. Hearing Marshal Marine's words, many world government leaders fell silent. Although they couldn't believe it, they wouldn't believe that Marshal Marine would tell lies. After hearing the news, many Marine executives smiled unconsciously. Garp is indeed eligible to be elected to the Marine Admiral. After all, he has made great contributions to the Marine over the years. Besides Garp's election as Marine Admiral, I have another matter to announce. Marshal Marine's complexion suddenly became solemn, and he said, seeing his expression, everyone in the conference room didn't speak and listened carefully to what he had to say. From now on, I have resigned from the position of Marshal of the Marine. What? Everyone in the conference room was surprised when they heard the news. Although Marshal Marine is a bit old now, his strength is still almost at its peak. Why did you suddenly choose to abdicate? I can't explain the reason, but the news of my abdication has already been reported to the 5 elders, and they agreed. At the same time, I also launch a new Marine Marshal, Kong. Marshal Marine stood up with a solemn expression. From now on, Kong is the new Marshal of Naval Headquarters. Kong was stunned when he heard this. Why did the position of Marshal Marine suddenly fall on him? Don't let me down, Kong. I believe you can be a dedicated Marine. The Marine patted Kong's shoulder and said with a smile, I will definitely not let you down. Although Kong was still a little confused, when he heard Marshal Marine's words, he immediately responded solemnly. However, if you abdicate and Kong is promoted to Marine Admiral, there will still be a vacancy in the position of Marine Admiral. A world government leader suddenly reminded. This meeting elected Marine Admiral Sengoku and Garp, and Kong is the veteran admiral. Kong is now the new Marine Admiral, even though Sengoku and Garp were elected Marine Admiral. Then there is still one vacancy. The new admiral should be Zephyr. Marshal Marine glanced at the strong men in the conference room. Then he set his sights on Zephyr and said, Then it seems that the positions of Marine and Admiral are all set. The leader of the world government nodded upon hearing this. Become a Marine Admiral. This is beyond my expectation. Zephyr, who had been silent for a long time and folded his hands on his chest, suddenly grinned and said, Becoming a Marine Admiral, which he did not expect, but now that he has been elected, then he must do well what Marine Admiral should do. After this meeting at Naval Headquarters, Marine senior management can be described as a big change. The positions of 3 Marine Admirals are vacant, and 3 Marine Vice Admirals will fill them. After the battle with the gathering of forces from all sides, Naval Headquarters can be said to have ushered in a major reshuffle. 126 Burndy World explores the plan of the Pluton warship Full Order. The future of Marine is in your hands. I, an old fellow, have already retired to the second line. Marshal Marine solemnly glanced at the many high-level officials present and ordered, I won't let you down, Marshal. Sengoku replied with a serious face. Me too, Zephyr responded. New World, the shore of an island. A man wearing a plum-red shirt and blood-red trousers sat on a small boat and looked at the newspaper in his hand. He was the Red Earl of Baloric Redfield. When I was a child, I saw the Rumba pirates resting on the shore and chatted with Brooke and was infected by Brooke's ideals. Started worshipping nasal song Brooke. Therefore, when he grew up, he went to sea and became a pirate. He has had a powerful observation hockey since childhood. As he grows older, his strength becomes stronger and stronger, and he can see through people's hearts. But because of this, I'm used to seeing the ugly hearts of the people around me. Therefore, they have a great rejection of people and develop a withdrawn character. In fact, he has been looking for a companion but has not found it. While he was reading the newspaper seriously, a huge ship sailed in the distance. This ship is the pirate ship of Burndy World. Finally found you, Red Earl Redfield. Burndy World stood at the bow and looked at the Red Earl on the boat and laughed. Huh? Burndy World. The Red Earl looked up and noticed Burndy World. I refuse. The Red Earl just looked at Burndy World, and he saw his ugly heart clearly and also see through his inner thoughts. I haven't said anything yet. Burndy World laughed. Your idea is too bold. Burndy World is also impossible to realize. The Red Earl commented lightly. Sure enough, as the rumors say, you have the ability to see through people's hearts, but my idea is not bold, but I have the ability to do it. I have mastered the entire dark underground world of New World. People are spread all over the underground world, and I have a more complete intelligence agency than the Rocks Pirate. Sooner or later, I will investigate the location of the Pluton battleship, so join me, Red Earl Redfield. Burndy World said solemnly. The Pluton battleship has been obtained by the people of the world government, and now the battleship is in a certain area of New World. And what he has to do is to mobilize people from the dark underground world and start investigating the world government and the hiding place of the Pluton battleship. As for the hiding place of the Pluton battleship, he had great confidence that he could find it. But the problem is that even if the investigation is done, it is difficult for him alone to snatch the Pluton battleship. So he wants to form an alliance with the Red Earl and after investigating the Pluton battleship, go to grab it together. I'm not interested in this matter. You should go find someone else. The Red Earl continued to read the newspaper in his hand without even looking at him and said calmly, "Aren't you interested in the world-destroying Pluton ship?" Burndy World demanded. "I'm just not interested in you. Your ugly heart makes me unwilling to say a word to you," the Red Earl said indifferently. Then it seems that the conversation between us is over," Burndy World said coldly. Fire. Burndy World knew that the two had nothing to talk about, but Red Earl's arrogance made him very unhappy. Directly ordered the crew to fire. Burndy World pirates, the battle with the Red Earl begins. After a few days. New World, a certain sea area. The ship of the Pirates of the Thousand Worlds is sailing on the sea. After these few days of getting along, it can be said that Ram has completely become one with the members of the ship. On the boat, Cuomo and Ji Guan were practicing swords, and Ram were doing housework. Gojo Satoru was fishing with Kunoloja, and Chiba Madara was sleeping with Shungsho Hashirama. Unohana Retsu was looking at the sea. No one sails the boat, let the boat float with the ocean. It was already noon in a flash. Ram, what are you going to do for lunch? Cuomo looked at the two and asked after training. What would Master Cuomo want to eat? Rem thought about it carefully, and then asked Cuomo's opinion. Me? Whatever you do, I'll eat whatever you want, Cuomo said indifferently. Ram cooked delicious meals, and Cuomo loves whatever it is. Seeking flowers. So he's not picky at all. Cuomo, do you want to have a barbecue? I have eaten too much cooked food, so I can change my appetite. Ekunologia suggested point 2. Barbecue seems not bad. Cuomo nodded. He consulted the people on board, and all agreed to have a barbecue. Gojo Satoru drive the boat to the nearby islands. Cuomo ordered after collecting the opinions of everyone on board. Barbecues are definitely to be had on the island. Fire up the grill. Okay. Gojo Satoru stretched his waist, stood up, and made a K gesture. Then sailed to the nearest isolated island. After arriving on the island, they carried the barbecue ingredients and tools to the island. The crowd gathered together and started to light the fire and barbecue. Seeing this, the others also picked up the barbecue and ate it. It's unclear, Cuomo responded, shaking his head. Is it an enemy? Rem asked softly. I noticed it too, Cuomo said calmly, looking into the distance. She could tell at a glance that the roast in Cuomo's hand was not fully cooked. Okay. Rem didn't say much after hearing that. Master Cuomo, the meat in your hand seems not fully cooked. Rem reminded from the side. And the man Cuomo knew all too well. Really? But it's not fully cooked, so I think it tastes good, Cuomo continued to bite. Instead, he also picked up a piece of meat that was not fully cooked and took small bites. As Cuomo's words fell, a man came from the depths of the island. After grilling for a while, Cuomo directly picked up a piece of barbecue and bit into it, praising it. Everyone who is fattening, you can give an automatic subscription so that you can grow fat, and the author can also have 4 subscriptions. After a while, a cloud of thick smoke rose from the isolated island, which also attracted the attention of a man on the isolated island. Ram's cooking is top-notch, and of course the same is true of their grilling. Someone is coming, Cuomo. Gojo Satoru, who was eating barbecue, suddenly reminded. The taste is not bad. 127 Cuomo versus Red Earl seeking full order. The Red Earl of Redfield? Cuomo turned his head to look at the Red Earl and said slightly startled. He has a tall and thin build. His white hair is braided into 2 braids and hangs on his shoulders, and he wears a plum red shirt and blood red trousers. He wore black leather shoes with gold rims on his feet and a large blood red cloak with a checkered pattern on his body. It wears a blue rose around its neck and holds a slender, bat-handled umbrella in its hand. Who else looks like this besides the Red Earl? Cuomo has been in New World for almost 10 years, but has never met the Red Earl. Unexpectedly, now he meets the legendary Earl Pirate Red on an isolated island. The Pirates of 10,000 Realms? The Red Earl was also taken aback when he saw Cuomo and the others. His small ship was destroyed in the battle with Burndy World a few days ago. 293, so he stayed on the island, ready to build another boat. He noticed that someone had arrived on the isolated island. I wanted to rob the ship and leave, but I didn't expect that the person who came was actually all members of the Shirquan Pirates. The Red Earl of Redfield, I remember that he seems to be a pirate too. Gojo Satoru stared at the Red Earl and said, "The Red Earl's reputation is in the New World. Although not as loud as their myriad realms pirates, they are still a powerful pirate. Don't get me wrong, I'm not hostile, I'm just here to build a ship." Red Earl noticed the thoughts of the 10,000 realms pirates and responded. He knew that it was impossible for him to defeat all the members of the pirates of 10,000 realms alone, so he didn't want to cause trouble here. "Do you know swordsmanship, Red Earl Redfield?" Cuomo asked suddenly. "Do you know a thing or two about swordsmanship?" The Red Earl responded truthfully. Although the weapon in his hand is an umbrella, what he practiced was swordsmanship. After the Red Earl's words fell, he knew Cuomo's inner thoughts with his knowledge. "You want to play a game with me?" "Sure enough, you have the ability to see through the inner thoughts of others." Cuomo nodded. "But before the battle, can I have a meal first?" The Red Earl asked Cuomo and others. There weren't many beasts on this isolated island, so he hadn't eaten for a while. "I'm a little hungry now." "Yes." Cuomo didn't take no for an answer. They landed on the island this time and brought a lot of food, so even if the Red Earl came to eat together, their food would still be enough. "Thank you." The Red Earl replied politely and sat beside Cuomo. "This guy is not weak." Gojo Satoru suddenly commented. The future Red Earl can be on par with Roger Whitebeard, but he has no ambitions. In addition, he has no crew, so there's no way to leave a strong mark in history. But this cannot deny his strength. "My strength is nothing in front of you." The Red Earl responded modestly. Half of what he said was humility, and the other half was recognition of the strength of the members of the Pirates of 10,000 Realms. Although it was his first encounter with the members of the Pirates of the 10,000 Realms, he could sense the terrifying strength of the people around him. Except for Rem and Ram, he felt that no one was inferior to him, or even superior to him. "Did someone wreck your boat?" Cuomo asked. Since the Red Earl will appear on this island to build ship, his previous ship must have been destroyed. "I met Burndy World a few days ago. He left after destroying the ship." The Red Earl picked up a piece of barbecue, took a bite, and responded truthfully. Burndy World didn't entangle him too much, but chose to leave after destroying the ship. Burndy World has the Momo fruit, which can increase the speed of the ship dozens of times, so he can't catch up at all, so he can only let him go without any other way. Burndy World, Cuomo said to himself. In the original book, Burndy World is called the World Destroyer, no less powerful or famous than Whitebeard Roger and others. A formidable opponent. Unfortunately, he was born in the original book and met the theater version of Luffy. "He has a goal. I think you should be very interested," the Red Earl said with a slight smile. "What target?" "The world government has found the Pluton battleship, and his purpose is to use the relationship to investigate the Pluton battleship and then snatch it," Red Earl said. "Want to get the Pluton from the world government? That's a bold move," Cuomo laughed. "But if the Burndy world really snatches the Pluton battleship, the world will be in chaos. His Momo fruit has been developed to the limit. It can increase the volume of the shell by 100 times. A single shell fired by an ordinary Pluton warship can destroy an island. If Burndy World gets the Pluton battleship, then the volume of the fired shells will be increased 100 times. Then the power can be imagined. It must be able to blast through Red Line in one shot. It is indeed a bold move, but even if he investigates the hiding place of the Pluton battleship by himself, he will not be able to take the Pluton battleship away, so he will definitely find you to join forces," the Red Earl said with certainty. "The Pluton battleship is currently one of the biggest trump cards of the world government, and the people stationed on the Pluton battleship chin must be top powerhouses. No matter how proud Burndy World is, it doesn't think that it can snatch the Pluton battleship by itself. So he will definitely join forces with the Wonkai pirates or the Rocks pirate and Roger pirates. As long as one of the three forces agrees to join forces, then he will go to grab it." "Yeah. So, would you agree to join forces with him?" Red Earl asked Cuomo with an interested smile. "It's really a good idea to snatch the Pluton battleship 1.7, but let's talk about it when he finds me," Cuomo said lightly after taking a sip of his wine. "Let's see how the situation develops in the future." He then considered whether to join hands with Burndy World to snatch the Pluton battleship. "Okay, I'm full." The Red Earl suddenly stood up and said. Cuomo also stood up when he heard the words, imitating sword skills to reach the perfect level. You have to imitate and master other people's swordsmanship. It's a pity that I didn't fight Rocks in the previous battle, but it's not bad to be able to fight the Red Earl now. After all, his swordsmanship, that is not weak either. 131, 128 Red Earl. Is there such a big gap in strength between us? Are you going to fight? But don't fight here, we still have to eat Cuomo. Ikunoloja reminded. Cuomo and the Red Earl are full, but he is not full yet if the two fight here. Presumably, the food will be destroyed by the aftermath of the battle between the two. Cuomo nodded and then led the Red Earl into the depths of the island. Do your best, Red Earl. Cuomo calmly pulled out the blade Shinyun from his waist and said calmly, Of course, it's my honor to fight against a strong man like you. But after the battle, can you give me a small boat? The Red Earl asked. Building a boat is too troublesome, and he hasn't built a boat until now, so he wants to ask Cuomo to borrow one. We only have that one ship, but Ida can build you one. Cuomo owns with style, which can easily create a boat, but only the outline, appearance, and configuration of the boat can be created. 07. None of them are included. Thank you very much, the Red Earl said with a smile. After his words fell, he rushed directly towards Cuomo with an umbrella in hand. His speed was so fast that there was a gust of wind on the ground, and the next second he was behind Cuomo. Schwa! He waved the umbrella in his hand vigorously and hit a red slash at Cuomo's back. When? Cuomo turned around and waved Shinyun, and also hit a blow. The two weapons collided, and the sky suddenly changed color. What a strong force! The Red Earl only collided with Cuomo's knife for a few seconds, and he knew that his strength could not fight against Cuomo. He simply left the spot directly, his footsteps pounding on the ground. With the help of superb moving speed, it constantly appears in various positions of Cuomo. Cuomo's observation hockey is in full swing, even with the Red Earl's incredible speed. But Cuomo can always be one step ahead of him, making defensive or attacking moves in advance. Schwa! Cuomo predicted the position of the Red Earl in advance and directly slashed at the heavy political side. What? The Red Earl was startled with a strand of cold sweat on his forehead and hurriedly dodged sideways, but the sword energy crossed his cheek, leaving a bloodstain. Speed is the ability he is most proud of in this world, but now his speed is in front of Cuomo. As if he had no advantage at all, Cuomo could always predict his position and attack him. Speed is completely useless in front of me. My observation hockey is probably on the same level as yours. Cuomo responded lightly. Red Earl's only strength in this sea is speed, which is terrifying enough to see through people's hearts, and observation hockey, who can predict the future a little bit, and the other is swordsmanship. His physical skills are not good. Compared with Cuomo, it is completely irrelevant. If you keep moving at high speed and looking for a breakthrough, in Cuomo's eyes, this behavior is just a waste of energy. In this sea, it's the first time I've encountered an observation hockey who can be at the same level as mine. The Red Earl praised. He has fought countless masters in New World, and every time he can win with his proud speed and observation hockey. But his speed does not have an advantage in front of Cuomo now, because the opponent's knowledge is at the same level as him, possibly even above him. The Red Earl gave up the tactic of moving at high speed and looking for a breakthrough, but directly held the umbrella. Fight Cuomo head-on. The rich armament hockey was wrapped around his arm, and he rushed up in the next second. When? Cuomo's arm and blade were also wrapped around armament hockey, and he also hit it. The collision of two domineering forces created ripples that shook a small half of the island. The trees around the two couldn't bear the attack of the two, and then collapsed, breaking apart inch by inch. Dang, dang, dang. The weapons of the two collided continuously, setting off violent ripples one after another. Is even swordsman so strong? The Red Earl asked in surprise. He found that Cuomo not only possessed the strength far above him, but even his swordsmanship was above him. The advantages he is proud of are not enough in front of Cuomo. Your swordsmanship, that is a bit off, Cuomo commented as he bounced the Red Earl away with force. Although the Red Earl's swordsmanship was fast, it lacked attack power. Even if he was really hit by the Red Earl's knife, he couldn't bear much damage. Compared with Roger, Rocks, and others, his sword skills are still a bit worse. I used to think that if I had as many crew members as you, I could also become a sea tycoon, but now it seems that I am thinking too much. The prerequisite for becoming a sea giant is not only to have enough crew, but also the captain must have absolutely terrifying strength. The two only fought for a moment, but the Red Earl gave Cuomo a high evaluation. At present, Hwai's real giants are only with the rocks, and although Roger also has the potential of the big three. But compared with Rock's Cuomo, it's still a bit worse. Red Earl and Burndy World, although they are extremely famous pirates in New World. But it is still far from being known as a sea giant. 520. I suggest you should practice more physical skills. Your body that is too weak. Cuomo said. Point 2. Red Earl's moves are too less aggressive, and he relies too much on his own speed. However, one of the most important abilities to survive in the sea is neglected, that is physical skills. Physical skills are strong enough, even if you can't beat the opponent, you can still hold on to it. Basically, the strong in the sea are all strong in physical skills. Except for the two alternatives, Red Earl and Golden Lion. Golden Lion is an absolute pursuit and swordsmanship. The Red Earl is excessive pursuit and speed. After being taught, you really have to fight against the strong. Only then can you discover your own shortcomings. The Red Earl laughed. Although the opponents he has encountered in these years are strong, they are far behind Cuomo. He thought that his own strength was perfect enough, and there were few opponents in this world, but after fighting Cuomo, he realized his own shortcomings. Thousand Fingyu. The Red Earl opened the umbrella in his hand, then held it with both hands, and spun the umbrella at high speed. Countless scarlet sword chi, like raindrops, were thrown out from the umbrella and attacked Cuomo in an instant. 132, 129 Garp, promoted to Admiral? I reject. Seek full order. His move is somewhat similar to Golden Lion's Thousand Slice Valley. Facing the countless sword chi that came surging, Cuomo held a knife in one hand, the veins in his arm bulged, and swept forward forcefully. Whoosh! With one swing of the knife, a domineering sword chi struck out, destroying everything with overwhelming momentum, instantly destroying all the scarlet sword chi, and quickly attacked the Red Earl. When? The Red Earl covered the umbrella with armament haki, and then placed it in front of him, using the umbrella's defensive power to resist Cuomo's attack. But his body flew backwards for more than tens of meters. From this point alone, one can see just how terrifying the power Cuomo possesses is. Most of his power comes from the power bestowed by the Black Dragon. Although many of them have not transformed into dragons now, they want to use part of the power of the Black Dragon. He can still do it. During the battle between the two, members of the Wanjia pirates also had a full meal and came to watch the battle between the two. Although this guy is not simple, he's still a lot worse than Cuomo. Gojo Satoru said while sitting on a fallen tree. The strength of the Red Earl is absolutely top-notch in this sea. But Cuomo's strength has already reached the pinnacle of this world, so the terrifying strength and advantages of the Red Earl are nothing in front of Cuomo. It's true that there is a lot of difference, but you can't underestimate him. None of the pirates who can become famous in the sea is simple. Ji Guiyuan said. Although the Red Earl's reputation is not as loud as Cuomo's, he is also a top pirate under the giants of the sea. Natural strength cannot be underestimated. Watching them fight makes my hands a little itchy, Ikunologia said with a grin. After Ikunologia came to this world, he also turned into a fighter. He naturally wanted to fight with all kinds of strong men. When are you waiting? I will play a kuno with you, Uchiha Madara said. To be honest, Uchiha Madara is still very interested in Ikunologia's ability. He has never played against Ikunologia, so Uchiha Madara is also very interested in his strength. Of course, come now. Ikunologia responded impatiently. It's Cuomo's battle now. Let's talk about it when we have time. Uchiha Madara shook his head slightly. The battlefield on this island now belongs to Cuomo and the Red Earl, and it would be very inappropriate if the two of them fought at this time. Of course, I can fight any time. Ikunologia responded. During Cuomo's fight with the Red Earl, Naval Headquarters, Marineford, Garp has returned to Naval Headquarters. Previously, he was on the Pluton ship where he was not allowed to carry phone books. So he didn't know what kind of changes happened to Naval Headquarters because Sengoku and others couldn't inform him. As soon as he returned to Naval Headquarters, he was summoned by the Marine Marshal. Boom, boom. Garp came to the Marine Marshal's office and knocked on the door twice. Come in, Kong said. Ka. After Garp heard the voice, he pushed the door open and entered. After entering, I saw Kong, sitting in the position of Marshal Marine. Kong, why are you sitting in the position of Marshal of Marine? Garp was stunned when he saw the scene in front of him. The seat that Kong is currently taking is the seat of Marshal Marine. Yes, Admiral. Kong is sitting in the seat of Marshal. Isn't it a bit inappropriate? I am Marshal Marine. Why can't I sit in this position? Kong responded with a slight smile. Have you become the Marine Marshal? Garp was not stupid and quickly responded and asked. Unexpectedly, he left Naval Headquarters for less than a month. Kong has become the Marine Marshal. Of course. Otherwise, how dare I sit in this position? Kong laughed. Ha ha, congratulations, Kong. Garp laughed. There is nothing to congratulate Garp on. Naval Headquarters has lost 2 admirals, and the Marine Marshal is also retiring to the second line. This is not good news for our Marine. Kong shook his head slightly. His expression became solemn. What happened? How did we lose 2 admirals? Garp was a little surprised. During the time he left, Naval Headquarters has undergone great changes. A few days ago, we planned to encircle and suppress the Rocks Pirate and Roger pirates, but unexpectedly, the 10,000 Realms pirates also came. During the battle, our Marine was killed by the 10,000 Realms pirates. We killed 2 admirals, Kong said with a heavy tone. Thinking of the myriad Realms pirates, Kong couldn't help but feel a headache. If the Wansi pirates hadn't been involved at that time, their Marine has a great chance of completely destroying the Rocks Pirate and Roger pirates. But because of Cuomo's intervention, everything changed. Not only did their plan fail, they even lost 2 admirals. This is undoubtedly a heavy blow to their naval headquarters. Is it Cuomo again? Garp's expression also became serious. Cuomo, who just sailed on the Grand Line a few years ago. Now it has grown into a pirate giant known throughout the New World. They Marine still haven't solved Cuomo's trouble. Forget about it, Garp. I summoned you because I have other important matters. Sitting on a chair, Kong said solemnly. Although the battle of the previous few days made him feel sad until now, the matter has passed. He can't grieve over the past. He needs to move forward. And now he is the Marine Marshal. Wang Li's, he must be a role model and lead Naval Headquarters to defeat all pirates. What's up? You're Marine Admiral now, Kong said bluntly, without going out of his way. Due to the death of 2 admirals in Naval Headquarters, he was also promoted to Marine Marshal. So now the position of Marine 3 Admiral is vacant, and Sengoku follows the law and becomes the new Admiral. And Garp is also eligible to advance to Admiral. Promotion to Marine Admiral. I'm sorry to say no. Garp shook his head and refused. Huh. Hearing Garp's words, Kong was slightly taken aback and then asked, What did you just say? You refuse to be Marine Admiral, Li? The position of Marine Admiral is the highest honor. Garp chose to refuse it? 133, 130 The shock of the Red Earl, full order. Yes. Garp nodded. Garp, if you are worried about your identity and cannot become an admiral, then I can tell you that you are too worried. The previous Marine Marshal has already asked the 5 elders. You are qualified to become a Marine Admiral. Kong thought that Garp was unwilling to become Admiral because of his identity and explained, No, Kong, becoming Admiral is too much trouble, and I have to protect those bastards from celestial dragons. In short, I will not become Admiral. Garp hesitated to speak. Becoming a Marine Admiral can be said to be the direct bodyguard of the celestial dragons, although it has the highest status. But there are many troubles. Becoming Vice Admiral is the best choice, carefree and free. You don't have to take orders directly from the celestial dragons either. Garp, if you think about it again, becoming an Admiral won't do you any harm. Kong was silent for a few seconds, although he tried to persuade him again. I have my own ideas, Kong, so that I can't become a Marine Admiral. Garp shook his head and said in an affirmative tone, Although this is your choice, I won't force it. Kong said with a sigh. Originally thought that Garp would choose to be promoted to Marine Admiral full of joy, but he did not expect Garp to refuse so decisively without any hesitation. That's nothing else. I'll leave Kong first. Garp said. Okay. Kong nodded. He knew that Garp couldn't be persuaded. After all, he had been with Garp for so many years, and he knew Garp's temperament very well. After identifying one thing, it is difficult to change your choice. On the other side, New World, on an isolated island. Cuomo's battle with the Red Earl is still ongoing. In the course of the battle, Cuomo began to imitate and master the theory of swordsmanship mastered by the Red Earl. Although it is not as powerful as Roger's swordsmanship theory, it is still good overall. Dang, dang, dang. The bodies of the two, as well as the speed of their moves, are as fast as afterimages, and they look dazzling. Black wings grow from Cuomo's back, which are exactly the wings of a black dragon. Has this thing. Cuomo's flying speed has become so fast that he can even vaguely climb Earl Mahong just by speed. Cuomo wrapped a layer of Conqueror's Haki on his arm, held a knife in one hand, and slashed forward. Sensing the danger, the Red Earl quickly opened the umbrella in his hand and took a defensive posture. Crack! The weapons of the two collided for only a second, and the umbrella in the hands of the Red Earl cracked. Has it been chopped into pieces? The Red Earl broke out in cold sweat on his forehead and quickly backed away, leaving Cuomo far away. When he checked the umbrella again, he found several tiny cracks on it. You must know that his umbrella is very hard. After covering it with armament Haki, the hardness of the umbrella can almost compare with that of a big knife. But even with such a hard umbrella, Cuomo's attack unexpectedly produced several small cracks. This shows how terrible Cuomo's attack has reached. The strength between us is too great. There are people beyond people and mountains beyond mountains. Today, I have fully seen it. The Red Earl looked at the cracked umbrella and couldn't help sighing. Did I use the weapon too foully? Cuomo inserted Shinyun back into the scabbard and smiled slightly. After fighting for a long time, now he has fully mastered the Red Earl's swordsmanship theory. His swordsmanship level has increased slightly. The gap between us is too great. Whether you use a weapon or not, I am not your opponent. The Red Earl shook his head slightly. Cuomo's physical skills, swordsmanship, Conqueror's Haki, and even speed have reached a very terrifying level. In front of Cuomo, the Red Earl is just like an ordinary person, and he has absolutely no advantage to compare with Cuomo. Do you want to keep playing? Cuomo asked. He has completely mastered Red Earl's swordsmanship theory, and he won't gain anything if he continues to fight. So ask the Red Earl for his opinion and see if he wants to continue fighting. Fighting the strong is the fastest way to improve your strength. Let's continue, the Red Earl said with an umbrella on his shoulder. This time against Cuomo, he must learn something. Cuomo didn't talk nonsense when he heard the words and rushed directly towards the Red Earl, but he also didn't use Shinyun. Instead, he waved his fist and threw it at the Red Earl. Using the blade, he couldn't fully display the power of his physical body, so he had to abandon all foreign objects in order to exert the real power of the flesh. Boom! Cuomo flapped his wings and rushed towards the Red Earl at lightning speed. Cuomo's fist hit the Red Earl's umbrella hard, and it exploded immediately. The Red Earl's feet also sank into the mud, and a large number of cracks appeared on the ground under the two of them. Using the blade, did it actually limit your strength? The Red Earl asked in surprise. After a while, tiny cracks covered the entire umbrella. Swinging the knife is a skill, and my own strength is completely released, but the other part is not fully released. Cuomo responded. Cuomo's fists were slightly charged, the veins in his arms popped up, and he hit the umbrella with all his strength. Boom! There was only a crisp sound, and the umbrella in the Red Earl's hand was completely smashed. The other part of what he said is the power of the Black Dragon. He has the form of a black dragon. But if you want to use the power of the Black Dragon on a large scale, you can only fight with your body, without the help of external objects. Moreover, these cracks have no stopping trend and are rapidly spreading to the surroundings. With the blade, Cuomo's aggression is terrifying to the extreme. Everyone who is fattening, you can give an automatic subscription so that you can fatten up, and the author can also have a subscription. Cuomo punched continuously and hit the Red Earl's umbrella, and the crack on the Red Earl's umbrella was constantly expanding. Bang, bang, bang. The Red Earl's arm, which was shocked by Cuomo's punch, was a little numb. Naturally, the power of the Black Dragon can also be used. After Cuomo didn't use the blade, the power he could use was even more terrifying than before. But without using the blade, his power is extremely powerful. Now only the handle of the umbrella is left in the Red Earl's hand, and the umbrella has been broken. 134, 131 Cuomo, you are not qualified. Do you want to continue fighting? Cuomo asked calmly when he saw that the umbrella in the hands of the Red Earl was completely broken. Forget it, the weapons are gone. How can I fight? The Red Earl looked at the scarlet umbrella in his hand and smiled helplessly. He had acquired the umbrella at great cost, but now Cuomo shattered it with brute force. Although he had learned something in this battle, the broken umbrella still made him feel bad. Cuomo didn't speak when he heard the words, and took back the armed color and Conqueror's Haki wrapped around his arm. Cuomo, with my aptitude, Is it enough to join your Myriad Realms pirates? Red Earl asked suddenly. To be honest, now he has a lot of interest in Pirates of 10,000 Realms. He has been looking for companions all his life, although he is used to seeing too many dark hearts, which makes him very repulsive to others. But he is not against Cuomo. Although Cuomo is a pirate and has caused countless killings, he does not belong to the dark type. He is a pirate, opposite to Marine. Killing Marine doesn't mean he is evil. Point 2. After all, which pirate didn't kill Marine? Even the Red Earl did. I still appreciate Cuomo Red Earl very much. After all, he has great strength. Your aptitude is not enough, and your strength is too weak. Cuomo shook his head slightly and said lightly, on his ship of the Pirates of 10,000 Realms, except for Ram and Rem, who are not very effective in combat, the other members. Every time he can hang the Red Earl up and beat him. The Red Earl's strength in this pirate world is not weak. His reputation has spread throughout the New World, and his strength has made countless people. But his strength cannot be compared with the members of the Pirates of 10,000 Realms, because they are not from the same world at all. Am I not qualified enough? The Red Earl smiled helplessly upon hearing this. On the sea, because the Red Earl is a lone traveler, but powerful, countless pirate groups want to win him over. But was rejected by the Red Earl without hesitation, but now he volunteers to join Cuomo's Fonzie pirates. But unexpectedly, he was rejected because of insufficient qualifications. No one in the world would dare to underestimate the strength of the Red Earl, except Cuomo. Is this the end of the fight? I just finished eating. Gojo Satoru sat on a tree, put his hands on his face and said calmly, It's over. Really soon. Ji Guiyuan stood beside him and nodded. There's no way Cuomo is too strong. Unohana Retsu squinted aside. The strength of Cuomo, as well as the improvement of strength, they and the crew are all in the eyes. Although they are also practicing and fighting, they are actually recovering their strength. And Cuomo is progressive, broadening his strength. Cuomo a few years ago, it would be very difficult to deal with a strong admiral, but now it is not difficult to kill a strong admiral. That's where Cuomo's strength comes in. Give Cuomo some more time. I think that he can surpass me in my prime. Senju Hashirama folded his arms on his chest and smiled. Cuomo possesses the world's top talent, and his strength is improving, and he is not subject to the restrictions of this world, so that rapid progress. The battle is over. Cuomo fulfills his promise and builds a ship for the Red Earl, which is simply a clap of hands. Using the power of wood style, a small boat was built directly. Can this boat can be sailed? The Red Earl asked, involuntarily standing on the empty boat. To be honest, when he first saw Cuomo clap his hands and build a ship, he was surprised in his heart. And he was a little happy because he could finally leave this useless island. But after getting on the boat, he realized that something was wrong. This boat didn't even have a rudder. How does this make him drive? I don't know if it can be driven, but at least it can float, which is good. Cuomo responded with spread hands. He can't use wood style directly to build a complete ship, right? He doesn't have such ability. It's not bad to create the outline of a ship for the Red Earl. Although it cannot be opened, it can at least float on sea level. Do you mean to let me ride on this boat and float with the current? Asked the Red Earl. Zero asked for flowers. If not, what if the ship is destroyed by the waves? If it's ruined, it's ruined. What should I do? Cuomo shrugged calmly. It's not that the ship he was on was destroyed. What is he worried about? Forget it. Just leave this island. The Red Earl said helplessly with a deep sigh. New world, a certain sea area. All in all, having a boat is already very good, and the Red Earl didn't bother to pick any more. What about the battleship Pluton? Although they got the legendary Pluton battleship, one of the 3 ancient weapons, this battleship also has many problems. The lunchtime was over, and they naturally had no reason to stay on this lonely island. We haven't researched the operation of the Pluton battleship so far, and because the Pluton battleship has been placed for too long, some parts of the battleship have problems, and we are collecting them. But because the parts are too rare, and it will take a lot of time to collect them, the leader of the world government replied solemnly and truthfully. The old man with a knife stood on the coast, staring at the Pluton battleship in the Grand Canyon, and asked the world government staff around him. There is a huge canyon here, and a huge battleship is docked inside. This battleship is the main battleship of the legendary 3 ancient weapons. The people staying on the island today are all staff of the world government, and all of them are not low-level existences. It needs to be completely repaired and researched thoroughly before it can be used. And if he builds the ship himself, it will take a few months or a few years, and it may not float. Watching the Red Earl's boat gradually go away, Cuomo and others also took the boat and left here. Although the ship he was on had the outline of a ship, it could at least float on the sea level. Not far from the battleship, there is an island. A few days later. As for whether the ship will be destroyed by a tsunami on the way, let's wait until it encounters it. His current thought is just to leave this useless island. 5 elders came to this area on this day. 132 first encounter with World Destroyer Burndy World full order. Really? How long will it take to activate the Pluton battleship? The scarred old man asked the crucial question directly. Approximately, it will take a few years. The world government staff thought about it seriously. Said an approximate time. It takes so long? The old man with a knife frowned slightly upon hearing this. He thought it would take a few months, but it took a few years. In the past few years, there will definitely be many changes in Inhai. This is very bad for them. Now the 5 elders just want to quickly send people to drive the Pluton battleship to clean up all the pirates in the sea. Not willing to wait for a moment. The structure of the Pluton battleship is too complicated that IT doesn't take more than a year for the 430 to be completely researched and thoroughly researched. In addition, it is difficult to find the parts that need to be replaced. So, without a few years, it is impossible to fully grasp it. The staff of the world government also said a little helplessly. They never wanted to drive the Pluton battleship to attack the New World pirates, but the problem is that they really can't shorten this time. That's all, just wait for a few years. The old man with a knife said with a sigh. The day the Pluton battleship can be activated is the day when the Cuomo pirates of the world will perish, said the scarred old man with a fierce look on his face. These 2 old men said that it is impossible to have no hatred for the pirates of myriad realms. After all, the 10,000 Worlds pirates crossed the holy land of Mariewa and killed their 2 old friends. They must find a chance to avenge this hatred. The Pluton battleship is that opportunity. The Pluton battleship, known as destroying the world, can't defeat a pirate group. But in the past few years, both of us need to wait here. Because the Pluton battleship is very important, and personally ordered them to guard the base of the Pluton battleship. Because the world has no impenetrable walls, there is a high possibility that there will be undercover agents in the world government staff. In order to be completely safe, 5 elders who surpassed Admiral's strength guarded this place. Who dares to come and grab it? Whether I stay in a holy land of Mariewa or here, it's the same, but I just hope that these few years can pass faster, because I can't help but want to kill Cuomo. Don't worry, the Pluton battleship belongs to our world government, and one day, we will kill Cuomo to avenge our dead old friend. I know this day, the day will come fast. New world, a certain sea area. Cuomo, the ship of the pirates of 10,000 realms, is sailing on this sea. Madara, do you still remember what you said a few days ago? Ikunoloja came to Uchiha Madara and said with a smile on his face. Of course, I haven't forgotten. Uchiha Madara nodded slightly. What are you talking about? Cuomo approached with interest and asked. During the fighting a few days ago, Ikunoloja made a promise with Uchiha Madara that they would also fight when they had the chance. Cuomo was at war at the time, so naturally, he didn't know what the 2 of them said. A few days ago, we had an agreement that I would fight Akuno. Uchiha Madara pointed to Ikunoloja beside him and said, Don't fight on the boat, you 2 can destroy the boat if you fight, Cuomo ordered. After the 2 competed, Cuomo had no opinion, but if the 2 fought on the boat and destroyed the boat, then Cuomo would have a big opinion. Then let's sail to the nearby islands. I can't wait any longer, Ikunoloja said with a slight smile. Since I was going to the island again, the task of sailing the boat was naturally handed over to Yudiaking. With Gojo on the boat of the pirates of 10,000 Worlds sailed in the sea normally, heading for an island in the New World. Suddenly, at the end of the sea level, a ship was coming towards them, and they didn't pay attention at first. But as the ship approached, they discovered a glimmer of problem, and dared to drive the boat close to them. When you said that, I remembered a few days ago the man named the Red Earl of Redfield once said that Burndy World was 1.0 because of the Pluton battleship, and we wanted to win over the strong, the world pirates that are also his target. If you have anything to say, just say it quickly, Cuomo said calmly while lying on the railing of the boat. A few days ago, they met the Red Earl on an isolated island. The Red Earl told them that Burndy World had found him and planned to investigate the main battleship. It's probably because of the Pluton battleship. Uchiha Madara, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, "World Destroyer, Burndy World?" At this time, Cuomo was lying on the rail of the ship, quietly watching the Burndy World ship approaching their ship. "It seems that you already know something." "That's right, my target is the Pluton warship that the world government got," Burndy World said solemnly. As the two ships approached completely, Burndy World jumped up, landed on the bow and laughed. "Which pirate group is this?" Gojo Satoru asked first. Burndy World, also known as World Destroyer, is a man who, together with Roger and Whitebeard, made the world government and marine fear, and his strength is terrifying. "Burndy World pirates. Is he here to find us?" Ji Guiyuan asked doubtfully. "Are you waiting for me, Cuomo?" Burndy World Pirates is a famous pirate group in New World. Their reputation is only under their Wanjia pirates. Their ships are the pirates of myriad worlds, and the entire New World, everyone knows. What kind of people see their pirates of myriad worlds? Not only do not run zero. This flag seems to be the pirate group of Burndy World. Unohana Retsu carefully observed the flag of the distant pirate group. Now they are recruiting the powerful from New World, and they're going to join hands with the strong to snatch the Pluton warship after they find the Pluton warship. What is Burndy World looking for them for? But they didn't have any communication with Burndy World pirates, and they never met in New World. 136, 133 Cuomo. You are not qualified to join forces with me now. So did you find out? Cuomo said flatly. Not yet, but my eyes are all over the world. In a few years, I will definitely be able to investigate the hiding place of the Pluton battleship. Burndy World responded with a grin, while the strongmen of New World were busy investigating the Pluton battleship. Burndy World did not participate in this competition because at that time he knew that his strength was not enough. To investigate rashly will only lead to death. So Burndy World began to develop the strength of the underground dark world. In the eyes of the strong in New World, the dark underground world is nothing more than a play, because their goal of profit is only the war-torn country of New World. And those war-torn countries, in the eyes of the overlord forces of the New World, they are nothing at all. So Burndy World develops the power of the underground dark world, and no one is going to stop it. Until now, the forces of the dark world of Burndy World have developed very well. Eyeliner is all over the world, not even more than Rock's Pirates eyeliner. 07 Join hands with me, Cuomo. I will get the Pluton battleship sooner or later, and then I will need your help. Burndy World saw that Cuomo did not respond and said again, although I am somewhat interested in the Pluton battleship, but you haven't found the hiding place of the Pluton battleship yet, I will join forces with you during this period. You have obtained the joint name of our Myriad Realms pirates, and what did I get? Cuomo said slowly. Although Cuomo is also somewhat interested in the Pluton battleship. But now Burndy World, wanting to ally with Pluton before finding the battleship. This idea of his is too naive. Because of the current Burndy World, there is no bargaining chip to form an alliance with Cuomo. Each person, I will only give him one chance to join forces with me. If you don't join forces with me, I will find someone else. Have you thought about it, Cuomo? Burndy World was silent for a few seconds before speaking out. Burndy World's alliance with the Pirates of Myriad Realms really wants to use the name of the Pirates of Myriad Realms to do something. If not, why didn't he discuss cooperation with the 10,000 Realms pirates after investigating the Pluton battleship? Cuomo had already seen through his small thoughts. The Roger pirates won't be interested in the Pluton battleship, and Rox, are you sure you won't kill you and take all the forces you've developed? Cuomo said with a meaningful smile. It is impossible for the Roger pirates to be interested in the Pluton battleship, because what Roger wants most is freedom. Get the Pluton battleship, it will make New World chaos. And Roger will be very passive at the moment, being targeted everywhere. So to snatch the Pluton battleship will not do Roger the slightest benefit, and will even destroy his freedom. Cuomo has dealt with the Rock's pirates several times over the years, so he is very familiar with Rock's character. Burndy World is not a giant in the sea, so Rox didn't take him seriously at all. If Burndy World is stupid enough to negotiate with the Rox, it will undoubtedly be killed. After all, it is impossible for Rox to allow other pirates to be on an equal footing with him on the grounds of negotiation. And Burndy World is actually very aware of these 2 points, So he will take the lead in negotiating with the pirates of 10,000 realms to form an alliance. To form an alliance with us, you must at least have chips. You don't have any chips in your hand, and you want to form an alliance with us. It's ridiculous. Ji Guiyuan said with a sneer. Burndy World's current approach is undoubtedly empty-handed, because no one knows Burndy World, whether it can find the Pluton battleship. Be careful with us, you are still far behind. Uchiha Madara folded his hands on his chest and said indifferently with a trace of coldness in his eyes. When Burndy World heard Cuomo's words, his face became gloomy, but now he couldn't refute. Because what Cuomo said was true. The odds of Roger agreeing to ally with him are slim. The alliance with Rox has a high probability of success, but the probability of his death is also very high. Then if I find a Pluton battleship, can you form an alliance with me? Burndy World took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Although Burndy World would like to form an alliance with Cuomo during this time and use the name of the Pirates of 10,000 Realms to do something, but this is impossible. Then let's talk about it after you find it, Cuomo said calmly. Then it seems that you agree. Burndy World nodded slightly upon hearing this. Since Cuomo did not refuse, he knew that the other party had agreed. After all, the combination of Momo Fruit and Pluton battleship is already pervert to ultimate. To take the Pluton ship from them. Next, he can only seriously investigate the Pluton battleship, only to find the hiding place of the Pluton battleship. If he really found the Pluton battleship, shall we form an alliance with him, Cuomo? Ji Guiyuan looked at the back of Burndy World and asked curiously. The reason why Burndy World took the risk to get the Pluton battleship is all because of his devil fruit ability. I didn't say I agree. There is only one Pluton battleship, but there are two pirate groups, and they will snatch the Pluton battleship out at that time. Who will drive and who will get it? For example, after finding the Pluton battleship, how to restrain a myriad realms pirates and then launch the Pluton battleship. Let's kill him when he uses his little tricks. I want to know, after he snatched the Pluton battleship, what kind of little tricks he has. He thinks he can control us. Cuomo said with interest. Burndy World heard the words and did not speak, but ordered his men to return and leave here. Let's talk about the situation at that time, but if we really join forces to grab it, he point 10. Definitely play a little trick. Only then can we join forces with the pirates of myriad worlds to snatch it. Since Burndy World dared to decide to form an alliance with them, it naturally thought a lot. If you let Burndy World drive the Pluton battleship. You mean, if we join forces in the future, we need to kill him first to prevent him from using tricks? Gojo Satoru thought about Cuomo's words for a while and said aloud. So Cuomo doesn't think he can beat him. You must know that none of the strong men on Cuomo's boat is weaker than the strong admiral. What should D-World do? 137, 134, the Battle of Uchiha Madara, full order. After Cuomo and others briefly discussed on the boat, they continued to drive the boat and left the sea area. Several people drove the boat to the shore of an isolated island in New World, but Cuomo and others stayed on the boat. At this time, Akunoloja and Uchiha Madara quickly boarded the isolated island, and their battle was about to begin. Although Madara's strength is strong, Akuno is also weak. I don't know who will win. Ji Guiyuan watched the two land on the island and said, the specific strength of Akunoloja and the people on board are still unknown, but through the last time Akunoloja and Cuomo used the Black Dragon form to fight, you can probably guess his strength. Akunoloja fought Cuomo, although the two ended in a tie. But everyone on the boat could see that Akunoloja had a slight upper hand. In other words, in terms of hard power, Akunoloja's strength is above Cuomo's. Just through this point alone, it can be confirmed that Akunoloja's strength is extraordinary. As for the strength of Uchiha Madara, the people on board still know a lot. After all, they have been fighting together for a long time. If Uchiha Madara fights with all his strength is above admirals, and he has strength beyond admirals. Even he can kill 5 elders who surpass admiral strength. If you judge the strength of Uchiha Madara and Akunoloja, both of them have the strength beyond admiral. As for what level they have surpassed admiral strength, it's hard for them to guess. After all, in this world, they no longer have any measurable goals. If it is to measure the destructive power that the two of them can cause at present, the strength of the two of them should only be below the ancient weapons, infinitely close to the ancient weapons. If the strength of the two of them is restored to the peak period, then the strength of the two of them should surpass the ancient weapons. Unfortunately, they are not yet at their peak. Although Uchiha Madara's progress is higher than that of Ikunologia, but no one can tell who will win and who will lose in this battle. Not even Cuomo can judge the outcome of this battle. Would you like to bet on which of the two of them will win? If the guess is wrong, who will go to the island to replenish supplies next time? Gojo Satoru said with great interest as he lay on the railing of the boat. This battle is not easy to judge, but I think the biggest possibility is a draw. Senju Hashirama thought for a moment and said, he knows enough about Uchiha Madara, but he knows too little about Ikunologia. The outcome of this battle is hard to predict. I also think it's a tie. There's not much difference in their strength. It is estimated that they are infinitely close. If Ikunologia has the same progress as Uchiha Madara, then he will win, but there is a lot of difference in progress between them, so I think also a tie, Cuomo said. In the original world, Ikunologia has the power to destroy the world, which is extremely terrifying. If he was allowed to return to his peak period, the world would undoubtedly be destroyed. Even if he doesn't return to his peak period, if the progress is the same as that of Uchiha Madara, then there may be no one on the entire ship to be his opponent. But the problem is that Ikunologia came to this world within a year's time. It's really too low. The people on the ship are not clear about the real strength that the two of them have now. Their choices are all draws. Can't you choose a different one? Why are they all a draw? Gojo Satoru said helplessly. The whole ship, including him, was a draw of choice. So the next time you land on the island to replenish supplies, you still have to follow the order. On the island, Ikunologia and Uchiha Madara looked at each other, and there was no killing intent in their eyes. Some were just fighting spirit. Both of them are members of Cuomo's Pirates of 10,000 Realms, and they are both companions. This battle is just a competition, so there will be no hostility. Are you ready, Madara? Ikunologia said solemnly. In the face of powerful enemies, he has always maintained a serious state. Of course, I've been ready to play any time, Uchiha Madara said seriously. Then come. Ikunologia's words fell, and huge wings grew from behind, flapping the wings, and quickly approached Uchiha Madara. Boom! The fists of the two collided, and a violent air current was set off immediately, sending up dust all over the sky. The ground under his feet, like soft tofu, exploded quickly. The fists of the two collided, using entirely their own physical strength. Bang, bang, bang. The fists of the two collided one after another, and the sand and dust raised filled the sky, and half the island couldn't stop shaking. Even the boat where Cuomo and others were riding shook slightly. The current, too, didn't use any ability, and this scene was caused by a pure physical collision. This shows how terrifying the physical bodies of the two are. On the island, Uchiha Madara was able to compete with Ikunologia in the first place with his body alone. However, he felt a little weak when he was playing. He is mainly practicing chakra. Although after coming to this world, he began to practice physical skills, but his physical skills, compared with Ikunologia, the king of physique, it is still a lot worse. Boom! Ikunologia exerted force with his arm and directly knocked Uchiha Madara back more than 10 meters away. No zhao zhao. However, the fist attack was defended by Uchiha Madara and did not cause any damage to him. I'm not your opponent based on physical skills alone, but I am why Conqueror's Haki is above you. Uchiha Madara wrapped armament Haki around his fist and said, it has been a long time since he came to this world. The training of Conqueror's Haki has already been perfected. After Ikunologia came to this world, he also started to practice Conqueror's Haki because of a little interest. However, compared with Uchiha Madara, the Haki attainments he has mastered are still a lot worse. After all, his training time is far less than Uchiha Madara's. Although my Conqueror's Haki is not as good as yours, it is not weak. Ikunologia's arm was also covered with a layer of armament Haki. After his words fell, he rushed towards Uchiha Madara again. 138, 135 Black Dragon Form versus Susanoo, full order. The bodies of the two kept moving at a high speed on the island. Their fists collided constantly, and there were violent roars in the air. The battle between the two lasted for a period of time, but the two found that they could do nothing to each other just by using this kind of power. My current physical body alone can't pose too much threat to you. It seems I need to be a little more serious, Ikunologia said. After his words fell, the next moment he turned into a huge black dragon that covered the sky and covered the sun like the sun. Seeing that Ekunologia had already used the black dragon form, Uchiha Madara didn't hesitate at all. Susanoo. The pupils in the eyes turned at a high speed, the Sharingan opened, and in the next second, it was at his feet. Then a blue giant with an extremely huge body appeared. There were two blades around the waist of the blue giant, and his whole body exuded a terrifying and frightening aura. This is the perfect Susanoo. Perfect body Susanoo possesses extremely powerful destructive power. Uchiha Madara, who has been in this world for a long time. This is the second time Susanoo's power has been used. The first time Susanoo was at the Holy Land Mariehua, and he used the power of Susanoo, joined forces with Unohana Retsu, and killed the 5 elders with a strength of more than 150 admiral. It has been several years since the last time I used Susanoo, and now his progress has improved a lot. So the power that Susanoo can use is naturally much more terrifying. The huge black dragon on the island looked at the huge blue giant. The shore of the island. We've only been fighting for a while. Are the two of you going to use this power directly? I believe that the entire island will be destroyed by the two of you soon. Cuomo couldn't help seeing that the two of them had almost used their strongest power out loud. These two forms of the two of them both possess terrifying destructive power. I haven't seen Uchiha Madara use this form for a long time. I really miss it. Senju Hashirama stood on the boat, saw the familiar Susanoo, smiled unconsciously, and began to think about the past. I really envy their ability to transform. Ji Gyuan, who was lying on the rail of the boat, said with a little envy, "If you want, I can help you find a Eudemon's devil fruit that can transform. 27. Cuomo heard Ji Gyuan's words, patted his shoulder with his hands and said, "The devil fruit that can transform in this world is the Zoan devil fruit, but the ordinary ones are definitely not worthy of Ji Gyuan's status. If you want to do it, get him a devil fruit of Eudemons." "Forget it, Cuomo, I don't want to be a landlubber." Ji Gyuan shook his head and refused. He was just a little envious, and he didn't want it impatiently. He has long understood the devil fruit of this world, although he can gain power beyond miracles. But it will become a landlubber. Wouldn't it be too boring to be in the sea, and even be deprived of the right to swim in the sea? Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for Ji Gyuan to use devil fruit. Okay then. Cuomo nodded. On the island, the battle between Uchiha Madara and Ekunologia is imminent. I've already felt the power coming from your body, Madara. You are really strong. Ekunologia saw Uchiha Madara displaying Susanoo. Not only did he not have a trace of fear, but he was also a little excited. He had wanted to fight Uchiha Madara on the boat for a long time, and now he finally had the opportunity to have a good time. "Come on, Kuno." Uchiha Madara stood on Susanoo's forehead and yelled with folded hands on his chest. As Uchiha Madara's words fell, Ekunologia rushed towards him without any worries. At this moment, Uchiha Madara directly pulled out the two big knives from Susanoo's waist and hit Ekunologia, who was attacking. Susanoo's big knife slashed heavily on the top of Ekunologia's head, but did not leave any injuries. Ekunologia's body in the form of a black dragon is really too hard. This time, neither of them had anything to do with a collision, but the island collided after such a blow. Countless large rift valleys appeared directly, and the ground under Susanoo's feet sank for more than several meters. A collision directly caused heavy damage to the island. Seeing this scene, Ji Gyuan on the boat said in surprise, "Akuno's body is too hard. Hard resistance to Susanoo's two knives intact. Just from the rift that appeared on the island just now, one can infer how devastating Susanoo's attack is." In the end, the clouds were completely shaken away and turned into a cloud. The weather at high altitudes changed at a speed visible to the naked eye, so this is quite normal. The attacks of the two collided one after another, forming ripples, rushing in all directions like a violent wild beast. But Ekunologia's black dragon form, the physical body is terrifying, and he is not afraid of Uchiha Madara's attack at all. The two people on the island can be said to be fighting with all their strength at the moment, although Susanoo is huge. On the sea level, one group after another was stirred up. But it is extremely flexible and extremely aggressive, constantly slashing the knife at Ekunologia. The weather in New World is changeable, and it is very easy to be affected, and the powerful impact is even more likely to cause earth-shaking changes in the weather. But Ekunologia was able to withstand it without any damage. The high-altitude clouds, first from a state of splitting, then directly exploded. The place where everyone is now is already in a state of darkness. Many members on the coast, ignoring the weather at high altitude, watched the battle between Akunoloja and Uchiha Madara seriously. With the advantage of the physical body, he rushed to Uchiha Madara again and again. The physical body of Akunoloja is the top of the ship. Seeing this scene, everyone on the ship had some awareness of Akunoloja's strength. It's really hard enough. Apart from ancient weapons, there are not many things in this world that want to hurt Akunoloja. Cuomo also praised involuntarily. Boom, boom, boom. 139, 136 meeting the lanternfish, looking for longevity, pure gold. New world on an island. Akunoloja is playing against Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara activates Sharingan and releases Susanoo, while Akunoloja fights directly in Black Dragon form. The two fought for a long time, until the island completely collapsed and exploded, and the battle between the two was coming to an end. Boom! Because the attack power of the two has a strong destructive power, the island has now begun to split in a large area. I believe that it won't be long before the entire island will be completely divided. After fighting for so long, the two still haven't decided the winner. The island has been destroyed. Let's stop this battle, Madara. Akunoloja said from the Black Dragon form and restored the prototype. He played this battle very enjoyable, and now it is time to end. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara also retracted the Sharingan mode, and Susanoo also disappeared. The battle between the two is completely over. This fight is for a draw. Is the battle between the two of them over? As soon as Ji Guan lay on the railing of the boat, he saw that the two of them had recovered from the fighting state to their normal appearance, and said, "It looks like it's over, as expected. The end of this battle is a draw." The battle between Akunoloja and Uchiha Madara was just for the purpose of sparring. If you really want to decide the winner, you will have to spend at least several days before you can decide the winner. But the two are partners, and they won't compete for such a long time. Is this the true power of Lord Akuno, Lord Madara? Rem asked in surprise. Akunoloja's battle with Uchiha Madara nearly sank even the island. This kind of destructive power is something she never thought of because she has been on the ship for a long time. Naturally, I have seen the two of them fighting the enemy with their own eyes, but when they fought, they couldn't even sink a single ship. But now they were able to sink an island, and they can know it through this. They fought the enemy before. How much water was released? This is not their peak period. They can return to their peak period. Their strength, that would be scary. Cuomo laughed. Although Uchiha Madara and Akunoloja's current strength can sink the island into the sea. But this is not their peak period. If it is the peak period, how can it take so long to let the island sink into the sea? At this time, Akunoloja and Uchiha Madara both wanted to follow the island and came to the ship. Okay, since the battle is over, let's get out of here. Cuomo looked at the two and said. After his words fell, a violent shock erupted on the sea level. Boom! In the next second, a huge sea kings that was bigger than a mountain appeared behind their ship. This sea kings is extremely huge. His eyes alone are almost as big as the boat they are on. Sea kings. Ji Yuan was taken aback when he saw the sea kings in front of him. Having wandered in the sea all year round, he has naturally seen countless sea kings. But the sea kings in front of me is bigger than ever. Cuomo took a closer look at the sea kings in front of him. His pupils shrunk and said in surprise, "This is lanternfish." The lanternfish is estimated to have lived for hundreds of years, and it loves gold. It's here, presumably, because the gold on Cuomo's ship attracted him. Some time ago, Roger bought supplies from his ship, and what he paid for was gold. So this also led to a lot of jewels on his boat, which attracted lanternfish. Boom! The lanternfish opened its huge mouth, trying to swallow their ship. A mere sea kings wants to swallow our boat. Ji Yuan pulled out the blade, and the next moment he wanted to attack the lanternfish. Cuomo quickly stopped him and said, "Don't kill it, it has treasure inside." Yes, there is a treasure within the lanternfish, pure gold that is priceless. Pure gold is an item developed by a sea scholar scientist 100 years ago. It has the ability to slow down the flow of life. For example, if Cuomo gets a piece of pure gold, he will live in this pirate world for 100 years. The age of his life is estimated to have only passed 1 year. Get pure gold and get eternal life. 0. Seeking flowers. Treasure. What treasure? Gojo Satoru asked suspiciously. It has pure gold that can make people live forever. Cuomo didn't hide it, and said bluntly, "As a time traveler, Cuomo possesses strong abilities and combat power, but he is not immortal. The same is true of the members he summoned, and all of them will grow old. But if all of them can get a piece of pure gold, then an almost eternal life. Longevity. Is there such a substance in this world?" Senju Hashirama was slightly surprised. No one in the world does not want to live forever and enjoy life. But human life is limited after all, and people will eventually grow old. Point zero. No matter which world it is, almost everyone is secretly researching the method of longevity. Yes, so don't attack it. Let him swallow us up, wait for us to take out the pure gold, and then kill it. Cuomo nodded. If he attacked the lantern fish now, with the strength of Ji Gyuanyi and others, he would definitely be able to kill the lantern fish. But when the lantern fish died, the seawater invaded its body, and if you want to find the pure gold in its body, it will undoubtedly be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Therefore, it must not be killed now. Hearing Cuomo's words, the members of the boat didn't do anything and let the lantern fish swallow them. Boom! The huge mouth of a lantern fish has a strong suction force, swallowing them directly. They stood steadily on the boat, then followed the boat and fell into the inside of the lantern fish. Their boat landed on the sand next to the gastric juices. Is there any material pure gold here that allows people to live forever? Unohana Retsu squinted slightly, looked around and said, "To find pure gold, we need to find two people here first." It was Ahai who developed pure gold, and his daughter was Oroka. After Ahai developed pure gold, he and his daughter were swallowed by lantern fish. They have pure gold on them, so as long as they are found, it is equivalent to finding pure gold. Who are you looking for? In the lantern fish, there are only two people left besides us, Cuomo said with a smile. 137 Kaido joins Rock's pirate. Ahai and Oroja were swallowed by the lantern fish, while Cuomo and others took the initiative to enter. Inside the lantern fish, there is no one else but them. Although the interior of the lantern fish is very large, the speed of Cuomo and others is also very fast, and the observation hockey is turned on. Soon they found their father and daughter and brought them together. You are Oroja. After Ahai saw Oroja for the first time, tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. After their father and daughter were swallowed inside the lantern fish, they never saw each other again. This is the first time they met. But facing Ahai's tears, Oroja was not moved in any way, with his hands folded in front of his chest, with a calm expression on his face. The two of them were imprisoned here, and Oroka's father never found her for 100 years. 043 inch. And it also made her life here suffer a lot. So Oroka was not moved when she saw her father. Don't say too much if you are sensational. You have pure gold on you, right? Give it to me. Cuomo stared at the two calmly and said, "Are you here for pure gold?" Ahai said after glancing at Cuomo. "Why don't we go sightseeing inside the lanternfish?" Cuomo said lightly, "I can give you the pure gold, but you need to take the two of us with you." Ahai responded, "They have been here for 100 years and have always wanted to leave, but their own strength is too weak. There is no way to leave, and now that Cuomo and others are here, Ahai knows that this is an opportunity to leave." "Of course." Cuomo nodded. "It's just a matter of lifting Oroka and Ahai away." "Cuomo, are you sure that a person like him can develop pure gold that can make people live longer?" Ji Guion asked Ahai, who was in front of him. It's not that he judges people by appearance, but that Ahai in front of him is completely an ordinary person, and he is very fat. How ordinary is it? Can such a person really develop a long-lived substance that can shock countless worlds? She has lived here for 100 years. Isn't she still a child? Cuomo pointed to Oroja and said, "Oroka's real age is a centenarian, but now she still looks like a child 100 years ago. Through this, we can know the authenticity of pure gold." Living for 100 years, Gojo rested his chin on his hand, looked seriously at Oroka in front of him, and said, "It doesn't look like it doesn't look like it. Age, how can you tell by appearance alone?" Cuomo responded, "Makes sense." As requested, Cuomo and others drove the boat out of the lanternfish's interior and killed the lanternfish. "Bring Oroka and Ahai out." Ahai took a deep breath, looking at the sea around him, feeling unbelievable for a moment. After spending 100 years inside the lanternfish, they not finally got out of the lanternfish and saw the sea they dreamed of. "Okay, give me the pure gold on your body." Cuomo stretched out his hand and demanded. Hearing this, Ahai took out a small treasure box from his bosom, which contained more than a dozen pure gold rings that he had refined. However, can you send us to a nearby island and give us some currency that can keep us alive? Ahai asked. Although he came to the outside world, Ahai didn't know anything about the current world. If there is no currency that can buy supplies, then they will even run out from the inside of the lanternfish. It is also impossible to survive in this world that has not been seen in a century. I'll take you to a nearby island and give you some jewelry. Cuomo responded, taking the box of pure gold. They have a lot of jewels on board, and it doesn't hurt to give some to Ahai. Thank you. Ahai bowed slightly and thanked. The other side. Because the crew of the Rock's pirates suffered countless casualties in previous battles, so they began to recruit new members in New World. Some cadres are in charge of finding historical texts in New World, and some are in charge of managing the recruitment ceremony in New World. New World, an island. The cadres responsible for recruiting members for this island are Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin. The ceremony of recruiting members is very simple. That is to gather all the pirates together and then fight. In the end, only a few members can join the Rock's pirate. This guy named Kato, and I is not weak. Charlotte Linlin stared at Kaido on the island and said, Today's Kaido is unusually young, muscular, holding a mace, killing wildly in the crowd. Boom! You boy. Seeing this scene, Whitebeard's face became slightly gloomy. Based on my strength, I should be a cadre and Rock's pirate, Kaido said proudly, carrying a mace. After a pirate heard the news, he stopped attacking, clenched his fist excitedly, and wiped the blood on his face. You're still far behind, brat. Whitebeard shook his head slightly and said flatly. But in the next second, his head was blown off by Kaido's mace. But for a moment, only Kaido was left standing on the entire island with a mace in his hand. After killing him, Kaido didn't stop and quickly killed several other people on the island. Kaido didn't stop his orders, and after the battle was over, he still killed the others. Kaido's strength is indeed not weak, but compared with the current Whitebeard, it is far worse. This made him a little unhappy. Kaido just killed a few unknown pirates and wants to be a cadre. His strength is not enough. Finally, I can join the Rock's pirate. Now he is young, too frivolous. Confidence in his own strength is extraordinary. Seeing that there were only a few people left fighting on the island, Whitebeard ordered, Okay, you guys can join the Rock's pirate and become trainee crew members. During the battle, how can you stop attacking just because of an order? Kaido sneered. It's not up to you. Rock's pirate is based on strength. Kaido grinned and walked towards Whitebeard step by step. Whitebeard took a sip of his wine, but said nothing. 138 Kaido challenged Whitebeard and was beaten, seeking full order. What do you want to do, kid? Whitebeard seemed to have sensed his intentions, crossing his hands on his chest and questioning in a cold voice. What else can I do? Of course I want to challenge you. Kaido responded with a confident smile. Don't ask for death, kid. You're too weak. Whitebeard said indifferently. Whitebeard now has a bounty of more than 2 billion Baileys and is a famous big pirate in the New World. As for Kaido, although he performed well among a group of rookies, the bounty has not exceeded 500 million Baileys. Whitebeard didn't pay attention to a powerhouse of this level at all. You'll know if you try it. Kaido sneered, then grabbed the mace with both hands and rushed directly to Whitebeard. Edward, no matter what, he's our Rock's pirate trainee crew member. Don't kill him. Charlotte Linlin took a look at Whitebeard and warned. Although she values Kaido more, but now Kaido's strength is not comparable to Whitebeard 07 at all. If Whitebeard had used all his strength, he would probably be able to kill the current Kaido with one punch, and even if he didn't die, he would have to be seriously injured. Boom! Whitebeard punched Kaido lightly and sent him flying. His figure slid dozens of meters away in midair and then fell to the ground, spraying blood from his mouth and nose. Cough, cough. Kaido stood up with difficulty, coughing up a cloud of blood from his mouth, and then stared sullenly at Whitebeard. Whitebeard knocked him out with just one punch, and Haki didn't even use it. It is very difficult for him to accept the facts in front of him now. The gap in strength between them is so huge. You have great potential, but your current strength is too weak that it is impossible for you to defeat Edward. Charlotte Linlin reminded Kaido, who was sitting on the ground. He has been on the ship with Whitebeard for many years, and he is very clear about Whitebeard's strength. Damn, I can't believe it. Kaido stood up suddenly, No matter how he thought, he couldn't accept this reality. He is so weak. With a mace in both hands, he stomped on the ground and quickly approached Whitebeard. But Whitebeard's punches are extremely fast. Before he could see clearly, it hit him in the face again. Before Kaido could react, he was sent flying out again, flying upside down dozens of meters away. The strength gap between them is obvious. Damn it! Kaido stood up again with a hideous face and was about to continue attacking. But at this time, Charlotte Lin dissuaded her. Although you are now an intern crew member of the Rocks Pirate, if you provoke the cadres again and again, you will only end up dead. Mud figurines also have a temper, let alone Whitebeard. If Kaido continued to attack just now, the grass on the grave will be 1 meter high next year, or there will be no grave. No one will care if you die here. Hearing what Charlotte Lin said, Kaido hesitated. Although he is a reckless man, he would still think twice before facing a fatal situation. Although he didn't want to admit it, his current strength was far from Whitebeard's. If he continued to attack without knowing what was good or bad, he would die. Kaido took a deep look at Whitebeard and made up his mind in his heart that in the future, he must fight back. The ordinary time always passes quickly, and several months have passed in a flash. The first half of the Grand Line, the 7th water capital. It's time to set sail, Rayleigh, Jabba, Roger shouted from the shore. After several months, their ship has finally been built, and the next step is to leave here. It's finally time to set sail. Jabba smiled as he pushed his glasses. The past few months have been extremely ordinary for them, without any conflicts, and they are living their daily lives in a dull manner. Now that I can finally get rid of the ordinary days, sail the sea again, and start a new adventure. However, Captain Roger, are we going to New World, or are we staying here? Jabba suddenly asked. If they go to New World and are targeted by Rocks Pirate again, they may not have the good luck they had last time. Don't worry, Jabba, go to New World now. We won't be in any danger. Rayleigh patted his shoulder and said with a smile. Why do you say that? Jabba asked with a slightly puzzled look at Rayleigh. I knew you kid didn't pay attention to the news. The cadres of Rocks Pirate have been scattered in a small area now, and are recruiting members in various regions of New World. Now, even if we go to New World, we don't encounter the entire Rocks Pirate, and even if we do, we only encounter a few openings. So, we go to New World, it's not dangerous. The reason why Rocks Pirate dared to disperse the cadres to recruit crew members was that they expected that Marine would not dare to make a difference during this period. After all, they lost 2 admirals as well as countless elite combat power, and now they must find a way to train recruits to make up for the previous 443 losses. Look for another chance to wipe out the Rocks Pirate. As for the world government's acquisition of the Pluton battleship, Rocks is naturally worried, so the recruitment of crew members and the search for historical texts are all left to the Ministry of Finance. As for himself, he ordered everything in secret. His goal is to become the world's hegemon. As long as he gets the ancient weapon, he has the chance to become the world hegemon. At that time, the cadres under him will all enjoy the glory and wealth in the world. Therefore, Rocks doesn't think that any cadre will be stupid and betray the information of the Rocks Pirate. That is why he dared to disperse the cadres. Rayleigh is right. Now we go to New World. There will be no danger. But we also need to recruit new members in New World, Roger said. In the previous battle, all the members on his ship had been killed, and they have not recruited until now. They plan to recruit a group of powerful pirate members in New World after the ship is built. It's time to start a new adventure in the New World again. Jabba nodded when he heard the words. Originally, he was a little worried that he would run into trouble when going to New World. However, through Rayleigh and Roger's explanation, he's also relieved now. The 3 of them quickly boarded the boat, left 7th water capital, and prepared to go to New World again. 142. 139 Uranus in the Valley of the Gods. Seek full order. In a flash, several months passed. New World, a certain sea area. The Rocks Pirate ship sailed on a sea, and all Rocks Pirates cadres were summoned back to the main ship. Over the course of several months, Rocks Pirate has recruited a large number of new members. After the many Rocks Pirate officers returned to the main ship, the meeting began. The 4 pieces of historical texts about ancient weapons have all been found now. Rocks sat in the center of the conference room and said a big news. There are 2 pieces of long bread in itself, and now I have been looking for it for several months. With great luck, they also found the other 2 pieces. In fact, All this is due to the mysterious scholar who found 2 days later after several years. It also probably cracked the location of the other two historical texts, so the Rock's pirate just spread out to find that's all. Have you found it yet? Which ancient weapon is it recorded in the historical text? Golden Lion hurriedly asked after hearing the words. Uranus, Uranus, Rock said solemnly. The ancient weapon recorded in the historical text they found was Uranus, Uranus. There are 3 ancient weapons in this world: Poseidon, Uranus, and Zhuang. The Pluton battleship has now been obtained by people from the world government, and Poseidon and their Rock's pirate have no idea what it is. And all the historical texts recording Uranus have been found by their Rock's pirate. Uranus, Uranus, with this ancient weapon, we have a chance to fight against the world government and even defeat them, Charlotte Linlin said. After the world government took control of the Pluton battleship, the pirates in the entire new world were in panic. Their Rock's pirate. The same is true. After all, the rumors of sending ancient weapons to the king are too shocking. No one is not afraid of the world government. Suddenly, driving the Pluton battleship came to them. So where is Uranus, Uranus now? Oh, Whitebeard asked a crucial question. Valley of the Gods, Rock said in a deep voice. What Valley of the Gods? Isn't that place the territory of the celestial dragons? Why is Uranus, Uranus in that place? Golden Lion was stunned when he heard that. Feeling's world government has already mastered 2 ancient weapons. How can this group of pirates survive? Is the world government hiding so deeply they don't hold 2 ancient weapons? Hearing what Rock said, a cadre felt fear in his heart. What are we going to do about Captain Rox? One officer worried. World government has 2 ancient weapons. How can they fight Rock's pirate? An ancient weapon is said to destroy the world. What about the combination of the 2? Can future Rox really rule the world? The cadre, feeling suspicious, couldn't help asking himself. World government has an ancient weapon, which is enough to shock the world. Now that there are 2 pieces, what do they Rock's pirate use to fight? This is the focus of this meeting. That there is no accident. The world government has 2 ancient weapons, and we must grab one. Rox looked solemn, said. Hearing his words, many cadres felt chills down their spines and grabbed ancient weapons. Isn't this going to seek death? The Valley of the Gods, I have already investigated it. Although that place is also the residence of the celestial dragons, there are not many strong people stationed there. Although the place is mysterious, I have obtained the pointer to the Valley of the Gods it is. Longbread said at this time. The Valley of the Gods does not have many strong men stationed there. Most of the reasons. It's all because that place is too mysterious. Although the famous big pirates in the New World all know the island of the Valley of the Gods, they don't know the exact location. Longbread and some cadres have been killing celestial dragons in New World these days. Finally got the eternal pointer of the Valley of the Gods. Longbread, there are ancient weapons in the Valley of the Gods. How can you be sure that there is no mysterious strong man stationed there? If we listen to you and rush to snatch it, isn't this a dead end? A cadre retorted. To be honest, he already wants to quit Rock's pirate by now. Because he joined the Rock's pirate in order to make a fortune and become famous in the sea. Now he has indeed made a fortune and has also become a famous pirate in New World. Are you afraid? Longbun glanced at him and said indifferently. However, many cadres were absent-minded and did not participate in it, but were thinking about retreat. But when he learned that the world government was holding 2 ancient weapons, he already had no expectations for the Rocks to become the world hegemon. Rocks naturally knew the seriousness of the problem. But now Golden Lion is very clear that this operation must grab one. Do you want to die, Longbread? The cadre suddenly stood up and said indifferently. Otherwise, if the world government is holding a pair of ancient weapons and takes the initiative to attack them and these pirates, who else in the whole world can compete with the world government? It is necessary to formulate a thorough plan to secretly go to the Valley of the Gods without being discovered by anyone. But facing the ancient weapons known as destroying the world, I still have fear in my heart. We must formulate a comprehensive plan so that no one can discover our actions. Otherwise, if the Marine or the people of the world government are aware of it, the consequences will be unimaginable. Rox told Dao, June. When are we going to act, Captain Rox? Golden Lion asked solemnly. They Rox pirate, though. Strong like a cloud. Next is Rox pirate, making plans, planning routes, and how to avoid Marine discussions on the way. Enough, sit down. Rox ordered indifferently. The reason for staying on board is that Rox promises to be the world's dominant player. So the Golden Lion knows that they must not wait for the world government to attack. They must take the initiative in their own hands. Even though Golden Lion doesn't know about the world government, why did he get 2 ancient weapons from Manos and didn't attack them pirates? He was indeed scared, but what right did Long Bun have to dare to talk to him like this? 143, 140 Rocks Pirate. Naval Headquarters meeting. Seek full order. A few days later. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Thanks to the Rocks Pirate, quite a few celestial dragons have been killed at sea these days. The impact of this matter is extremely bad, and many celestial dragons have already begun to put pressure on their marines. This also led to their naval headquarters having to hold a meeting to discuss this matter. Damn Rocks Pirate suddenly massacred celestial dragons in New World like crazy. They recruited crews in New World. We've endured it. If we can endure the massacre of celestial dragons, our marine will receive a lot of complaints, and we will lose all prestige, Zephyr said while sitting in the meeting room with an airy expression on his face. He originally thought that the pirates in New World would be much calmer when the world government released the news about the Pluton battleship. But as if the Rocks had no fear of the Pluton battleship, not only began to recruit crews, but also massacred celestial dragons. What Marine did to them was intolerable. The act of the Rocks massacring the celestial dragons is indeed abnormal. Could it be, were they planning? Crane said suddenly. Crane has been in New World for many years and knows a little about Rocks Pirate. Rocks is an extremely smart person who will not do things that are not beneficial to him. 073. Slaughtering celestial dragons at sea would not have any benefit to the Rocks Pirate at all. Knowing that they will not be able to get benefits and even cause trouble, what is the reason for Rocks to kill celestial dragons? I think what Crane said makes sense. Smart Rocks, it is impossible to kill celestial dragons because of his mood. He must be planning some kind of conspiracy. Sengoku echoed. Even if they have any kind of conspiracy, we don't know. A marine executive said helplessly. Indeed, there must be some reason for Rocks Pirates' abnormal behavior. But what is the specific reason? Their marine is not clear at all. Our marine state is not very good now, and it's really troublesome for Rocks to choose to make trouble during this period, Kong said with a sigh. In the previous battle where the 4 forces gathered, their marine not only lost 2 admiral powerhouses, but also countless elite powerhouses. These losses, until now, their marines have not fully recovered. However, no matter how troublesome it is, our marine must give an explanation to the celestial dragons. Otherwise, they put pressure on us again, which will have a big impact on us. Sengoku released soundtrack. Hearing this, Kong slightly closed his eyes. The pressure of being a marine marshal was much greater than he had imagined. Now the audience is almost waiting for his decision, and he can't make up his mind for a while. How to deal with the trouble of Rocks? If you give celestial dragons an explanation, if you send troops to attack the Rocks Pirate, you will definitely need to send several marine main forces. But the final result is very difficult to win, and it is possible to lose some powerful players. But if you don't give celestial dragons an explanation, it will be even more troublesome. Just when Marshal Kong couldn't make up his mind, a pirate suddenly appeared at the window. It seems that you are anxious about Rocks, Pirate said with a grin. Pirate. Everyone in the conference room was taken aback when they saw the visitor, not knowing how he broke into naval headquarters. You are the cadre of Rocks Pirate? Sengoku narrowed his eyes slightly and said solemnly. The cadres of Rocks Pirate are all famous pirates in the New World. Their appearance is still fresh in the memory of many cadres. The cadres of the Rocks Pirate, why do they appear in this place? You don't know what this place is, do you? Crane crossed his hands and rested his chin, glanced at the cadre from the corner of the eye and asked, Of course I know where this is. The pirate replied with a slight smile. As an officer of the Rocks Pirate, he has a lot of courage. Even in the face of the many top marine masters in front of him on the surface, he did not show any panic. Grab him! A marine executive suddenly stood up and shouted. Although he didn't know why this cadre appeared in this place, he had to catch Bing Miao first. As his words fell, many strong men rushed towards him. Let him go, Kong ordered with a slight wave of his hand. Hearing the satisfactory answer, the cadre nodded slightly, and then said, The reason why the Rocks massacred the celestial dragons is to obtain the eternal pointer of the Valley of Gods. And don't you guys think that New World can be more stable without me as a pirate? He himself has stored a lot of Baileys, and now if Marine gives him another 2 billion Baileys. I can tell you, but have one condition: revoke my reward order, conceal my past, and give me 2 billion Baileys. Yubu talked about the conditions. Many strong people in the conference room directly said that he was subdued, but this cadre did not panic and said calmly, Rock's actions will shock you, but on the premise that I say the reason, you need to agree to the request I just said. Do you think we will listen to you, a pirate? Sengoku crossed his hands on his chest and said coldly, I agree to your request, let's talk. If the information you tell us is not enough to shock us, your request will be granted, and that you will also be arrested by us. Then there is no need for him to be a pirate anymore. Don't you guys want to know, Luxdot, why did you slaughter the celestial dragons? Why did the rocks slaughter the celestial dragons? I'm here to bring you some important news. The pirate responded calmly. The eternal pointer of the Valley of the Gods. Rocks, why are you interested in the Valley of the Gods? Garp asked back after hearing the words. As Kong's words fell, the Marines who controlled the cadre also let go. You didn't say why. Do you think we will agree to your request? He said indifferently. The Valley of the Gods is a bunch of waste celestial dragons. Why is Rox interested in the Valley of the Gods? Since he chose to betray Rox, he must remain anonymous and at the same time not be captured by Marine. 144, 141 The Pirates of 10,000 Worlds go to the Valley of the Gods full order. Because of the Valley of the Gods, there is something Rox wants. The leader said calmly. What? Ancient weapon, Uranus. The officer responded truthfully. What? The Valley of the Gods has the ancient weapon Uranus? Hearing this news, many senior executives in the conference room were stunned, full of shock. The world government has the news about the ancient weapon Uranus. How come their Marines don't know about it? After being shocked, Sengoku asked back, Are you kidding? How could there be such a thing in the Valley of Gods? There's nothing wrong with it. We've collected 4 historical texts, and the final coordinates point to the Valley of the Gods. Are you studying the historical text? Otherwise, why do you think that the cadres of our Rox pirate have been dispersed in the past few months? You're a pirate after all, we can't believe you. Crane rested his chin on his hands and said in a deep voice, If you don't believe me, you can send troops to garrison the Valley of the Gods. Even if Rox doesn't come in the end, there is no loss for you, right? Yubu responded with a faint smile. Hearing his words, many senior executives present fell silent. We still can't tell whether what you said is true or not, so before that, you need to stay here. Kong waved his hand slightly, and a group of high-level executives stepped forward to control him. What do you mean? The cadre asked with a gloomy expression. We need to put you in prison now. If you're telling the truth, we will let you go and agree to your conditions. If you lie to us, you can spend the rest of your life in prison. Kong clasped his arms across his chest and explained slowly. In the final analysis, they still can't fully trust the words of this cadre. After all, the other party is also a cadre of Rox pirate. I hope you won't break your promise. The cadre didn't resist when he heard the words and was obediently subdued. To be honest, Marine saved him by putting him in jail. After all, he escaped from the Rox pirate and was noticed by Rox a long time ago, and now Rox is looking for him all over the world. Now that he's in jail, he wonders how the Rox will find him. Kong nodded, and then sent someone to escort him to prison. Should we take his word for it, Kong? Sengoku watched the cadre leave and asked Kong's opinion. It's okay to listen to him once, even if it turns out that he lied to us in the end. What do we have to lose? Kong responded. New world, the surrounding waters. The ship of the Myriad Realms pirates was sailing in this sea. On this day, an unexpected guest also came to their ship. The cadres of the Rox pirate. How dare you come to trouble us alone? Cuomo sat on a rocking chair, staring at the cadres standing on the railing of the boat and said, No, I'm not here to trouble you, but to tell you some news. The cadre responded with a slight shake of his head. What news? Ji Guiyuan asked. Rox is going to the Valley of the Gods to face the ancient weapon Uranus. You replied truthfully. Huh? The Valley of the Gods has Uranus? Cuomo was taken aback and asked quickly. He who has read the original works knows that Rox fell in the Valley of the Gods, but he doesn't know that the Valley of the Gods has the ancient weapon Uranus. Yes, we have already deciphered the historical text about ancient weapons, so that there will be no mistakes. The cadre continued. What do you mean by telling us this? Gojo Satoru asked. I'm selling such important news to you, I have no other thoughts. I don't just want money. Bing all glanced at the people on the boat and asked, Do you think that we will believe what you say is a Rock's pirate cadre? Gojo Satoru asked coldly. I have betrayed the Rock's pirate, and now I am no longer one of them. The cadre responded with a slight shake of his head. World government has dual ancient weapons. Therefore, this cadre knew that the operation of the Valley of the Gods would fail, and staying in the Rock's pirate can only be a dead end. So he came to the Wanjia pirates, wanting to sell this news to Cuomo and others, and then get paid. Seeking flowers. In the end, the Wanjia pirates also successfully participated in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. In the end, the cadres believed that the pirates of 10,000 Worlds and the Rock's pirate must have been wiped out. If these two pirate groups are wiped out, the number of big pirates in New World will be greatly reduced. The sea is believed to be very calm during this period. And with the money he got, he can definitely live a life of whatever he wants in this new world. I can't believe what the people from Rock's Pirates said. Ji Guiyuan pulled out the blade at his waist, wanting to end the life of the cadre in front of him. If I am still a member of Rock's Pirate, do you think Rocks will let me share such important information? They will have to let anyone in the world know, sneak into the Valley of Gods, and take away the ancient weapons. 0. The cadre saw that Ji Guiyuan had already wanted to stab him, so he quickly explained. He's not lying, Yuanichi, Cuomo said. Do you believe what he said, Cuomo? Ji Guiyuan asked, turning his head to look at Cuomo. Trust my judgment. Cuomo slowly stood up and said, The Valley of the Gods is the land of the Rock's meteorites, so Rocks will definitely go to the Valley of the Gods this time. Okay. Ji Guiyuan still trusted Cuomo very much, and since Cuomo said it was true, it must be true. Where are the coordinates of the Valley of the Gods? Cuomo questioned, looking at the cadre. The Valley of the Gods is the residence of the celestial dragons, so the coordinates of that place are very hidden. Even now that Cuomo knows that Rocks is going to the Valley of the Gods, he still can't get there without the coordinates. Give me money, and I'll have a way for you to reach the Valley of the Gods, the cadre said. He sold information to Cuomo, mostly for money. Cuomo asked Gojo Satoru to take out part of the jewelry inside the cabin and give it to the cadre in front of him. The cadre looked at the treasure on the ground, showed a smile, and then threw a life paper to Cuomo and said, I don't know the exact coordinates of the Valley of the Gods, but this paper of life belongs to a certain cadre on board. You can sail with the paper of life and eventually reach the Valley of the Gods. 142 rocks. I will definitely get the ancient weapon. The paper of life is something unique to the world of pirates. Cuomo just needs to follow the route of the paper of life. You can find the original owner of the paper of life. After the cadre said these words, he picked up the treasure and disappeared in the same place in the next second. He is demon fruit power. He can escape here easily. Otherwise, he would not dare to take the risk to find Cuomo's myriad realms pirates. Let's go, set sail. It's time to go to the Valley of the Gods. Cuomo threw the life paper to Gojo Satoru and ordered. The Valley of the Gods is where the rocks fell, and Cuomo had to join the fun no matter what. Are we really going to the Valley of the Gods, Cuomo? Aren't you afraid that rocks will ambush us in the Valley of the Gods? Ji Guiyuan asked. Yeah, can we just rely on them to do it? Cuomo shook his head slightly and smiled. That is to say, July 13th is two rocks pirates plotting against him, and Cuomo does not counsel him at all. After all, his ship is full of monsters. What does Rocks fight him with? What's more, Cuomo knows the original book, so he knows that the rocks will not lie in ambush in the Valley of the Gods. According to the officer, Rocks went to the Valley of the Gods for Uranus. This time Cuomo went to join the fun and see if he could grab Uranus. If there is Uranus in the Valley of the Gods, wouldn't the world government have two ancient weapons? Unohana Retsu suddenly said at this time. Some time ago, world government announced to the outside world that they got the Pluton warship. Now Rocks has deciphered the historical text, and the Valley of the Gods has Uranus. No one thought that the world government could hide so deeply and control two ancient weapons. No matter what you say about the world government, it has existed for 800 years. It is normal to master an ancient weapon, but now you have mastered another one. The problem is a big one, Cuomo said calmly. During these 800 years, many terrifying forces must have been born in the sea. The world government still stands today. Just through this point, we can understand what kind of background they have. Mastering an ancient weapon is not a particularly important task. But now the world government has got another ancient weapon, the Pluton battleship. The danger level of the world government is not ordinary now. I don't know if ancient weapons really have the ability to destroy the world. If so, it would be a bit troublesome. Ji Guiyuan said. Although Cuomo's members of the 10,000 Worlds Pirates had the power to destroy the world at their peak. But now is not the peak period if it is against ancient weapons and no one knows how it will end. The world government has not taken action for a long time after mastering two ancient weapons that it should be planning something. Gojo said solemnly with his chin in his hand. The Pluton battleship was built by the predecessors of the Seventh Water City. It has been hundreds of years ago. Even the best ship can't stand the erosion of the years. The Pluton battleship, there must be some problems. Otherwise, the world government has two ancient weapons in hand, so it's impossible to be patient. Cuomo expressed his opinion. One ancient weapon is known as destroying the world, and now the world government already has two. What else are they afraid of? If Cuomo is the leader of the world government, with the two ancient weapons in his hands, he will definitely immediately gather all Marines and world government powerhouses. Sweep the sea. From the perspective of the world government, Cuomo will not choose to continue to endure. And the extremely mysterious him, if not for some reason, how could he endure it? Makes sense. New World, a certain sea area. The Rock's pirate ship is sailing in this sea, and they have already drawn up a perfect route. You can avoid all Marines while sailing, not to be found. However, when Rox held a cadre meeting again, it was found that there were a few cadres missing on the ship. Damn, leave the Rock's pirate at this time. Have they not betrayed me already? Rock's complexion was extremely gloomy. Sitting on the chair, the veins on his forehead were bulging. This is a critical time for the Rock's pirate, and the Rocks have ordered no one to leave. How many people have left now? And what the intentions of the few officials who have left? Lux couldn't be more clear. They probably have betrayed us and told other sea forces about our goals. Golden Lion frowned, lit a cigar, and said in a deep voice, "Shall we go to the Valley of the Gods now, Captain Rox?" Whitebeard crossed his arms and asked Rox with a glance. If those cadres really betrayed their Rox pirate, then they must have told Marine the purpose of their Rox pirate. If they go to the Valley of the Gods now, they will inevitably confront the Marines. We must go. If we don't go now, the people of the world government will transfer Uranus. Then we will have no hope to fight against the world government. Rox said solemnly. The news that they are going to the Valley of the Gods to snatch Uranus has been leaked. If they don't go, the world government will 100% choose to transfer. If there is no ancient weapon, what can the Rox pirate use against the world government with double ancient weapons? 5.5 When will Rock's dream of dominating the world come true? Although it is very bold to continue to choose to go to the Valley of the Gods, it is also very dangerous. But Rox didn't care too much anymore. He had to go to the Valley of the Gods, and he had to get ancient weapons. Don't worry, everyone, the Valley of the Gods is some distance away from the Holy Land Mariewa and naval headquarters. We are not very far away from the Valley of the Gods, that as long as we reach the Valley of the Gods, we will search the island and find the ancient weapon Uranus very quickly. As long as we find it, we will choose to retreat, and there is a high chance that we will not face the Marines. Longbread said. Longbread was also afraid that the cadres on board would be afraid and choose to escape, so he said this. 146, 143 Marine and Roger pirates. You have been with me for so long. When have I ever let you down? Rox. I is destined to become the world hegemony. Rox said in a deep voice, scanning the many cadres present with fierce eyes. I will follow you forever, Captain Rox. A cadre heard what Rox said, stood up quickly, and expressed his attitude. As his words fell, other cadres also echoed the words and expressed their positions, and vowed not to betray the Rox. However, verbal promises are destined to be unbelievable. After the meeting, some cadres will definitely find a way to leave Rox pirate. Longbread, tell me to go down. You don't have to follow a specific route to avoid the Marine anymore. Drive normally and reach the Valley of the Gods at the fastest speed. Rox ordered Longbread. Their purpose has long been betrayed by the traitors on board, so there is no need to attract attention. Now they must reach the Valley of the Gods at the fastest speed 07. Yes, Captain Rox. Longbread responded. After a while, Naval Headquarters, Marineford. On the coast, many marine powerhouses gather. All of them are famous powerhouses from Naval Headquarters. Now their naval headquarters can fully confirm that Rox is going to the Valley of the Gods. Because the Marine of the New World has noticed the target of the Rox pirate ship, which is the Valley of the Gods. After getting this news, without any hesitation, they quickly assembled a large number of Marines to prepare. This time, we must leave the Rox pirate in the Valley of the Gods, Sengoku said, looking at the countless Marine warships on the coast. In this operation, more than half of Naval Headquarters senior management chose to participate in the battle, and even Marshal Kong had to personally participate in the battle. By the way, where did Kong go? We should start now. Garp held the senbei in his arms while looking around. Kong may have some urgent matters, so let's take advantage of this time to get the army in order first. He said out loud. I hope the 10,000 Worlds pirates won't get involved in this battle, Zephyr said with his arms folded on his chest. Don't worry, only our Marine knows about the actions of the Rox Cuomo, but can't know about this action, Sengoku said slowly. They didn't know it at first, but everything was attributed to the cadre of the Rox pirate who told them. Hopefully there will be no surprises. Zephyr nodded. Without the intervention of the pirates of 10,000 realms, Marine thought they would win this battle. Naval Headquarters, Marshal Kong's office. Kong sent someone to investigate the phone bug of the Roger pirates, and then made a call. Bloomberg. Hello. On the opposite side of the phone bug, Rayleigh answered the phone. Rayleigh was full of doubts about this unfamiliar phone number. Is it the Roger pirates? Kong said. As Kong's words fell, the phone bug in Rayleigh's hand also showed his appearance. Marshal Kong? Rayleigh was a little surprised. He never thought that the person talking to him was actually Marine Yuan. It's me. Kong nodded. Is there any business for you Marines looking for our Roger pirates? Rayleigh asked with a slightly gloomy expression. They Roger pirates and Marine are hostile forces, and now that the other party suddenly made a phone call, Rayleigh naturally didn't have a good face. Of course, I have an important matter to discuss with you Roger pirates, but you give Roger the phone bug first. I need to discuss it with him personally, Kong said slowly. Although Rayleigh on the other side of the phone was a little puzzled, he got up and went to find Roger. Captain Roger. Rayleigh came to the deck outside the cabin, looked at Roger, who was watching the sea, and said, What's the matter, Rayleigh? Roger took a sip of his wine, turned around and asked. Kong called and said he wanted to discuss something important with you. Rayleigh replied truthfully. Marshal Kong. Roger was startled slightly when he heard Rayleigh's words, and then asked. Yes. Rayleigh nodded. Although I have considered this point, but we are now contacted by phone bugs, and they can't find us in New World, so even if they are uneasy, it will not affect us. Rayleigh said soundtrack. The Rox pirate has crossed the sea for many years, and Marine is sure to win against them head-on. Just tell me what you want, Marshal Marine. Roger didn't talk nonsense, and let Kong get into the subject directly. Kong is the Marshal of Marine. How could a character like him talk to Roger pirates? But at the same time, if they win, their Marine will also suffer heavy losses, so Kong thought of the Roger pirates. In this world, there is no ability to locate phone bugs, and now they are just contacted by phone bugs. Hearing this, Roger walked into the cabin. Rayleigh and Jabba glanced at each other and walked in too. Why did people from Marine talk to us pirates? Roger was extremely puzzled. So Kong knows that the possibility of joining forces with Roger is not low. Roger. On the opposite side of the phone bug, Kong grinned and said. Kong looked at the opposite side of the phone bug and Roger became silent and continued, Rox pirate is also a big trouble for you. Don't you want to take this opportunity to completely solve this trouble? I don't know either. Rayleigh spread his hands and said ignorantly. He also wondered why Marine contacted the pirates. They all want to know what tricks Marine is trying to pull off these days. Rox pirate has a big move now, so we Marine want to join hands with you to solve the trouble of Rox. Hello. Roger entered the cabin, picked up the phone bug, and said, These guys may be uneasy and kind. Jabba interjected from the side. Roger Pirates is a famous pirate group in New World, and the Rox pirate is also full of hostility towards them. Even if Marine really has some conspiracy, what can Marine do with them? 144 Burndy World rushed to the Valley of the Gods. Hearing Kong's invitation to join forces, to be honest, Roger was moved. Rox pirate almost slaughtered the strong men of his entire ship. Those strong men, all of them were brothers who had accompanied him through life and death for many years. Roger naturally has a lot of hatred for rocks. Naturally want to eradicate the rocks pirate. However, he didn't choose to immediately agree to Marine's cooperation. After all, he didn't trust Marine very much. Who knows if this is a conspiracy by Marine? They just want to lure Roger pirates to be fooled. The place Rox is going to is the Valley of the Gods. I can send you the coordinates there through a live phone call. Whether you want to go or not depends on your choice. Kong continued. Roger spoke after hearing Kong's words after being silent for a long time. Valley of the Gods. What is Rox doing in the Valley of the Gods? The Valley of the Gods is the territory of the celestial dragons, which is extremely mysterious, and many celestial dragons of high status live there. What is the Rox going to do in this place? Kong seemed to have seen through the reason for Roger's silence and explained aloud, I'm sorry I can't tell you this, but we Marine will never play tricks to lure you into a pit. This time if you join forces only to crush the Rox pirate once and for all. Roger still didn't respond at this time, but was thinking about the credibility of Kong's words. Kong knew that Roger was still thinking, and then sent Roger the coordinates of the Valley of the Gods in a special way. They can go whenever they want. After doing all this, Kong hangs up the bug and is ready to go to New World for the Rocks Pirate. Captain Roger, are we not going? Rayleigh said from the side. He can't fully believe Kong's words, but now he really wants to defeat the Rocks Pirate and avenge his dead brother. I don't think Marine can be trusted, Captain Roger. If they ambush us in the Valley of the Gods, then we won't be able to escape. Jabba expressed his opinion. Anyway, the pirates and Marine are also hostile forces, and the other party suddenly invited them to join forces. No matter how you think about it, it is also suspicious. What's the harm in going there? Roger, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly stood up and said. He thought about it carefully, although he couldn't believe all of Marine's words, but he didn't believe that Marine would use despicable means. The current Marine top executives, Sengoku, Zephyr, Crane, Garp, Kong. Roger is older than some people, and he is somewhat at ease about the character of these people. Even if Marine really wants to use some despicable means to shady them, Roger has prepared countermeasures. At that time, when going to the Valley of the Gods for a long distance, first observe whether there are any abnormalities in the Valley of the Gods. Then choose whether to land on the island or not. Are you going to Captain Roger? Rayleigh reconfirmed after hearing the words. Of course we will, but we must be wary of Marine. Go to the Valley of the Gods to see how things are going before we make plans. Roger responded. Since this is your plan, Captain, let's go. Jabba knew Roger's character, and it was difficult to change something once it was determined. So since this is their Captain Roger's decision, even though he is very worried about Marine. But now he also chooses to listen to Roger. For the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, the Roger Pirates, the 10,000 Worlds Pirates, Marine, and the Rocks Pirate have decided to go. But in addition, New World's Burndy World also chose to go to the Valley of the Gods. He possesses a huge information network and masters the entire dark underground world, so he has investigated the anomalies of the sea. At the same time, he also met a cadre who escaped from the Rocks Pirate and learned everything from that cadre. And he also successfully used means to obtain the eternal pointer of the Valley of Gods. At the same time, he also met the Red Earl again in a certain sea area in New World. The ancient weapon Uranus is in the Valley of the Gods. Do you want to go, Red Earl Redfield? Burndy World asked the Red Earl, looking at the sea-level boat. I'm not interested. The Red Earl lay leisurely on the chair, fishing, and flatly refused. The Red Earl has no idea of dominating the world. As a pirate, he yearns for freedom. Do what you want to do. Let's not talk about whether it is possible to grab it when going to the Valley of the Gods. Even if you grab it, so what? Does it do him any good? Aren't you interested in ancient weapons? Burndy World said, slightly surprised. Ancient weapons are the most mysterious things in this world, known as destroying the world. No one in the world wants to get it, but Burndy World did not expect that the Red Earl is not interested in such things. The Red Earl didn't answer him, but continued to fish. You are really a weird person. Burndy World looked at the Red Earl and said with a sigh. Originally, he wanted to join hands with the Red Earl to go to the Valley of the Gods to snatch ancient weapons. Otherwise, based on his own words, the probability of snatching ancient weapons is too small. But now that the Red Earl chooses to refuse, he can't force the Red Earl. The opponent's strength is not inferior to his. He cannot take down the Red Earl. Forget it, set sail, brothers. Burndy World yelled towards the surrounding pirates. Next, They will also attack the Valley of the Gods to snatch ancient weapons. After a few days, what? Rock's pirate, finally approaching the Valley of the Gods. Captain Rox, we are going to the Valley of the Gods. A cadre suddenly broke into Rock's lounge and shouted excitedly. After several days, their Rock's pirate finally got close to the Valley of the Gods. At present, they have not met anyone from Marine, which means that Marine is still some distance away. Next, they Rock's pirate. As long as they search the entire Valley of the Gods, they can get the ancient weapon Uranus. I see. Rock stood up slowly and said with a grin, no accidents have occurred during the voyage so far. For Uranus, Rox can be said to be determined to win. The next second, Rock's face turned fierce, and he muttered to himself, after I become the overlord of the world, all those who betray me will die. 145 Golden Lion's future plans. The most intolerable thing in Rock's life is betrayal, when he gets the ancient weapon and becomes the hegemon of the world in the future. All those who betrayed him, he will find them and then put them to death. Rock's pirate ship is constantly approaching the Valley of the Gods, and at this moment Rox also came to the deck from his lounge. At this moment, there are already countless strong Rox pirates standing on the deck. They have their own ideas in their hearts. Although many people want to escape, more people are still willing to take a gamble. Bet this time they come to the Valley of the Gods, they Rox pirate can get the ancient weapon Uranus. As long as they can get Uranus, not to mention that they will not be afraid of the world government, and the Rox may become the world hegemon in the future. At this time, as cadres, they will have the highest status in this world. In less than a moment, their boat was completely close to the Valley of the Gods. Whoever can get Uranus in the Valley of the Gods, he will be the deputy captain of the ship in the future, and his position is only below me. Rox shouted at everyone on the ship. He was worried that some cadres would choose to hide and leave after getting Uranus, so he rewarded the deputy captain to let them give up this idea. Yes, Captain Rox. Everyone on board 433 shouted. After the words of Rox fell, he rushed directly to the island. Time was running out. He'd had to find Uranus as soon as possible. Seeing that Rox had rushed to the island, many strong men on the boat also rushed up. Follow me, Kaido. Charlotte Lin instructed Kaido beside her, and then quickly rushed to the island. During this period of getting along, Kaido has been very appreciated by Charlotte Lin, so now Kaido is already a small follower of Charlotte Lin. After Kaido saw it, he quickly followed. Lin, if we can find Uranus. Kaido looked around to make sure there was no one there, and then said, if we can really find Uranus, there is no need to give it to Captain Rox, the vice captain. I don't care at all. Zenlet Lin shook his head and said, if the two of them could really find the ancient weapon, Uranus and Charlotte Lin would never give it to Rox. Charlotte Lin will choose to hide it privately and then leave here. His ability can summon White Cloud Zeus, and she wants to leave the Valley of Gods. It is simply a piece of cake. If Captain Rox finds out, will we be in trouble? Kaido asked. Trouble? If we have Uranus, do you think we still need to be afraid of Rox? Charlotte Lin sneered. Uranus is an ancient weapon known as destroying the world. If they really get Charlotte Lin, they don't need to be afraid of Rox at all. Can even kill Rox. Don't think about those irrelevant things now, Kaido. Find Uranus first. Charlotte Lin continued to order. The other side. Golden Lion and Whitebeard. Edward, plan to form a pirate group. You want to join my pirate group? I can make you the vice captain. Golden Lion lit a cigar and walked beside Whitebeard. Captain Rox is not dead yet, Shiki. Whitebeard responded with a cold glance at the Golden Lion. This trip to the Valley of the Gods, Captain Rox has already made a lonely bet. Either he will get Uranus and have the capital to fight against the world government, or he will perish here. However, I think the former is more likely, because most of the cadres on board want to steal ancient weapons. Golden Lion responded slowly. Golden Lion himself also has the idea of stealing ancient weapons, so what is a mere deputy captain of the Rox pirate if he can get the ancient weapon Uranus? He may also become the hegemon of the world in the future, and he can also become the One Piece if he is not as good. It's not much better than being a mate on the Rox pirate. What a waste. Rox slammed down with his arm, and the body of celestial dragons directly shattered the ground, and celestial dragons died directly. His dream is to pursue his family. He couldn't do it before, but now he has enough strength to chase his dream. but they are always inferior. While the cadres of Rock's pirate have their own selfish intentions, Rox has already started to search for the ancient weapon Uranus in the Valley of the Gods. As long as you agree to be my deputy captain, I can take you away after Marine arrives. Golden Lion continued with a puff of smoke. Whitebeard didn't respond when he heard the words, but just glanced at him lightly. The rebelliousness in their hearts makes them not want to surrender to anyone, even Rox. Let me go, you ugly, inferior person. Celestial Dragons was strangled by Rox, stagnated in midair. He kept his feet dangled back and forth, and his palms kept clapping on Rock's arms. Uranus, I don't know if I can get it, but even if I don't get it in the end and Marine has come, I can still get out of it. Boom. If Rox really fell here, then he would only form his own forces. The cadres of Rock's pirate have almost reached their peak. Whitebeard heard the words and did not respond, but left this place and went to the depths of the Valley of the Gods. It's a pity, Edward. If you can become my deputy captain, we can definitely become the One Piece King. Don't tell me about these Shiki. I have no interest in your pirate group, and even if I end up in a desperate situation, I don't have a way to leave. Facing Golden Lion's invitation again, Whitebeard he chose to refuse without any hesitation. Tell me, where is Uranus? Rock strangled the celestial dragons by the neck, with a stern look on his face. Even if the rocks become the world hegemon in the future, they also have a very high status. 149, 1.46 Wankai pirates arrive at the Valley of the Gods. Rox went on a killing spree in the Valley of the Gods, killing many celestial dragons, but none of the celestial dragons responded to his question. I don't know where Uranus is. Rox is well aware of the inner thoughts of the cadres on the ship, and knows that most of the cadres will choose to hide Uranus if they get Uranus. So at this moment, he can't wait to get Uranus. Rox quickly broke into the depths of the Valley of the Gods and began to search. After a while, a pirate ship docked on the coast of the Valley of the Gods. This pirate ship is none other than the Myriad Realms pirates. It's finally here as the Valley of the Gods. Cuomo stood at the bow of the boat and looked at the huge island in front of him. Next to their pirate ship, there is also the Rock's pirate ship. Through this, Cuomo can do it 100% sure. This is the Valley of the Gods that Rox was looking for. Should we come here to fight the Rock's pirate first, or to find the ancient weapon Uranus first? Uchiha Madara came to Cuomo's side and asked, Rocks are mortal today, so don't rush to fight them. Let's find Uranus first. Cuomo thought for a while and responded, Rox is not a big threat to the 10,000 Realms pirates, but ancient weapons pose a great threat to them. Because Cuomo doesn't know how strong the ancient weapon. If ancient weapons can be found in the Valley of the Gods this time, then their Myriad Realms pirates will be completely fearless world government. But if you can't find it, Cuomo still has to be a little bit wary of world government. What does Uranus look like, Cuomo? Ji Guiyuan asked a crucial question. Uranus, and the others have heard many legends, but they don't know what it looks like at all. Uranus, what does Uranus look like? Hearing this, Cuomo put his chin on his hand and began to recall the original work, and then thought of something to say. If nothing else, Uranus. In the original book, at the moment about the Holy Land Marihua, a huge hat appeared. Netizens speculated that it might be Uranus. But Cuomo doesn't know if it is. After all, he has never seen Uranus with his own eyes. A huge hat, Ji Guiyuan muttered. Many members of the ship carry the image of Uranus in their hearts. It should be, but I'm not sure. If you encounter something special in the Valley of the Gods, remember to collect it. Might be Uranus. Cuomo continued. If Uranus was not a hat, but something else, it would be a great pity if the members of his ship did not notice it if they encountered it. I see. Ji Guiyuan nodded upon hearing this. Okay, let's go to the island, but Madara, stay here and take care of Rem and Ram. Cuomo set his sights on Uchiha Madara and instructed. Although the progress of Rem and Ram is very high, their strength is not very strong. In order to prevent accidents when they land on the island, they need to be kept on the boat, surrounded by Uchiha Madara. That way, no accidents will happen. After all, Uchiha Madara is very strong. I see. Uchiha Madara folded her hands on her chest and nodded. After giving all orders, the people began to board the island, looking for Uranus. And when the 10,000 Worlds pirates landed on the island, the 10 members of the Rock's pirate also noticed them. Quickly call Rock's phone bug and report the situation. Uh, Bloom. Rox was frantically searching for Uranus deep in the Valley of the Gods when he noticed the phone bug ringing. Hello. Captain Rox, the Myriad Realms pirates are here. The pirate called Rox's phone bug and quickly reported. What did you say? Rox said in surprise, his pupils shrinking slightly. 0. Ask for flowers. Not long after they arrived at the Valley of the Gods, why did the people from the Pirates of 10,000 Worlds come? Even if they want to come, it can only be people from Marine. Why can people from the Pirates of 10,000 Worlds get the news to come to the Valley of Gods? The members of the 10,000 Realms pirates have landed on the island, Captain Rox. Pirates continued to report. Damn the 10,000 Realms pirates. Why did they come here? Rox looked up into the distance and couldn't help cursing. Now the situation in the Valley of the Gods has begun to become complicated, and the pirates from myriad worlds can come to the Valley of the Gods. Marine's people will definitely come to the Valley of the Gods. But Rox still couldn't figure out why the pirates of 10,000 Worlds knew about the Valley of Gods. Because if there was a fight, he would have no way to find Uranus. And after he finished the notification, he continued to enter the interior of the Valley of Gods. Thinking of this, Rox felt even worse. Several cadres escaped from the Rox pirate. Today, he will either get the ancient weapons and get out of the way, and in the future, he will have the capital to dominate the world. Plus the words from Marine. When more people flood into the Valley of Gods, it will be a huge problem for him to even get out. The more urgent search for Uranus begins. Will all these big pirates from New World come? Or fall here? Even the big pirates of New World were alarmed together. Now there are only 2 fates for him. Thinking of this, Rox felt very bad. He thought that only Marine would be alarmed when he rushed to the Valley of the Gods, but he didn't expect it. Rox hung up the phone quickly and was thinking about countermeasures. Now he doesn't want to fight with the pirates of 10,000 Realms. Love these people not only betrayed their Rox pirate, but also told the news of the Valley of Gods to the big pirate in New World? Could it be that someone revealed it to them? If the Wanjia pirates also come, then Roger pirates, Burndy World pirates? 0. Thinking of this, Rox quickly informed Whitebeard and other cadres to stop the 10,000 Realms pirates. 147 Battle of Akunologia Linlin Kaido. Many cadres of the Rox pirate, informed by the Rox. We all know that the Wanjia pirates have also come to the Valley of the Gods. But they didn't deliberately look for the pirates of Myriad Realms, and similarly, the members of the pirates of Myriad Realms didn't deliberately look for them either. After all, Cuomo has already ordered that the most important thing to come to the Valley of the Gods this time is to find the ancient weapons first. If there is a fight, it will be a bit troublesome to find ancient weapons. However, although the Valley of the Gods is very large, people will encounter it occasionally. If I remember correctly, you are a member of the Myriad Realms pirates. Charlotte Linlin stared at Akunologia in front of her and said, Akuno Loaji 417 crossed his hands in front of his chest and did not respond. At this moment, he was thinking about whether to fight or not. Although he wants to fight, but Cuomo's order is to let him find ancient weapons in the Valley of the Gods first. And as for fighting, he must find ancient musical instruments. There are many legends about the pirates of 10,000 Worlds circulating in the sea, and I don't know whether it is true or not. Kaido held a mace, grinned, and rushed directly towards Akunologia. Kaido. At this moment, Charlotte Linlin hurriedly stopped, but the two were too close. A mere ant dared to attack me? Akunologia's face was light, staring at Kaido, who was attacking him. Boom! He threw a punch that wasn't even covered with haki, hitting Kaido's mace hard. A strong air current oscillated in all directions, and several curved cracks appeared on the ground, which were constantly spreading. The strength is so strong. Kaido felt a tearing sensation in his arm at this time, and cracks appeared in the mace. You must know that the material of his mace is not ordinary. It is very hard, and it has been with him for many years. But facing Akunologia's punch today, there was a crack. Akunologia exerted a slight force on his fist, and Kaido's body exploded directly. And the mace in his hand was completely scrapped, becoming scrap iron all over the place. Damn it! Kaido stood up with difficulty, feeling that his arms were weak, as if his flesh and blood had been shattered. Akunologia's punch is much stronger than what Whitebeard's punch can do. You are not his opponent, Kaido. Stop attacking him impulsively, or you will die. Charlotte Linlin glanced solemnly at Kaido, who fell to the ground, and then at Akunologia in front of her. He felt tremendous pressure on Akinoloja. Even he himself didn't think he could defeat Akinoloja. What's more, what about Kaido, who is much weaker than him now? I see. Kaido took a deep breath, stood beside Charlotte Lin, and glanced at Akinoloja. In the past, he had a lot of confidence in his own strength, and he thought that he could do 2 tricks with a top powerhouse in the sea. But since he joined Rock's Pirate, he realized just how terrifying the top pirates in the sea are. Like Akinoloja, one punch shattered his mace, and even almost crippled his arms. If the two fight again, Kaido's arms will be directly scrapped. I didn't want to fight you at first, but since you are actively attacking, I can't let you go. Akinoloja approached Charlotte step by step with an indifferent expression on his face. Lin said. If Kaido hadn't attacked him just now, maybe he would have followed Cuomo's order and honestly went to find the ancient weapon. But now that the other party has already launched an attack on him, he naturally cannot let it go. Is the battle inevitable? Charlotte Lin looked at Akinoloja with a serious expression. If he had a choice, he really didn't want to fight the members of the Myriad World's pirates. She also only wanted to find ancient weapons. I will not let any ants dare to provoke me, Akinoloja wrote lightly. After his words fell, he stomped his feet and rushed towards Charlotte Lin quickly. Charlotte Lin looked at the extremely fast Akinoloja. Her pupils shrunk. A layer of armament haki was quickly covered on the arm, and a punch was quickly thrown towards Akinoloja. Exclamation point. Akinoloja's fist collided with Charlotte Lin's. The ground suddenly exploded, and Kaido, who was standing beside Charlotte Lin, was blown backwards because he couldn't bear the strong air current. Charlotte Lin's current strength is not weak, and she's even close to her peak. However, his strength is still not enough for Akinoloja. After all, Akinoloja's combat power is too strong, even if it is not at its peak now. But it's not easy to play against Charlotte Lin. The fists of the two collided for a few seconds, and Charlotte Lin's body flew upside down. A long chasm was left on the ground. You must know that Akinoloja didn't even use armament haki during the fist collision. With his own strength alone, he can easily repel Charlotte Lin, which shows just how terrifying his physical body is. Napoleon, I'm here, Mom. The repelled Charlotte Lin yelled. The hat on his head became a huge blade and appeared in her hand. Charlotte Lin's devil fruit is a soul fruit that can give life to living objects 4.6. You get out of here, Kaido, first. This battle, it's not for you to participate in. Charlotte Lin glanced at Kaido behind her and ordered aloud. When she fights alone, Akinoloja has tremendous pressure. Kaido continued to stay here, and he might be killed by Akinoloja when he found the right opportunity. I see. Hearing what Charlotte Lin said, Kaido left the place quickly, without any hesitation. Wagwa. Watching Kaido leave, Charlotte Lin held Napoleon with both arms without any hesitation and swung a purple sword force forward. The sword energy flew across the sky and rushed towards Akinoloja quickly. Facing the incomparably sharp sword energy, Akinoloja looked normal, with his arms in front of his body, easily defending against the opponent's attack. 148 Cuomo versus Golden Lion, full order. While Akinoloja was fighting Charlotte Lin. On the other side, Cuomo also accidentally met the Golden Lion. Long time no see, Shiki. Cuomo looked at Golden Lion and greeted with a smile. Cuomo wasn't looking for any members of the Rock's Pirate on purpose. What he wanted now was just ancient weapons. But after meeting the Golden Lion, he didn't choose to avoid it, but he took the initiative to say hello to it. Cuomo's imitation swordsmanship can imitate others' swordsmanship, and moves include theory. If one wants to reach the true peak of swordsmanship, one must obtain the swordsmanship of the top swordsman in the sea. Currently, he has successfully imitated and mastered the sword skills of Roger and the Red Earl. Next, he only needs to completely imitate and master the sword skills of Golden Lion and Rocks, and it is estimated that his sword skills will reach the real peak. Cuomo. Golden Lion threw the cigar in his hand on the ground, staring at Cuomo in front of him solemnly. Not long ago, he had heard from Rocks that the pirates of 10,000 Realms had already landed on this island in 07. But he never thought that his luck would be so good that he would meet Cuomo, the captain of the pirates of 10,000 Realms, so soon. Enough nonsense, Shiki, let's go to war. Cuomo directly pulled out the shinyun from his waist and said with a grin, I don't want to treat you as an enemy, Cuomo. I have actually left the Rock's Pirate. This time I came to the Valley of the Gods, just a formality. Golden Lion said in a deep voice. Even now, Golden Lion has great confidence in his sword skills. But when facing Cuomo, he can always feel huge pressure, which makes him feel powerful and unable to wait for others. He now wants to avoid conflict with Cuomo as much as possible. Otherwise, he believes that the final result can only be defeat. Don't think too much, Shiki. I don't care if you are from Rock's Pirate or not. You have to fight with me today. Cuomo shook his head slightly and said with a smile. Now, he just wants to imitate all the swordsmanship theory and moves that Golden Lion has mastered. He doesn't care if the Golden Lion is now a member of the Rock's Pirate. Don't go too far, Cuomo. I've already given you face. Golden Lion said hoarsely with a gloomy expression. Cuomo didn't speak when he heard the words. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. He held a knife in one hand and rushed up directly. Damn. Looking at the attacking Cuomo, Golden Lion hastily pulled out the two famous knives from his waist to fight against him. Boom! When the blades collided, the powerful energy vibrated in all directions, and the surrounding space seemed to be distorted accordingly. The ground level under the two of them dropped to a depth of several meters in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. The blades of the two kept colliding together, causing terrifying ripples. Cuomo's current swordsmanship is definitely beyond anyone in this world. After all, his own swordsmanship is extraordinary. He also mastered the sword skills of Roger and the Red Earl. His swordsmanship is well-deservedly #1 in the world. But Golden Lion's swordsmanship is also extraordinary. Golden Lion is obsessed with training swordsmanship and only wants to make swordsmanship to the peak. So, his swordsmanship in this world can be said to only under Cuomo. Although Golden Lion's swordsmanship is strong, his physical skills are extremely weak, and this is his shortcoming. And Cuomo's observation haki has the ability to predict the future for a short time, paired with his own top swordsmanship. Golden Lion's attack can be easily broken. Schwa. During the short confrontation, Cuomo found a flaw in Golden Lion, swept across with one hand, and directly chopped at Golden Lion's waist and abdomen. However, Golden Lion's reaction is also sensitive. The waist and abdomen quickly haki and quickly backed away. Your sword skills are good, but your body is as brittle as paper. Cuomo looked at the blood on Shinyun and then at the Golden Lion with cold sweat on his forehead. Although Cuomo's knife did not cause serious damage to Golden Lion, it also caused him a lot of damage. If this knife was cut on Kong's body, it can be said that it would have no effect on Kong, because Kong is a top gymnast with extremely hard body. Golden Lion is a top swordsman, but his body is very fragile. The swordsmanship ultimate I've been looking for many years. Isn't it your opponent, Cuomo? Golden Lion stared at Cuomo seriously and asked. For many years, he almost abandoned physical training and focused on practicing swordsmanship. But unexpectedly, the way of swordsmanship he pursued for many years was easily disintegrated by Cuomo today. It made him feel a great sense of powerlessness. I'm omnipotent. What do you compare Shiki to me? Cuomo spread his hands and said calmly. Cuomo can indeed be called omnipotent now, because not only does he have a terrifying physical body, but his conqueror's haki is almost top-notch, and his swordsmanship is also at its peak. And he can also use special abilities, which can cause a lot of AoE damage. It can fly into the sky or go into the sea. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is omnipotent. I don't believe it. I'm no match for you with sword skills alone. Golden Lion's complexion suddenly became serious, and he frowned and stared at Cuomo. He has been pursuing swordsmanship for too long, and he has nothing to say if he loses in other fields. But in the field of swordsmanship, he does not allow himself to lose. The Lion Thousand Slice Valley. Golden Lion suddenly floated in midair, with veins in his hands bulging, only holding two famous knives, and then shot countless golden sword auras in front of his eyes. The golden sword energy was extremely dense, completely blocking all of Cuomo's escape routes. God avoids. In the face of countless sword chi, Cuomo's response is to use powerful force to crush directly. I saw him throwing out one arm, a slash struck, and the terrifying sword energy instantly crushed a large number of golden slashes, and quickly rushed towards the Golden Lion. Hateful. Golden Lion's expression froze, and he launched a large number of golden slashes again, finally completely destroying Cuomo's slashes. But when he destroys Cuomo's slash, black wings grew from Cuomo's back, and he attacked in an instant. Boom! In midair, the weapons of the two collided, like two berserk ancient giant beasts, setting off a huge force. The sky changed color accordingly, which is enough to prove how terrifying the power of the two is. 152, 149 Golden Lion, you are such a monster, full order. Boom! With all its strength, Golden Lion bounced Cuomo away and quickly chased after him. His lion fruit ability has been used to perfection, and he can fly extremely fast in midair. The wings on Cuomo's back also allow him to fly extremely fast in midair. Bang, bang, bang. The blades of the two kept colliding, and there was a silent sound of metal. During the fight, Golden Lion was constantly carefully defending Cuomo's attack, so this also caused him to be unable to fully display his true swordsmanship strength. And Cuomo is not in a hurry to defeat Golden Lion. After all, he has to master Golden Lion's swordsmanship theory during the battle. Cuomo, who has imitated swordsmanship, can clearly feel that his swordsmanship is improving significantly during the battle. He can even use a little bit of Golden Lion's swordsmanship. Schwa! Cuomo backed up abruptly and slashed forward with a ferocious slash, stabbing at the Golden Lion. Golden Lion waved the blade in front of his body, defending against Cuomo's attack. The terrifying sword chi collided with the Golden Lion's blade. After all, Cuomo's sword chi was stronger. Directly beat Golden Lion backwards. Lion Majesty Earth coiling. Golden Lion fell to the ground suddenly, touched the ground with his hand, and the next second the earth and rocks on the ground rolled. I saw many huge lion heads around Cuomo's body. These lion heads are made entirely of stone and mud, and are covered with a layer of armament hockey. This also led to a substantial increase in the lion's head's defense and attack power. Although the large-scale armament hockey was used, the Golden Lion lost a lot of hockey. But Golden Lion thought it was worth it, because he decided that these lion heads could overwhelm Cuomo. Let's see how you hide, Cuomo. Golden Lion stared at Cuomo indifferently and said. Lionhead completely surrounded all of Cuomo's escape routes, leaving him inescapable and hardwired. Your physical skills are not strong, so why waste armament hockey so much? Cuomo asked with a sneer. In all directions, Cuomo is full of lion heads gathered by mud and stones, and all covered with a layer of hard armament hockey. Using such a wide range of abilities would deplete the Golden Lion's greatest hockey, and Cuomo thought he was stupid for his decision. So what if you consume a lot of hockey? I don't believe it. You can break this ability with swordsmanship. Golden Lion snorted coldly, crossed his hands in front of his chest, and said in a deep voice, You underestimate me, Shiki. Besides, I'm not good at swordsmanship. Cuomo said flatly. Seeing the approaching lion head, Cuomo decisively used Wood Style's ability. Wood Style Tree World comes. Cuomo let out a light slap, and in front of him, a large number of trees rose from the ground. Boom! Countless trees grow wildly and quickly occupy an area. The tips of these trees are covered with a layer of armament hockey and a layer of conqueror's hockey. Countless trees quickly surrounded Cuomo after they grew out, taking a defensive posture while rushing towards the giant lion heads around him. The trees with terrifying destructive power collided with incomparably hard lion's head, causing a loud noise and bursts of smoke, mildew, and dust. If it was a normal lion head, it would have been destroyed by Cuomo's Wood Style Tree World. However, after these lion heads are covered with a layer of hockey, they are so hard that even Cuomo cannot cut them off directly. After resisting a round of Cuomo's attack, the lion heads rushed towards Cuomo quickly. Several lion heads opened their giants, trying to swallow Cuomo. Thousand Slice Valley. Cuomo suddenly floated in midair, holding the blade with both arms, and shot out the Emperor's sword aura in an instant. This move imitated the Golden Lion's move, and then combined it with the swordsmanship theory he had mastered. Its power is much stronger than the Lion Thousand Slice Valley shot by Golden Lion. Countless sword chi came out and landed on the surrounding lion heads in an instant. The lion's head, which was already somewhat damaged, became even more fragile after enduring such a round of sword energy. After the sword chi was shot out, the countless giant trees around Cuomo attacked again, directly destroying all the lion heads. How could you use my moves? Golden Lion stared at Cuomo in amazement, extremely puzzled. Thousand Slice Valley is his unique sword technique, which can only be played out with his sword technique. He admits that Cuomo's swordsmanship is very strong, but the two of them master two completely different swordsmanship. Why can the opponent use the sword skills he has mastered? What's yours? I saw it and it's mine. Cuomo sneered. The ability to imitate swordsmanship can be said to be an eternal god. When he first mastered the Golden Lion Thousand Slice Valley, he couldn't play it. But over time, he has mastered the Golden Lion's swordsmanship theory. At this moment, he can completely imitate and use the opponent's moves. You are really a swordsmanship monster, if I guess correctly. The swordsmanship moves you used to destroy my Thousand Slice Valley before should be Roger's tranquility. Golden Lion looked serious, the voice channel. He has fought against Roger before, and he knows how powerful the opponent's evasion is. Now, when Cuomo played Shinfu, he saw the shadow of Shinfu in the move. He couldn't be sure at first. But when Cuomo also used his move Thousand Slice Valley, he realized the seriousness of the problem. The opponent really has the ability to use other people's swordsmanship. Cuomo really is a well-deserved swordsmanship monster stock. Cuomo smiled and didn't speak, but seeing Cuomo's expression, Golden Lion already had a bottom line in his heart. After cracking Golden Lion's Lion Majesty Earth Coiling, Cuomo did not stop, but continued to attack Golden Lion. Although he has mastered some of the Golden Lion's sword skills and the theory of sword skills, he has not fully mastered them. It takes a period of fighting before it can be fully mastered. The bodies of Cuomo and Golden Lion collided again, and a big battle broke out. 150 Marine reaches the Valley of the Gods. The sea outside the Valley of the Gods. That's when Cuomo was at war with the Golden Lion. Marine has come quietly. If you don't have the Rock's pirate officer, report to the Marine about the Rock's actions. Now their Marine can't reach their destination so quickly. Naval Headquarters Marineford is a long way from New World Valley of the Gods. If it was when the Rocks landed in the Valley of the Gods, their Marines got the news. It is estimated that it will take a long time to arrive at the Valley of the Gods. Wait, that is the ship of the pirates of the 10,000 Worlds. Garp, who was standing on the bow of the Marine battleship, suddenly noticed the sunship sea docked on the coast of the Valley of Gods thief ship. After careful observation by Garp, he found that the ship was not the pirate ship of Rocks, but the pirate ship of Myriad Realms. The Rocks pirate ship appeared in the Valley of the Gods, which is not surprising, because they came to the Valley of the Gods because of the Rocks. But why is the ship of the pirates of 10,000 Realms here? How did 657 get the news that Rocks is in the Valley of the Gods? Why can they reach the face of the gods before Marine arrives? After being reminded by Garp, Sengoku also set his sights on the boat on the shore of the Valley of the Gods. He observed carefully, his pupils shrank, and he spoke. It's really the ship of the pirates of 10,000 Realms. Damn it, the pirates of Myriad Realms are really haunted. Why are they here in the Valley of the Gods? Kong frowned, cursing as he stared at the pirates of Myriad Realms ship. The last time Rocks and Roger fought on a certain island, if it weren't for Cuomo's pirates of 10,000 Realms arriving, their Marine has a high probability of destroying the Rocks pirate and Roger pirates. But everything was disrupted by the arrival of the Wanjia pirates, which disrupted their previous plans. They thought that the Battle of the Valley of the Gods and the Rocks pirate were destined to fall again. But I didn't expect that the Wanjia pirates were still there. It seems that the cadres of Rocks pirate not only told us about Rocks' actions, but also told about the actions of the Myriad pirates. Crane sat on a chair and said with a heavy expression, "They can know the actions of Rocks pirate in advance, because the cadres of Rocks pirate betrayed Rocks and sold their information to Marine. Now that the pirates of 10,000 Worlds can also know the actions of Rocks pirate, it could only be that the cadres of the Rocks pirate told them about Rocks' actions. If the 10,000 Realms pirates intervene, this battle is bound to be very troublesome," Zephyr said with a frown. "Even if the 10,000 Realms pirates intervene, this time, we will definitely let the Rocks fall here," Kong said with firm eyes. "Hopefully the situation of this battle will not be like last time," Sengoku worried. In the last battle of their four forces, a large number of crew members of the Roger pirates were killed. But the final loss is actually their Marine. After all, their Marine directly died double admiral. This is hardly a huge loss. Don't worry, not only we will be present in this battle, but the Roger pirates will also be here, Kong said. Roger pirates, do they also learn about Rock's actions through the mouth of the Rocks pirates cadres? Garp turned his head and asked suspiciously after hearing the words. No, I told them. Kong responded with a slight shake of his head. Did you tell them? Kong, why did you tell the Roger pirates about such an important operation? Zephyr asked, a little puzzled. A large number of crew members of the Roger pirates were killed by Rocks, They must have hatred for rocks, so before rocks died, they would not betray us. Kong said himself reason. Originally, he wanted to use the Marine high-level meeting to discuss whether to let Roger participate in this war. However, due to time constraints, he did not have time to hold a high-level meeting, but through his own understanding. It is believed that the advantages of joining forces with the Roger pirates outweigh the disadvantages. It's true, Crane agreed. As Marines, they have naturally dealt with the Roger pirates for many years. They know very well that Roger is a very affectionate person the last time Roger pirates fought with Rock's pirate. Except for Roger, Jabba, and Rayleigh, all crew members of the Roger pirates died before they were alive. Roger, who is so affectionate, is naturally full of hatred for rocks. Their marine boat kept approaching the Valley of the Gods, and soon reached the shore of the Valley of the Gods. Just as they were about to board a boat, they suddenly discovered that there were 3 more people on board the Wanjia pirates. Uchiha Madara is sleeping on a rocking chair at this time, while Rem and Ram are watching the sea. When Marine noticed the 3 of them, Rem and Ram also noticed Marine. Master Madara, Marine is here. Rem quickly came to Uchiha Madara's rocking chair and shook Uchiha Madara's body. When Uchiha Madara heard Rem's words, he slightly opened his eyes and noticed several Marine warships when he turned his head. The second in command of the 10,000 Worlds pirates, Uchiha Madara. Zephyr stared at Uchiha Madara seriously. He has fought against Uchiha Madara before, and he knows how terrifying his strength is. Marine. Uchiha Madara murmured to himself. He is not full of hostility towards these Marines, although he also wants to fight these strong men. But Cuomo gave him the task of protecting Rem and Ram. So as long as these Marines don't attack him, he is too lazy to do it himself. Zephyr, Sengoku, you two stay and deal with Uchiha Madara. We landed in the Valley of the Gods. First go find rocks. Kong thought briefly, and then gave the order. In this battle, the most important thing is to defeat the rocks. After all, Rock's action this time was too bold, not only killing many celestial dragons on the sea. Now they have broken into the domain of celestial dragons, the Valley of the Gods, and started thinking about ancient weapons. If the rocks are not dealt with in the Valley of Gods now, then their marine and world government will have no prestige. In this battle, no matter how much the price is paid, rocks must die. 154, 151 Uchiha Madara versus Zephyr Sengoku. I see. Zephyr agreed with Sengoku. Even if the 2 of them join forces to take on Uchiha Madara, it needs to be taken seriously. Both of them have played against Uchiha Madara, so they still have some awareness of his strength. Your opponent is not me. If you insist on fighting with me, I will not show mercy. Uchiha Madara stood up, glanced at several people indifferently, and said, if there is a fight here, it may hurt Rem and Ram, which is not what Uchiha Madara wants to see. So if this battle could be avoided, he didn't want to avoid it. It's not that he is afraid, but that he obeys Cuomo's words, protect Rem and Ram. Stop talking big, Uchiha Madara. There are so many of us here, your words can't scare us. A Marine Elite Vice Admiral said indifferently. You also came to the Valley of the Gods after being reminded by the cadres of the Pirates of Rocks. But no matter what plans you have today, since you have already come, don't even think about it, leave unharmed. Tilde Operator Kong yelled. No matter what decision a Marine made, what plans they had, Kong found out. Once the 10,000 Realms pirates got involved, the final outcome would be very bad. But this time, Kong is bound to break the previous routine, not only to kill rocks this time. They must also make the Wanjia pirates suffer a little bit. We pirates and Marines have been fighting for so many years. Do you think you can scare me by saying this? In my eyes, you are nothing but gravel. Uchiha Madara, he folded his arms across his chest, looking extremely indifferent. Arrogance, today that we will make you pay. Kong responded with a cold snort. It depends on whether you have the ability. Uchiha Madara said calmly. You underestimate our Marine too much. Even if you are the second in command of the Pirates of 10,000 Worlds, you really think we can't pose a threat to you? Said Vice Admiral, a Marine elite. In this sea, not only their Marines are fighting, but the world government is also fighting. Now the world government has obtained one of the 3 ancient weapons, the Pluton battleship. This also led to the confidence of many Marine powerhouses, especially when they learned that the world government may have 2 ancient weapons. Their confidence is even stronger. There are ancient weapons with the power to destroy the world, Who else do they need to be afraid of? A mere gravel. Are you qualified to speak in front of me? Uchiha Madara asked indifferently. He stared at the speaking Marine Vice Admiral with his cold eyes. Vice Admiral felt Uchiha Madara's gaze and suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and stopped talking. Although Uchiha Madara's current strength is not at its peak in the original book, its strength is still terrifying. After all, he came to this world, but also mastered the Conqueror's haki. Let's stop talking nonsense. Let's go to war. Zephyr took off the cloak of justice behind his back and said coldly, "Go to the Valley of the Gods first to find rocks, Kong, and Uchiha Madara will be handed over to us." Sengoku also took off the cloak of justice behind his back and said aloud, "Don't let me down." Kong patted Sengoku on the shoulder and enjoined. After explaining everything, only Zephyr and Sengoku were left in place, and all the other Marines poured into the Valley of Gods. This time at Naval Headquarters, more than half of the high-level combat forces were mobilized. Not only Admiral and Marshal, but also countless elite combat forces came here. This time Marine can even be said to be out in force. The purpose is to completely destroy the Rock's pirate, even if it cannot kill all Rock's pirates. Then the Rocks must also be taken down. Rocks, in the eyes of many powerful people in their Marine, can almost be said to have ordered death cold. "You go back to the cabin first, Rem-Ram." Uchiha Madara instructed the two behind her. Although Rem-Ram is not strong in combat, she takes care of the diet and daily life of all members of the Pirates of 10,000 Worlds. For those of them who don't like sundries, it is of great help. So definitely don't let them get hurt. "I see, Lord Madara, you have to be careful." Mu and Ram responded. Seeking flowers. Then quickly ran into the cabin. They are very clear about their own strength, and they can't help much in this battle. So staying here will only add trouble to Uchiha Madara. "Go," Sengoku ordered. The two rushed from the battleship of Naval Headquarters to the ship of the Pirates of 10,000 Worlds at the same time. But when they were about to rush towards the Pirates of the Thousand Realms ship, Uchiha Madara also jumped into the air at this moment. He threw two fists, one on Sengoku and the other on Zephyr. Relying on his own brute force, Uchiha Madara directly beat the two back to the Marine battleship, and at this moment Uchiha Madara also landed on the Marine battleship. The ships of their 10,000 Realms pirates are very precious, and they never fight on their own ships. But Uchiha Madara had predicted it earlier and stepped back to avoid the French attack. At the same time, he rushed over. Zephyr's fist hit the deck, making a small hole. Although this ship is not entirely made of Atom Treasure Tree, it also uses some Atom Treasure Tree materials. Zephyr and Sengoku glanced suddenly, then both nodded, and the next second, they rushed directly towards Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara rushed towards Sengoku first. His fist collided with Sengoku's fist, and the deck shook violently. Boom! Facing the joint attack of the two, Uchiha Madara did not neglect and covered armament haki on his head. You must know that the Marine battleship under their feet is the top configuration of the Naval Headquarters, which is indestructible. Sengoku landed on the boat, loosened his tie on his chest with a gloomy expression, and stared solemnly at Uchiha Madara in front of him. Even if it is a fight, it can only be fought on the opponent's boat. What a powerful ripple of power was produced. But it is this extremely hard deck after the fist fight between Sengoku and Uchiha Madara. Boom! After a miss, Sengoku teamed up with Zephyr and charged again toward Uchiha Madara. As Uchiha Madara's fist collided with Sengoku's, Zephyr charged from the side. A crack actually appeared, and through this, one can know that the fists of the two collided. 152 Kong. Meet Cuomo again. Uchiha Madara faced a double attack. With a calm face, he used observation haki to perceive the opponent's attack route and then counterattacked. Even in a one-on-two situation, Uchiha Madara still not at a disadvantage. At this moment, Zephyr armament haki is fully opened, covering the whole body, and goes close to Uchiha Madara with his physical body and then confronts it with a bang. No matter how strong Uchiha Madara's attack is, it is impossible to break through Zephyr's defense directly. So this also gives Sengoku a chance. Zephyr tackled Uchiha Madara from the front, and Sengoku looked for opportunities to attack from the side. The two can be said to be comrades in arms at the same time, so the cooperation between them is still very tacit. Also managed to do a little damage to Uchiha Madara. But minor injuries are nothing to Uchiha Madara, 533. Even with the synergy between Zephyr and Sengoku, Uchiha Madara always finds an opportunity to attack the two effectively. Shave. Zephyr charges up his legs, then uses the Marine 6-style shave power to quickly approach Uchiha Madara. He punched out, only attacking Uchiha Madara's face. Zephyr's physical skills are not weak, full of attack power if this punch hits Uchiha Madara's face. Even Uchiha Madara is having a hard time. But how could Uchiha Madara be easily attacked? He himself has terrible insight. Coupled with the use of observation haki, it has already reached a very high level. Therefore, Uchiha Madara can easily dodge Zephyr's attack as long as he dodges it. Don't forget, I'm still here. The moment Uchiha Madara dodged Zephyr's attack, Sengoku rushed forward. He covered haki with his fist and punched Uchiha Madara heavily, causing his body to fall back more than 10 meters. It's a little troublesome, but it's not a threat to me. After Uchiha Madara stabilized her figure, she said calmly. The current strength of Zephyr and Sengoku is close to the peak period, so the two of them can explode with great strength now. Really, from the current point of view, we have the upper hand. Zephyr folded his hands on his chest and said indifferently. Uchiha Madara did put a lot of pressure on them, but neither of them were vegetarians. So what? The combination of the two of you, in my opinion, is nothing more than a mob, Uchiha Madara said with a little disdain. Sengoku sneered. Sengoku and Zephyr didn't talk nonsense and rushed towards Uchiha Madara again. In the Valley of the Gods, a large number of Marines entered the Valley of the Gods, and they began to encircle the members of the Rocks Pirate. Some Marine powerhouses also encountered members of the 10,000 Worlds Pirates. In the depths of the island, Cuomo was fighting Golden Lion at this moment, when both observation haki suddenly sensed that someone was approaching. And there are a few breaths that are not weak at all. The two then stopped and saw a few strong Marines walking slowly among the ruins not far away. Kongar. Golden Lion was the first to notice the two people walking in front. Kong is now the highest-ranking person in Naval Headquarters as Marine Marshal. And Garp could become Marine Admiral, but it is rumored that he refused to be promoted and finally only stayed at the position of Marine Vice Admiral. Although he is only a Marine Vice Admiral, his strength must not be underestimated. His strength is definitely the highest combat strength of Naval Headquarters, Admiral level. Cuomo Shiki. Garp's face changed slightly, staring at the two in front of him. Damn it, did Marine come so soon? Golden Lion floated in the air, staring at the two with a slight frown. The development of the Valley of the Gods this time has exceeded Golden Lion's imagination. Thought he would still have a chance to find ancient weapons by chance, but now it seems that he has no chance at all. First, I met Cuomo in the process of searching. The two fought for a long time, and now the strong Marine has also come. At this time, he wanted to let go and escape from this place. It's very difficult, because he felt that neither Cuomo nor the group of Marines wanted to let him go. Meet you again, Cuomo. Kong's eyes flashed a cold light, his eyes fixed on Cuomo. For Cuomo, Kong naturally has a lot of hatred in his heart. After all, in the previous battle, they killed two admirals in Naval Headquarters. One was killed by Cuomo, and the other was killed by a member of Cuomo. In the last battle, because of the intervention of the 10,000 Realms Pirates, not only did their Marines not get any benefits, but two admirals died instead. The culprit of all this is because of the existence of Cuomo. No matter where I appear, it's always, you Marines are indispensable. You are really annoying like parasites. Cuomo stared at the few people indifferently and said indifferently, it's obvious that wherever we appear, your presence is indispensable. A Marine Vice Admiral said in a deep voice. Stop gossip, Cuomo. No matter what kind of intention you have come to the Valley of the Gods, it will never come true. Garp loosened the tie on his chest and took off the cloak of justice behind him. He hasn't fought Cuomo in years, and during that time, he hasn't stopped training in order to be able to confront Cuomo. Now it is time for him to show the results of these years of training. Whether my attempt will be realized or not is not up to you to decide, Garp. Cuomo said calmly with Shinyun on his shoulder. It is one thing for Cuomo to come to the 3.3 Valley of the Gods today to find the ancient weapon Uranus, and another thing is to fight the rocks. Now fighting the Golden Lion, his progress in imitating swordsmanship has improved a lot, and then he only needs to fight the rocks. His progress in imitating swordsmanship is estimated to reach the full level, and by then his swordsmanship will be the strongest in the world. And no one can beat it. Kong, leave this battlefield to me, and let's meet Cuomo in person, Garp said to Kong. He has been training for many years only to fight Cuomo, so this battlefield is left to him. It's perfect. Kong nodded when he heard the words. He knew the combination of Pooh and he can definitely fight against Cuomo. But Golden Lion is also a big problem. 156, 153 Cuomo versus Garp Crane. To be on the safe side, Kong also left several Marine elite vice admirals here to deal with Golden Lion. After Kong explained everything, he took the other Marines to go deep into the Valley of Gods and began to search for rocks. Now on the battlefield here, there are only Marines left, Garp, Crane, and a few Marine elites, Vice Admiral. On the pirate side, there are Cuomo and Golden Lion. The two of us deal with Cuomo, and you deal with Shiki, Crane told several elite vice admirals around him. Cuomo is a strong man that Crane attaches great importance to, but Golden Lion is also a very strong man. Okay. Several elite vice admirals around responded. Come on, Cuomo. Garp's fist was covered with a layer of haki, and there was a glint of ferocity in his eyes. During his time as Marine, he fought Cuomo twice, but was beaten by Cuomo both times. Now his potential is almost fully explored, and now he doesn't think he will lose again. You have lost to me twice, Garp. Why do you still have such confidence that you think you are my opponent? Cuomo asked indifferent Joe. He didn't know where Garp's self-confidence came from, thinking that he could fight him after a few years of hard training. Could it be that Garp has been working hard all these years and Cuomo hasn't? Cuomo's principle is that unless you are truly invincible, it is impossible to stop training. His talent is very high, and he can improve his strength almost without limit. Although he will be affected by the rules of this world, the influence is not very great. In recent years, Garp's strength has been improved, and Cushin's strength has also been improved. Garp was not Cuomo's opponent a few years ago. How could he be Cuomo's opponent now? I know I've lost to you twice, but I will win Cuomo this time, Garp said in a deep voice with his face becoming more and more fierce. Not likely, Cuomo said contemptuously. Garp snorted coldly and stopped fighting Cuomo too much and quickly approached Cuomo with heavy footsteps. Over the years, Cuomo has trained in Taijutsu, Conqueror's Haki, and Marine 6 styles. The physique that Garp possesses now is at the top level among the entire naval headquarters. In Conqueror's Haki, especially Armament Haki, is the most proficient AS for Marine 6 styles. Garp mainly practiced shaving and finger pistol. He is now several times stronger than he was a few years ago. Seeing that Garp had rushed up, Crane naturally did not sit idle and quickly used the razor to teleport, preparing to approach Cuomo. The battle here has begun. On the other side, the battle between Golden Lion and several elite vice admirals naturally began. Cuomo. Garp quickly approached Cuomo. The veins in his arm popped out. He yelled, and his fist quickly hit Cuomo. At this moment, Cuomo inserted Shinyun back into the scabbard, and then swung his fist to collide with Garp's fist. Boom! The collision between the two pure forces directly caused the ground to explode, and the stone flew horizontally into the air. A strong air current enveloped the two of them, and their aura was like a prehistoric beast. The powerful momentum, as well as the confrontation between forces, caused the surrounding air to be somewhat distorted. At this moment, the crane stood not far from Cuomo in a daze. The strong airflow created by the battle between the two made it difficult for the crane to approach. If you forcibly get close, you will be easily traumatized by the ripples of the battle between the two. Crane thought for a while, used Armament Haki to cover the whole body, and then covered a layer of Devil Fruit's power on the palm and quickly approached Cuomo with shaved. Her abilities are so extraordinary that as long as Cuomo can be touched, the outcome of this battle may be reversed. During Cuomo's confrontation with Garp, Observation Haki sees the short future. His face changed slightly, and he foresaw how bad the future would be when he was touched by the crane Devil Fruit. Black wings grew out of his back, and with force from his arms, he directly knocked Garp into the air. In the next second, he quickly left the place and flew into the air, away from the crane's melee attack. Want to run, Cuomo? I won't give you a chance. Garp charged his legs and quickly rushed to the sky. He combined moonwalk with shaving and realized the ability to walk quickly in mid-air, and he was close to Cuomo again almost instantly. And Crane also used the combination of moonwalk and shave, stepped into the air together with Garp, looked for an opportunity to get close to Cuomo again, and tried to use his own ability to hit him. Wood-style wood dragon technique. Cuomo stood in midair, and with a light jaw, he saw a huge wooden dragon with barbs all over his body and sharp teeth appearing beside Cuomo. The wooden dragon exudes a terrifying aura from top to bottom, as if it contains endless power. Cuomo covered the wooden dragon with a layer of armament haki, and Mikoto let out a dragon cry and rushed towards the crane quickly. In Cuomo's eyes, the biggest threat is not Garp, but Crane. He clearly knew how troublesome it would be if he was touched by the crane's ability. The wooden dragon rushed towards the crane, restraining her briefly. At this time, Garp has also rushed towards Cuomo. For strength, I've never been afraid of anyone. Cuomo sneered, covering Conqueror's haki with 960 fists. Then he clenched his fists tightly, and the power of the black dragon was released by him. Boom! Cuomo punched out and collided with Garp's fist. When the fists collided, there was a violent roar in the air instantly. In the center of the fists of the two people, a group of black and purple electric sparks appeared, shining in the middle of the sky. The violent collision rubbed against the atmosphere, causing changes in the high-altitude clouds. The airflow produced by the battle between the two swept across the four directions like a tornado, shaking all directions. Boom! The fists of the two collided for several seconds, and then Garp's figure flew backwards at an extremely fast speed and landed heavily on the ground of the Valley of Gods. There was only a loud noise, as if a meteorite had landed, and there was a violent shock. Below Cuomo, a large pit appeared, which caused bursts of smoke dyeing sand and stones. Garp stood up from the pit, patted the dust off his body, and rushed towards Cuomo again. Garp's armament haki is top-notch, so it has terrible hardness. Cuomo's attack didn't have much impact on him. Even if he was knocked into the air, he could still fight again alive and well. 157, 154, the Valley of the Gods war broke out in an all-round way. You are so tenacious, Garp. Even Cuomo couldn't help but praise at this moment. With the help of the Black Dragon, Cuomo now has the power to suppress Garp, but in this pirate world. Every top powerhouse has an extremely terrifying physical body, especially Garp, a powerhouse who specializes in physical arts, has an even more terrifying physical body. So even if he can suppress Garp, it will take a lot of time to defeat him. 8 inner gates, the first gate is open. 8 inner gates, the third gate is open. 8 inner gates, the sixth gate is open. 8 inner gates, the seventh gate is open. Cuomo directly opened the seventh gate in one breath, leaving only one gate away from the 8th gate. So far, Cuomo has not opened the 8th gate, at most he has only opened the 7th gate, but it is strong enough to open the 7th gate. Cuomo's aura changed drastically, almost instantly. The aura on his body was like the sun, just standing in midair. He looked like a terrifying giant beast. Although Garp noticed the abnormality on Cuomo, he was naturally fearless when he was already on top. His footsteps crazily stepped in midair, and he arrived in front of Cuomo almost immediately after Cuomo opened the 7th gate. Your speed is too slow, Garp, Cuomo said indifferently, staring at Garp in front of him. After opening the 7th gate, Cuomo has greatly improved in terms of speed, attack power, and insight. Cooperating with observation haki, which he can predict the future level, his perception is almost to the extreme. Even Garp is fast enough to leave an afterimage in midair, but in Cuomo's view, his speed, ridiculously slow. Boom! Before Garp's fist could even come out, Kyuan's fist hit Garp's face in an instant. At this moment, Garp didn't even react and flew upside down. His figure hit the ground heavily again, leaving a big hole deeper than before. Garp! Oh! Crane shouted, looking at the huge pit on the ground after finishing the wooden dragon. He can clearly perceive how terrifying the aura on Cuomo is now. She didn't know what kind of ability Cuomo used, but she knew that Cuomo's strength had increased several times now. It's amazing, when you fought me, didn't you use all your strength, Cuomo? The Golden Lion, who was fighting not far away, stared at Cuomo in midair with a shocked expression. He has fought Cuomo for a long time, but the opponent has always used the sword to fight him. While Cuomo's swordsmanship is aggressive, it doesn't pose much of a threat to him. He thought that was already Cuomo's full strength until he saw the scene in front of him. Only then did I find out that Cuomo was the one who let him fight. In fact, it's not that Cuomo is telling him to fight, but because Cuomo hasn't fully mastered the swordsmanship theory on Golden Lion. Killing the Golden Lion without mastering it would do no good for Cuomo. On the other side, Garp, who was knocked into the air, stood up again from the deep pit. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, jumped out of the pit, and stared at Cuomo intently. He has been fighting Cuomo with armament hockey wide open, and because of armament hockey's protection, Cope's punch did not cause serious damage to him. However, it did him a lot of damage. Now, Dio, you know the gap between our strengths, Garp. Cuomo stood in the air with his hands folded in front of his chest, looking at Garp below him with contempt and questioned. What he is currently displaying is not his real power. He didn't fully use the power of the Black Dragon, and the 8 inner gates at the moment only open the 7th gate. If 8th gate is opened, his comprehensive strength will increase a lot again. Similarly, if he uses some Black Dragon power again, his strength will be multiplied several times. No matter what he said, he still has the Golden Lion. What does Garp use to fight him? The battle between us has only just begun, and the outcome is not yet a foregone conclusion, a T this time. Don't talk big, Cuomo. Garp snorted coldly and growled. You think the battle has just begun, but I think the battle between us is over. After all, the gap in strength between us is too great. Don't underestimate me, Cuomo. With a roar, Garp stomped his feet and rushed towards Cuomo like a beast. Why can't you accept the reality? Cuomo shook his head helplessly, and the black wings on his back flapped, and he rushed towards Garp quickly. The figures of the two collided again, and it took only a second for their fists to collide. A strand of cold sweat appeared on Garp's forehead, and his arms were trembling slightly. But now Cuomo's insight is too strong, and the speed of the crane is too slow in his eyes. He left the spot quickly, and after dodging Kaya's attack, he flapped his wings and rushed towards Garp again. At this moment, Cuomo couldn't help but sigh. Garp's physical body is really perverted to a certain level. The cadres of the Rocks Pirate have already confronted the strong men led by Marine. There are many benefits. For them, there is no benefit in fighting, only to find the ancient weapon Uranus. Crane's fighting ability is not strong. The only thing that can play a role is her ability. But her ability can't hit Cuomo at all, so it's useless. Although this battle is Cuomo 1v2, but Nuali Zhao, after Cuomo's handling, the battle has completely turned into a 1v1 situation. When the two faced each other, the crane on the other side also quickly approached Chemo. He knocked Garp into the air many times, but Garp can always stand up tenaciously. In this battle, the three forces did not form an alliance, that is, fighting. Some of the members of the 10,000 Realms Pirates have teamed up with Marine and Rocks Pirate cadres. Although Crane has a bug-like ability, she still can't get close to Cuomo, and she can't hit Cuomo with her own ability. She has been unable to do anything with Cuomo. The Valley of the Gods battlefield has now fully erupted. However, there are still quite a few Rocks Pirate cadres who did not choose to participate in the battle, but were hiding from the Marine camp. Then start looking for ancient weapons on the island. 155 Roger pirates joined the battlefield. When the battle took place in the Valley of the Gods. Outside the Valley of the Gods, a pirate ship is approaching the Valley of the Gods. This ship is exactly the ship of the Roger pirates. They did not meet at sea, and the Rocks pirate cadres who defected informed them of intelligence. The reason why they can come to the Valley of the Gods. It's all because of Marine's notice. The reason why Roger agreed to Marine's cooperation was to target Rocks. The powerful of the Rocks pirates slaughtered a large number of their crew. Roger, who values love and righteousness, how could he let go of this opportunity to annihilate the Rocks pirate? Captain Roger, there seems to be a fight over there in the Marine. Jabba leaned on the ship's rail, pointed forward and shouted. On the shore of the Valley of the Gods, on a Marine battleship, Uchiha Madara is fighting Sengoku Longfa. That man seems to be the second in command of the 10,000 Worlds Pirates, Uchiha Madara. Rayleigh narrowed his eyes slightly and noticed the few people on board at this time, as their Roger pirate ship approached. At this moment, they also noticed who the person who fought with Uchiha Madara was. Marine Admiral Zephyr with Marine Admiral Sengoku. Roger stared at several people on board and said 477. Uchiha Madara, the second in command of the Pirates of 10,000 Realms. Can one person fight against two Marine Admirals at the same time? Rayleigh stared at the Marine battleship in a little surprise. Uchiha Madara hits two. Facing the tacit cooperation between Sengoku and Zephyr, he is still not at a disadvantage. Even with the two teaming up, they counterattacked several times, causing damage to Sengoku and Zephyr. Although Rayleigh and Jabba fought against Uchiha Madara once, they were very weak at that time. The combination of the two could only reach the quasi-admiral level of combat power at AT that time. They guessed that Uchiha Madara's strength was at the admiral level. But seeing the scene in front of them, they knew that their guess was wrong. Uchiha Madara is not only at the admiral level, he has strength beyond the admiral level. Such strength not only shocked Rayleigh and Jabba, even Roger was slightly surprised. When the Roger pirates noticed Marine, Sengoku also noticed at this moment the arrival of the Roger pirates. "Roger, they are coming," Sengoku reminded Zephyr. After being reminded, Zephyr also set his sights on the sea area not far away and saw the ship of the Roger pirates slowly approaching the shore of the Valley of the Gods. "Have you come to help?" Uchiha Madara also stopped fighting at this moment, took a few steps back, and looked at the ship of the Roger pirates. "Roger pirates?" Uchiha Madara's face changed slightly, staring at the few people on the Roger pirate ship. Uchiha Madara fought with Cuomo, a strong man on the Roger pirate ship once before, so he still has some impressions of the Roger pirates. The ship of the Roger pirates soon arrived at the shore of the Valley of the Gods, and they looked at each other. In this dull atmosphere, he opened his mouth and said, "Where is Luo?" He chose to team up with Marine today, bringing Rayleigh Jabba just to fight the Rocks pirate. He will not attack the people of the Wanjia pirates. After all, he owes Cuomo a favor. "Kong is looking for rocks in the Valley of the Gods," Sengoku responded, before throwing the phone bug at Roger. "Go and contact Kong." From Roger's eyes, Sengoku could see that when Roger talked about rocks, there was great hostility in his eyes. Sengoku wasn't sure if Roger would turn his back on him at the very end of the campaign, before Rocks died. Sengoku can confirm that Roger's focus is definitely on Rocks pirate. The current Roger is no threat to them, and, they can also share some strong players with Marine. "I see," Roger responded, taking the phone bug thrown by Sengoku. "You Roger pirates, have you teamed up with Marine?" Uchiha Madara looked at Roger, then at Zephyr and Sengoku in front of him and questioned. Roger is a pirate, and Sengoku and Zephyr are Marines, but not only have they not had any conflicts now. Even Sengoku threw the phone bug at Roger to contact Marine Marshal Kong. Through this, Uchiha Madara can detect the abnormality. The Roger pirates seem to be joining forces with Marine. "Why are you afraid that we will unite with the Roger pirates to deal with you?" Zephyr asked with a meaningful smile at this time. The relationship between their Roger pirates and Marine is not really a joint effort, but mutual use. Once the battle ends with Rocks dead, Roger needs to watch out for Marine. Because no matter what, he is also a pirate himself, and a famous pirate in New World. Even with this battle, coupled with the Roger pirates, Uchiha Madara has no fear. After Roger took the phone bug, he quickly disembarked with Rayleigh and Jabba and headed for the Valley of the Gods. But Uchiha Madara didn't lose, and even got a slight upper hand, so this doesn't need the help of their Roger pirates. Their current goal, just Rocks pirate, is not guaranteed that after the death of Rocks, Marine's next target is their Roger pirates. "It's not a joint venture, our goal, just Rocks pirate." Roger responded by holding the phone bug and shaking his head slightly. Roger wants Rocks dead, and Marine wants Rocks dead. In the battle between Uchiha Madara and Zephyr Sengoku, he chose not to help anyone. In this battle, whether it is the 10,000 Realms pirates, Marine, or Roger pirates, everyone's goal is Rocks. If Uchiha Madara is at a disadvantage, he will choose to help because he owes the pirates of 10,000 Realms a favor. This time Rocks. "I can't live without dying. Each one is the top force in the sea. Have you teamed up yet?" "But that's so what?" Uchiha Madara responded calmly after hearing the words. Uchiha Madara didn't say anything after hearing that. Even if the Roger pirates teamed up with Marine, it would have little impact on their myriad Realms pirates. With the joining of the Roger pirates, the Valley of the Gods has now poured into the quartet. 159, 156 Senju Hashirama versus Rocks. Valley of the Gods, inside the island. While the battle was taking place outside, Rocks was still seriously looking for clues about the ancient weapons. But he has killed countless celestial dragons and has never asked for any clues about the Valley of the Gods. Damn loaves. Rocks couldn't help cursing. At this moment, his complexion was extremely gloomy, and he wondered if the long bread had tricked him. There are no so-called ancient weapons in the Valley of Gods. Otherwise, he almost visited the entire Valley of the Gods. How did you not find anything about the whereabouts of the ancient weapon Uranus? Just when he was full of anger, he heard a footstep and turned his head to find Senju Hashirama standing behind him. How are rocks? Senju Hashirama frowned slightly and stared at rocks in front of him. He didn't deliberately look for rocks. His main purpose was not to find ancient weapons. However, after searching most of the Valley of the Gods, I didn't find any clues, and now I encountered rocks by accident. A member of the 10,000 Worlds Pirates? Rocks looked solemn, with a flash of killing intent in his eyes, staring at Senju Hashirama in front of him. The two looked at each other, but neither of them took the lead. Senju Hashirama doesn't want to fight the rocks because Cuomo's order is to find ancient weapons. The reason why Rocks didn't do it directly was because he was afraid that Cuomo was lurking around him, ambushing him. Where's Cuomo? Let him out. Rocks confronted Senju Hashirama. Cuomo, what do you want from him? Senju Hashirama asked rhetorically. Tell him to come out and meet me. Rocks growled. Cuomo is not here. You want to find him, go find him yourself, and want him to come out to meet you? Senju Hashirama sneered. If Cuomo is not here, how dare you come to me alone? Rocks sneered. He didn't believe that a member of the small Myriad Realms Pirates had such courage to come to him alone. So he felt, Cuomo must be nearby. I didn't come to look for you, but I wanted to complete the task Cuomo gave me. But I just met you accidentally. Senju Hashirama responded lightly. Although the Valley of the Gods is big, there are not a few people in the Valley of the Gods. So encounters like this are normal. So that means you're the only one here right now? Rocks demanded. Hearing this, Senju Hashirama's eyes flashed a chill, and he stared at Rocks in front of him, because he felt killing intent in Rocks' eyes. When Rocks knew that there were no other members around, without the slightest hesitation, armament hockey was covered on his fist, and he rushed directly towards Senju Hashirama. A small member of the Myriad Realms Pirates, since he met him, he naturally couldn't let him go. Boom! Rock's fist collided with Senju Hashirama's, and the ground exploded from the blow. The fists of the two collided for several seconds, and then the two stepped back. You bastard! Rock stared at Senju Hashirama in mild surprise. He thought he could easily defeat Senju Hashirama, but he didn't expect his fist to be easily received by Senju Hashirama. This makes him very uncomfortable. After punching each other, Senju Hashirama stabilized his figure, folded his hands on his chest, and stared at Rocks indifferently. Although Cuomo's mission is to find the ancient weapon Uranus, he's in trouble right now. We can only put aside the task of finding Uranus for a while. We need to solve the rocks first. Rocks slowly pulled out the famous sword on his waist, stomped his feet, and rushed towards Senju Hashirama again. He didn't believe it. He couldn't even beat a small member of the Pirates of Myriad Realms. Senju Hashirama watched as Rocks rushed towards him, his fists covered with Conqueror's hockey. Then he took the initiative to rush towards Rocks. Boom! Senju Hashirama's fist collided with Rock's long knife, and there was a sudden violent shock. The buildings not far away collapsed after a large number of cracks appeared in an instant. Became a ruin. Senju Hashirama has a terrible strange power. After coming to this world, he practiced taijutsu and Conqueror's hockey. Now his physical body has already reached a very terrifying level, just relying on physical skills. Seeking flowers. He is enough to gain a foothold in this world. Bang, bang, bang. Rock's long knife kept colliding with Senju Hashirama's fist, and every time there was a blow, there would always be a sound of violent noise in the air, each sound getting louder than the sound. This also shows that the power of Rock swinging a knife is constantly getting stronger. But no matter how many times he swings his sword and slashes at Senju Hashirama, the opponent can always easily defend against his attacks. The huge, strange force hit Rock's abdomen, directly causing his body to fly backwards for a distance of more than 10 meters. After all, Cuomo is a strong man of the same level and status as him. Arrogant brat, when I was famous in New World, you were just a piece of shit, and now you are just like a piece of shit in front of me. Rocks growled. Traumatized by Cuomo's crew, what's not a shame for the Rocks? Faced with Senju Hashirama's ridicule, Rocks is completely angry now. But Senju Hashirama is just a member of the 10,000 Worlds Pirates. On the way to defend, Senju Hashirama found a flaw in Rocks and punched Rocks hard in the abdomen. The sword chi flew across the sky, telling to tear the ground towards Senju Hashirama TCM. Boom! After blocking the attack, Senju Hashirama also rushed towards Rocks quickly. Is your strength just like this, Rocks? Senju Hashirama had a cold look in his eyes, staring at Rocks calmly. You bloody bastard. After being knocked into the air, Rocks stabilized his figure and stared at Senju Hashirama in front of him with a ferocious expression. If Cuomo had attacked him, he wouldn't have felt wrong. Although this punch didn't have any effect on him, to him that was a great shame. He never expected that during the battle, Senju Hashirama would find an opportunity to be attacked. 0. The veins on his forehead and arms popped up, and a layer of Conqueror's haki was wrapped around the long knife, and then he swung out suddenly, sending a sword aura towards Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama puts his arms in front of him and defends against Rock's attack with armament haki. 160-157 Roger, the 10,000 Worlds pirates are out of my reach. On the other side, the battle between Cuomo and Garp, the crane, is still going on, but after Cuomo opened the 7th gate of the 8 inner gates and borrowed the power of the Black Dragon, the strength he possessed could almost be called crushing Garp. But although Garp is in a suppressed state, he is covered with armament haki, and it is very difficult to defeat him in a short time. What's more, there is a crane on the side to exert pressure. The battle was at a stalemate for a short time. You really have Garp who is persistent enough. Cuomo flapped his wings behind his back, stood in the air, looked at Garp in the huge pit under his feet, and said flatly. He knocked his Garp into the air many times, but Garp is like an immune to death Xiaoqiang 250. Every time he is knocked down, he will stand up again quickly. Garp's perseverance. I guess it's at the same level as Rocks if he is allowed to eat a dark fruit too. Presumably, he can persist until his physical strength is completely exhausted. As long as I have one breath, I won't fall down. Garp wiped the blood from his mouth, his expression extremely serious. Although he is currently in a state of being suppressed, it is not completely impossible to win. Crane is the variable in this fight. As long as Crane's abilities can reach Cuomo, it is possible for him to win this battle. While the chances of getting a Crane to touch Cuomo are extremely slim, it's not impossible. Just as Garp was about to continue attacking Cuomo, there was a sound of footsteps behind him. He turned his head and noticed that Roger and others were approaching here. Roger, Garp said in a deep voice, staring at several people. Garp wasn't too surprised that Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba were here, because Kong has already notified the Roger pirates, so Roger definitely come to the Valley of the Gods. Garp. Roger saw Garp ahead and stopped. He came to the Valley of the Gods to find Rocks and called Kong. The other party also said that Rocks has not been found yet. They had no choice but to look for it by themselves, and they met Garp and others here. Are you here, Roger? Cuomo said, standing in midair. In the original book, Marine teamed up with the Roger pirates to destroy the Rocks together. So Roger will appear in the Valley of the Gods, and Cuomo is not too much of a surprise. Cuomo. Roger looked up slightly and noticed Cuomo standing in midair. At this time, the aura exuding from Cuomo made him feel a huge threat. Hey, Roger, why are you here, bastard? Asked the Golden Lion who was fighting in the distance. To be honest, the number of people who have come to the Valley of the Gods today has exceeded the imagination of the Golden Lion. It's okay for the members of the Wanjia Pirates to come to the Valley of the Gods after getting the news, but why did the members of the Roger Pirates also come to the Valley of the Gods? Roger heard the voice and looked in the direction of Golden Lion. At this moment, Golden Lion was fighting several elite vice admirals. These elite vice admirals are all naval headquarters. The very famous vice admirals are not weak, and even these vice admirals have the strength close to the quasi-admiral level. Roger, you've already formed an alliance with our Marine. Now join us to get rid of Cuomo first. He stared at Roger and said solemnly. With Garp alone, his odds against Cuomo are slim. But with the help of the Roger pirates, she thinks it is not difficult to defeat Cuomo. Golden Lion was stunned for a moment and then asked, Hey, isn't it Roger, you bastard actually teamed up with Marine? Roger ignored the Golden Lion, but took a look at Cuomo, then shook his head and responded, The purpose of me joining forces with you, Marine, is just to get rid of the Rock-Shan Wanjia pirates, is not within the range of my shot. Roger would never have agreed to team up with Marine if the Rock's pirate hadn't killed off a large number of his crew. After all, it is not a glorious thing for pirates to team up with Marine. The Pirates of 10,000 Worlds is a huge threat to New World, and it is also a huge harm to you as a pirate. Don't you .d or you want to get rid of him? Crane asked coldly. As I said, The 10,000 Realms pirates are not within my range, Roger said solemnly. Leaving aside his goal of coming to the Valley of the Gods, it was just for the Rock's pirate, not to mention he still owes a favor to the pirates of 10,000 Realms. He, Roger, is a person who values love and righteousness, and is also very trustworthy. Golden Lion sneered for a while, and didn't bother to talk to Roger. He still had to try his best to face the several powerful enemies in front of him. As a pirate, you join hands with Marine. You are ashamed to pirates, Roger. And Roger looked at the battlefield, and then left with Rayleigh and Jabba. They both want to get rid of the Rocks so they can be temporary friends. Cuomo's aura is in full swing, making them feel great pressure, and now the two of them don't want to stay here for a long time. As the saying goes, the enemy of an enemy is a friend, and now they have such a relationship between the Roger pirates and Marine. Crane then felt the chill. Staring solemnly at Cuomo in midair, she could feel it. But as long as the Rocks are dead, the 2.1 alliance between them will be broken. And now the battle here seems to be about to break out, and there is no need for them to stay here any longer. It's not a shameful thing to join forces with Marine Shiki. We just have a common enemy. You should be glad. Our target today is not you. Roger responded with a faint glance at Golden Lion Road. Just because of this point, he has absolutely no reason to take action against the Myriad Realms pirates. At that time, it is very likely that they will fight each other. Although he has teamed up with Marine, no matter what happens, he will not attack the members of the Pirates of 10,000 Worlds. You want to unite with the Roger pirates to encircle and suppress me. Your abacus now seems impossible to realize. Cuomo stood in midair and said with a sneer. Rayleigh and Jabba took one look at Cuomo, then followed Roger out of here. Cuomo has murderous intent on her. Golden Lion turned into a chatterbox, fighting and making complaints about Roger. 161, 158 Garp. I am Marine. Let's go on Garp. Cuomo watched Roger and the others leave, staring at the two of them solemnly. After his words fell, he took the initiative to rush towards Garp. At this moment, his speed almost exceeded the speed of sound. Clouds of air appeared in midair. This is the effect of speed exceeding the speed of sound on the surrounding air. He arrived in front of Garp almost in an instant, and Garp didn't even react. Boom! Cuomo punched Cuomo in the face so hard that only a loud bang could be heard. The ground shook violently, as if a volcanic eruption produced a strong sense of shock. At the same time, along with the sand and stone flying across, a violent air current was set off. After punching Garp hard, Cuomo followed suit. Cuomo slammed his fist at the crane. If his punch hit the crane, he would not die on the spot, but it could also seriously injure him. Boom! However, when Cuomo's fist hit the past, it was found that it didn't hit the crane, but pierced the body of a Marine elite vice admiral. The elite vice admiral knew Crane was necessary to win the fight against Cuomo. So at the moment when Cuomo attacked 07, he blocked Cuomo with his body. Although he was covered with a layer of armament hockey, Cuomo's strength was so terrifying that it pierced his body with a single punch. Vice Admiral spat blood out of his mouth, half kneeling on the ground, with a fist-sized wound on his abdomen. It was caused by being pierced by Cuomo's fist. Was it blocked? Cuomo himself did not expect that other people would help Crane block the punch. However, because the punch did not hurt the Crane, Cuomo quickly moved away from the two of them. After all, he didn't want to be touched by the Crane using his ability. Ahem. Elite Vice Admiral coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood, put his hands on the ground, trying not to let himself fall down. In any case, he also possesses the strength close to the Quasi-Admiral level, and if he is pierced through the body, he will not die directly. One-hit instant kill. Golden Lion's pupils contracted violently, staring at the elite Vice Admiral, who was kneeling on the ground with his hands on the ground in the distance. He played against multiple elite Vice Admirals at the same time, which made him feel a lot of pressure. But even in a one-on-one situation, it is impossible for him to kill an elite Vice Admiral in a short time. But Cuomo actually killed one in one blow. With such strength, even the Golden Lion felt fear. Although the current Golden Lion's strength is close to its peak, but compared with Cuomo, his strength is still a lot worse. So strong. Elite Vice Admiral raised his head with difficulty, staring at Cuomo. Cuomo almost killed him with just one blow, and now he knows how much pressure Garp and Crane have endured against Cuomo. Leave this battlefield first and stay here. You will die here. He gently patted his shoulder and instructed. She is very grateful to the elite vice admiral for blocking a punch for her, but she also knows that it is useless to say some careless words now. The only way to keep him alive is to let him leave the battlefield. Question mark. Hearing this, Golden Lion quickly slapped his palm on the ground, and a huge lion head appeared, quickly devoured the hard-hit elite vice admiral. Shiki. The elite vice admiral who was fighting with Golden Lion saw this scene, and immediately burned with anger, and launched a more violent attack on Golden Lion. With one less opponent, I really feel very relaxed, Golden Lion said with a ferocious smile. Even facing the joint attack of several elite vice admirals, Golden Lion did not show any fear. After all, without a strong player who is close to the quasi-admiral's strength, his battle pressure is too much. Cuomo. Garp here jumped out of the huge pit, staring fiercely at Cuomo. These elite vice admirals are all at the main level of their naval headquarters. As a vice admiral, Garp naturally has some friendship with these elite vice admirals, and now he sees a vice admiral die. He was naturally angry. I didn't kill him. You should go find Shiki. Cuomo responded calmly, pointing at the Golden Lion not far away. Hey, Cuomo, don't blame me. Golden Lion retorted quickly. If Garp cast his sights on Cuomo as a rival, he could be in trouble. Today we will not let you leave here safely, Cuomo. He looked at Katsao with gloomy eyes and said coldly. Cuomo just sneered when he heard the words, and didn't respond too much, because he didn't pay attention to either Garp or Crane. Garp clenched his fists tightly, the veins on his arms and forehead popped out, his speed was extremely fast. Almost approaching the speed of sound, he quickly approached Cuomo and then punched hard. Garp's current speed has almost exceeded the limit that his body can bear. But in the world of pirates, isn't it common to burst out with power beyond the limit of the body? His speed at this level, in the eyes of outsiders, is undoubtedly extremely fast, but in Cuomo's view, it is still almost 737. Still too slow, Garp. Cuomo covered Haki with his fist and punched Garp hard. The two punches wanted to collide, but within a few seconds, Garp was sent flying. Garp's body fell heavily among the ruins, covered by broken buildings. At this moment, Garp unconsciously felt a sense of weakness in his heart, although he could be knocked down by Cuomo countless times before standing up again. But he found that no matter how many times he got up, he couldn't hold Cuomo's fist. Cuomo's power is too scary. Although he didn't want to admit it, he really felt a huge sense of weakness in his heart now. At this moment, he wanted to lie like this all the time, without having to face Cuomo. But when he thought of himself as Marine, an invisible force of thought supported him to climb out of the ruins again. I'm a Marine, Garp yelled as he climbed out of the rubble and charged at Cuomo again. But without any surprise, he was knocked into the air again, and his body fell into the ruins. And this time Cuomo used all his strength, directly knocking Garp unconscious. Cuomo stared briefly at the ruins in the direction of Garp's fall, then set his sights on the crane. Next, it's your turn. 162. 159 The crane falls. Seek full order. Feeling Cuomo's cold gaze, Crane's footsteps unconsciously stepped back a few steps, then watched Cuomo warily. Cuomo slowly pulled out the shinyun from his waist and appeared in front of the crane in the next second. Cuomo knows that Crane's armament Haki, while terrifying, is not well below Garp's level. And the crane body technique is not strong, he is strong in the marine. Schwa. Cuomo used all his strength to slash under Crane's body, even though Crane used armament Haki to cover his whole body at a critical moment. But at this time, Cuomo's power has perverted to ultimate, and he cut the crane into two pieces with one knife. Crane. The elite vice admiral who was fighting Golden Lion saw the scene and shouted involuntarily. Crane is an important figure in defeating Cuomo. If he is dead now, who else can defeat Cuomo with hard power? Jehaha. Cuomo is really ruthless, Cuomo. Golden Lion laughed when he saw this scene. Cuomo's killing was so decisive, which Golden Lion did not expect. If it was Golden Lion, he would not choose to kill Crane. After all, the relationship between Crane and Garp, Sengoku, and Kong is really good. If she is killed, the three of them will run wild, and there will be endless troubles at that time. But Cuomo dared to kill the crane, so he was not afraid of Garp, Sengoku, and Kong running away. At this time, Garp was in a coma, and no one knew what kind of emotion he would feel when he woke up and heard the news of Crane's death. It's none of Cuomo's business, though, and it's not something he should be thinking about. The elite vice admiral who was fighting Golden Lion also chose to stop at this moment, watching Cuomo warily. If Cuomo joins forces with a Golden Lion against them, there is a good chance that all of them will die here. However, Cuomo just glanced indifferently at the Marine on the scene and then chose to leave. His main purpose of coming to the Valley of the Gods is to find ancient weapons and fight with rocks to imitate his sword skills. It's just a waste of his time to stay here and fight this group of Marines. Watching Cuomo leave, the group of elite vice admirals subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. They looked at Crane's corpse and felt extremely helpless in their hearts. Cuomo is completely a monster with hard power that no one can compare to. Because of Crane's death, they didn't have the heart to fight the Golden Lion anymore. Instead, report the news to other Marines. And Golden Lion also took this opportunity to leave here. Outside the Valley of the Gods, there is another pirate ship approaching the gods. This pirate ship is exactly the pirate ship of Burndy World, after they got the news that the Valley of the Gods has ancient weapons. Go to the Valley of the Gods at the fastest speed. But they are currently the last to come to the Valley of the Gods. Coupled with the arrival of the Burndy World pirates, 5 factions have poured into the Valley of the Gods. These 5 forces are all the top forces in the sea. It's finally here. The competition for ancient weapons, how could I be missing? Burndy World clasped his hands in front of his chest and raised his mouth slightly. The island of the Valley of the Gods is huge and surrounded by the sea, so there is not only one landing point. They arrived at the Valley of the Gods on the other side, so they did not meet Uchiha Madara, Sengoku, Zephyr, and others who were fighting on the ship. After Burndy World docked the ship by the sea, they directly led the crew to the island. The battle here seems to be very tragic. Burndy World looked at the broken Valley of the Gods and said, the area he could see was basically ruins. There are many dead celestial dragons on the ground, as well as Marines, including members of the Rocks Pirate. Burndy World continues to go deep into the Valley of Gods to see if they can find the whereabouts of ancient weapons. Suddenly, he heard footsteps, and he looked into the distance, only to see a large group of Marines approaching. Leading this group of Marines is none other than Marine Marshal Kong. Kong's face changed slightly. He stared at him with a little surprise and said, Burndy World, why are you here? This time the Valley of the Gods battle. There must be too many people coming. If Burndy World is added, the power of the Valley of Gods now exists. 10,000 Worlds Pirates, Roger Pirates, Rocks Pirate, Marine, and Burndy World Pirates. The people who participated in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods this time were beyond imagination. They can also quickly feel the Valley of the Gods. After Burndy World escaped, his crew were all subdued by Marine's people without accident. I don't want to fight you. Damn Rocks pirate cadres. Kong couldn't help cursing at this moment. At that time, it can almost be said that Rocks can be wiped out 100%. Even the pirates of Myriad Realms and the pirates of Burndy World also chose to intervene, which is not good news for them. It's fine if the pirates of Myriad Realms are here, but why is Burndy World coming to the Valley of the Gods to join in the fun? In fact, even if there is no notification from Rocks Pirate, when Rocks arrives at the Valley of the Gods to destroy. But now because of the notice of the Rocks Pirate cadres, not only their Marine Four Seasons and Roger Pirates have reached the Valley of the Gods. At this time, they allied with the Roger Pirates. Burndy World shook his head slightly, then used Devil Fruit to speed up his speed, and left this place quickly. However, since you are here today, don't think about leaving. Kong took a deep breath and stared at the Burndy World in front of him solemnly. His purpose is for the ancient weapons, and he doesn't want to get entangled with this group of Marines. The reason why the current situation is uncontrollable is because of those defected Rocks pirate cadres. Many. But now it seems that But if Burndy World can escape Kong's pursuit, his crew may not. You Marines can come. Why can't I come? Burndy World responded with a sneer. I thought that the cadres of the Rocks pirate informed them about the Rocks actions in advance, which would help their Marine. 163, 160 Senju Hashirama. Wooden Golem Jutsu, please order in full. Valley of the Gods, a certain area. At the moment Senju Hashirama is fighting the Rocks. Senju Hashirama came to this world much shorter than Uchiha Madara and others. Although he has learned Conqueror's Haki, and all of them are very advanced, his progress is not very high. Even so, he wants to deal with the Rocks is still okay, but wants to beat the Rocks. The difficulty is not small. Because Rox has a very pervert devil fruit, that is dark fruit. Dark fruit can counteract the damage suffered by the body while bearing double the pain. With the perseverance of Rox, paired with this devil fruit, it is almost invincible. As long as his physical strength is not exhausted, almost no one can kill him. Dark water. Rox opened his big hand to aim at Senju Hashirama, and a cloud of dark mist appeared on the palm of his hand. One of Dark Fruit's abilities is that it can pull people with abilities to its side. After the battle, Rox guessed that Senju Hashirama is also an ability user. After all, it is impossible for an ordinary person to use abilities like trees. However, when he releases Dark Water 443 to aim at Senju Hashirama, he finds that this ability seems to be invalid for Senju Hashirama. Damn, is it invalid? Rox frowned slightly and glanced at his palm in a little surprise. No matter when he uses the ability of Dark Water, he can always cause a surprise attack on the ability user. It is effective for any ability user to use this ability. But he now finds that his ability is not only ineffective against Cuomo, but also ineffective against Cuomo's crew, Senju Hashirama. He is a little suspicious now whether the 10,000 Realms pirates have mastered some way to restrain his ability. Wood-style wooden golem jutsu. Senju Hashirama clasped his hands together, and on the ground under his feet, a huge wooden golem quickly appeared. Wooden golem was tall, with a fierce face, exuding a terrifying aura all over his body, and a huge wooden dragon coiled around his shoulder. Wooden golem jutsu is Senju Hashirama wood-style ability. One of the strongest moves, he has used this ability against Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. Power is extraordinary. App. Dark Knife. Rox put Devil Fruit's abilities on the blade, after covering the dark matter. His blade will be highly corrosive. After all, the essence of his Devil Fruit is to devour. Come. With a knife in both hands, Rox yelled and rushed towards Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama stands on top of the wooden golem and then maneuvers the wooden golem towards Rox. The positions of the two quickly approached, and wooden golem threw a punch, which was covered with armament hockey's power and smashed towards Rox. The veins in Rox's arm bulged, and he swung the knife in his hand to slash at the adult's fist. Boom! There was a loud noise, and large cracks appeared on the ground under Rox's feet, like spider webs, and they were still spreading rapidly in all directions. The power of wooden golem itself is very strong, plus it is covered with a layer of armament hockey. The power has increased a lot, which has brought a lot of pressure to Rox. Damn it! How can I not be able to defeat a brat like you? Rox used his arms again to resist wooden golem. Rox is one of the giants of the New World. It is as famous as Cuomo and is called the Two Giants of the Sea. Now Rox is in a slightly suppressed state against Cuomo's crew. This made Rox very unhappy. With that in mind, Rox is on the cutting edge with more Devil Fruit abilities. To deal with wooden golem's fist. In fact, if Senju Hashirama's wooden golem is not covered with a layer of hockey, the corrosiveness of the Rox dark mist can quickly corrode it. But because wooden golem's fist is covered with a layer of hockey, whether it is attack or hardness, it has been upgraded to a higher level. This also results in a dark fog of Rox, which cannot be corrupted directly. Boom! Time passed by second, wooden golem's fist finally suffered corrosion. At this moment, Rox roared loudly and bounced wooden golem away with all his strength. Shwa! The moment it bounced off, Rox slashed hard towards wooden golem's body. Senju Hashirama didn't have time to cover hockey in wooden golem's predecessor due to the speed at which Rox's blade swung. The sword energy covering Devil Fruit's ability cut on wooden golem's body, causing him a lot of damage. At this moment, when Rox was about to pursue the victory, a voice suddenly came from not far away. Finally found you, Rox. Roger stood not far away, staring at Rox solemnly. Rox turned his head and saw the three members of the Roger pirates, slightly surprised. Roger, why are you here? It's fine that the pirates of 10,000 Realms are here, but why is the Roger pirates also here? Of course, I'm here to look for you. Roger directly pulled out the Western knife from his waist. A trace of killing intent bloomed in his eyes, and he stared intently at Rox. The Valley of Gods area is very large. Roger searched for a long time, and finally found Rox in this area. As soon as they met each other, Roger didn't intend to talk nonsense, and directly pulled out the Western knife. Kill us then, my brother, today. You don't want to leave the Valley of Gods Rox alive. Rayleigh and Jabba also drew out their weapons without the slightest hesitation. Just you guys, you want to keep me in the Valley of the Gods? Rox sneered and responded with disdain. Only Cuomo can be regarded as a real opponent by the Rox, although Senju Hashirama is difficult to deal with. Rox thought he could beat him. Do you think we can't do it? Rayleigh said indifferently with a chill in his eyes. At this time, Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba, the strength of the three of them has not yet reached its peak. But the three of them have an excellent coordination. The combination of the three of them is absolutely capable of confronting a strong man beyond admiral strength. The current strength of the Rox, they don't know, but they think that the three of them will join forces, and they will not be defeated by anyone. 164, 161 encirclement and suppression of Rox, full order. There is a gap between our strengths that is difficult for you to bridge. Otherwise, why would I be a sea giant and you are not? Rox said calmly. Although he said so, Rox is still a little flustered at the moment. The last time he was besieging Roger on an island in the New World, he found that Roger's swordsmanship had some shadows of Cuomo. Although Roger at the time denied that he was a friend of Cuomo. But Rox still has some doubts about this. This time the Roger pirates can come to the Valley of the Gods, Rox guessed. It is very likely that Cuomo notified. Rox doesn't have any worries if he only deals with the three members of the Roger pirates. But considering that Roger has a relationship with Cuomo when he was fighting against the three of Roger's pirates, it is also very possible that Cuomo suddenly came here and intervened in this battle. At that time, he definitely lost. This time I came to the Valley of the Gods. Not only did I not find Uranus, he might even risk his life here. Rox felt as if he had been tricked. What about the sea giant? Even if I risk my life today, I will avenge my dead brother, Roger said with firm eyes. At this moment, Senju Hashirama, standing on top of wooden golem, suddenly said, "Since you want to fight, then I will withdraw first." Senju Hashirama took back the wooden golem and was about to leave. His main task is to find the ancient weapon Uranus in the Valley of the Gods, not to fight with Rox. Since the three members of the Roger pirates chose to be the opponent of Rox, he also had a chance to leave here. "Thank you, Senju Hashirama," Roger responded with a slight nod. Hearing this, Senju Hashirama just glanced at Roger indifferently and was about to leave. Suddenly, a large group of Marines approached, and the leader was Kong. After seeing the two, he said, "Senju Hashirama, Rox." After Kong's words fell, the surrounding Marines quickly surrounded Rox and Senju Hashirama. "Marshal Marine Kong?" Senju Hashirama asked coldly with a slightly pale face. He originally thought that after handing over Rox, his opponent, to Roger, that I would be able to retreat unscathed. But now it seems that this idea is about to fail, because Marine will never let go of him, a member of the Pirates of 10,000 Realms. Damn it, why is Marine here? Rox looked around vigilantly, his face extremely gloomy. Now the Roger pirates have been eyeing him, and now Marine is here too. And through Kong's eyes, Rox knew that the other party's target was also him. Being targeted by Marine and Roger pirates at the same time, Rox feels very bad now. "Kong, let us deal with the enemy, Rox." Roger glanced at Kong and said, "Rox killed a large number of members of his ship, so he wants to end Rox himself." "Then I'll leave it to you." Kong nodded upon hearing this. "Hand Rox over to the Roger pirates, and he takes advantage of the opportunity. It's a good chance to take out Senju Hashirama of the Pirates of the World." "Roger, did you team up with Marine?" Rox suddenly had a bad feeling when he heard the conversation between Roger and Kong. He thought he could take advantage of the chaotic battle between Marine, Senju Hashirama, and Roger pirates to escape. But through the dialogue between Roger and Kong, Rox guessed whether the two have joined forces. Otherwise, the dialogue. Why is it so harmonious? "We can't call it a joint venture. It's just our target is you." Roger shook his head lightly. How could the pirates team up with Marine? They're just short-lived partners. Once Rox is dead, their cooperation will also disintegrate. In order to kill me, you actually teamed up with Marine. But didn't you find out the threat of the 10,000 Worlds pirates is much greater than my Rox? Rox pretending to be calm, he glanced at the audience. Rox wants to start a fight now. Let Marine and the main force of the Roger pirates focus on the 10,000 Realms pirates. If he did not succeed in leading the battle, he would not be able to escape today. Even if he can defeat the three main players of the Roger pirates, he will definitely be seriously injured by then. Ask for flowers. When the time comes, Marine will reap the benefits of the fishermen, and it will be difficult for him to escape. Roger, kill the rocks. We Marines can let you go in the Valley of the Gods this time, Kong shouted. He knew those cadres, and the reason why they had not betrayed him was to accompany him to the Valley of the Gods. Because he knows very well that once he fights with the 3 members of the Roger Pirates now, his fate can only be death in the end. Could it be? Is it going to fall into this Valley of Gods today? There is a huge unwillingness in his heart, but now it is almost a dead end. Roger Pirates won't let him go, Marine won't let him go, and 10,000 Realms Pirates probably won't let him go either. Don't change the subject, Rox. It's useless. We just want to kill you today, Roger said flatly. Think of him as a dignified Rox, who has been in the New World for more than 10 years. During this period, he defeated countless powerful enemies. Now he is in great trouble, and those cadres will not help him at all, because there is no emotion among members of the Rox Pirate, and there are only interests. Needless to say, Rox, I won't join forces with you, and now I just want to kill you, Roger said in a deep voice. Basically all for ancient weapons. Although there are currently only 3 members of the Roger Pirates, the combat power of these 3 combined exceeds that of Admiral. With so many people targeting him, it is almost impossible for him to survive. To be honest, he was also afraid that Roger would suddenly change his focus and team up with Rox to deal with their Marine. If you change your mind at this time and attack their Marines first, their Marines will be in big trouble. His cadres must be hopeless now. You bloody bastard. Rox knew that Roger was stubborn and would not agree to his teaming up, so he simply cursed. Even if you kill me, Marine will not let your Roger go. If you want to kill me, you can have a chance at any time on the sea. What you should consider now is to join forces with me and defeat Marine. When the time comes, we will be fighting. Surely you don't want Marine to be the winner either. Rox was still struggling. 165, 162 Rox joined forces with Burndy World, full order. Rox, Roger, Jabba, Rayleigh, Kong, Senju, Hashirama, and Marine's famous generals. I never imagined that in this Valley of Gods, I could meet so many of you at the same time. Not far away, Burndy World comes slowly. His crew was subdued by the Marines, and there was nothing he could do about it since he didn't want to be tough with Kong after all. But he dared to show his face in front of so many powerful people, so he was naturally sure to escape from here. His Momo fruit can increase his speed by dozens of times, several times faster than the one in Marine 6 styles. In terms of speed, no one present can catch up to him, unless Rox uses dark fruit to forcibly suck him. Burndy World. Kong stared at Burndy World solemnly. Burndy World is the same as the Roger Pirates, 470, is a famous strongman in the sea. And now Kong doesn't know what Burndy World's position is, and he doesn't know where he will stand in this melee. If he were on the side of Rox, the situation would be a little more complicated. Because Burndy World's current strength, even if it is not at the Admiral level, must be infinitely close to Admiral. It's just in time. Burndy World joins hands with me. After killing Roger, I can give away all the treasures that my Rox pirate has stored over the years. Rox saw Burndy World when he arrived. He burst out laughing, then wanted to invite Burndy World to join forces. As long as Burndy World agrees to join forces with him, they want to deal with the Roger Pirates. The 3 main forces have no problem. And defeating the Roger Pirates early, Rox still has the possibility of escape. All the treasures. Hearing what Rox said, D-World smiled unconsciously. It is impossible to say that you are not impressed. You must know that Rox Pirate is one of the giants in the New World. Over the years, Rox has mastered countless resources in New World like an emperor. How intimidating their storage must be. Burndy World is a pirate for fame. And if you want a great reputation, you need to recruit powerful pirates and form a pirate group that makes Marine fearful. To achieve this level, the support of resources is indispensable. The wealth of the Rox Pirate has great allure for Burndy World. Of course, as long as you join forces with me to fight Roger, when we escape from the Valley of the Gods, I will give you all the treasures of our Rox Pirate. Rox said affirmatively. In order to survive, he is naturally willing to hand over all his treasures. After all, money is something outside of him. As long as he can leave the Valley of Gods alive today, everything can start all over again. I promise you. Burndy World responded with the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Even if he promised Rox to fight the Roger Pirates, and there was an accident in the subsequent battle, with his Devil Fruit ability, he could easily escape from the battlefield. And he's not afraid of Rox cheating on him. because he has the sea stone bullet in his hand that can restrain people. Now, what are you going to fight me with, Roger? Rox turned his head to look at Roger and laughed ferociously. Although Rox doesn't know the strength of the current Burndy world, he can become a famous pirate at sea and has escaped from Marine's pursuit many times. How can Burndy world be an easy character? What to do, Captain Roger? Jabba on the side said a little nervously. If only Rox was alone, with the combined strength of the three of them, they would definitely be able to win. But now that Burndy world is involved, it is extremely difficult to defeat both of them at the same time. Roger looked a little heavy, thinking about countermeasures. Burndy world, are you sure you want to help Rox today? Not far away, Kong's face darkened. As Marines, they naturally wanted Rox to die here in this battle. But with the intervention of Burndy world, it is possible for Rox to escape the Valley of the Gods. When the time comes, it will undoubtedly be very difficult to find a chance to kill Rox. If you Marines are willing to give me 10 billion Baileys, I will leave now. Burndy world responded lightly. How could we give you a pirate 10 billion Bailey? Kong retorted. The behavior of Burndy world is completely extortion. 10 billion Baileys is not a small amount. Although they can take out 10 billion, they don't want to be blackmailed by a pirate. Then it seems that there is no need for negotiation between us. Burndy world said with a grin. Stop talking nonsense with this group of people, Burndy world. Kill Roger first. Escape from the Valley of the Gods. If that bastard Cuomo also comes, it will be troublesome. Rox said. The current situation is Marine against Senju Hashirama. And Rox teamed up with Burndy world to deal with the three main forces of the Roger pirates. With the current situation, Rox has a high chance of escaping from here. But if Cuomo also comes, it will be a big trouble. Long time no see. You were still so energetic, Rox. Suddenly a voice came. Attracting the attention of everyone present, Cuomo stood on the ruins and looked towards them. Bastard, why are you here? Rox couldn't help cursing. Why can't I come? Cuomo approached the crowd step by step, spread his hands, and responded calmly. After he killed the crane, he left directly. He wanted to find Uranus in 1.1. However, there are too many powerful people gathered here, and it is very difficult to not perceive his observation haki. Cuomo. Kong yelled angrily, looking at Cuomo. How are Garp and Crane doing now? When Kong first arrived in the Valley of the Gods, he met Cuomo. Garp at the time said he would stay with Crane to deal with Cuomo. But now that Cuomo is here, that means Garp has a problem with Crane. Garp, if you don't die, you will be seriously injured. As for the crane, I have already killed it. Cuomo glanced at Kong and responded lightly. Garp was knocked unconscious by his punch. He didn't know if he was dead or not, but Crane was pretty sure he was dead. After all, the body was broken in two. 166, 163, Cuomo versus Rox. After hearing Cuomo's response, Kong was stunned for a while and said with a slightly trembling tone, "You killed Crane." Crane is Kong's good friend for many years. They have fought side by side many times, and Crane is also an indispensable ability user for their naval headquarters. Although he is only a vice admiral, his prestige among the naval headquarters is no less than that of a marine admiral. But now Crane was actually killed by Cuomo. If you kill it, you kill it. Marines are fighting pirates. How can they not die? Cuomo responded flatly. You bastard. Kong's forehead was bulging with veins, his fists were clenched, and now he was extremely angry. His best friend of many years is now killed, and he can't keep his sanity. Kong was furious and walked towards Cuomo step by step, wanting to avenge Cuomo. Your opponent is me, Senju Hashirama said calmly as he stood in front of Kong, suddenly. Get out of the way. Kong yelled angrily. But Senju Hashirama was completely unmoved, standing in front of Kong. His expression was normal, facing Kong who was angry. Without a trace of fear. 07 Kill Cuomo? Kong shouted to the surrounding elite vice admiral. These elite vice admirals are all the absolute high-level combat forces of naval headquarters, and they cooperate with each other tacitly. The combined combat power can be said to have a strength beyond the admiral level. Yes. Many elite vice admiral quickly gathered together and rushed to Cuomo. Boom. Suddenly a figure landed in front of Cuomo, stomping heavily on the ground, causing a puff of smoke. The smoke dissipated slowly, and I saw a kinologist standing in front of Cuomo, grinning and saying, I'm naturally indispensable for such things as fighting. He was supposed to fight Charlotte Lin and Kaido. But Charlotte Lin sacrificed Prometheus, as well as Napoleon, briefly blocking Akinologia. Then he escaped with Kaido on Zeus. Another one. These elite vice admirals stared at Akinologia with an uneasy expression. They felt a great threat from Akinologia. The man in front of them, like an ancient beast, brought great pressure to them. These guys are up to you, Cuomo ordered. No problem. Akinologia said calmly. Are you here too, Burndy World? Cuomo said calmly, setting his eyes on Burndy World. I was just passing by, Cuomo. Burndy World responded with a slight shake of his head. My target is rocks. I guess you won't stop me. Cuomo said slowly. His swordsmanship is almost at the top of the world, and next, he only needs to imitate Rox's swordsmanship to reach the real top. Of course not, Burndy World responded. Now not only Cuomo is eyeing rocks, but even the three main forces of the Roger Pirates are also eyeing rocks. Now if he continues to join forces with rocks, wouldn't he have to deal with the three main forces of the Roger Pirates, as well as Cuomo? To deal with these strong players at the same time, Burndy World believes that there is no chance of winning. Hearing Burndy World's words, Rock's heart suddenly turned cold, and he asked in a cold voice, Don't you want my Rock's pirate's treasure? Compared with wealth, I think life is the most important thing. Burndy World glanced at him coldly, then stepped aside. He doesn't want to be seen as an enemy by Cuomo. After all, if he finds out the whereabouts of the Pluton battleship in the future, he still needs the assistance of the pirates of 10,000 realms. Rox, you are still doomed today. Jabba couldn't help but smile triumphantly at this moment. I thought Burndy World teamed up with the Rocks, which would make them trouble. But with the arrival of Cuomo, the situation turned upside down on their side. Let's join forces to deal with Rock's Cuomo. Roger looked at Cuomo and said, No, let me do it alone, Roger, Cuomo said, shaking his head slightly. This battle is Rock's final battle, and he is destined to fall here. His life, Cuomo, wanted to end alone. We're teaming up on Rocks. He's mortal, Cuomo, Rayleigh said now. I can kill him alone, Cuomo said flatly. But Jabba frowned slightly and wanted to say something, but at this moment Roger stopped him from speaking. That's up to you, Cuomo. Although Roger wanted to kill Rocks himself. But now that Cuomo has spoken, it is not easy for him to continue to participate. Captain Roger. Rayleigh also wanted to say something. It doesn't matter whoever kills, as long as Rocks dies here today, Roger said, slightly shaking his head. During this period of time, Rock's swordsmanship has improved a lot and has reached the top level in this world. Stepped aside, leaving the battle to Cuomo, accompanied by his movements. Now his sword skills are much better than Rock's. Go all out, Rocks. This will be your last battle. Cuomo approached Rocks step by step and said indifferently. Senju Hashirama followed suit and fought Kong. Damn it! Rocks glanced around gloomily, feeling a sense of powerlessness in his heart. Cuomo slashed hard and slashed at Rocks, and the two fought again after a long time. The three main forces of the Roger Pirates watched from the sidelines, and Burndy World did not choose to intervene, wanting to observe the battle between Cuomo and Rocks. Schwa and Akinologia fought many Marine elite vice admiral. Even if he could fly, he wouldn't be able to escape because Cuomo can also fly. But Cuomo's own swordsmanship is not much worse than Rocks, and he has imitated and mastered many swordsmanship theories and moves. The blades of the two collided, setting off a violent storm in airflow, shaking all directions. The sky changed drastically, dark clouds rolled, and rolling thunder flickered. Cuomo didn't have much conversation with Rocks, pulled out the Shinyun from his waist, and rushed towards Rocks. 173 today, Rocks is a death situation. No one will work. Okay. Hearing that Roger had already said that, Rayleigh and Jabba couldn't say much more. It is impossible to escape, and he cannot fly in the sky like Golden Lion. 167, 164 Cuomo. You are destined to fall here. Even if I die today, I will make you feel better, Cuomo. Rocks growled while waving the long knife in his hand to confront Cuomo. It's definitely not possible to live today, but before he dies, he definitely can't make Cuomo feel good. Cut off Cuomo's arm at least. Thinking of this, Rocks gave up any defensive means and kept slashing at Cuomo's arm. While Cuomo was defending, he hit the rocks hard. Swish, swish, swish. Cuomo defended against Rock's attack, taking advantage of this moment, quickly bounced off Rock's knife. In the next second, he swung several knives and slashed at Rock's body, but Rox didn't frown. He just stared at Cuomo fiercely and saw a few clusters of black mist rising from his abdomen, and these wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is the horror of dark fruit, which can be described as ultimate in the hands of Rox. Even if Cuomo wanted to completely defeat the Rox, he could only do so by exhausting his physical strength. It's really Pervert's devil fruit ability. Jabba, who was watching the battle from a distance, said in a slightly surprised voice. Rox deserves to be one of the giants of the New World, and dark fruit is paired with its own terrifying perseverance. Unless his physical strength is completely exhausted, other than that, is there any other way to kill him? You must know that Rock's physical strength is at the top level in the world. If you're going to fight alone, no one can beat Rox except Cuomo. Such devil fruit shouldn't appear in this world, but after Rox dies, this devil fruit will still be reborn, and sooner or later someone will get it. I don't know who will pick up this devil fruit. Roger watched the battle between the two seriously. Dark fruit, as long as it is picked up by people with top perseverance, it is very difficult to kill. This fruit can be called the most terrifying devil fruit. If someone with perseverance and talent gets this devil fruit again, he will surely become the next Rox! Exclamation point. Rayleigh said to himself. The ability to be the next devil fruit is Blackbeard, but Blackbeard does not have such terrible perseverance as Rox. But relying on his extreme talent, after getting this devil fruit, he became 4 emperors in the future world. It would be great if this devil fruit could be completely destroyed, Jabba said. But this idea is impossible to realize. Devil fruit cannot be destroyed. Roger shook his head and responded. Devil fruit is something unique to the sea. Even if it is destroyed, it will be reborn in a certain area of the sea and cannot be completely destroyed. While Roger et al. Are discussing, Rox and Cuomo, who have been fighting for a while, are already fighting with all their strength. Rox knew he was going to die, so he fought crazily, no matter how painful the attack was. He gritted his teeth and persisted, and looked for opportunities to fight back against Cuomo. But Cuomo is still in the state of opening the 7th gate at this moment, possessing an extremely terrifying insight, plus observation haki who can predict the future level, so it is very difficult for Rox to attack him. Bang, bang, bang. The blades of the two collided again and again, and the sound of violent roars came from the surrounding space. The ground under the two of them had long been torn apart because it could not withstand the attacks of the two of them. Roger and Burndy World at the moment go to a further distance to watch this battle 3. Because if you get too close, you may be implicated by the attacks of the two. Schwa! Cuomo held a knife in both hands, covered with armor and Conqueror's haki, and slashed hard at Rox. Schwa! Facing Cuomo's attack, Rox did not do any defense at all, but instead took advantage of this opportunity to find a loophole to attack Cuomo. Both strikes were fired at the same time, and Cuomo's strike slashed at Rox's chest, leaving a deep gash with visible bone. And Rox's knife slashed at Cuomo's arm, but it didn't cut off. Cuomo's arm emerged with dragon scales and armament haki defended against Rox's attack. Damn! Seeing this scene, Rox couldn't help cursing. Finally found a chance to cut Cuomo, but Cuomo's own defense is really terrible. His attacks, impenetrable to damage Cuomo's defenses. Why do you have to aim at my arm and chop it off? You don't know. You want to break my arm, Rox? Cuomo glanced at his arm bleeding a little and said lightly, Kong and these elite vice admiral can stop him in Burndy World? Although it is definitely not good Gojo's to beat them, but in terms of escapability, Burndy World is top-notch. Burndy World runs with him and can definitely escape from Marine's siege. You can't do without because you are destined to fall here. Cuomo responded calmly, shaking his head slightly. The two of them teamed up to defeat the Roger pirates, which is not difficult at all. Without you, I would definitely be able to leave the Valley of Gods alive. Rox responded angrily. Even if I don't want to kill you, do you think, have you survived today? Cuomo smiled indifferently. Without Cuomo's involvement, Burndy World would have agreed to join forces with him. Lousy Rox. Never believe in fate, Rox said violently. If you want to kill me, I can't make you feel better, Rox said with a grim face. After the words fell, he took the initiative to attack Cuomo. Such a person, in the world of pirates, almost no one is his opponent. Rox meets him and is doomed. The strength of Rox in this world is definitely beyond the reach of few people. He has the top conqueror's hockey, physical skills, and sword skills, all at the ceiling level, and Devil Fruit is also the most bug level in the world. But unfortunately, he met Cuomo, a man who does not belong to the pirate world but owns the system. Today Rox is mortal. Even if Cuomo does not intervene in this world, Rox is doomed to perish in the Valley of the Gods, and he cannot solve the mortal situation. As long as the Roger pirates can be defeated. 168, 165 Whitebeard, just abandoned Captain Rox? The offensives of Rox and Cuomo were very swift and fierce, and the central area of the Valley of Gods almost belonged to the battlefield of the two of them. Rox was covered in a layer of black mist, and the long knife in his hand was covered with extremely strong devil fruit abilities, including armed colors and conqueror's hockey. Being slashed by him, even a strong person at the admiral level would suffer considerable damage. But IT is still quite difficult to break through Cuomo's defense. Dark Cave Road. Rox suddenly slapped his palm on the ground and saw a large amount of black mist instantly appear on the ground. The fog swallowed all the broken buildings in the surrounding area in an instant. At this moment, Cuomo raised his wings and floated in midair, not to be swallowed by the black mist. Although there are many broken buildings, the dark fruit ability of Rox has a strong devouring power. Soon all buildings are consumed by Rox's power. Free! Boom! Rox yelled and saw a cloud of black mist appearing high in the sky, and a large number of ruins fell from the mist and fell towards Cuomo. Cuomo looked at the ruins falling from the sky with a calm expression and slowly stretched out a hand. I saw a ball of black light lingering in his palm. The black light seemed very faint under the ruins that covered the sky and the sun, but it exuded terrifying power. When Cuomo took the form of the Black Dragon, he also got the magic of Dark Dragon Slayer. This trick is the Dark Dragon Slayer magic. Boom! In the next second, a black light cluster flew from Cuomo's hand and rushed directly to the high-altitude ruins. There was only a loud noise, a huge impact force, covering half of the island. The high-altitude ruins suddenly evaporated, turning into pieces of rubble, and then fell down. The rubble is not the slightest threat to Cuomo. Still useless. Rox stared grimly at Cuomo in midair. Thinking back to the first time he met Cuomo many years ago, although he fought Cuomo at that time, the other party brought him a lot of pressure. But is far from being as big as it is now. He thinks that his strength has improved a lot these years. But compared with Cuomo, it is still a bit worse, and he has indeed improved a lot. But Cuomo, more progress. What ability do you still have? Try your best to release Rox. This is you. Finally, enjoy the thrill of fighting. Cuomo stared at Rox calmly. Said plainly, "Are you going to kill me today, Cuomo?" Rox growled. "It's not that I must kill you today, but that you must die today, and I die yes the executor." Cuomo responded slowly. After his words fell, he rushed towards Rox again. Facing the attacking Cuomo, Lux also had to fight solemnly. Bang, bang, bang. The two confronted once again, and the strong impact of power caused considerable damage to the island of the Valley of the Gods. Because of the long-term battle, the edge of the Valley of Gods has already begun to collapse. The other side of the Valley of the Gods. Charlotte, Lin, and Kaido. The aftermath of the battle between Cuomo and the Rox almost affected half of the Valley of the Gods. The entire Valley of the Gods can detect the abnormality over there. It can also know that Rox is fighting Cuomo. Cuomo is at war with Captain Rox. Shall we want to help? Kaido sat on the white cloud Zeus and asked the heavy lauder Lin beside him. At the moment Kaido was covered in bruises, and after escaping the fight with Ekunologia, he had a simple bandage. However, the injuries caused by Ekunologia to his body cannot be recovered, and the scars will definitely accompany him for the rest of his life. Help. No, Adi, we got time to go. Charlotte Lin shook her head slightly. Ekunologia nearly killed Cuomo's crew alone. Now if they go to help the Rox and fight against Cuomo, they will undoubtedly dot a dead end. Abandon Captain Rox just like that. If he leaves the Valley of the Gods, he will definitely trouble us, Kaido said. Although Kaido joined Rox's pirate not long ago, he knows exactly how strong Rox is. Once Rox is angry and wants to pursue their troubles, then he and Charlotte Lin will be in big trouble. We've searched around, but we still haven't found it, haven't we? Maybe the Valley of the Gods has no Uranus at all. Charlotte Lin shook her head slightly. But none of the cadres are willing to help the Rox, except Whitebeard. Whether he can leave the Valley of the Gods alive today is a difficult problem. let alone trouble us. You know she lost Prometheus and Napoleon when she escaped from the hands of Ichnologia. We should leave Kaido. We will die if we stay here. Charlotte Linlin glanced at Kaido and said, one of Cuomo's crew has the strength to kill them, let alone Cuomo's strength. While rocks were still fighting Cuomo, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido had already left the Valley of the Gods. Trouble us. Charlotte Linlin sneered after hearing this, and then said again, there are a large number of strong people in the Valley of the Gods. If they encounter members of the Myriad Realms pirates again, they will not be so lucky to survive. So Charlotte Linlin is not worried that rocks will make trouble for them at all, because he predicts that rocks will not be able to leave the Valley of Gods alive. Do you want help, Edward? Listen to me and leave, or you will die too. Golden Lion lit a cigar and stared at Whitebeard. The battle between Cuomo and Rocks is known to everyone in the Valley of the Gods, including the cadres of the Rocks pirate. Captain Rocks can't survive today. If you go, you will die in vain. Golden Lion continued. Just abandon Captain Rocks so decisively? Stop looking for Uranus. Whitebeard held Song Yunxia in his hand, turned to look at him, and questioned him. All of Cuomo's crew come together to find trouble with Rocks. Rocks is a dead-end situation. The other side of the Valley of the Gods. 169, 166, 8 Inner Gates Chapter 8 Gate? Golden Lion knows very well how terrifying Cuomo's strength is now, and his strength is definitely above Rocks. Cuomo alone is enough to take on the Rocks. Not to mention Cuomo also has a monster crew. If Cuomo's group of monster crews also choose to fight, even if 2 Whitebeards go, they can only give away their heads. Seeing Whitebeard hesitation, Golden Lion continued, didn't you always want to leave the Rocks pirate? Now is your chance. After the death of Captain Rocks, you can create your own pirate group. There is no need to follow Rocks to die. Whitebeard heard the words and sat on the ruins, although he wanted to create his own pirate group. But after all, I have been in the Rocks pirate for more than 10 years. No matter how you say it, there must be a different kind of feeling. But if you think about it carefully, it seems that this other kind of feeling is not worth mentioning at all. Because he and Rocks are not friends, but the identity of the captain and crew. If you want to join my pirate group, you are welcome anytime, Edward, Golden Lion said. Whitebeard glanced up at him slightly, but didn't speak. Golden Lion just smiled lightly. Then he left the Valley of the Gods. He didn't want to stay in this dangerous place for one more second, and also he not let alone choose to save Rocks. In the central area of the Valley of the Gods, the battle between Cuomo and the Rocks continues. Although Cuomo can press Rocks slightly, it still takes a little time to kill him. But Cuomo himself is not in a hurry to kill Rocks, because he still needs to imitate and master Rocks' swordsmanship. After a long time fighting, Cuomo has almost completely imitated and mastered Rocks' sword skills. He has reached a brand new level in the field of swordsmanship, a level that no one else has reached. Swish, swish, swish. Cuomo held Shinyun tightly with both hands and attacked Rocks one after another. Terrible sword energy burst out, tearing apart the space, rushing towards Rocks with a momentum of thunder. The sword energy flew so fast that even if Rocks wanted to defend, he didn't have any chance. The slash hit Rocks heavily, almost splitting him in half. But in the next second, the black mist on his body became more dense, and his physical injuries immediately returned to their original state. However, the severe pain also made him frown at this moment, although he has miraculous perseverance. But Cuomo's swordsmanship has surpassed common sense and miracles, and even Rocks' terrible perseverance can't bear it. Has your swordsmanship gotten stronger again? Rocks questioned, his eyes fixed on Cuomo. When the two first fought, although Cuomo's swordsmanship was terrifying and made him feel great pain, this level of pain was still within his tolerance. But now Cuomo's slashing blows have got beyond the range of pain he can bear. He could have used Devil Fruit's ability to forcibly resist the injury and then find a chance to attack Cuomo. But now that idea doesn't work anymore. Because Cuomo's slash hurts so much that Rocks just wants to defend now. It's gotten stronger, but I still can't reach the top. I thought your swordsmanship would allow me to reach a new level. Now it seems I was thinking too much. Cuomo looked at his property panel, said with a little regret. He has now fully mastered Rocks' swordsmanship, as well as the theory of swordsmanship, logically speaking. The progress of imitating swordsmanship should be full, and his swordsmanship should have reached the full level. However, the progress of imitating swordsmanship has not been fully used, and it is still a bit short. Are you underestimating my sword skills, Cuomo? Rox said in a deep voice. Although he didn't know what Cuomo meant, he could hear a little bit. That's what Cuomo thinks he's not good at swordsmanship. Facing Rox's questioning, Cuomo glanced at him lightly and responded, "You are useless, then let this battle end." During the battle, he has not used his real power in order not to kill Rox, because he also needs to imitate mastering Rox's sword skills. 0*. But now he has fully mastered Rox's swordsmanship, so there's no need for Rox to continue to live. 8 inner gates, 8 gates of death open. 8 inner gates. The 8th gate is the most dangerous gate, because after opening this gate, it consumes vitality, and opening the 8th gate is almost a certain death situation. However, because of systemic reasons, Cuomo will not die at all even if 8th gate is turned on. But unexpectedly, now Cuomo's momentum alone has reached such a level that makes him feel horrible. With the opening of the 8th gate, Cuomo was covered with a red air current from top to bottom. This pressure does not seem to come from people, but from a giant beast. 0.0. At this moment, Cuomo is just standing in mid-air, giving others infinite pressure. It's a terrible pressure. The strength of the sea giants is really beyond our reach. Jabba wiped the sweat from his forehead, swallowed and said, "Could it be that is Cuomo's real power?" Roger's pupils contracted violently, and he stared solemnly at Cuomo in midair. "If I had your strength, I would have become the overlord of the world long ago, Cuomo." Burndy World stared at Cuomo in a low voice. The terrifying momentum made many people present breathless. But in that short amount of time, he was enough to kill Rox. He originally thought that Cuomo's slash that he couldn't bear was already Cuomo's true strength. Is this the ultimate human strength? Presumably, only Cuomo has reached this level. Rayleigh said solemnly. "Damn it, you haven't used your full strength, Cuomo." Rox yelled tyrannically. In front of Cuomo, there can be no waves. But it's just that the time that can be maintained is shorter. In the face of Cuomo's terrifying pressure, Jabba felt as small as a bug. If Cuomo attacks him, how many times can he withstand Cuomo's attack? Long. The terrible pressure, even if they are far apart, Roger can clearly feel it. 170, 167 Rox fall. "The battle is coming to an end, Rox," Cuomo said indifferently as he stood in midair, holding Shinyun in his hand. Now in the entire Valley of the Gods, almost all the cadres have left here, and Rox can be regarded as a lonely family. So today his death is doomed, because no one will show up to help Rox. Schwa. Cuomo was holding the Godfall, and his speed was beyond common sense. Before Rox could react at all, he slashed at his chest. Cuomo's knife nearly went through his bones, splitting Rox in half. However, the hardness of Rox's flesh body is not low. Cuomo's knife is still useless to completely split Rox. However, although Rox's body was not severed, the severe pain caused by this knife filled Rox's entire brain in an instant. 950". You must know that although the devil fruit of Rox can absorb damage, it needs to bear double the pain. Damn it. Rox clenched his teeth, half kneeling on the ground, covering his chest. The attack far exceeded the limit of Rox's limit, and he almost died of severe pain. Cuomo's knife covered the power of the Black Dragon, Armament Haki, Conqueror's Haki, and the power of the Gate of Death. This blow, if it were an ordinary person, could be done on the spot, but only Rox could withstand his blow. Nearly killed Rox in one hit. Kong, who was fighting not far away, was surprised to see Rox half kneeling in front of Cuomo, with a hideous face. Cuomo, like the Rox, is a giant in the New World. Kong thinks that no matter what the difference in strength between the two is, it is not that big. But I didn't expect Cuomo to hit Rox hard. Although the two are also giants in New World, the strength of Rox is still much worse than that of Cuomo. Thinking of this, Kong couldn't help but worry, although this time the battle of the Valley of the Gods. Rox are mortal, but even if Rox are dead, their marines cannot be released. Because there is also the Myriad Realms pirates, which is even more troublesome. "Can you still stand up, Rox?" Cuomo asked with a warm face standing in front of Rox. Dark. Countless black mists suddenly rose from Rox's body, and these mists quickly enveloped Cuomo's whole body, trying to swallow him up. Don't underestimate me, Cuomo." Rox stood up with a little difficulty and sneered. Although the injury on his chest has recovered, the severe pain still lingers in his brain and has not dissipated for a long time. What a pointless resistance. Although Cuomo was swallowed by the darkness, he He seemed unaffected at all, slashing at rocks heavily with knives in both hands. Rock's pupils constricted violently and reacted in an instant, making an evasive movement. But Cuomo's speed is too fast, even if he has reacted. But Cuomo's god fell still slashed to Rock's shoulder, cutting off his entire arm. While Rock's devil fruit can heal all wounds, broken things cannot. The arm was severed by Cuomo, and he couldn't use the devil fruit to make himself grow another arm. A piercing pain filled Rock's entire brain, and he was powerless to watch his arm being cut off. This is the strength gap between him and Cuomo. The ancient weapons are not in the Valley of the Gods. They must have been transferred by the world government long ago. If you kill me, you will face the world government with 2 ancient weapons alone. Rox endured the severe pain and said, "There will be no false records in the historical text, because no one will be idle and write fake things on the extremely precious historical text. It is recorded in the text of the history that the ancient weapons are in the Valley of the Gods. Although Uranus is not in the Valley of the Gods now, it must be in the hands of the world government." In addition to the Pluton battleship obtained by the world government before, the world government now has 2 ancient weapons. One ancient weapon has the power to destroy the world. If 2, how terrible the power is, one can imagine. The point is that it's useless for me to keep you. Cuomo sneered nonchalantly. His strength is already caught up with Rox, and many of the members on his ship are at the level of Rox, and even Dot are still above Rox. They have pure gold in their entire ship. You can live forever, and you can keep your physical strength at its peak. And what does Rox have? Now Rox is old, and his strength is simply not worth looking at. Killing or not killing cannot shake the foundation of the world pattern. The world government has ruled the world for 800 years. Do you think you can face him alone? Rox said with a grim expression. Until now, Rox is still unwilling to let go of any hope of survival, thinking of him as a majestic giant of the new world. Now he is crushed by Cuomo of the same level. He felt unwilling, and he wanted to fight back but felt a huge sense of fatigue. Although it is a bit shameful to live on an ignoble existence, but now he just wants to live. Can I face it? You just watch it from below. Cuomo said indifferently. He didn't talk nonsense with Rox, held Shenyun with both hands, and cut off Rox's head directly. Cuomo's 8 gate closed as Rox's head flew across. 8 Inner Gates Chapter 8 Gate. The Gate of Death endowed Cuomo with extremely terrifying power, but the time it can last is also pitiful. Point 2. However, although the maintenance time is short, there will be no damage to his body when he opens the door to death. Dead. The Rox are dead. 5.6 Jabba's pupils constricted, staring at Rox's body, and then using observation hockey to perceive. Rox is dead. Roger also sensed it with observation hockey. The result obtained was a corpse without a trace of life. Lux was completely dead. There is no longer any chance of survival. Rox, the overlord of a generation, finally died in the Valley of the Gods after years of dominance in the New World. And it was beheaded by Cuomo, who was also the overlord. Too bad I didn't kill Rox myself, Rayleigh said with a sigh. The 3 main forces of Roger pirates originally wanted to fight Rox in person. But Cuomo insisted on fighting alone, so they could only retreat and watch the battle. 171-168 battle ends. It's good that Rox is dead. This can be regarded as an explanation for the brothers who died. Roger said aloud. Boom! The moment Roger's words fell, a large number of rifts suddenly appeared on the ground under everyone's feet, and the seawater was still spreading upwards. After a long period of fighting, the Valley of the Gods was finally overwhelmed and was about to be completely broken, and then sank into the sea. The Valley of the Gods is going to be destroyed, Captain Roger. Jabba looked at the sea water that was constantly spreading up under his feet and said quickly. Roger looked at the sea water spreading up under his feet and then at Cuomo's voice. Let's go, our goal has been achieved, Rox is dead, and it's time for us to leave the Valley of Gods. The Valley of the Gods is gradually collapsing, and the 3 members of the Roger pirates have left. What a waste of time. Burndy World stood on the ruins with his arms folded in front of his chest, looking at the Valley of the Gods, which was covered with ruins and sea water, said in a deep voice. He came to the Valley of the Gods to find the ancient weapon Uranus, but in the end, the ancient weapon was not found. Instead, all his crew members were imprisoned by Marines people. That is to say, he came to the Valley of the Gods. 07. Gained nothing and lost the crew, but he is not sad about it. Because in his capacity, it is very simple to recruit crew members. Seeing the collapsed Valley of the Gods, He did not continue to stay in this place, but chose to leave. Although his crew was imprisoned by the Marines, his ship was not destroyed by the Marines. Stop it, Akuno Hashirama, the fight is over. Cuomo told the two who were fighting. Rox is dead, and the Valley of the Gods is about to collapse. There is no need to stay any longer. After Senju Hashirama and Ikunoloja, who were fighting, heard Cuomo's words, they stopped fighting and came to Cuomo's side. The death of the crane, our Marine, is a piece of grass that won't end well. Kong looked at Cuomo and said coldly, "We've been dealing with each other for so many years. There's no need to speak harshly, Kong." Cuomo stared at Kong calmly and said flatly, "So what if Marine doesn't want to let it go? The crane is dead. What can Marine do with him? Now the only thing that can threaten him in the whole world is ancient weapons. The current Marine Cuomo is really not in his eyes. Only the world government makes him a little afraid. After all, if there are no accidents, the world government has two ancient weapons that can destroy the power of the world. Point two." Hearing this, Kong clenched his fists tightly and his veins bulged, but he didn't say much. Instead, he took Marine and left here. Although he wants to avenge the crane, he also knows that they are probably not the opponents of Cuomo and the others. Even if they beat Senju Hashirama, Ikunoloja, and Cuomo, don't forget, the Wanjia pirates are not only the three of them, there are also many strong men with terrifying strength. If they continue to entangle, it will be very bad for their Marine. Have you found any clues about Uranus? Cuomo watched Kong's departure and asked the two people beside him. One of the important reasons they came to the Valley of the Gods was Uranus. Although the probability of Uranus in the Valley of the Gods is very small, Cuomo still wants to ask. No. Senju Hashirama shook his head slightly. He was on his way to find the ancient weapon when he met Rox. A fight ensued, and no chance to find Uranus. Me neither. Ikunoloja spread his hands. Not long after he landed on the island, he met Charlotte, Lin, and Kaido, and they fought. After hunting for ancient weapons for a while, I ran here when I noticed the movement from Cuomo's side. As his words fell, a voice came, "Cuomo." The three of them heard the prestige and looked around, only to see Ji Guan is rushing towards this side. Seeing Ji Guan approaching, Cuomo asked, "Is there any whereabouts of Uranus? No, I searched the entire Valley of the Gods, but I didn't find any clues about Uranus. Ji Guan shook his head and said, "He has been looking for Uranus since he landed in the Valley of the Gods, and he has searched the entire Valley of the Gods several times. But nothing was found. It seems the ancient weapons are not in the Valley of the Gods." Cuomo nodded, not surprised he didn't find a result. "Do you want to go, Cuomo? If you don't go, the Valley of the Gods will collapse," Senju Hashirama reminded. The seawater has spread to their ankles, and it is still coming up one after another. The ground plane is also constantly spreading to the Great Rift Valley. I believe that it won't be long before the island of the Valley of the Gods will disappear from the map. Let's go. Cuomo nodded. As his words fell, several people quickly approached the position on the coast. At present, there are no people in the Valley of the Gods. The Roger pirates have evacuated, and Burndy World has also left. The cadres of Rock's pirate chose to leave before Rox died 743. Now the Valley of the Gods is basically all corpses. The battle for the Valley of the Gods is over, but the battle for Uchiha Madara isn't over yet. Uchiha Madara at this moment is still fighting Zephyr Sengoku on Marine's battleship. Cuomo and others came to the coast and found that there are many Marines watching the battle here. Cuomo. With the exclamation of a strong Marine, many Marines hurriedly retreated to the work area. Why did Madara fight with Sengoku Zephyr? Cuomo stared at the few people on the Marine battleship, feeling a little puzzled. When they landed in the Valley of the Gods, Cuomo ordered Uchiha Madara to guard the ship to protect Rem and Ram. Who would have thought that Uchiha Madara would fight Sengoku Zephyr? No wonder I didn't see these two in the Valley of the Gods. It should be that Marine noticed Madara when he came to the Valley of the Gods. With Madara's temper, he must have a conflict with them. Senju Hashirama crossed his hands on his chest and laughed. Madara is really full of energy, Ji Guan said out loud. Madara, the battle is over. There is no need to continue. Ikunoloja yelled at Uchiha Madara on the Marine battleship. 169 Crane died, angry Sengoku seeking full order. Madara, who was fighting, heard Ikunoloja's voice and stopped the attack in his hand. Then he set his sights on the shore. Have you found the ancient weapon? Uchiha Madara asked, looking at several people. No. Cuomo responded with a shrug. Cuomo is almost certain that there are no ancient weapons in the Valley of the Gods, so he didn't choose to search for the Valley of the Gods before it completely sank into the sea. Cuomo. A shout came from not far away, and I saw Gojo, Satoru, Unohana Retsu, and others rushing towards this side. Coupled with their arrival, the Myriad Realms pirates are now gathered together again. But Cuomo has no intention of continuing to fight at the moment. After all, Rox is dead. God's Valley, I guess there is no ancient weapon, Cuomo. Gojo Satoru said first. He also searched for a long time in the Valley of the Gods, but he has not found any whereabouts of ancient weapons. The ancient weapons are probably hidden by the world government. Cuomo nodded. Marine is here too. Do you want to continue fighting, Cuomo? Unohana Retsu slowly pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist and asked. The battle is over, and it won't do us any good to keep fighting. Cuomo shook his head. Rox died in this battle, and his swordsmanship is about to reach the full level. Plus, he will get a lot of reputation points. His goal has been achieved. What's the benefit of continuing to fight? Hearing this, Unohana Retsu slowly inserted Zanpakuto back into the scabbard. Cuomo glanced at the many Marines present and then told everyone around him, "Let's go." Cuomo and others quickly returned to their ship, and none of the Marines dared to stop them. Just when Cuomo and others were about to leave, Kong rushed to the shore with a large number of Marines. Kong was the first to leave the center of the Valley of Gods than Cuomo, but after he left, he was not in a hurry to return to the shore, but was looking for other Marines in the Valley of the Gods. Finally, all the Marines in the Valley of the Gods converged, and then he returned to the shore. Garp. Sengoku and Zephyr on the Marine battleship saw the seriously injured Garp being carried on his back. Garp was in a coma, and the two thought that something had happened to Garp, so they rushed off the Marine battleship. Garp is fine, he just passed out. Seeing that the two were panicking now, Kong explained aloud. That's good. Sengoku and Zephyr nodded upon hearing this, but it turned out to be a false alarm. Kong looked at Sengoku, sighed, and said, "But the crane is dead." What? Hearing this, Sengoku's pupils constricted violently. A cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Crane died? Sengoku asked emotionally. Dead, Kong said in a heavy tone. Who did it? Sengoku was shocked, then outraged. Crane is his friend for many years. They entered naval headquarters at the same time, and they often cooperate in combat together. There is a deep friendship between them, but now the Crane is dead. This makes Sengoku feel uncontrollable anger in his heart. Captain of the pirates of 10,000 realms, Cuomo. Kong said helplessly. If other pirates had killed Crane, Kong would have chased him to the ends of the earth, but it was Cuomo who killed Crane. Kong is full of anger at Cuomo, but there is nothing he can do. After all, Cuomo's strength is far from what he can compete with. Even the New World giant rocks died in Cuomo's hands. Damn Cuomo! Sengoku clenched his fists tightly, and his veins bulged as he watched Cuomo and the others who were about to leave by the coast walk step by step. What do you want Sengoku to do? Zephyr saw that Sengoku wanted to be impulsive and rushed to stop him. I'm going to kill the bastard Cuomo, Sengoku said with a vicious look on his face. The battle is over, Sengoku. Cuomo, we can take a long-term view. During this period, we can't be impulsive. Zephyr stopped Sengoku and continued. Although Zephyr's relationship with Crane is not very deep, he's also full of grief for Crane's death. But now he is very sensible. Because he knew that with the current state of their marine, it would be very difficult to defeat the 10,000 Worlds pirates. If Sengoku becomes impulsive, he can only lose his life. Get out of the way, Zephyr, Sengoku yelled. Sengoku's friendship with Crane, which has even reached the level of family, hears of Crane's death. Sengoku can't stay sane at all. Zephyr stood in front of Sengoku with a firm gaze, not agreeing with his passage. Crane was dead, a great loss to their entire naval headquarters. But now, don't let Sengoku lose his life again. Calm down, Sengoku. Kong patted Sengoku on the shoulder and said, he understands Sengoku's mood now, but they have nothing to do with Cuomo. If Kong is sure that he can defeat the pirates of the 10,000 realms, he would have retaliated against the pirates of the 10,000 realms long ago. Damn Cuomo! Sengoku closed his eyes and clenched his fists, trying to restrain his anger. Believe me, Sengoku, sooner or later, we will be able to completely eradicate the Wan pirates. Wang Gukong said solemnly and seriously. Now that Rox is dead, the entire New World has only one sea giant like the 10,000 Worlds pirates. Sooner or later, they have to find a way to get rid of Cuomo. You must know how to deal with pirates in this sea. It's not just their marine, there is world government assistance behind them. Now that the world government has two ancient weapons in their hands, It is time to attack the Myriad Realms pirates sooner or later. And they just need to wait until that period, and then take revenge. This day will always come, Uajoust. Because it is impossible for the world government to let the pirates of 10,000 realms develop forever. When Garp wakes up, don't tell him the news of Crane's death, otherwise, he may not be able to accept it, and the injury will worsen. Sengoku sat on a stone, his face extremely heavy. He tried his best to restrain his emotions, even though he was still very angry now. But he is also a very sensible person. He knows that now he has nothing to do with Cuomo. He's a rational guy, but not Garp, who was known for his impulsiveness at naval headquarters. If Garp heard the news of Crane's death when he woke up from serious injuries, he would have rushed up immediately. Go find Cuomo and die. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible to tell Garp the news of Crane's identity when he is seriously injured, because it's throwing salt on Garp's body. 173, 170 new member, Tornado. A few days later, news about the Valley of the Gods also spread. The news that shocked the world was released, and made the whole new world know once again how terrible the 10,000 Worlds pirates are. In this battle of the Valley of the Gods, Marine lost some high-level combat power, while none of the Roger pirates was injured. All members of the Burndy World pirate group were arrested except Burndy World himself. And Rock's pirate, except Rock's and a few cadres were killed, the rest all fled the Valley of Gods. None of the pirates of 10,000 Worlds was injured. Originally, there were 2 giants in the sea, but now after the Rocks were killed by Cuomo, the entire new world. Only the giant pirates of 10,000 Worlds is left. New World, a certain sea area. Here is the ship of the pirates of 10,000 realms that I in Cuomo's room. He opened his own property panel. After experiencing the battle of the Valley of the Gods, Cuomo's reputation has naturally increased a lot. Host Cuomo. Summon Gojo Satoru, 69%. Uchiha Madara, 70%. Unohana Retsu, 64%. Tsukuni and Nichi, 87%. 427 Senju Hashirama, 52%. Rem, 86%. Ekunologia, 40%. Reputation value, 360,000/280,000. Abilities, Armament Hockey, 500/5000. Observation Hockey, max. Conqueror's Hockey, max. Imitation Swordsmanship, 4500/5000. Special abilities, Black Dragon Form, with style. Sage Mode, 8 Intergates. Warehouse, none. Now the prestige value required to summon has reached 280,000. I have to say that this is a terrifying number. But this time in the Valley of the Gods battle, because Cuomo killed Rocks, his prestige value has also increased a lot. The Battle of the Valley of the Gods received a lot of goods this time. But the only thing that makes Cuomo a little regretful is that his swordsmanship has not yet reached the real full level. Now in the entire sea, he has fought almost all the strong men with top sword skills, but it is still useless to reach the full level. If you want to reach the full level, you must fight another strong man with superb swordsmanship. But in the entire ocean, who else possesses the top swordsmanship? Cuomo suddenly thought of something and whispered, "Waypoint 5 Elders." He has fought against the world's top swordsmen, including the 5 Elders who owns the first-generation Ghost. But he imitated everyone else's sword skills, except for the 5 Elders. After he has mastered Rock's swordsmanship, he has not yet reached the full level. So if he has mastered the 5 Elders' swordsmanship, it must be enough. But if you want to master the old man's swordsmanship, you need to go to the Holy Land Mariewa. Although 2 of the 5 Elders died, there was still in the Holy Land of Mariewa. The last time they crossed the Holy Land Mariewa and didn't make a move. If they attack the Holy Land Mariewa again this time, it's not sure whether she will make a move. It is already a fact that the world government has mastered the Pluton battleship. And Uranus. It is also very likely that the world government is in the grasp. If they cross the Holy Land Mariewa again, it is very likely that you will need to face him and 2 ancient weapons. In the face of these 2 Cuomo, there is still some pressure. After all, how powerful the ancient weapons in him are, no one can say for sure. Forget it, don't think so much, let's exchange reputation points first. Ding, does the host want to exchange the reputation points for reward cards from the Heavens and Myriad Realms? Sure. Ding, congratulations to the successful exchange of host, and you will get a reward card from the Heavens and Worlds. Do you want to use host? Okay. Cuomo chose okay without the slightest hesitation. He also wanted to know what kind of character he could summon this time. However, it is also possible that the character cannot be summoned. But it can still be summoned under normal circumstances. Ding, congratulations to host for using it successfully and got the tornado from One Punch Man World. Ding, congratulations host, You got an ability advancement card. The name of the tornado hero, the Trembling Tornado. Hero ranks number 2 in the S class, and it is a person with superpowers. Her strength is not weak, and her strength is also one of the best in the world of One Punch Man. I saw a group of white light particles appearing in front of Cuomo, and the light particles slowly gathered into a group. Then the tornado appeared in front of Cuomo. I saw that she had green curly hair and was wearing a black slit gown. She looked and figured like a child. She was emitting green light all over her body, floating in the air, and the tail of her black slit gown fluttered with it. She froze in mid-air, as if she couldn't fully digest the information from her system in a short time. After a long time, she took a deep breath and said, "It's unbelievable that you have such power." She was still shocked by the fact that she traveled through. After all, he never thought that he would travel to other worlds one day. It's just some tricks, but having said that, you're welcome, Tornado. Cuomo greeted Tornado with a smile. The arrival of the Tornado has raised the overall strength of the Myriad Realms pirates to another level. Tornado slowly came to his senses, looked at Cuomo and said, "If I'm not wrong, you are Cuomo. Everyone who comes to this world, the system will tell them some information about this world." "In Cuomo's name?" "Of course." Cuomo nodded. "Am I the only one who encountered this kind of thing?" Tornado asked. Cuomo knew what the tornado meant and responded with a slight smile. "Of course not. There are many people who have the same experience as you, and they all come from various worlds." "Can you show me to them?" Tornado asked. People from all over the world had the same experience as him, so she was naturally very interested and wanted to meet them. "Of course, no problem." Cuomo stood up from the boat and walked out of the deck. Tornado followed behind him, scanning the surrounding environment. Faced with this sudden encounter, the tornado at the beginning was shocking and unbelievable. But when she slowly came to her senses, her heart was filled with a trace of excitement. "I have a strong curiosity about everything around me." Cuomo led the tornado to the deck of the ship, and everyone on the ship felt a strange atmosphere immediately, and then looked towards Cuomo and the tornado. "Are you a new member?" Ji Thuan looked at the tornado and said first, 174, 171 Garp. "Are you hiding something from me?" "This is Tornado, our new member." Cuomo pointed to Tornado beside him and said to everyone on the boat. Long Wan bowed slightly to everyone on the boat and nodded. "Hello." She looked like a child. Gojo rested his chin on his hand and approached the tornado step by step, pondering carefully. "You are the child," Long Wan said with his hands on his hips, dissatisfied. "Don't think she is small, but she's already an adult." Cuomo smiled slightly. Tornado looks like a child, but in fact she is already an adult, but there is only a little problem with her development. "Are you an adult? It doesn't look like." Senju Hashirama also walked towards the tornado and observed carefully. Although there is an extraordinary aura in Tornado's body, no matter how you look at her, she looks like a child. "Yeah, I don't look like that either." Gojo Satoru put his hands on Senju Hashirama's shoulders and smiled. Although Tornado has terrifying strength, but she looks like a Lolita. Anyone who looks at her thinks she is just a child who has the ability to fight in advance. Her strength at her peak was not weaker than there were too many people on board. Tornado crossed his hands in front of his chest, pouting arrogantly. "They were just kidding. They don't care about the tornado." Cuomo patted her on the shoulder and smiled. "Let me introduce to you, this is Gojo Satoru, he is Ji Thuan, and this is Senju Hashirama." Cuomo pointed to several people in front of him and introduced to Tornado. Tornado came to this world and only knew Cuomo's name and some information about this world. As for the names of the other members, it is still unclear. After Cuomo's introduction, Longwan quickly became familiar with this group of people. Although the people on board the Wanjia pirates are from different worlds, they are all quite easygoing. So it's easy for them to mingle with each other. Seeing the tornado mingling with several people, Cuomo also set his sights on the advanced card at this moment. Knowledge, color, and conquerors have long been accomplished, but imitating swordsmanship, this cannot be advanced with the advanced card. The rest, there is only armament hockey. Cuomo did not hesitate and used the last advanced card on armament hockey. After using the advanced card, Cuomo armament hockey also reached the level of Deshang. His strength has improved a lot. Naval headquarters, Marine Fort, a medical room. Garp is lying on the hospital bed in this medical room, and at the moment he is covered with bandages. However, he didn't care about his injury, but was eating snacks. In this medical room, Garp is not the only one. Zephyr, Sengoku, and Kong are also present. They were unharmed and were here with Garp. "By the way, where's the crane?" Garp put pieces of snacks into his mouth and asked. Hearing this, the three of them peeped at each other, using eye contact. Crane. Garp is now in a serious injury situation, and it is impossible to fully recover without a long rest. The doctor also told them that Garp was seriously injured. If you engage in activities during this period, it is likely to leave sequelae to your body. The news of Crane's death should not be known to Garp yet, otherwise Garp will go into a state of berserk. Even if he was subdued by them in the end, it would definitely have some impact on Garp during the hands-on process, and then lead to Garp's body. The news of Crane's death will be told to Garp sooner or later, but not now. Not here. Where did the Crane go? Garp stared at several people in doubt and questioned. After he was knocked out in a fight with Cuomo, he never saw Crane again. However, he didn't think about the Crane's death. After all, just thinking about this kind of thing made him feel very painful. Crane has other missions now, so he won't come back at the moment, Sengoku said with a heavy tone. As much as he doesn't like to tell lies, now, he has to use them to trick Garp. Seeking flowers. Other quests. Isn't the Valley of the Gods war over? Why are there other quests? Garp asked. Except for the news of Crane's death, he had already heard about other news. Hearing Garp's questioning, the three of them looked at each other again, with embarrassing expressions on their faces. You guys thought you won't be hiding anything from me, are you? Garp questioned when he saw the expressions of the three people in front of him. Although Garp is very nervous, he is not stupid. Looking at the expressions of the three, he knew that Sengoku and the others must have something to hide from him. But in the end, what it is, he is not clear. The structure of New World is unpredictable. There will always be accidents in some places, so the Crane will go, Garp, your main task now is to recover from your injuries, otherwise. You don't even want to see the Crane. Kong pretended to be serious and said, Zero. I see. Garp nodded upon hearing this. Although he was a little surprised not to see the Crane, since Kong said that the Crane was on a mission. Of course, he believed Kong's words. After all, they are good friends for many years, and Garp still trusts Kong. Didn't think Kong would lie to him. After fooling Garp, the three of Kong left the medical room and went outside. Well, after Garp recovers from his injuries, all he can see is the dead body of the Crane. Sengoku said with a serious expression, sighing. Crane's body was cut in half by Cuomo. They brought back Crane's body and then had the Undertaker sew him up. Now Crane's body is placed in the coffin, and they are not planning to bury it yet. They were going to wait for Garp to see Crane's body before they decided to bury him. If nothing else happens, Garp will still go berserk at that time, and it is very likely that there will be a gap between us. Zephyr glanced at Garp in the medical room from the corner of his eye and said seriously, for the sake of Garp's body, they concealed the news of Crane's death, and now Garp doesn't know about it. But they are destined to not be able to hide it for a long time, because Garp will learn the news after he recovers. 172 Kaido eats Phantom Beast fish fruit. And when the time comes, Garp will not only be angry with Cuomo, but also with them. Because they didn't tell Garp the first time Crane died. I hope Garp can think about it, Kong said with a sigh. Crane is dead, although they are also angry, but they can restrain their emotions. New World, a certain country. The country doesn't have the funds to hand over gold to the world government, so the Golden Lion has taken over here. Loot the country's money. Now the rocks are dead. There is no one who can restrain Golden Lion, and he will create his own pirate group next. He has already thought of the name. It is called the Flying Pirates, and he wants to create a pirate group. The 483 needed is a lot of money. All the funds he had accumulated on the Rocks Pirate before had been used to build ships. The purpose of robbing this country now is to get funds to recruit crew members. Lousy will become the next sea overlord. Golden Lion floated in the mid-air of the sea, with his hands crossed on his chest, a cigar in his mouth, and a confident smile. Golden Lion doesn't think he can reach Cuomo's level, nor does he think that he can reach Cuomo's status and become a sea giant in his lifetime. But he thinks that becoming the overlord of the SEA.IT is not difficult. New World on an island. Charlotte Lin and Kaido landed on this island. Then Charlotte Lin handed Kaido a devil fruit and said, "This is a Phantom Beast fish fruit. Eudemons is the rarest devil fruit in this world, even more precious than Logia." Charlotte Lin got this devil fruit accidentally, but he didn't take it, because she already has a devil fruit. I can no longer eat the second one. If I eat it forcibly, it is very likely to cause death. This devil fruit is also kept. It is better to give it to Kaido. Let Kaido owe her a favor. Phantom Beast. Hearing what Charlotte Lin said, Kaido was slightly startled. As a pirate, he is naturally very aware of the preciousness of the Eudemon's devil fruit, which is hard for him to imagine. Charlotte Lin would give him such a precious devil fruit. This devil fruit has another characteristic, that is not afraid of sea water. Charlotte Lin explained to him. Devil fruit is generally afraid of sea water and will become a landlubber after eating. But the Phantom Beast fish fruit is different. Its fruit characteristic that is that it can swim in the sea. Are you really going to give me such a precious thing, Lin? Kaido looked at the devil fruit that Charlotte Lin handed over and swallowed unconsciously. He was flattered that Charlotte Lin treated him so well. Of course, but this is not a gift for nothing. I need you to owe me a favor, Charlotte Lin said with a strange smile. She could see that Kaido was a very talented and strong man. If nothing else, the future Kaido can definitely become a character. In exchange for Kaido's favor with devil fruit, Charlotte Lin thinks that it is not a loss. I owe you a favor, yes. Kaido took devil fruit and nodded. I hope you won't let me down, Kaido, in the future. Of course. Kaido said affirmatively. Charlotte Lin left after explaining everything, and now Rox is dead. She's also preparing to form her own pirate group. After Charlotte Lin left, Kaido also ate devil fruit without hesitation. The moment he ate it, he felt the changes in his body and saw scales slowly appearing on his body. It turned into a creature that looked like half a dragon and half a fish. Since Kaido has just eaten Yu fruit, the development of this devil fruit is still very weak. It cannot be transformed into the form of a dragon directly. Although his current state is somewhat different, but he is in this state. But I can feel the increase in physical strength. New World, a certain shipyard. After leaving the Valley of the Gods and hearing the news of Rock's death, Whitebeard came to New World shipyard to build a unique ship. Then start looking for what you want in New World. After all, he is also a cadre of the Rock's pirate, so he has naturally accumulated a lot of money over the years. Enough for him to build a good boat. At this moment, Whitebeard, sitting on the shore, saw a pirate ship slowly driving on the sea level. This pirate ship is the ship of the Roger pirates. Ha, Edward. Roger stood at the bow, looked at Whitebeard and laughed. After a short confrontation, the two sat together and drank some wine and became friends. Roger's temperament, although it suits his appetite, can't be his real family. Roger jumped off the boat and onto the shore, making no fuss. Now that Rox is dead, he can finally relax and chase his dreams. You really didn't hesitate at all, Edward. Roger laughed loudly upon hearing this. Roger is very clear about Whitebeard's strength. If Whitebeard joins his pirate group, will only be inferior to the 4.5th World Pirate Group. So he refused to join the Roger Pirates. So Roger wanted to win Whitebeard into his pirate group. Now that Rox is dead, Rox Pirate is disbanded, and Whitebeard today has not joined any pirate group. When he first came to New World from the Grand Line, he wanted to chase his dream. But because of the Rox, he had to give up his dream first and join the Rox Pirate. The Roger Pirates once met Whitebeard, who was out on a mission in New World by accident. The two couldn't have a good conversation because of Rox, and now Rox is dead. Although he was slightly surprised by Whitebeard's rejection, he could accept it. The two can meet at any time without worrying about the existence of Rox. Forgive me for rejecting Roger. I don't want to join any pirate group anymore. Now I just want to create my own pirate group. Whitebeard shook his head slightly and refused. Want to join my pirate group, Edward? What can I do, Roger? Whitebeard, who was sitting on the beach, raised his head slightly and asked with a grin. 173 Burndy World joins forces with the pirates of 10,000 realms. In the future on the sea, we will be the enemy, Roger. Whitebeard glanced at Roger and said. Although the two are friends, Whitebeard now refuses to join the Roger Pirates. In the future, Whitebeard formed his own pirate group. When he met Roger again in the sea, they were enemies. Enemies? Roger took out 2 jugs of wine, handed Whitebeard a jug, and said to himself, the next time we meet at sea, I won't show mercy to Roger. Whitebeard took the wine from Roger, gulped it down, and said with a smile, "Ha, looking forward to that day, Edward." Roger laughed out loud. With the death of the Rox, a new era has come. The Rox are dead, though. But many powerhouses of Rox Pirate are still alive. For example, Whitebeard, Golden 07 Lion, Charlotte Lin, Kaido. They all will become big pirates that will shock the world in the future. 3-4 emperors, and a legendary pirate. A few months later, New World, an island. Cuomo's myriad realms pirates docked at a certain sea area. are replenishing supplies. The current Myriad Realms pirates resounds through the entire new world. Whether it is a pirate or an ordinary person, or a newborn child, all of them know the name Cuomo. They don't need to give any money to replenish supplies, and those people are like inviting the plague gods away. Send them a large amount of supplies on their own initiative. At this time, Cuomo was training on the boat, although his current strength has almost reached the ceiling of the world. But for training, he did not relax for a moment. Suddenly, a strange breath came to the ship of the 10,000 Realms pirates. Cuomo stopped training and glanced behind. A few men in black came to his boat. Several men in black were about to speak, but when they met Cuomo's eyes, they broke out in a cold sweat. The aura on Cuomo's body was too terrifying, just staring at them. It put a lot of pressure on them. "What's the matter?" Cuomo asked as he glanced at them indifferently. He didn't know who these people were, nor did he know what their purpose was. "Bang, Master Burndy World asked us to find you." A man in black swallowed and responded. "Burndy World, what can I do for you?" Cuomo pressed. A man in black suppressed the fear in his heart, handed a phone bug to Cuomo, and then dialed a number. Boo-boo. When the phone bug was connected, the appearance of the phone bug changed into that of Burndy World. "Long time no see, Cuomo," Burndy World greeted. "Just talk about it if you have anything to say," Cuomo said flatly. Burndy World must be looking for him for something. Otherwise, it would be impossible to send someone to look for him. "I've already investigated the hiding place of the Pluton battleship, Cuomo." Burndy World didn't give a shit and went straight to the point. Reported a major intelligence to Cuomo. "Where is the Pluton battleship?" Cuomo was slightly taken aback when he heard the words, and then asked, "I can't tell you the coordinates of the Pluton battleship yet. As long as you join hands with me, we can set off to grab the Pluton battleship together." Burndy World made a joint request. Although he has investigated the location of the Pluton battleship, it is impossible to snatch the Pluton battleship out with his own strength. The only way is to team up with people, and Cuomo is the one. How terrifying Cuomo's strength is, he has witnessed it with his own eyes in the Valley of the Gods. Kill rocks with absolute strength, few people in the whole world can reach Cuomo's level. With Cuomo's cooperation, Burndy World is 100% sure that it can snatch the Pluton battleship from the world government. "When do you act?" Cuomo continued. "Act today. I'm going to you now." Burndy World heard the meaning of Cuomo's words and said quickly. Cuomo nodded, and Burndy World hung up on the phone and set off to find Cuomo immediately. The reason why Cuomo did not refuse Burndy World's request to join forces. On the one hand, he has some interest in the Pluton battleship. Another aspect is that guarding the Pluton battleship is very likely to be an old man with a knife among the five elders. After all, the Pluton battleship is such a precious thing, the world government will definitely send strong people to guard it. The General Strong will think that it is not safe, so the best choice. Just send 5 elders to guard. And the reason why Cuomo is interested in the old man with a knife. That's because his imitation of swordsmanship is still close to reaching the level of mastery. He has already fought almost all the top swordsmen in this world, and successfully imitated and mastered their swordsmanship. The only swordsmanship that has not been imitated and mastered is the sword-wielding old man among the 5 elders. Fighting the rocks didn't bring Cuomo's swordsmanship to the level of mastery. But fighting against the old man with a knife, Cuomo believes that 257 is likely to make swordsmanship reach the point of great success. It is precisely because of these two reasons that Cuomo agreed to join forces with Burndy World to grab the Pluton battleship. "We're back, Cuomo," Gojo Satoru shouted as he landed on the rail, with some supplies in his arms. Then other members also came on board one after another. On the entire ship, only Cuomo was training, and the others were either replenishing supplies or going shopping. Now the shoppers have had enough shopping, and the people in charge of replenishing supplies have already purchased. "Who are they?" Uchiha Madara stared at the strange men in black on board and asked. "People from Burndy World," Cuomo responded, pointing to a few people. "Burndy World? How are his people?" "On our ship. Burndy World has investigated the whereabouts of the Pluton battleship, and we're going to set off to snatch the Pluton battleship." "Burndy World, he found the ancient weapon Pluton warship?" "He will not lie to me." Cuomo laughed. Cuomo is now the pirate giant of the entire new world. and now the entire sea. No pirate can compare with him, and Bernie World naturally knows the danger of Cuomo. Naturally, he would not tell lies to deceive Cuomo. 177, 174 Cuomo offers a bounty of 5.7 billion Baileys. Please order in full. New World, a seaside off an island. The ship of the Wanjia Pirates is docked here, and all the members of the Wanjia Pirates are on board, but they are not in a hurry to sail away from here, but waiting for someone. After a long time, at the end of the horizon, a huge pirate ship appeared in their sight. This ship is exactly the ship of Burndy World. As the two ships approached, Burndy World could be seen standing at the bow of the ship, watching Cuomo and others. "Where's the Pluton ship?" Cuomo questioned, eyeing Burndy World. The battleship Pluton is now being guarded by the powerful of the World Town Hall at the location of the Grand Canyon. Burndy World threw Cuomo an eternal pointer and said, after a long time, the people of Burndy World finally investigated the whereabouts of the Pluton battleship and secretly made several eternal pointers leading to that place. I hope you won't lie to me, otherwise I will let you know the consequences. Cuomo looked at the eternity pointer in his hand, then at Burndy World and said coldly, "Of course." Burndy World nodded. Naturally, he would not deceive Cuomo in this kind of thing. After all, it would not do him any good, and he would also offend Cuomo because of this, and finally ended up with a death. Without further ado, act Cuomo now, Burndy World continued. After a long time, he finally investigated the storage place of the Pluton battleship, and now he naturally wants to hurry up and snatch the Pluton battleship. Set sail. Cuomo directed to Gojo Satoru. To this day, Gojo Satoru is still the helmsman on their boat. After all, no one else knows how to steer the boat except him. They are too lazy to learn. Anyway, there are 5 enlightenment. Okay. Gojo Gobi gave an okay gesture. The 10,000 Realms pirates set sail for the storage place of the Pluton battleship. Cuomo, I always feel that he is not a good person. Should we believe his words? When setting sail, Tornado came to Cuomo's side and whispered, "Don't worry, even if he has any intentions, it's impossible to achieve." Cuomo spread his hands and responded calmly. The Myriad Realms pirates and the Burndy World pirates teamed up to snatch the Pluton battleship from the world government. At that time, it must be the 10,000 Realms pirates who will gain control of the Pluton battleship. And Burndy World is naturally aware of this. Because when he was in the Valley of the Gods, he almost already knew the strength of Cuomo and the members of the Pirates of the World. But Burndy World made a dowry for the Pirates of 10,000 Realms after knowingly snatching the Pluton battleship, still decided to join forces with the Myriad Realms pirates. This also shows that Burndy World must think that there is some way to get the Pluton battleship from the 10,000 Worlds pirates. As for how, Cuomo will not know. But Cuomo has great confidence in his own strength, no matter what method Burndy World uses. He won't let Burndy World get the Pluton ship. Okay. Tornado nodded upon hearing this and didn't say anything more. Although she has not been on this boat for a long time, she still trusts Cuomo's words. New World, a certain Grand Canyon. This is where the Pluton battleship is stored, although the world government has already obtained the Pluton battleship. But at present, they can't drive the Pluton battleship because the Pluton battleship has been precipitated over the years. Quite a number of parts were faulty and needed to be corrected. Since the parts are too old, it is very troublesome to find them. In addition, they do not have the driving instructions of the Pluton battleship, so it is still somewhat difficult to fully understand the mechanism and operation method of the Pluton battleship. There are a large number of craftsmen in this place, as well as countless world government powerhouses. Includes 2 5 elders. They are guarding here to prevent anyone from finding this place and robbing the main battleship. In a certain room, 2 5 elders, sitting on chairs talking. Master, and may come to inspect these few days. The old man with a knife said after taking a sip of tea. Maybe I want to come over to see the progress of the Pluton battleship. The scarred old man responded. The Pluton battleship is worthy of being an ancient weapon. Its manufacture is extremely cumbersome, and its parts are extremely rare. Today, those world-renowned craftsmen have barely mastered the way of manipulating Pluton warships. However, the Pluton battleship is damaged in many places, and it is still in the process of repairing. I heard from those craftsmen that the Pluton battleship will be able to sail normally in about a few months. The old man with a knife lay on the chair and looked out of the window. When the Pluton battleship was first obtained, those craftsmen thought it would take several years to fully restore it and decipher the maneuvering of the Pluton battleship. But during this time, people from the world government were unexpectedly on an isolated island. A batch of parts products hundreds of years ago was found, so this also led to a lot of speed up the progress of the craftsmen. I have been waiting for a long time, And finally, I am about to get over it. The day the Pluton battleship sails is the time when the pirates of the 10,000 worlds will perish. Although they are here, they are not cut off from the outside world, the battle of the Valley of the Gods. They also knew it long ago. Now that Rox is dead, only the 10,000 Realms pirates are left in the sea. This is also just convenient for us to start. The old man with a knife looked at the reward order of Cuomo and others on the table, out loud. After the battle of the Valley of the Gods, Cuomo's bounty has reached, the money is good, 5.7 billion Baileys. This may be the highest bounty ever offered in New World. Cuomo is not the only one with such a high bounty. The bounties offered by his members are not low either. Uchiha Madara 4.2 billion Baileys. Senju Hashirama 3.1 billion Baileys. Unohana Retsu 3.8 billion Baileys. Following Wiyuan's 13.2 billion Baileys. Gojo Satoru 3.8 billion Baileys. Rem 1.2 billion Bailey. Akuno Rocky 1.3 billion Bailey. On the entire ship of the 10,000 Realms pirates, no one has a bounty lower than 1 billion Baileys. And the total bounty offered by these people has exceeded 20 billion Baileys. Such a pirate group is full of threats. Looking at the reward order on the table, even the 5 elders feel a headache. But they won't have a headache for too long, because the Pluton battleship is almost ready to start. 178, 175 5 elders. Damn, Cuomo came to grab the Pluton ship? A few days later, the ships of the Myriad Realms pirates and Burndy World pirates are about to reach the location of the Grand Canyon. Making some plans, Cuomo? Burndy World asked from the bow, looking at Cuomo. Anyway, this is also the place where the Pluton warships are stored, and there are countless powerful ones. Just to be on the safe side, Burndy World thinks that it's better to make some plans. Making plans? No need, this is not the Holy Land Mariewa. Cuomo responded with a slight shake of his head. Although there will be a large number of strong players here, there are definitely not as many as the Holy Land Mariewa. A few years ago, the pirates of 10,000 Realms dared to cross the Holy Land of Mariewa, and now they have invaded a base of the world government. Do they need to make any plans? A few years ago, your Myriad Realms pirates crossed the Holy Land Mariewa, and you must have encountered many strong people. Burndy World crossed his arms and smiled. So far, on this sea, the only one who has successfully crossed the Holy Land of Mariewa. There are only the strong ones of the 7.6 million world pirates. I did meet a lot of strong people, but thought the strongest one didn't show up. Cuomo responded lightly. When they crossed the Holy Land of Mariewa, they met 5 elders. However, the real ruler of the world government did not show up. Although Cuomo doesn't know what kind of strength he possesses, since he can surpass 5 elders. Then the strength is undoubtedly above 5 elders. 5 elders itself has strength beyond Admiral, and M's strength is above 5 elders. If he did not travel to this world, it must be the strongest person in this world. Isn't the strongest in the world government the 5 elders? Burndy World asked. The top leader of the world government is 5 elders, and according to the release of the news that year, the 10,000 Realms pirates not only fought the 5 elders, but also killed 2 5 elders. Isn't the top leader of the world government, the 5 elders, the strongest in the world government? Although the 5 elders are strong, they are not yet the strongest, Cuomo said flatly. Yeah. Burndy World nodded slightly upon hearing the words, and did not go further into this topic. Because their ship has already reached the Grand Canyon, you can see the magnificent Pluton battleship when you look up. Together with the 10,000 Realms pirates, they will definitely be able to snatch the Pluton battleship. At that time, it will depend on who of the 2 pirate groups has the ability to get the Pluton battleship. The reason why Burndy World is keen to find the Pluton battleship is all due to his ability. The Pluton battleship has a legend that one shell can destroy an island, and his Momo fruit ability can increase the dimension of the shell. The maximum can increase the dimension of the shell by 100 times. Just imagine, an ordinary shell fired from the Pluton battleship is enough to destroy an island. If the dimension of the cannonball is increased by 100 times, the power can be imagined. The Pluton battleship, coupled with the abilities of Burndy World, can be said to be almost invincible. Even the Red Line must not be able to withstand the power of the shells fired by the Pluton battleship, which have increased in size by 100 times. Is this the legendary Pluton battleship? It's really magnificent. Ji Yuan sighed as he leaned on the railing of the ship and looked at the huge battleship in front of him. The ship they were on was huge enough, but in front of the Pluton battleship. Their ship looks very small. Who is it? As their boat approached the Grand Canyon, the powerful world government patrolling the sea also noticed them. This is the pirates of 10,000 realms. A strong world government man looked at the boat where Cuomo and the others were riding. His pupils constricted violently, and he said in panic, Cuomo crossed the holy land of Mariewa a few years ago, and his reputation has been remembered by many powerful people in the world government. In the past few months, Cuomo beheaded Rocks, the name of the pirates of 10,000 realms. Once again deepened the impression of the strong world government. Damn it, how did they know about this place? A strong world government man said nervously. This is the top secret place of their world government. No one knows about this place except for the high-level officials of the world government and craftsmen. Those craftsmen are all strictly controlled by the top of the world government, so it is difficult for them to disclose this place to the outside world. They couldn't figure out why such a dangerous giant as the pirates of myriad realms would come to this place. Quick, tell the 5 elders. The strength of the powerhouses of the pirates of 10,000 realms is simply not something they can compete with. If the battleship Pluton is snatched by the pirates of 10,000 realms, the consequences will be disastrous. The only one who can compete with the pirates of 10,000 worlds is the 5 elders. This group of bastards, didn't they notice my existence? Burndy World stood at the bow and cursed. In his existence, no one pays attention at all. Let's inform Lord M, the 2 of us alone. It is difficult to defeat the 10,000 realms pirates. The old man with a knife said in a deep voice. This is undoubtedly a huge loss for their world government. The 2 5 elders also got the news of the attack of the 10,000 realms pirates at the first time. Damn it, who leaked the secret? Grand Canyon, inside the world government base. Through this, we can know what kind of impression the Wanjia pirates left on the people of the world government. This caught them off guard. The complexion of the old man with the knife was extremely gloomy, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. Since the Wanjia pirates will appear in this place, there is no doubt that they came for the Pluton battleship. The eyes and attention of the world's strong defenders are all on the Wanjia pirates. But now, the Wanjia pirates suddenly attacked before the Pluton battleship was fully repaired. There are only a few months left. During this period, does anyone dare to betray our world government? The scarred old man was also extremely angry. When a world government powerhouse noticed the myriad realms pirates. The Pluton battleship is still a few months away from launching, and then they can carry out the operation to kill the pirates of 10,000 realms. 179, 176M, stop them before I arrive. A few years ago, in the holy land of Mariewa, 5 of them, the 5 elders, fought against the 10,000 worlds pirates. But in that battle, they did not win, and they were even killed by the pirates of 10,000 realms' 2 old friends. Now that several years have passed, the Wanjia pirates have joined many new members, and their strength must have improved a lot. A few years ago, the 5 elders were unable to defeat the 10,000 realms pirates with only 5 members. Now there are only 2 of them 5 elders left here. Let them fight 10 members of the 10,000 worlds pirates. How can they win, Dash? Boo-boo. The scarred old man took out his phone bug and dialed M's number. M is the real power holder of the world government, except for the 5 elders who have M's number. Other high-level officials have no right to know. After a while, the phone bug was connected, and the scarred old man said respectfully, Master I'm. What's the matter? M's indifferent voice came from the phone bug. The scarred old man swallowed a mouthful of saliva, looked at the old man with a knife beside him, hesitated to speak, but said, The pirates of 10,000 realms are coming to snatch the Pluton battleship. Keeping the secret of the coordinates of the Pluton battleship is the task of their 5 elders, but now the secret of the coordinates of the Pluton battleship has been leaked. This is also the responsibility of their 5 elders. That's why the scarred old man was a little nervous and reported the news to him. What? M's face changed slightly, and his tone became heavy. How did the 10,000 realms pirates know the coordinates of the Pluton battleship? M asked. This we don't know. The scarred old man replied with an embarrassed expression. The only people in this place are the top executives of the world government and the shipwrights who repair the ships. As for who leaked the secret, they don't know. You guys are really a bunch of idiots. M snarled with rare anger. The scarred old man swallowed unconsciously, staring at the phone bug in his hand, not daring to make any response. Think of him as the supreme leader of the world government, above 1 person and below 10,000 people. Holds the core rights of the world government, and has the ability to mobilize the entire naval headquarters at will. But even such a person with the highest status, faced with him scolding, he didn't dare to talk back. How long will it take for the Pluton battleship to fully start? M coldly said. If there are no accidents, it will take a few months. The scarred old man replied truthfully. Now the Pluton battleship is almost ready to drive, but that some parts are still a little bit problematic. It will take almost a few months to completely solve the problem of parts, and then the Pluton warship can be truly launched. Before I arrive, do your best to hold back the pirates of the 10,000 worlds at the expense of your life. Do you hear me? M continued to order. There's no use getting angry at the five elders now. The first priority is to stop the 10,000 realms pirates. Don't let them take control of the Pluton ship. Although the Pluton battleship can't really be activated yet, if it is snatched away by the pirates of 10,000 realms, that's trouble. Yes, Lord M, the scarred old man said solemnly. After his words fell, hung up the phone. Let's go. We need to stop the pirates of myriad realms. The old man holding the knife said while holding the handle of the knife. Outside the Grand Canyon, members of the myriad realms pirates, together with Burndy World, attacked the powerhouses of the world government. Many of these world government powerhouses have vice admiral level strength, but this level of strength is not enough in the eyes of Cuomo and others. After all, they have killed 5 elders who surpassed admiral's strength. How can a strong man with vice admiral's strength stop them? Are these people so weak? Burndy World held the head of a world government powerhouse in his hand and said to himself. He originally thought that the people guarding this place were very strong, but after the battle, he realized that the people here were actually so weak. If he had known this earlier, he would have come alone. Just when he had this idea, 2 5 elders walked out of the Grand Canyon World Government Base. Seeking flowers. Master 5 elders. These powerhouses of the world government were very respectful when they saw 5 elders walk out. 5 elders. Burndy World heard the reputation, staring at the 2 5 elders. Standing in this position requires not only brains, but more importantly, strength. He could see at a glance the difference between these 2 old men, and he deserved to be the supreme leader of the world government. Although Burndy World's power is far inferior to that of the 10,000 Realms pirates, he's also a strong man who is not weak. Is Burndy World here too? The old man with a knife noticed Burndy World, and his face became more gloomy. I definitely can't do it alone, but the pirates of 10,000 Realms can definitely do it. Burndy World responded with a grin. The 2 5 elders stared at the early pirates with cold eyes. Although the 2 old men looked old, the breath in their bodies was like a prehistoric beast. Meet you again, Kowa. Their 2 old friends were killed by the Myriad Realms pirates, and they were naturally angry with the Myriad Realms pirates. Yeah, we meet again. Cuomo folded his hands on his chest and responded calmly. 0. Even though he said so in his heart, he was still a little flustered. A Myriad Realms pirate group is already very troublesome. Why even a sea powerhouse like Burndy World has come? After all, M's strength is beyond their imagination, and M also holds the ancient weapon Uranus. We are here today for the Pluton battleship. With your strength, you can't stop us at all. If you are sensible, just hand over the Pluton battleship directly, Burndy World said proudly. It was difficult for him to defeat a 5 elders back then, but his current strength is enough to defeat and kill a 5 elders. Just because you want to snatch the ancient weapon? The scarred old man sneered. Now they need to hold on until M's arrival. As long as M comes, even the 10,000 Realms pirates will not be afraid. 180-177 The battle to snatch the Pluton battleship begins. Please order in full. Who on earth who leaked the coordinates of the Pluton battleship to you? Asked the old man with a knife. Before starting the war, he wanted to delay the time a little bit, but he really wanted to know which bastard leaked the coordinates here. If no one leaks it, after a few months, Cuomo and the others will definitely eat it. It was all because that damn bastard leaked the coordinates here, which led to the Wanjia pirates and Burndy World pirates coming to the door. Want to steal the Pluton ship? Guess. Burndy World responded with a meaningful smile. It wasn't that some world government insider leaked the information here to him. It's because the people from Burndy World investigated here. As the saying goes, there is no impenetrable wall in the world, and many 250 experts who are good at investigating the underground dark world gathered together. According to the whereabouts of the world government, some clues can always be investigated. Let's stop gossip. We are not here to talk to you. Cuomo slowly pulled out Shinyun, looked at the 2 5 elders and said coldly, his imitation of swordsmanship is only a little bit short of progress, and he can reach great success. As long as you fight with the old man with a knife and completely imitate and master the opponent's swordsmanship. Cuomo believes that this time he will definitely be able to make his swordsmanship reach the point of great success. Don't be too arrogant, Cuomo. No one in this world can fight against our world government, including you." The old man with a knife flashed a cold light in his eyes and said in a deep voice, "We crossed the holy land of Mariewa a few years ago, and your world government. Didn't you do anything to us?" Uchiha Madara Light said, "Years ago they crossed the holy land of Mariewa, killing 5 elders, but the world government has never done anything about them. Now you're using the name of world government to overwhelm them, isn't this? Are you joking? Cuomo, you may not know that the real rulers of the world government are not our 5 elders, but Master I am," the scarred old man said with a meaningful smile. Hearing this, Cuomo smiled unconsciously. That's a time traveler. How could he not know the existence of him? Burndy World was slightly puzzled when he heard this strange name. Although he is a famous big pirate in New World, he has never heard of the name Im. Im, after all, is the shadowy leader of the world government. Except for the 5 elders and the top executives of the world government who hold the core power, it can be said that no one knows her existence. Im's strength is superior to ours, and the ancient weapon Uranus is also in the hands of Lord Im. Although you crossed the holy land Mariewa and killed our 2 old friends, but the adults didn't pay attention to you at all. The world government that has survived for 800 years, and the Supreme Lord Im, you people can compete." Scarred Old 2 said. He originally thought that these words would shock pirates of the 10,000 realms and make them fearful. But Cuomo and the others stared at him calmly, without a hint of shock on their faces. But Burndy World was shocked by 5 elders' words. "You world government, you really have mastered 2 ancient weapons," Burndy World said with a slightly serious face. "The ancient weapon Uranus has long been mastered by our world government. Now we still have the Pluton battleship. What qualifications do you have to compete with our world government? Don't scare us with such words. Since we dare to come, are we afraid of you? Im should still be in the holy land Mariewa, which is a long way from here. Even for flying, it will take several days. This period of time, that's enough for me to kill you, snatch the Pluton battleship, and leave." Cuomo sneered. If Im really came, Cuomo would be a little more apprehensive, but Im rushed here now. They definitely can't arrive within a few days. During this time, is it difficult to kill the 5 elders? The 5 elders became gloomy after hearing Cuomo's words. Now they want to attack Cuomo with a Pluton battleship, but some parts have problems. May prevent Pluton ships from firing shells properly, even though they can fire shells. But only those shipwrights have worked out how to operate the Pluton battleship. Yes. The strong man of W World Government responded, and then left here with a few people, heading towards the direction of the Pluton battleship. Now that the opportunity came, he would naturally volunteer. Cuomo asked the people around him, "Leave the old man with a knife to me, and the other one to you." The battle for the battleship Pluton begins. After his words fell, he rushed towards the old man with a knife. Gojo Satoru, Unohana Retsu, Uchiha Madara, and Jikunin all fought 5 elders. "No problem." Cuomo nodded. "Meet the enemy. Lord Yim will arrive soon. As long as Lord Yim arrives, all of them will die here." The old man with a knife shouted to the strong men around him. But Akunilo 3.1 Kia has been in this world for so long, and he hasn't fought 5 elders yet. Their world government executives don't know how to drive Pluton battleships. The surrounding world government powerhouses are also not a weak force. After they obeyed the order, they rushed towards Burndy World partly. The other part rushed towards the Myriad Realms pirates. "Leave the other one to me, the supreme leader of the world government. Let me see, how strong is he?" Ikunologia said first. "Yes." The old man with a knife whispered to a strong world government man next to him, "Take a few people to the shipbuilder to ask for the blueprint of the Pluton battleship control, and try to drive the Pluton battleship. Even if you can't fire shells normally, as long as you can drive, can scare them too. Of course, they definitely can't let those shipwrights drive, after all, in case there is a boatman with malicious intentions." And at the first moment, Ikunologia also rushed towards the scarred old man. "If you drive the Pluton battleship to shoot at their world government base, then you will be in big trouble." 181, 178 Cuomo versus 5 elders. Cuomo held Shinyun with one hand, stomped his footsteps, and rushed towards the old man with all his strength like an afterimage. The old man didn't hesitate at all, and waved the first-generation ghost story in his hand to collide with Cuomo's Godfall. This is the first time the two have faced each other for many years. Boom! The moment the blades collided, the ground exploded, and waves arose on the sea level. Cuomo's current strength is definitely beyond the Admiral level, armed color, knowledge color, conquerors, all have reached the level of Deshang. And his swordsmanship is about to reach its true peak. There are not many people in this world who can defeat Cuomo, and 5 elders is definitely not one of them. The strength of the old man with a knife is indeed not weak, whether it is conqueror's hockey, or the swordsmanship is not weak Cuomo too much. But he is only strong in these things. Cuomo is not only conqueror's hockey and the top of swordsmanship, he has also mastered various abilities from other worlds. Those abilities, the 5 elders can't compete. Bang, bang, bang. The blades of the two made afterimages in the air, and in a short while, the blades of the two collided dozens of times. 07, you have become stronger. The old man with the knife stared at Cuomo in front of him solemnly. Back then in the holy land of Mariewa, when Cuomo did not use special abilities, he only talked about swordsmanship. The old man can suppress Cuomo. But now the old man with a knife found that Cuomo's swordsmanship was much more advanced than before, and it was already difficult to suppress him with his current strength. You must know that this is when Cuomo has not used the special ability to stay. If he used the special ability, wouldn't it be Cuomo pressing the old man with a knife to fight? It's been so many years, but your strength hasn't improved a bit, Cuomo said sarcastically, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Through the battle with the old man with a knife, Cuomo knows how much these have improved his own strength. Although he has a system, he has never stopped training in recent years. Now, without the help of special abilities, he has almost grown to the level of 5 elders. However, he has not fully reached the level of 5 elders, and the difference between the two is only combat experience. Although Cuomo has fought many times over the years, he has good combat experience. But the old man with the knife didn't know how long he lived and how many times he fought. His combat experience is even richer than Cuomo's. Don't underestimate me, brat. The old man with the knife responded with a sneer. Despite what he said on the surface, Cuomo's growth rate really shocked him. Now he has no idea of defeating Cuomo because he knows that even if he defeats Cuomo, he must also be seriously injured, and in this state he must be in danger. If you want to fight against the pirates of myriad worlds, it is impossible to defeat them only with these people present. Unless I'm coming. As long as he can last as long as him, bring the ancient weapon Uranus rush here. At that time, not only will he not be in danger, but he will even be able to wipe out all the pirates from the myriad realms. It was precisely this kind of thinking that he had in mind, which led to his attacks lacking danger and having more defenses. And Cuomo has no intention of killing the old man with a knife now. After all, he still needs to imitate and master the old man's sword skills and sword skills theory during the battle. If he killed him early, how could he imitate and master the sword skills of the old man with a knife? Go slash. The old man with a knife suddenly backed up, and the first-generation ghost exuded a ghostly aura covering his whole body, which made him look full of threats. He wrapped armor and conquerors on first-generation Onitsu, and then slammed a sword aura towards Cuomo. Shwa! A fierce sword chi struck out, tearing the ground at high speed, and rushed towards Cuomo with a momentum of overwhelming everything. Fall! Cuomo clenched Qinyun with both arms. The veins in his arms popped up, and he swung the knife forcefully in front of his eyes. The blade rubbed against the air, and there was a violent roar, which slightly distorted the surrounding space. In the next second, the terrifying sword energy rushed towards the old man, holding the knife with devastating force. Falling is Cuomo's move based on Roger's avoidance, which is more powerful than Roger's avoidance. Terribly destructive. The two sword chi clashed and collided together, forming a semicircular screen with one red and one purple. The confrontation of sword chi set off a strong air current, sweeping all directions like a violent storm. The sword chi played by the two contains their understanding of swordsmanship and is mixed with armed colors and conqueror's hockey. Just the airflow that was set off was full of threats. It took several seconds for the sword chi to collide, and then the two sword chi dissipated. Do we just need to watch the battle on the boat? Don't we need to help Cuomo? Tornado asked the people around him with his hands on his hips. She doesn't know Cuomo's strength, but Gojo, Satoru, and others must know it. In the Battle of Mariehwa in the Holy Land, Cuomo's strength was still a little immature, although he could fight against 5 elders. But after a few years of growth, Cuomo is now fully capable of killing 5 elders. Uno Hanaretsu sheathed the Zanpakuto and focused on Cuomo. Then she certainly doesn't need to worry. She also doesn't know about the 5 elders. After all, she has not been in this world for a long time, and she doesn't know much about Cuomo's strength. Cuomo and Akinoloja are fighting seriously, but others are watching the battle, which makes Tornado slightly worried Cuomo. Don't worry, with Cuomo's strength, worry is also inevitable. Tornado nodded upon hearing this. Although he didn't know Cuomo's specific strength, Gojo, Satoru, and the others were not worried about Cuomo's safety at all. The figures of the two collided again. It's not just about being able to defeat him at 750. It's not difficult to kill him. It seems that Cuomo alone can defeat the 5 elders. Ji Guiyuan, who was watching the battle from a boat, said, although many strong men from the world government attacked them, but with his strength, naturally, he easily solved them. After finishing off his opponent, Ji Guiyuan turned his attention to Cuomo and watched his fight. But it is almost impossible to win and defeat 5 elders. 182, 179 Akinoloja. So what if him comes? During the battle, Cuomo used the top observation haki to predict the weakness of the old man with a knife. Without the slightest hesitation, he slashed at the chest of the old man with a knife. Schwa! Because Cuomo's attack was so fast, the old man with a knife didn't even react, and Cuomo's attack hit him. Damn it! The old man with the knife stepped back quickly. The blood from his chest dripped onto the ground. He held the wound on his chest, his expression extremely ferocious. Cuomo's knife not only covered armament haki, but also added conqueror's haki. These two forces invaded the body of the old man with a knife, which made him feel a lot of pain. The two have only been fighting for a long time, and he was cut. Cuomo's strength is stronger than he wanted. How do you feel that you've become weaker? Cuomo mocked with a corner of his mouth slightly raised. Don't be too proud, brat. The old man with the knife snorted coldly. When you get old, you have to admit defeat. You have indeed become weaker. After Cuomo's words fell, he rushed to the old man with a knife again and attacked him. During this short battle, Cuomo imitated and mastered many sword skills and sword skills theory of the old man with a knife. The 5 elders really deserve to be the supreme leaders of the world government. Not only did they have the highest status, but they were also not weak. Like the old knife-wielding man who fought Cuomo. In terms of swordsmanship alone, the swordsmanship of the old man with a knife is even higher than that of Rocks, but he can't fully display his swordsmanship. Because he hasn't fought for a long time, and he is already old, and he is a little unfamiliar with his swordsmanship, so he can't exert his full strength. But after imitating Cuomo, he can master the full power of the old man's swordsmanship. After a brief battle, Cuomo felt that his sword skills had improved a lot, both in speed and aggressiveness. Now Cuomo back with 100% certainty. Fighting against the old man with a knife, he will definitely be able to make his ability to imitate the sword reach the real top. Swish, swish, swish. As the two battled, Cuomo's swordsmanship became more fierce, and he became more comfortable during the battle. The old man with the knife was under a lot of pressure. He didn't understand why Cuomo's strength was increasing significantly. The lion will kill everything. Holding the blade in both hands, Cuomo uses the Golden Lion's swordplay with his own swordplay understanding. Swish, swish, swish. In just a split second, Cuomo slashed countless slashes at the old man with a knife. Countless strands of sword energy crossed the sky, looking extremely bright, but the same countless strands of sword energy possessed terrifying destructive power and destructiveness. Facing the countless sword sheath that struck, the old man with the knife looked extremely heavy. Facing Cuomo's slash, even he was under a lot of pressure. But he also tried his best to defend against Cuomo's slash. On the other side, Akinoloja fought the scarred old man. Bang, bang, bang. After the armament haki was wrapped around the fists of the two, they collided continuously. Akinoloja has an extremely terrifying body and is an extremely terrifying physique powerhouse. And the scarred old man is also a strong physicist. The battle between the two was completely a physical collision, punch after punch. The ground under the two people's feet was torn apart early because the ground couldn't bear it at all, and the shock caused by the collision of their fists. When I came to this world, I rarely meet someone whose physical skills can compete with me. Your daughter really a good opponent. Ikunoloja looked at the scarred old man and said with a grin, except for the members of the Myriad Realms pirates, physical skills can be compared with him. Almost no one in this world can compete with him with physical skills. Today he met the scarred old man, who could fight him with physical skills. Little ghost, are you underestimating me? After the scarred old man heard Ikunoloja's words, his complexion froze. In his eyes, Ikunoloja is just a brat who has the right to dare to compare with him. But in fact, Ikunoloja's age is even older than him. It just looks young after all. I didn't say I underestimated you, Ikunoloja said calmly. What he said just now was a recognition of the strength of the scarred old man, but the other party didn't seem to think so. Not only will you not get the Pluton battleship today, but your entire Myriad Realms pirates will be buried here. The scarred old man responded with a cold snort. He doesn't need to defeat Ikunoloja, he just needs to hold off until M's arrival. It's a long way to get here, but their world government has cultivated all kinds of capable people. There is always an ability user who can let him reach this place in a short time. Once M arrives, the victory of this battle must be tilted towards their world government. Let our pirates of 10,000 worlds be buried here. I'm afraid you can't do it, Ikunoloja responded calmly. Except for Rim and Ram, none of the pirates of 10,000 worlds is a simple character. Almost all have admiral level strength, or strength beyond admiral level. What ability does the mere world government have that can wipe out their myriad worlds pirates? You underestimate the strength of Lord M. Her strength is not something you can compete with, let alone she still holds Uranus. The scarred old man retorted with a sneer. Shen Hao and got Uranus a long time ago, and he has already mastered the use of Uranus. With M's strength plus Uranus, who in the whole world can compete with her? The strength of the Myriad Realms pirates is indeed not weak, but don't forget that their world government has survived for 800 years. How could this 800-year foundation be overthrown so easily? So what if M's here? Whether I can compete with her strength or not, it's not up to you, Ikunoloja said indifferently. Even if M really came, Ikunoloja was not afraid at all. He didn't say much to the scarred old man. He clenched his fists and attacked him again. The scarred old man was not afraid at all. His arms were bruised, and he also rushed towards Ikunoloja. The fists of the two collided again and again, and the ground level had sunk several meters deep.